Good afternoon everybody and welcome to Anglesey Circuit for day one of our BRSCC Summer Festival. I'm Jamie Peters-Ennis and I'm down here in the Assembly for the first of our action-packed races this weekend, and it's rounds 3 and 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. So what we'll do, Johnny and I will go for a little bit of a grid walk while the cars are making their way into the Assembly area. We also have a packed programme of sprint races throughout the weekend. Let's have a chat with one of our drivers. In fact, let's go and grab Steve Lake because he's been itching to get on camera all weekend. Hello.
Yes. How are you? Yes.
P3 grid draw, happy?
Yeah, I worked really hard to get that, mate, honestly. Sweat, we were pushing every limit of the track to get P3. Did really well. Proudest moment of my day, actually. No, actually, live. No offence to my son, but proudest moment of my life.
But you didn't leave the table?
Hey, it's the result. It doesn't matter. It's how you get the result, mate. Smart people don't work hard, work smart.
You dragged Mr. Rose Jr. in the car with you. You are team disruptive. You're going to be causing absolute chaos, aren't you?
Probably, yeah. You've seen me drive before, and actually it was Christian that dragged me. So Christian wanted to race with me. A true legend that we are.
But he's not quite as quick as his dad.
I don't know about that. He has been telling me he's much better all day, but if he's told you different.
All right, thanks mate. Right, that's Steve Lake. Let's grab Marcus Clutton while he's here. Marcus, great grid draw, P1. John starting. Key is to try and get away and build a gap.
Yeah, obviously let's stay out of trouble. Tell them every time if we can stay out of trouble, keep it in one piece, and yeah, we try and stay in it and be in it at the end. That's the key part. And yeah, if we can be in the lead at turn 1, it's painful here really. Coming out of turn 2, you don't really want to be in the lead because you're a sitting duck down the back straight, but yeah, it is what it is. Enjoy it, stay out of trouble, and make sure we've got a car for this evening as well.
All right, excellent. Thanks a lot, mate. That's Marcus Clutton from Signature RV. Right, let's go and have a chat with Tim Wilden, who'll be starting the PLR racing car as I just cut across. Sorry, Johnny. Right, Timmy, P2.
Hello.
What's the plan?
Drive fast, win the race.
And apart from that?
Drive fast and come very high up in the race.
Oh, no, I'm winding you up. And great to see you back. Nice to be at the pointy end.
Well, bit of pressure. I mean, I've got to be honest, this is only my second race back after 6 years. And P2 is not really where ideally I wanted to be, but make the best of it.
All right, excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, mate. That's Tim Wilden. Right, let's have a chat with Andre Renault. If I can just barge James out of the way, if that's all right, mate. Thank you so much. How are we feeling?
Feeling good, ready to go. Glad the track's dried up a bit.
Yeah, it's really tricky this morning. You're still getting used to this car, and of course, it's a new circuit for you and your dad.
Yeah, it's a really fun track to drive, but it's been a challenge, especially with the wet conditions this morning. But yeah, really looking forward to getting out there. Hopefully it'll act like it was yesterday.
All right, excellent stuff. Thanks a lot. That's Andre Renault, who'll be sharing the car with his dad, Pierre. Let's have a word with Matt Hyde, who's just starting the 257 Team Pacific car. Welcome back.
Hello, how are you doing?
Nice to be back. Great run at Brands, and you're at the sharp end for this weekend.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. He was talking.
good old radios. You had a good run at Brands. Considering you're new to the car, you were showing great pace, and you're at the sharp end for race 1 here.
Absolutely. I mean, we're lucky to be drawn P5 this time, but yeah, showing strong pace all weekend. We're just hoping to have a good race out of it.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Matt Hyde, who's starting the Team Pacific car. Right, let's have a chat with Mike Devlin. If I can get Jake to open the door for me. Thank you, mate. That's mega. Mr. Devlin, hello.
Hello.
Great results last year. You're going to want to build on that and get on that podium, aren't you?
We sure are. We got a 4th in the first race and 5th in the second race. Fingers crossed we're going to get the podium today.
Tricky conditions out there with the strong wind, threat of rain. I mean, how's the balance of the car?
The balance of the car is very good. The track looks like it's dried up now. So yeah, we're going to deal with the headwind, but everybody else got that. We'll probably get the slipstream. We should be good.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Mike. That's Mike Devlin from C Data. Right, let's go down to the other end and have a chat with Race Logic. Now, Race Logic have changed cars for this weekend. They're running the 210 car, and David Denyer will be starting. He's just in the car now, just having a chat with Julian Thomas. He's just going through a few things now. Jules, quick word if that's all right. We'll let Dave get in the zone. You got yourself a new toy.
I have, yes. Shiny new toy.
How is it comparing to the other one?
2 seconds out quicker.
Oh, right.
Easy decision.
And plan for the rest of the year, because at the minute you've done all of them so far. I mean, again, we always say just events that aren't clashing, but you love Anglesey, don't you?
Oh, Anglesey is fantastic. I absolutely love it. It's such an exciting circuit and such a beautiful view. It's just amazing.
And strong winds, toe is going to be really key. I mean, the backstraight up to Rocket, the toe's really powerful, isn't it?
It's about 10 car lengths. Not my old car, it wasn't. We just went backwards, but in this one, I can get a toe and overtake with about 10 car lengths. It's great.
All right, well, good luck. That's Julian Thomas from Race Logic. Right, we've got Race Ventura next. Let me just, don't close the door, Tom. Right, first time ever, we're having a chat with Rick.
How you going?
Right, you're in the car, mate. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Pretty good. We should see how it goes. Well, I want to just try and finish a race. Yeah, that's basically it.
All right, good luck. Right, the cars are on their way out onto the grid. So what we'll do is we'll hand you up to your commentators for the weekend, which will be Andy McKeown, and you've seen him out in one of these. A warm welcome to the commentary team. It's John Ratcliffe.
Yes, thank you very much, Jamie. Delighted to have John alongside me to really give us the expert opinion on all things Fun Cup over the course of the day. 2 3-hour races. John, this has always been one of the highlights of my season, the Fun Cup Anglesey doubleheader, and I'm sure you're excited to be here too.
I think delighted is quite the strong word. I'm so excited to be back here at Anglesey, back involved in the Fun Cup. Sadly, yeah, like you say, not behind the wheel of a car, which is gutting. But hey, this is second best up in the comms box, able to shout a bit about it. And like you say, what a circuit it is. Just generally, what a beautiful circuit, what a beautiful part of the country, but also it makes some cracking racing in these Fun Cup cars. So I think we've got a great 3 hours ahead of us.
It's a tricky circuit, isn't it? Very technically demanding, but it has got that long run up the school straight, often into a headwind. The slipstream's really powerful in these cars anyway. The early laps, you've got some great opportunities to make some forward progress, but then it's a short lap compared to some other circuits. How important is it, do you think, for some of those quick teams starting at the back to get away with the leaders? It's easy to slip a lap down here, isn't it?
It is. You've basically just got to keep on that similar pace and keep yourself in with a shout of it. I think Anglesey does often like to throw up a couple of safety cars, and that can help bring you sort of back into the fray. But a lot of the top teams as well will sort of put out some of their slower drivers in the opening stints because it shouldn't matter too much. Just keep themselves on that lead lap, and then with some good strategy, they can bring themselves back into the fray later on in the race. So I don't think they've got too much to worry about if they're starting near the back of the order.
Often a reasonably high probability of safety cars here as well. Over the 24 races we've had on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit in the past, 62 times the safety car has been out. On average, 2 to 3 a race. So over a 3-hour race, there's a good chance that we'll get a safety car or two, especially, John, if the weather turns. Now, this has been the big talking point all morning. We both drove to the circuit through torrential rain earlier on today, just about the time the cars were out on circuit for qualifying. If it does rain mid-race, that can throw everything up in the air.
Exactly. Well, luckily for them, the qualifying obviously doesn't set the grid here in Fun Cup. It's all a random grid draw. But it will have given them that experience, particularly for some of the drivers who may be new to these cars, new to the championship, give them that opportunity to test in the rain and get used to this circuit in those tricky conditions, because it is a very different circuit in those wet conditions. Like you say, it's kind of a circuit of two halves, really. That really fast first half and a very technical second half. So we'll see how the drivers take to it, but we'll see which weather app we decide to trust.
I'm choosing to go with the one that promises no rain from now on, but hey, I've spent enough afternoons here in Anglesey to know that may not be that likely. Cars are released onto their green flag lap then. We'll run through at least the top 10 on the grid and try and give you the starting drivers. Remember, random grid draw as always with Fun Cup. So it's Signature RV, who we heard from down in the assembly area. John Whitehouse starting the 557 car from pole, and PLR Racing drawn on the front row as well, in desperate need of some good fortune. And it is Tim Wheeldon who starts second on the grid. Team Disruptive are third. The 248 car started by Steve Lake, and Renon Racing, number 97, is next. That is Andre Renon in the car for the opening stint. Team Pacific 257, that's Matt Hyde, 5th, 6th position 214C Data. That car started by Mike Devlin. Then Race Logic 210. We heard from Julian Thomas, which means that it's David Denyer in the car for stint 1. Lining up alongside Race Ventura, number 106. That car started by Richard Bliss, who we've seen out in City Car Cup in the past. 9th on the grid then, Morpheus Motorsports 110 car. That car started by Charlie Hart, should be rapid in the opening exchanges. And then the Vape Club 246 machine is started by Vlad Vasiliev. Sherrodice UK then are 11th alongside Rare Vinyl TLR on the 6th row. Row 7 for Burt and Fast Track ahead of Morpheus's 109 car. And first of the Demon Tweets cars, number 207, starting 16th on the grid. Next row, row 9 of the grid, we will see UVO Hoffman's Motorsport and Greenheath, two potentially quick cars there starting on row 9. The UVO car, by the way, will be started by Farkini Diot in the opening stint. And then we will have on row 10 the second Demon Tweaks, number 249 car, and Team FFS's 220. Red River Sport and Axiometrics make up row 11, and the back row of the grid, of course, because they won the previous round, as they often seem to these days, Team Olympian GRD number 1, and it's Chris Davell, as often is the case for the opening stint. So, 2x2 they run down through the corkscrew. We're on the shorter coastal circuit for all Fun Cup racing over the course of the day. All of the BRSCC support categories are on the full international layout. But it's the short, sharp, fan favourite, driver's favourite coastal circuit that will play host now to the third round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for 2025. Red lights out, away they go. A good start made by Team Disruptive, who already are living up to their name. They're into the side of the Signature RV machine, and it is PLR who come out of target with the race lead for the first time. A very elbows out start to the race, and Tim Wheeldon comes out of it on top. He leads them through the banking for the first time. They're 3 and 4 abreast further back, and if you're in that mess there, John, really your primary objective right now is to stay out of trouble and survive the opening lap.
Yeah, with Fun Cup being a 3-hour race, it's always just try and stay out of trouble on that first lap. Get yourself to lap number 2, and then we'll think about the rest of the race. Really getting the elbows out on this opening lap. Our Team Disruptive, like you mentioned, trying to make it 3 wide through the first corner. It never ends well, and it didn't end well for them. Hopefully, no damage picked up by that car. But as they run up to the top end of the circuit, then a little dive to the inside and a big lock-up for the 251 there, trying to make a move up the inside, but it hasn't quite worked. Some sliding in the mid-pack, but not often we say this in Fun Cup. They've all made it through to the top section.
Yes, we are not yet at the end of lap 1 though, so let's not be counting any chickens. Sherrodice, by the way, about 4 places gained already. It is Peter Belshaw who started that car, and now look, they're on the outside line as they head through the right-hander at Peel and down the hill into the corkscrew. They're battling away with the UVO machine, which started 17th and is already in the top 10. So some big movers in the early stages. Round the final turn they will come, and PLR Racing lead the way. Signature RV a second, and it's side by side for third. In fact, it's 3 abreast for second briefly as they turn into target. There it is on screen. Signature RV just about hanging on, but that was that 110 Morpheus Motorsport car, as we predicted, John, in the hands of Charlie Hart. It's into third place already.
Yeah, not surprising, is it? Charlie moving forward nice and quickly. He's got lots of experience, not only in these Fun Cup cars, but across many different disciplines of motorsport. And I think when he saw me out on track, I was a bit of a moving chicane to him, to be honest. He would just drive on past, but they're going to try and make it 3 wide. Yet again, heading up to the top, not quite working for Charlie Hart there. Got stuck in behind the Gulf livery car, moves over to the inside line, and looks like will end up taking the place there up into the left-hander. We'll go for both of them. Down the inside goes Charlie Hart. He's going to grab both of them. To second place he goes.
Yeah, Team Pacific initially had benefited from that and swept round the outside of those two, but Charlie better on the brakes and breaks through into second position at the top of the hill. So Hart goes second. The 257 car started by Matt Hyde is third, as Signature RV fourth, but they had a big wobble turning into Peel, and that opens the door for Farkini to nip up the inside. Farkini and Peter Belshaw in the Sherrodice car seemingly moving through the pack together here, and they both now are trying to challenge the Signature RV machine. There was a lock-up for the leader through the corkscrew, and that is bad news for Tim Wheeldon. Good news, though, of course, for Charlie Hart, who closes right onto his tail heading into turn number 1 and is challenging for the lead. Greenheath are in the pit lane, but this battle for the lead is starting to kick off.
Gutted for Greenheath already having issues. Looking to that inside line, there is Charlie Hart. He was aggressive to the inside of the first corner, but door was closed in his face by the number 146, trying around the outside then. Our Team Pacific getting a bit elbows out here as they head down into the right-hander, really getting feisty to try and take that second place. But bold is Charlie Hart, holding the inside line and holds the place. But 146 have got to be a bit careful if they're making those mistakes. And look at the run for Charlie Hart up to the top section of the circuit.
Yeah, that's that powerful slipstream out of Church, up the school straight, and to the inside line will go Charlie Hart. And so from 9th on the grid, Charlie Hart leads and brings with him the 257 Team Pacific car. So Team Pacific then picking up a position 2. And just like that, the race leaders 2 corners ago are now down to the bottom step of the podium for now. But of course now Tim Wheeldon gets the benefit of the slipstream and may well be able to retaliate. Charlie Hart, though, he's been a bit of a revelation, hasn't he? Came out of the Ginetta Junior Championship where he was a front runner, championship contender and race winner. And now in the Fun Cup, he's making a great name for himself as a really good endurance racer, but it is that raw speed that he's got that really makes him stand out.
Exactly, yeah, and I think it's the confidence as well of having raced in all those championships, having the confidence to absolutely send in one of these cars, because to be fast, you've kind of got to be dancing on the edge a little bit, especially in the high-speed corners, and Charlie happy to have that car moving around underneath him and finding some great pace out there. It looks as though the 146 of PLR under a lot of pressure down the inside late from Uvio there. Couldn't quite get that inside line, has to drop in behind, but they're looking good, along with the Sherrodice car, as you mentioned, to continue pushing on ahead. And it's quite similar to what I always say in karting racing. You lose one position, you often lose 3, 4, maybe even 5.
Especially in the opening exchanges of these Fun Cup races, because everyone is running nose to tail, and if you do get shuffled out of line, it's easy to lose, as John quite rightly says, multiple positions. It is Farkini who's trying to gain a position here. He's to the inside of Tim Wheeldon in the braking zone at Rocket. Tim is as late as he dares on the brakes, but the preferred line lies with the Uvio car, and Farkini slips through, and now Peter Belshaw moves up alongside as well. Belshaw with the fastest lap of the race in these early exchanges, a 1 minute 20.5. I'm sure that will be improved upon once things start to settle down. So Charlie Hart leads then. I'm impressed, though, to be fair, with Matt Hyde. He's got the pace so far to go with him.
He has, yeah, we'll see how that one plays out continuously through the race. Sherrodice there looking up the inside, but not able to make a move this time around, staying defensive there. Our PLR, like you mentioned, it's the Sherrodice with the fastest lap, and they actually do have the all-time lap record here at Anglesey, the Sherrodice. Down to the 19.5s though, so maybe we'll see if they can find a bit more pace out there later on. And of course for this year, you've got those new Hankook tyres as well, which people seem to think are a little bit faster. And as well, if we do see the rain start to sprinkle here in northern Wales, which is often the case in Wales, apparently they work a little bit better in the rain as well, give you a little bit more feeling underneath you and a bit more grip as well. So maybe we'll see those lap times start to tumble. But look at this then, top 2 already making a nice breakaway. It took Uvio a little bit longer to get past PLR than it did of the 2 at the front, and they're already making about a 2-second gap then as 257 look to pile the pressure on.
And behind, it looked like Peter Belshaw was going for 4th position as well. Has he gone through? No, Tim Wheeldon hangs on for now. He's up the inside into Rocket. Door slammed in his face there by Tim Wheeldon. Fair enough, Tim is an experienced Fun Cup racer. We haven't seen him racing in the championship for a number of years. Came back as what was originally planned as a one-off at Alton Park last time out, and now Neil Plymouth coaxed him back into the car again. And it's great to have Timmy Two Laps, as he's affectionately known, back on the Fun Cup grid. But he wasn't rolling over there and allowing Peter Belshaw through. Peter would have been part of the Sherrodice driver lineup back in 2018 when that lap record was set, but I think it was Marcus Football who probably set the lap time in that car. 2018, though, it's a long time since that lap record was set.
I can tell you it was Mr. Phil Keane.
Oh, it was Phil. Right, okay, yes, of course. Phil did a bit of racing with Sherrodice, didn't he? So, right then, Charlie Hart, who perhaps has aspirations to follow Phil Keane in the GT racing world in the future. He leads the way for Morpheus. Team Pacific a second, Uvio Hoffman's a third, and PLR for now holding on to 4th position ahead of Sherrodice. Race Logic a 5th, Race Vinyl, Rare Vinyl, TLR even, are 7th ahead of Burt, Team Disruptive and Seed Data. What of Olympian GRD, I hear you ask? Christabel, 15th place, doing exactly what he always does, staying out of trouble, picking them off one by one when he can, and just doing his very best to keep the car into contention for when his teammates jump in later on.
Indeed, yeah, doing a great job. He's actually a bit of a run for the driver behind a fast track, as there always is, up towards this heavy braking zone of Rocket. I think he's managed to hold on to it as the rest of the drivers ahead continue to battle. And I will say as well, I was chatting with the team earlier, and I think he's got a bit of a bad back, as Chris, going into today. So that's why he's only doing this first stint.
Uvio off the pace there, John, are they? They've just opened the door for the PLR car to go through. And is this a drama for Uvio? Farkini's well out of line. Now maybe has picked the pace up. Was it a moment, or is this a mechanical drama? We'll see whether the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car bails for the pit lane. But remember, this is the car that's second in the championship, and he is in the pit lane. So major drama, and already a story for Jamie to try and chase. The Uvio car pits, and this is well too early. They pull into their pit box. We're watching this out of the window. Doors come open. They'll chat to Farkini. There we see it on screen. They close the door, and are they going to send him into the garage? It's not yet moving. Well, back onto the track he goes, John. What was that all about?
Just because I'm racing him, I've got no idea what was happening. I don't know. What a short stop for Uvio, but all they did was dive in and seem to tinker with something and then dive straight back out again. So whether he felt something was loose in the cockpit or something, I don't know. But we just cut back to him, didn't we? It didn't seem to be any contact damage or anything on the car. They didn't mess with anything on the outside. So yeah, slightly odd that one. But we look back to the racing then, under pressure again. Our PLR, this time it's for third place though. It's down the inside. Go Sherrodize into Rocket, and with the amount of time that Sherrodize have been held up there behind PLR, more drivers now joining the fray as this is the battle for the lead. Down the inside, go Team Pacific. They just stole the fastest lap a lap or so ago. Some great pace from the driver of the 257 there, getting past Charlie Hart.
Matt Hyde it is, who now leads the way, becomes, I think, our third different leader of the race already, and heads out of the final turn just fractionally ahead of Charlie Hart's number 110 car. His father, Chris, watching on from the pit wall, and Charlie will now go on the attack. Or will he be content, do you think, to sit in second position for the time being? Because even with that little bit of battling they're doing, they're still comfortably quicker than the rest. So there is an argument here, is there not, John, for Charlie to just sit in the wheel tracks of the 257 car, which clearly has good pace.
Indeed, yeah. I think if you know the driver ahead has got good pace and you can follow on, it might even be a case of they just continue to switch up the back straight every lap, just continue to switch, use that slipstream to their advantage and gain more lap time. And especially if you feel like you've got it all sorted in the pit lane as well, you know what you're doing with your strategy, you know what you're doing in the pit stops, then you can relax and be pretty comfortable, and you think, we're going to beat them in the pit stop. As long as we come in at a similar time, we're still going to be getting out of this in the lead. And I think that's probably what Charlie will be thinking. No attempt at a move there up into Rocket this time. And like you mentioned, they're already over 5 seconds down the road. Already, we're only over 10 minutes in.
And of course, a couple of the cars they would be expecting to challenge them haven't necessarily made the progress we might have expected, particularly Uvio, who after that pit stop rejoined in 20th position. So Uvio, the best part of half a minute off the lead now. That is not part of the Uvio Hoffman's script. So interesting opening 10 minutes or so of the race. The leaders drop down through the corkscrew and come across the timing line to complete lap number 8 of the race, and it's still that 257 car that has this slender advantage. And good battles going on in the midfield, as you would expect. And again, amongst these cars, some of those trying to move through the order from deep down on the grid. 246, one of those coming through. That's the Vlad Vasiliev car that Ted Bradbury will take over later. And we know that that car is likely going to be a factor before the first 3-hour race of the day is done with. At this point though, John, we're 10-12 minutes in. Things do now inevitably start to settle down, don't they? Drivers have kind of largely found their space in the queue. And there is quite a lot you can do as drivers to work together and just minimise time losses.
Indeed, no, there is. There's a lot of working together, particularly, of course, as we're in an endurance race. If it's a 15-20-minute sprint, you just get past as many people as you can, as quickly as possible. A bit more strategy coming into this one. And really here at Anglesey, it's keeping in the tow with the drivers ahead. But again, we've got another early pit stop. This is the fast track car who are in. New wheel on. Is that potentially a puncture in the early part of this race?
Well, that's extremely rare. We don't see many punctures in Fun Cup. That, you would imagine, would have been contact related. Hard to see from that angle. There is maybe a scrape on that rear wheel arch that could indicate they've had a tangle with somebody. But anyway, they will work on the car. They're going to lose a lap as a result, though, because the leaders are coming back through now on their way towards target corner. On our screens, we're watching Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Well, we cut away, though, to Charlie Hart, who was having a real nibble there for the race lead. Was that a difference in lines, do you think, into turn one, or was that a genuine attempt to get through?
I think that was a little bit slidey from Team Pacific there through the first corner. Just lost that rear end ever so slightly. You give a bit of a lift here into the first corner, and then you're pinned all the way through to the exit. So you carry a little bit too much entry speed into there. The rear starts to get a bit slidey, and you lose a bit of that exit speed. I think that was just Charlie seeing the mistake from the driver ahead, having a bit of a sniff, but realising, okay, it's not enough time loss for me to move through here, and let's not lose loads of time, both of us. So let's just leave that one and press on. But Team Pacific, Couple of mistakes. Here's the move though. Down the inside goes Charlie Hart. We spoke about them working together. Maybe not so much. Trying the up and under there are Team Pacific. Moving back to that outside line of the right-hander. You can try the up and under out of there, but it's very difficult. There's only a short straight then to the next right-hander, which is a difficult off-camber corner. A really hard one to make an overtake stick. And yeah, the 257 had to sit in behind then. So again, another change to the lead. We've already had quite a few in this race, as here comes the Demons Tweaks car, putting a bit of pressure on the 169, not able to quite get through that.
Yeah, this is for 12th position that they are battling. The rare vinyl TLR number 169 machine, piloted at the moment by Matt Larby, has got the Demon Tweaks machine right behind, and the 249 machine driven at the moment by Jason Minshaw, who we know is rapid. Couple of updates from Jamie in the pit lane. Thank you for this, Jamie, by the way. Keep them coming. Greenheath had a puncture and some damage as well, so that was contact related. 99 we saw was a puncture. Uvio, the downshift paddle has broken on that car, so they're struggling to get the car down through the gears. Now, I can't imagine that's something they were able to fix properly.
No.
Is that something they're going to have to live with? Is there a workaround for that, do you think?
I've never had that happen to myself.
No.
That's a scary one. I mean, if you're coming into a corner and you can't get the car to downshift, that's a bit of a worrying one. But I mean, the drivers of the Uvio car have got enough experience to deal with that one. But yeah, I think that's really just going to be one they've got to deal with throughout this race, and just have to deal with maybe coming into the corner a gear or two too high. I mean, you're going to lose lap time, but hopefully you should still be okay. You should still be able to get it to the end of the race, unless it totally fails. As just as I was saying that, Uvio off on the grass there on the exit of the fast right-hander, so clearly still struggling to slow it down a little bit.
Their lap times are okay there. They're only about 2 or 3 tenths off the leaders, so whatever it is, they've found a solution. What that solution is, I'm not so sure.
Probably pulling it a bit harder.
Yes, which is something I'm sure Farkini can manage. The frustration at that early pit stop will be fueling him, I'm sure. And he's into, where's he got now? 17th position, so a few places gained since last we saw him. Good battle here coming through the corkscrew. Oh, never mind, we'll get to that in a moment.
Demon Tweaks?
It looks a bit Demon Tweaksy, doesn't it? Oh,
it is.
Yes, it is the Demon Tweaks car, slowing out of Rocket, pulling over to the side of the road, and what was that I was saying earlier on about the chance of safety cars? This could well lead to our first.
My goodness, yeah, there's been a lot of issues in this one, hasn't there already? 15 minutes in, it looks as though Demon Tweaks number 1 might be put into a hole already. Of course, remember there's 2 Demon Tweaks cars out there, so just make sure we're calling the correct one.
That was Jason Minshaw.
Yes, of course. Yeah, the Demon Tweaks 2 still out there and running at the moment. Just seen them go through the first corner. But racing continues at the moment anyway. We're still green flag out on the circuit as we watch the top 2 head on through to that stricken car.
Yes, now it was still rolling very slowly. If it could get out of peel, then gravity might well carry it all the way down to the pit lane, and it's not there, is it, on the entry to the corner?
There it is.
Is right on the apex of the corner. That, to me, has all the hallmarks of a drive shaft, doesn't it? Like he's come out of Rocket, the drive shaft's gone, and it's just sort of creeping around. But if he can get maybe another, 30 metres further over that hill, he might be all right. That he can just sort of roll up downhill now, all the way to the end of the lap. He'll have to have his wits about him, though, and be watching those mirrors intently.
Indeed, he will, yeah, especially when you're coming down through into this sector where you go left and then right. There isn't really a part of the circuit where you're offline, so
yes,
it's going to be a bit of a challenging one for the driver, but doing a good job of it at the moment, keeping out of harm's way, getting it back to the pits and stopping us from having quite the early safety car.
Throttle cable is the update from the pit lane. Thank you, Jamie, who is on fine form this morning, I must say. He also has told me that the Uvio car, there's a tiny bit of the paddle. The paddle has snapped completely, and there's a tiny bit of it still attached to the wheel, which somehow they're going to have to use to change down the gears throughout the next 2 hours and 43 minutes or so. That is not going to be easy. Demon Tweaks car back in the pit lane. No need for an early safety car. The team will go to work on that throttle cable. Meanwhile, John, the battle for the race lead continues.
It does indeed. Battles further back as well. PLR getting involved in a squabble with, it was Race Logic, I believe, that they were side by side, and then the lapped fast track car. Yeah, frustrating for Fast Track and for Greenheath as well. They're back out as well now, both dropping a lap or 2 down already, and really in Fun Cup, once you go a lap down, it's kind of race over for you in terms of actually getting any meaningful positions. But luckily for them, today at Anglesey, you've got 2 races, so you can at least use it as a bit of a practice session and get yourself warmed up, get those bits sorted, make sure that the flappy paddles are very much connected, and then later on for the next 3-hour race, they can do it all again.
So there is the Demon Tweaks car in then. So just correct myself, Jamie said it's a throttle cable query, so they're not 100% sure it's the throttle cable, but it did have all the hallmarks of that. Seemed to have some power, but not enough to go obviously anything like racing speed. So the crab shell comes up, they will have a little look underneath it and see what they can find out. They're sort of trying to find the throttle cable, I think, and see whether or not it is still intact. So we are 18 minutes into this first race of the day. A lot to talk about already. These two, though, are really sort of managing the situation well here, aren't they? To the outside, looking in, it looks a bit like they're battling for the lead, but I do suspect there's a little bit of cooperation going on here, and that's working well. They're now 8 seconds up the road of Sheridai's UK in third, and Race Logic, John, into the top 5 now, 4th position.
Yeah, Race Logic absolutely flying. They're one of the cars among some others as well, where I see the name, I'm like, oh yeah, remember them from the last couple of years. And you look at the car, it's a totally different number and a totally different livery. So you're like, oh, okay, need to pick those guys out again. But yeah, the Race Logic guys, always quick. Of course, multiple champions in previous years are the Race Logic team. And lots of experience across lots of different cars. So they're pressing on really nicely up into the top 5, as you mentioned. The top 2, though, continuing to pull away. The gap between the two of them stays at around half a second every lap. Last time across the line, it was about 8.2, 8.3, now up to 8.8, back to Sheridai's. And they're sitting in a bit of no man's land as well now ahead of Race Logic, aren't they? 5 seconds the good ahead of the 210, who has that lapped fast track in between themselves and PLR's. PLR flirting with the track limits there on the outside of turn 1. You've got to be a bit careful there, because if you do go in a bit too hot, you touch that dirt on the outside, and it just drags you even further out to the nothingness out in northern Wales.
Yes, that's one of the great things, though, from my perspective anyway, about this circuit. It is a proper old-school circuit, isn't it, in that we don't have these tarmac runoff areas, gravel traps. If you go beyond those curbs, you're on the grass and you can do quite a bit of damage to the car, so it's sort of self-policing track limits in a way. For that reason, track limits doesn't tend to be a massive talking point here. The 99 car trying to unlap itself here. It's clearly got some good pace, the fast track machine. Tom Greensill on the wheels, of course. He's got some good pace, but he just can't quite find a way past that Race Logic machine. Of course, Race Logic, that car being driven by David Denyer. David won't want to let the lapped car through, because then he's got to deal with Tim Wheeldon, who would quite like to reclaim 4th place.
However, it might not be so bad if you sat behind them. They seem to have good pace at the moment in the car, now that they've got that puncture fix. And they'll give you a nice little slipstream as well. So there could be some working together. But like you say, the driver's trying to press on, not let the top 2 scamper off too quickly. And really, they're probably not too worried about the 146 behind. It's the rest of the huge pack of cars who follow in behind as well. So that's headed up by the British Endurance Racing Team, a.k.a. Burt, at the front of that order, which is what a team name. Love to see them involved for this year.
207. I thought was maybe a bit off the pace, but I think they're just battling actually with the Renault racing car. Andre Renault slips up the inside, runs a little bit wide out of Peel corner, and back to the inside will go Mark Burton in the 207 machine. Can't quite make that move stick though, as they drop down into the corkscrew. Leading pair arrive at Rocket, and again, same story really. Charlie Hart leads the way, and Matt Hyde sits in behind, and this I think is going to remain the situation until that first round of pit stops. Now, this being a 3-hour race, shortest race of the season so far, the pit stop window is every 30 minutes. We're used to seeing it being every 40 minutes in the 4 hours. It's every 30 minutes in the 3-hour race, and that allows there to still be 6 stints, despite the fact it's a shorter race. It really does, though, sort of enhance that sprint racing feel, doesn't it? Because these 3-hour races, it essentially is 6 30-minute sprints. The intensity never really relents, does it?
It doesn't. I mean, to be honest, when you're in the car, a 30-minute stint versus a 40-minute stint doesn't really make much difference. It's all guns blazing for the entirety of the stint. It's not like in other endurance series where you'll see them trying to save tyres and really work things out. It's we've got a door open there with the Demon Tweaks 2. That's less than ideal. Hopefully they can hook it around the right-hander and get it closed. It looks like they might have just been able to do that. So almost an early exit for the driver there from the car, but luckily all strapped in, gets that door closed, does he? It's kind of a bit wobbly, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, it looked like it was still flapping. Look, it's distracting Mark Burton now, isn't it? Understandably so, but yeah, a few strange goings on in the early stages of this one, aren't there? And that 207 car, if the door won't close, he's going to have to bail for the pit lane. He's not yet coming in, but it's definitely going to have to be a consideration, I think, moving forward. They go across the timing line as up the back straight goes this battle for 6th position. And in fact, up ahead, look, again to the outside goes the fast track car. And it's sideways now as it tries to unlap itself from the Race Logic machine in 4th. This is now starting to become quite a high-risk situation for Race Logic and PLR. Not only are they having to battle with this clearly very feisty lapped car, but they are now being reeled in by the 6th place kid.
Yeah, like we said, they're just having a bit of a practice session now, so they're getting themselves ready for the battling that will really matter to them in this evening's racing. But for this one, they're like, right, let's just have a play around, get involved, have a bit of fun. All the drivers around them are going, get out of the way, you're not involved in this battle, leave us alone. But they have no jurisdiction to get out of the way, no need to move out of the way. They can get very much involved with the battle, and often we can see that as well. If there's two teams under the same awning working together, maybe one's at the front and one's at the back, sometimes you can see a bit of working together, shall we say, when they're battling with other leaders. Of course, 99 Fast Track, I do believe, all on their own. Unlike the Demon Creeks 1 and Demon Creeks 2, where you know they're going to be working together. The Fast Track all on their own, so they're just having a bit of fun out there. But they are, I was going to say slowing down the rest of the pack. They're right on pace with the rest of this pack, but creating battles because they don't care about working together. It's nothing to gain for them. They just want to have a bit of fun, and they're going to go for it again up into Rocket, trying to use the slipstream to get to that inside line for the left-hander at the top. They've almost got it there. They will have it there late on the brakes, but will the door be closed by the 210? Yes, it will. We'll have to slot back in once more. But like we said, the chasing pack headed up by Burt, they were a few tenths, about a second off. They're now right on the back of them.
I do tend to agree with you. I think if I were in that Race Logic car, I would be tempted to let this car through because it's just delaying them all now. Look, this queue of cars getting longer and longer, and Bert's now looking to try and make a move, actually. It's John Railton in that number 98 car, the blue and red, or blue and orange car, I suppose, as it drops downhill behind PLR Racing. Then behind them, it's C-Data, Morpheus, Mate Club's 246 car, and I think Axiometrics, yes, Axiometrics, the orange and black 103 machine, also in this queue. So it's a lengthy line of cars that takes you now from 4th place all the way back to 10th. And there's a danger now that if you get sort of squeezed out of line, you could end up falling right to the tail end of the top 10. 207 there carrying some damage, as in fact is the C-Data car. That's not uncommon in the early stages. It's a bit of a bull ring of a circuit, this, isn't it? Because it's so tight, so technical, there's nowhere really to go if it all kicks off in front of you. And already a couple of cars, I think, starting to sport some damage, which certainly splitter damage around here, John, I'd imagine could be a little bit costly as far as lap time.
It definitely will be, particularly up that back straight as we watch the drivers heading up there now. Fast Track again looking for that inside line, and they are going to get it this time. Will space be given though? They've got to be a bit careful. Not much space given there then. Burt down the inside of PLR. They've got the move done, and all drivers squabbling in behind, trying to find that track position. Fast Track have been muscled out. They stay in behind the 210, but really, this is where I think the 210 of Race Logic will be hoping the 99 start to work together. They've got a bit of a gap now to the train in behind, and if they can try and press on ahead, they can build a bit of space to those drivers in behind. But now that Burt has been released from behind PLR, let's see how they can do in terms of pace, in terms of catching those two.
You could argue now is the perfect time to let that lapped car by, because there's a gap to slot back into behind. You're not that likely to lose a position. It won't take long though, I don't think, before John Railton is back on their tail. So if that is going to be the move made, then I think David Denyer is going to have to do it pretty quickly. Leading 2, head up the school straight again, which is anything but straight. It's got those 2 right-hand kinks in it. Another challenge, a big challenge from Charlie Hart to the inside, and he will take the lead this time. Runs a bit wide, though, through the left-hand element of Rocket. That gives him the inside for the right, and I think he should be able to hang on. But that was a pretty decisive lunge to the inside. Bit of a block pass, but it worked nicely.
Yeah, that was really late on the brakes, wasn't it, there from the 110? Absolutely gliding it sideways on the braking there into Rocket. What was it we were saying earlier about those two working together? I can't really remember it. My goodness, well, 30 minutes in, their gap now 11.5 seconds back to Sherrodice, who are still on their own. They've been gapping the Race Logic in behind now by about 9 seconds. Of course, Race Logic continuing to battle here with the 99, so you can see why, but Sherrodice continuing to not quite be able to stay on the same pace with the 2 ahead, and I think really that's going to be down to the fact that they can use each other's slipstream, whereas Sherrodice has watched them come across the start-finish line outside our commentary box all alone out there, which is a nice place to be for your nerves, but not so great for pace out there on track. And look at this, Burt have closed in.
Yeah, Burt right on the tail now of the 210 car, which has been overtaken by the fast track machine, and they've immediately started holding each other up. Off the road is the number 200 car. That's Red River Sports' Gareth Williams, the car he shares with veteran racer Johnny Molan. That was up a Peel corner, a little grassy moment. No major damage done though, and they've been able to carry on their way. Through there went Olympian GRD, by the way. They are in 15th position at the moment. So the championship leaders, by virtue of having won the first 2 races of the season, continuing to solidly pick their way through the order. Olympian GRD, who won the first 2 races of this year, and of course the final round last year as well. That was one of 5 race victories from 9 races in 2024, on their way to yet another championship success. And this is how they do it. They just take it easy in the early stages. They're not getting involved in these massive battles that we're watching, which keep us very entertained, but ultimately are not always the best race-winning strategy. But you can guarantee Olympian will be in the equation by hour 3.
You definitely can. They're just ridiculous, Olympian. We tried our best as a team to study what they were doing, but it just seemed that we would always be doing it slower somehow. I don't know how it happened, but they're just unbelievable, aren't they? But all of those opening races of the season coming from the back of the grid to win. And of course here we've got 22, 23 cars out on track for today, whereas at previous races we've been up sort of 27, 28, 29 as well. So even more cars to overtake. But like you mentioned, they're continuing with that usual strategy of Chris getting out first, keeping them out of trouble and continuing on through this first stint. And then Simon and Riley will jump in. Both of those 2 lads extremely, extremely fast. So I look forward to seeing both of them out in the Olympian GRD colours. Now Simon was chatting with me this morning, absolutely badgering me to try and get as many animal names into the stream as I could, but I sprinted off like an antelope. So I won't be doing that.
You scored a few points there already, I reckon, in that game. Okay, we'll see how that goes. We've got plenty more time for you to get some in, so you may well run out of animals by the end of the day. Yeah, interesting point there about Olympian. They won this equivalent race last year. You won't be shocked to hear. It was their first win of the year, actually. And they only took the lead for the first time on lap 80. And it was only a 123 lap race, so it is that final hour where almost always Olympian GRD seem to find their way to the front, and so I'm sure Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips, watching down on the pit wall, won't be too concerned just yet. The fact that they're well outside the top 10. Oh, we've had a spin at the corkscrew I've just seen out of the window, and there's a car pointing the wrong way. Now this was in this top 10 battle. Is it race? No, it's the FNS car that's gone around and is dropping down the order as a result. The Morpheus Motorsport 109, it has rejoined, but only there, look, just at the top of shot, going across the line. So the 109 car in the hands of Steve Walton with a rotation at the corkscrew. Didn't see quite what caused that, but that is a common pinch point, isn't it?
It is. It really closes up at the apex there, and it is like dropping off a cliff into that apex of the right-hander. Yeah, the question is, did he just come up onto 3 wheels and then lose it as he dropped back down, or was he pushed into that spin? We, of course, don't know. We wouldn't speculate on such things. But either way, losing quite a bit of time, losing quite a few positions as well, dropping out of the podium places. And there is Burt, number
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, slight technical issues there. I think you may have lost us for a couple of minutes, but yes, we're back at Anglesey. We've got, we're into our first pit window, actually, of the race, and already the unceremonious driver changes are starting to take place. Chris Devell is in the Olympian GRD car to hand over to Riley Phillips. So Riley getting in for stint 2. It's often been Simon Rudd who does the second stint, so that's interesting that they would choose to switch around the strategy slightly. I thought I saw Simon looking very casual without his helmet on the pit wall because he had no intention of getting in. He will be doing stint 3 with Riley stint 4, Simon stint 5 and Riley stint 6. So Chris Devell's driving for this race is done.
Yeah, indeed. So I think it's just Riley taking on that extra stint, isn't it, now that Chris isn't doing a second one. So yeah, we are used to mostly seeing him in 3 and 6 to bring it home at the end and press on in those final lap squabbles, which he will still be doing. He's just taking on an extra stint, and considering he is a rather quick pedaler, shall we say, I don't think that's going to be too bad for the team number one.
Interesting, though, that they've switched that up. I mean, it's been working for them up until now. They've obviously decided, no, they really want to maximise the Riley Phillips and Simon Rudd driver time. And I think that is a sign that they don't take this for granted, do they? They know that this championship is as competitive now as it ever has been. It is not easy to win these races. It's what makes the winning streak they've been on so impressive, really, over the last handful of races. And, yeah, interesting to see how that strategy pans out over the course of the day.
Sadly, I think it is literally just because of the bad back for Chris. So I think it's literally just that this morning. Whoa. He was not feeling too up for it, as there was a proper send to the inside. Down the inside goes the 110, robbing all the way to the exit. A bit of wheel banging there. You've got to be careful with those because you break one of those struts on the wheel, and it's quickly a lot of time lost getting to change one of those. We've seen already a couple of times in this race, but either way, Morpheus find their way back through into the lead.
It was a Ginetta Junior move, if ever I saw one, wasn't it? Dive to the apex, ease your opponent out over the exit curve, and if they don't back out of it, then trade a little bit of paint on the way through. So Charlie Hart then reclaims the race lead yet again and moves back out in front. So these two have been swapping the lead a few times already in this race. In fact, we've had already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lead changes, and that's only at the line.
Yes.
We're only 25 laps into the race, so we're already really notching up the lead changes, and we may yet have more before this opening stint is done. Remember, it's a 10-minute pit window, so there's no rush for these drivers to come in, and because of the speed that they've got, I'm sure they'll stay out there. Also, they're probably having good fun because they're side by side again, and back to the inside into Rocket goes Matt Hyde, and he reclaims the lead once more.
They're having great fun, aren't they? I mean, it is called the Fun Cup, so understandable drivers, you are allowed to enjoy yourselves out there on circuit, and they're having a great little ding-dong battle, aren't they, as they wait to make those first pit stops. I think the right thing to do when you're out there leading from the front. There's a bit of a lock-up there into the right-hander from the 257 as he's feeling the pressure for Charlie Hart behind. But like I was going to say, mostly, especially in a race like this, where it's nice and dry and whatnot, you're waiting till the end of the window. You're waiting for that potential safety car to come out, and then you can make use of it, gain loads of time on your competitors. If you end up pitting early and then that safety car does come out, you've lost a heap of time. So that's what Morpheus and Team Specific will be thinking anyway, and they're enjoying themselves, and they're setting good lap times. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep, absolutely. They are comfortably ahead of the rest of the field, although it's worth pointing out that Sherrodise have pitted. They were third, so third place is now Race Logic, fourth for Burt, and PLR Racing in fifth, none of whom have stopped. Uvio Motorsport have pitted in sixth position, and Uvio, in fact, there they are, coming down through the corkscrew now, rejoining just ahead of Axiometrics. So the Axiometrics machine was a few places behind Uvio, haven't really been able to keep track of what they've been doing fuel-wise in this opening round of pit stops, but John, you might be able to talk from a little bit of experience. In the 3-hour races, generally, would you look to sort of top up the tank each time, or would you see drivers and teams doing what they do in the longer races and maybe double fueling and then trying to not fuel at the end of the race?
So I was speaking to my brother, who was the fuel strategy man when we were racing, and he gave me a few pointers. Hello, David, I know you're watching from home. He said that we only really need 2 churns for a 3-hour race.
Yes.
So a bit less than usual. So only obviously 2 of the 5 stops need to be those fuel churns. You can double up, but I don't think you're going to make it to the end of the race if you do that a little bit too early on. So 2 separate stops with fuel, and they're likely to obviously wait to fuel under a safety car as well, so they're going to be leaving it a little bit longer to wait for hopefully that safety car comes out. As we say, it's nearly a guarantee around here at Anglesey. We've not seen one yet, but potential for it to come out. But that the teams likely won't leave it too late. If there's a late safety car, you can obviously make up time and track position. So he said, more than likely, you'll get 1 churn at pit stop 1, and then 1 churn at pit stop 2, and then just go all the way through to the end, hope for that safety car, make up time on your competitors. But obviously, that's just from one man's perspective. There's lots of different team managers out there in the pit lane, so maybe some different thoughts, but that's generally what we would have thought.
A lot of it does hinge on that safety car, the ever-present possibility of a safety car around here. Although twice we've gone safety car free here in Anglesey, most recently only 2 years ago in 2023. So that's become more of a common occurrence over recent years, safety car free races here in North Wales. Yes, I was going to ignore the cloud because I'm continuing to be the optimist as far as the weather is concerned, but it does look a little bit gloomy overhead.
I will balance you out as the pessimist. I'm expecting some rain in this race. I'm hoping for some rain. It might make it even more exciting in the Fun Cup. And personally, I thoroughly enjoy driving these cars in wet conditions.
Yes.
So you really get to play with them in wet conditions. And let's see how that continues. I've just spotted out the window as well. The 109 now following the 110, the two Morpheus cars. So maybe there's some working together there between the two of them as they try and assist the 109 that had that little bit of a spin earlier on.
Indeed, I think they've pitted, haven't they, 109? Yes, they have. So we're still waiting for that top 5 to bail for the pit lane. Also, Axiometrics and Rare Vinyl have yet to stop, so about 7 of them are owing us a pit stop, and they've still got probably another 3 laps at least in which to serve their first of 5 mandatory pit stops, and go a lap beyond the end of that window as well. So no great rush. If you're feeling quick out there, there's no immediate need really to head in and make that driver change.
Indeed. I was just watching Yubio there,
Yes,
put it on the inside of PLR, very aggressively so, and there they go, down at corner number 2, down the inside they go. I know we were talking about them, and you said, oh, they made that pit stop, they're up in P6, and I thought, that's amazing that they managed to do that, but has that counted the pit stop they made prior to the window? That's exactly what's happened, is it? That's why Yubio are so high up. They have made a pit stop, but it was out of the window, so they still haven't done an official pit stop just yet. So they are going to be losing a bit of time. They are battling up in that top 6 at the moment. They've just stolen P5 away from PLR, but they're going to be dropping further back once they make that first pit stop for a driver change.
Yep, thank you. I'm glad one of us is paying attention. Yeah, that's absolutely right. So their first mandatory stop yet to be served, and yeah, they will have to come in the next handful of laps to make that stop. Fastest lap now set by Harry Mailer, by the way. Not a huge shock. He's another one of those superstar young drivers. He's just jumped into that 109 Morpheus car, so you mentioned it was running with the leaders, and he's got front running pace as well, a 1 minute 9.0, so we're getting close now. Sorry, 119.0. 109.0 will be very rapid, and 119.0 getting close to the 118 marker now. And may well see that improved upon by the end of the race.
That's track record then. That's beaten the 119.5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Track record.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff.
In fact, yes, we'd already beaten that, haven't we? Because we've had a handful of them into the 19.4s and 19.3s. So, yeah, these new tyres, they are very grippy, and, yeah, they are yielding some particularly quick lap times. Best of those, then, that have made their first mandatory stop, I think I'm right in saying, is Sherrodize, which you'd expect. They were running in 3rd place earlier on. And Sherrodize, of course, have now put the very rapid Teddy Wilson in the car. What a performance Teddy put in at Alton Park last time out, chasing down the race leaders. Another lap, he may well have beaten Olympian GRD, the rate at which he was closing in. He's going to have to put a similar stint in now, though, to get that car on terms with the top 2.
And that's, again, that thing of you could be that quick and you can chase them down, but you end up finishing 3, 4, 5 seconds behind. You just think, what if we'd put that belt in a little bit faster at stop 2? Or, or what if I hadn't dropped the clutch and we had to push it, or whatnot? All those little bits really do add up when you get to the end of a 3 or 4 hour endurance race such as these. All those little moments all build up and will come to bite you at the end if you've messed up earlier on in this race. But I think this will be the end of the first pit window, won't it, at the moment? The drivers will see that pit window close board once. Once they've seen it once, they can do that one more lap and still come in. If they don't come in on that lap and carry around again, they're going to be getting themselves a hefty penalty.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw a team fall foul of that, but I'm sure it has happened, and hopefully we don't see a repeat of that here this afternoon. 169 has heeded that and headed in the 5th place, 4th place car as they were at the time. As we continue to follow, well, in fact, we're not actually. There is the 169 car in, and look, a little bit of repair work required. That left front corner, that's the part of the splitter you require really to be fully intact around a clockwise circuit, and so they're just going to gaffer tape that up and try and give it a bit of structural stability so that it's giving them the correct amount of front downforce. That will cost them a bit of time in the pit lane, but worth it, I would think, around here.
Indeed, it's loads and loads of time lost. They try and get that gaffer tape on as well as possible to try and hold it down. But like you mentioned, it'll be worth a lot in terms of lap time, particularly on this fast circuit with that front splitter. The issue is, what you've got to try and weigh up is the amount of time it's going to take to fix it worth it in terms of lap time across the rest of, 2 hours and 18 minutes left to go? That was a good 10 or 15 seconds there lost. you might be getting a few tenths a lap, so you've really got to build it up and hope that it works throughout the rest of the stint. Actually, a metric's under a bit of pressure. That's the 210 Race Logic going down the inside up into Rocket. Nice textbook move there, a bit slidey as they tried to reapply the power on the exit, but Race Logic get it done and move on by.
That was for position as well, because both of these cars are pitted. That was for 9th place at the moment. It will become 8th, I think, once all is said and done with the pit stops. UVO and PLR, by the way, are in. No fuel going into either of those cars, I can tell you. So now into the UVO Hoffman Motorsport car goes Fabulous Randaccio. His outlap's going to be lively, I'd imagine, as he tries to get to grips with this dodgy downshifter.
That was amazing, that pit stop from UVO, amazing. I didn't even see Farkini get out of the car, he just teleported to the edge of the pit lane. That was amazing, but even just in that, just having those slick pit stops, that was about 5 seconds that UVO gained there on PLR, just for that, for the slick in and out, and off they go. Very, very impressive.
And it's not like PLR don't know what they're doing. They've been doing this for about 57 years, so they know how to do a pit stop in Fun Cup, and yeah, they still just can't quite keep up with the UVO machine. There is PLR then, so it's the captain now, Neil Plimmer in the car, and we joined just ahead of Axiometrics, which means he's just behind the Race Logic machine, so about 8th position I think he's in, as they head up the school straight. The leaders have pitted as well, so I'll be intrigued. In fact, across the line now is going the 110 car in a comfortable race lead, so that gap that was never more than half a second throughout the opening half an hour has now got to be touching 10 seconds or so. Through goes Team Pacific, 9.4 seconds lost in the pit lane for Pacific, and Morpheus now have a healthy lead.
Yeah, it was a good guess from you there, mate. Almost 10 seconds, almost bang on. Impressive stuff there. You clearly watch a lot of racing in your time, so I would expect that.
Even a broken clock, Johnny, fights twice a day.
That's very true. That's very true. But yeah, what a pit stop from the Hearts then. Is that a change of driver as well in that car? Yes, it is. So Chris out now in the car. I don't think he'll hate me for saying that. Not quite as quick as Charlie, but still a very fast peddler. Yeah. So we'll see. Now we obviously saw how the first 2 drivers compared across those 2 cars. Now we'll get to compare the fresh 2 drivers inside the cars, and we'll watch how that gap changes. Like you say, out of the pits on the first proper lap with everyone sorted, about 9.5 seconds. Let's keep an eye on that through that second part of the stint. But gap back to Sheridi's about the same as it was before, about 14, 15 seconds, and still having that fastest lap.
Indeed so. Right then, let's head downstairs, shall we? Jamie Peters-Ennis is about to catch up with somebody in the pit lane and perhaps give us a weather report, because Jamie, it looks to me like we've got a few spots of rain on our commentary box window.
Thanks, Andy. Down with Farkini. You've only been in it for half an hour, but you look like you've done a double stint. That was hard work, and you've done something to the gear shift paddle, haven't you?
Yeah, what an amazing start. It was like Moses, and everyone parted out of the way, and we came all the way through. And then I think we were running, were we P3 or P4? And then the downshift paddle fell off and went down into the footwell. So we crawled half a lap in 5th. And then we're now using the actuator right on the steering wheel hub. So I had to try and come through again. It was great fun out there. It's beautiful out there.
Yeah, because you haven't got the stick override in the car, have you?
I know, now they put the new system in, but obviously something needs looking at. But we can manage with it now. But we've had gearbox problems every race this year, so we may as well continue.
Typical Anglesey weather, it's really windy out there. How much is the balance being affected on the car, especially with the Hancocks?
No, it's okay, and actually the tyres really suit it here. They're a bit looser, so it's great fun. I think the tyre's better here, really good. But it's interesting going over that side. It looks fine here right now, but there was heavy rain about 5 miles in. As you go round there's heavy rain, so hopefully it's going to keep coming from over there.
As it starts to rain now?
Yes, there we go.
All right, bring it on.
Bring it on.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, I'll hand back up to the box as the rain starts to fall.
And a rather mischievous looking Tim Wheeldon appears from the right of shot, so Tim getting a little cameo in there. But yes, I thought I saw a few spots of rain on the commentary box window, and Farkini confirming that is the case. So perhaps, unfortunately, pains me to say it, John, I think you may have been right as far as the weather conditions are concerned. They're not going to be quite as stable as I might have hoped.
Sadly, pessimism wins again in the comms box. But yeah, a bit of sprinkling out there. Nothing we can see on the cameras just yet. Nothing we can really see on the windscreens just yet. And often the case as well, you need to really choose your point with the windscreen wipers in terms of when you turn them on, because of course you've already done, what is it now, nearly 50 minutes in the car, or not yourself, your previous driver, whatever. You will have been driving through and killing quite a few bugs. Those bugs will be on the windscreen. If you turn those windscreen wipers on too early, all you'll do is smudge the bugs all over the windscreen, and then you can't see anything until it properly starts raining. So you really need to wait that one out until you cannot see anything unless you turn the windscreen wipers on. That's when you want to then give them a go. And also, the windscreen wipers were the main issue for us over the 2 years of racing.
Oh, really?
They were always the thing that seemed to fail, and it was always the one in front of the driver as well. So we'd be hanging over to the left, trying to see through the other part of the windscreen that actually was getting wiped. So hopefully none of the drivers out there have that experience today.
Speaking of hanging to the left, Chris Wetherall there went to the left-hand side of the road to get past Burt on the way into the Rocket Complex, and just ahead of them, Olympian GRD. So remember, they've plugged Riley Phillips into that car. It's earlier in the race than we're accustomed to seeing Riley, but he is charging through the order then. He's into 7th now, ahead of PLR Racing. He is, well, we'll get a gauge on how far behind the leader he is in a moment, but the leader is heading up the back straight already, as only now out of the final corner comes Olympian GRD. So that gap is over 30 seconds, certainly. They are 7th position, 36 seconds off the race lead, but they've got Riley and Simon in that car to the flag. So what do you reckon? Can they get there without the assistance of a safety car?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, there we go. Right,
Yeah,
everyone, you can tune off now. We know what's going to happen. Olympian are going to win again.
Let's wait and see. There's been some unbelievable pace from some cars that maybe I wouldn't quite have expected it out there. And I don't want to be, I mean, what the kids call it, glazing the UBO Hopkins drivers, but 5th place after all of that. Their gear shift has fallen off. They've had to come into the pits for an unscheduled stop, drop all the way to the back. They've come back out after the first round of pit stops in P5, right on the back of Vape Club. Unbelievable stuff. Like you mentioned though, Riley Phillips already putting the moves on wide. There goes the 210. It might be a double overtake as PLR tries to get involved as well. There's Greenheath under pressure from Burt as Burt slipped on by. Of course, that won't be for position as Greenheath is still a lap down. PLR tried to hang it around the outside there, but weren't able to do so.
Ooh, almost. Neil Plymmer went to the inside into Peel, and the 210 is sideways in front of him, so Plymmer almost had an opportunity. That is the direction, remember, from which the rain is coming, according to our resident weather forecaster, Farkini Diot. And apparently, the 210 car being reported to have been sideways a few times on this lap. So handling now starting to come into it as the track conditions change, maybe. And the trouble is, John, they're inconsistent. It's not wet everywhere. It's not the same amount of wet everywhere. The first part of the lap is bone dry. So when you do come through a corner and suddenly it's a bit slippery, you've no time to react.
No, exactly. Yeah, producer Luke was reading my mind there. I was going to say exactly that. They've been very squirmy. That's Julian Thomas now behind the wheel of the Race Logic car. And yeah, he's been slipping and sliding everywhere. Big move there down the inside from Greenheath, but they slide very wide. But are going to go back up the inside here into the fast right-hander, and the 557 Signature RV will follow them through as well. Yeah, like you mentioned, not the longest track here at Anglesey, but it's over quite a long distance in terms of the farthest points of the circuit. So often you'll see it'll start to get wet down through the first sector, but up at the top it's still bone dry up there. That's often what you see, or the polar opposite of that. So often it can be you head into one sector and it's full wet lines and you're having to play, and then you go up the top and it's completely dry, just as normal. So yeah, it could be a difficult one to get your head around, particularly a lot of the drivers out for the first time in this race, so this is what they're jumping straight into.
Indeed so. Now, we're a few laps away from this, but I do think we're going to have a battle for the race lead again before too much longer. Morpheus Motorsport still lead, Chris Hart now in the 110 car, but they're being reeled in, and they're being reeled in by nearly 2 seconds a lap. Not by the Team Pacific car, but by Sherrodice UK. Teddy Wilson in that Sherrodice car is doing exactly what he did at Alton Park. He is now the lap record holder, a 1:18.8. So that's the best part of 3/4 of a second now underneath that existing lap record that already belonged to Sherrodice from all those years ago. So Teddy Wilson is charging after the leader and is, I think I'm right in saying, quite comfortably the fastest man on track, quicker even than Riley Phillips, who, yes, is in a bit of traffic, but is lapping a full half a second or so slower than that. 2:14 are in, but actually I think that's 2:14 being pushed back out of the pit garage. They're going to refuel the car and then send it on its way. That car has been in for a little while now, 14 laps down. They are in last place, and they will send the car back underway for what is now a glorified test session, with their chances of a good result very much falling by the wayside. But then on the outside of the 248 car, that was, wasn't it? Team Disruptive. with Christian Rose at the wheel. Good to have Christian back out there now. Chris, who is the son of Paul Rose, the man behind the FUT Cup Endurance Championship. But Christian is these days sort of the man in charge, but nice to see him dipping his toe back in with a bit of racing. Chris is as quick as anyone, isn't he, when he jumps into a FUT Cup car? Good to have him back in the race.
Christian is an absolute late call-up merchant. Christian, he brings his suit and helmet along just in case someone gets a bad back or feels a bit ill. He's there like, oh, I can jump in the car if you want to. That's absolutely fine. But he's done plenty of years of racing in these cars, hasn't he? Always quick. Again, another driver when he was on circuit with me, he'd just drive away. But see you later, Chris. Thanks for having a little chat. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, no, really impressive. He's out there, back out and racing again. It has been a little bit of time. I think he said last year he jumped in at Brands for one stint. Yes. That's the last time we've seen him out there, and then it was a year or two before that we saw him properly out and getting amongst it, taking a bit more of a back seat in terms of for the championship, getting everything sorted behind the scenes. But like you say, great to see him out there in anger around what is such a brilliant circuit. Let's see what he can do in that car.
I spoke to Chris this morning, and he seemed more relaxed today than he does when he's not in the car. He's back in his happy place now, isn't he? He doesn't have to worry about racing drivers whinging at him or dealing with the organisational side of it. He's presumably handed that role back over to his dad for the weekend, and is very much back in racing driver mode and enjoying it as well.
I still saw him working very hard in the awning on his laptop while in this race
suit,
so I think he's trying to do both for today, but can't really remain an unopinionated party, really, when you're out there racing. It's wide there for the 249.
Yeah, and out of the window we saw the 249 car. They've had a troubled race so far, haven't they? They're down in 22nd place after that throttle cable issue earlier on. And a grassy excursion there out of the final corner, losing them some more ground. Right, lead gap 2.5 seconds. So by the end of the next lap, I think we need to turn our attention to the race leaders, because they are going to be almost together before too much longer. It's Morpheus leading, Sheridai's second, Team Pacific still third, but they're being caught by Vape Club, the 246 car. Yes, of course, it's Ted Bradbury at the wheel. He's charging up towards the podium places, and Juve Hoffman's Motorsport completing the top 5. Olympian, Race Logic, PLR, Axiometrics, and Team Disruptive completing the top 10. But this second stint, we're starting to see some new teams near the front.
Has that been done on pace alone there for Sheridai's and Team Pacific, or has there been a bit of a scuffle between the two of them? Because when Team Pacific and Morpheus came out of the pits, it was about 9.5 seconds, wasn't it, between the two of them? And Sheridai's was then a further 5 or 6 seconds back. And suddenly it's changed around, and suddenly they're within half a second of Morpheus.
Well, remember, Teddy Wilson was the fastest driver on track at Alton, so I'm not at all surprised at his pace. In fact, he is now only half a second off the race lead as they've just gone through. So it is now nose to tail. There they are on screen. Yeah, I think this is pure pace. I think he's just a lot quicker than the other drivers around him. He's in the slipstream now, Chris Hart, and I suspect is shaping up for a move for the race lead as they head out of Church Corner. We tick towards the end of hour 1, and it is absolutely nose to tail for the lead of the race. Here comes Teddy Wilson, a better exit from Church, uses the slipstream, and Chris Hart has experienced enough to know when he is beaten, and I don't think he made that too difficult for the charging Teddy Wilson. What Chris wants to do now, of course, is stay with Teddy Wilson and try and sort of borrow a little bit of his lap time.
Exactly, yeah, that'll be the goal. Stay in the slipstream, try and stick with him, because he's certainly not doing slow lap times, continuing to pull a gap over third place, 257 of Team Pacific. So lapping really well is Chris, but yeah, has to realise that maybe that Sheridai's UK car just has a little bit more pace in this second stint, at least anyway. Try and work together, try to continue building that gap now back to third place. And of course, don't forget as well, all the drivers out there will have pit car radios in as well. So Chris will likely have been told there, look, Sheridai's are catching by a ridiculous amount per lap. Just let them go. Don't bother battling with them. Just let them go. Let them make an easy overtake. Don't lose any time for ourselves. And then just try and stick on the back of him. But already, it's been, what, half a lap, 3/4 of a lap already. Chris falling off of the back of the 251 as now they're looking to put a lap on another car as they head down into the fastest section of the circuit. Around that quick right-hander. Through Church they go. And off up towards Rocket yet again. What a showing so far in this stint from the 251, of course, of Teddy Wilson. We'll see him back in for stint 4 and 6. Kind of similarly to what we mentioned earlier about Mr. Riley Phillips. Often you do see teams putting out their fastest drivers in those last stints, because if there is that late safety car, brings them all back together again. You want your most experienced soldier out there fighting the cause, and that's exactly what they're doing. But this second stint, actually looking like quite the opportunity for Sheridai to pull a big enough gap here, where even if something got to go wrong with the strategy or whatnot, it shouldn't impact them too much.
Well, and I made this point at Alton Park that we know Teddy Wilson is quick, but Peter Belshaw, I think, has taken a big step forward as well. He's always been a contender in these Fun Cup races, and regularly so about 5 or 6 years ago, but I think at the time maybe we were guilty of putting that often down to the fact that he was partnered with either Phil Keane or Marcus Klutman, and maybe did Peter Belshaw a little bit of a disservice. He is absolutely capable now of matching a lot of the other drivers out on circuit, and he is more than capable of partnering with Teddy Wilson, I think, to a race win. So do not count them out. They've got the lead. We know there are other quick drivers further back, but I do think they are going to be a contender. They came within 1.7 seconds of winning at Alton Park last time out, and now they hit the front with still just over 2 hours of the race to go. That, by the way, our 10th lead change of the race. 10 lead changes in the opening hour. The Anglesey record, John, as I'm sure you knew, was 15 from the second race here a year ago. At the time, I remember thinking that was very impressive, but we are well on our way towards beating that record today.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Hopefully, if there's a safety car, we'll be looking to break that record. If there isn't, I think Sheridai's have a good shot here to continue to lead this one all the way through. But we'll wait and see. Crazier things have happened in Fun Cup. Yeah, like you mentioned there, second race last year, that was a bit of a spicy one. So we'll see if that continues. Whether anyone decides to overtake on the grass because of Mr. Riley Phillips, we'll see how that one plays out. But great to see. We've had quite a few issues for quite a few cars so far in this race, but great to see all of them back out on circuit, all of them continuing to circulate around this beautiful track, getting that experience in ready for this evening action. Of course, to remind you, if you are enjoying watching the Fun Cup, make sure you stick around and watch the live stream all the way through to the end of the day. We'll have another 3-hour race still to come.
And that one goes into the darkness as well, doesn't it? We're finishing it just before 10 p.m. at night. It's always a highlight of the season, that one for me. And as you quite rightly said, that race last year was one of the true greats. And who knows what the 2025 edition will have in store for us. This one could well turn into that. It's got all the ingredients, hasn't it? We've got plenty of competitive drivers and teams still in contention. And we are nearly at the end of the opening hour, which means pit stops around the corner once again. We're a minute and a half or so away from the next pit window opening, and Sheridai's UK with a 3.6 second lead now over Morpheus. And Team Pacific, I think, here are about to lose third place because Ted Bradbury, another one of those really competitive cars that I think we'll be talking about at the end of the day, in fact, has already gone through. I can see out of the window Bradbury, there he is on screen, into third place.
Another driver that we'll see out in that final stint. So, yeah, if you want the battle of the big guns, you've got to wait for that final stint. That's going to be very exciting. Look at this, though. We talked about competitiveness. I'm watching out the window up towards this corner that you're watching on your screen now. Yuvia Hoffmans and Olympian battling for 5th place as well. They've come to blows a few times in the past, so we'll hope that they stay clear of each other this time around. But like you mentioned, a 3-hour race. Plenty of pit stops, and they're all coming thick and fast, aren't they? Already nearly into pit stop round number 2, and as quickly you're in the car, you're straight back out of it again.
Exactly, yeah, and I do feel for drivers sometimes when we do have a safety car in these 3-hour races, because it can eat into that driver time quite significantly. Hasn't happened yet, touch wood, but yeah, they are short, sharp stints, especially if you choose to wait those 10 minutes to pit, and then you come in early in the next window. Actually, you can end up with only 20 or 25 minutes in the car, but the drivers won't mind. They'll do whatever is required of them for the strategy, and I can see a few drivers. Simon Rudd is one of them, who is waiting down in the pit lane, and he's itching, I'm sure, to jump into that Olympian car and have a go at defending that 5th position from Yuvia Hoffmans Motorsport. The clash that those two cars had at Alton Park at the end of last year will live long in the memory. I spoke to Farkini this morning, who was in the car at the time of that clash at Alton Park at the end of last year. I made a comment apparently about him at Alton a few weeks ago where I referred to his elbows as being rather pointy, and he started to take issue with that until I did then present him with Exhibit A, which was that final lap at Alton Park last year. But it's one of the things we love about certainly some of the really experienced drivers in this championship. They know how far they can push it, and they've got that mutual respect with some of the other really experienced teams, and the entertaining racing they put on is second to none.
It really is, honestly. Yeah, that battle at the end of the season last year was rather interesting, is probably the way to put it on commentary. It was very exciting. I mean, we were in the race and we were still more excited watching them battle it out. It was unbelievable. But it looks as though this race that we're watching at the moment Olympian have managed to get through now. Riley Phillips has got past the UVO car, so up into the top 5. We were saying earlier when Chris was in, they were sort of down the bottom end of the team positions, already up into the top 5 as they're trying to make it 3 wide here up into Rocket. Watch out as you turn across the nose of the 200 there. But they all give each other enough racing room. They all make it through. A bit slow, though, for the 97 off of Rocket. Whether that was just a slow pick up on the throttle or whether they've got an issue, we'll keep an eye. It looks as though it was just being slow on the throttle and keeping out of trouble, I think, a bit there for the 97.
That was Johnny Boland there, who was in the number 200 car and making a big lunge up the inside. Right, pit stops will be incoming shortly. But before we start to see them happening in earnest, let's take a look back, shall we, at some of the highlights of a frenetic opening hour. Well, the race started with PLR Racing on pole position, and Tim Wheeldon managed to hold them off for all of about 2 laps, I think, at the start of the race before the chasing pack came a-knocking. It was a very feisty run through the first few corners. Team Disruptive, living up to their name, were in the battle for second place, but it was Charlie Hart who was moving through in the number 110 car, charging round the outside of everyone through Church Corner and taking that car from 9th on the grid to the race lead before too long. It was really the story of the 110 car and the 2517 Pacific car of Matt Hyde in the opening stint. Those were the two who established themselves out in front and left the rest of them to do battle behind them, and do battle they very much did. This was the situation then once things settled down. Charlie just ahead of Matt. They traded the lead a handful of times, but even with those positional changes, they continued to pull ever further out in front, whilst further back Tim Wheeldon didn't make life easy for Peter Belshaw, who was trying to move through in the Sherrodice car. Into the first round of pit stops, it was the UVA Hoffman's Motorsport car that came in actually out of sync because of a broken downshift paddle, which they are still having to deal with. That's not fixable within the course of the race, so they're going to have to deal with that for the rest of the 3 hours, as they're one of the examples of the multiple lead changes we had between Charlie Hart and Matt Hyde, with Charlie once again demonstrating his late braking prowess. Demon Tweaks were in trouble. A suspected snapped throttle cable for the 249 Demon Tweaks machine put them in the pit lane for an extended period. They weren't the only ones. See Data have dropped 16 laps down after mechanical issues as well, and a couple of others have had to make unscheduled visits to the pit lane and have therefore dropped out of contention. One of those cars was the Fast Track machine, which dropped a lap down early on with an unscheduled visit to the pit lane, but was then mixing it with the lead lap cars and showing lap times every bit as quick as the race leaders. Wherever you were in the field, though, there was a battle to be had. 97 were busy scrapping away with the second of the Demon Tweaks cars, which at the time was in the hands of Mark Burton. Fast Track eventually were able to unlap themselves from Race Logic. David Denyer, though, did not want to let that car through, did eventually let it by, and just in the nick of time, because Burt were charging through the order behind and would eventually start to put some pressure on Race Logic for a position inside the top 5. Another late lunge from Charlie Hart for the race lead into Rocket. He had a few of these moves which were bordering on the edge of how late he could brake, but always he seemed to be able to get the car stopped. And every time Matt Hyde established himself out in front, Charlie was there waiting in the wings to knock him back down into second place. Olympian GRD, of course, they started from the back of the grid after their second victory of the season last time at Alton Park, and Chris Devell put in a solid opening stint, with Riley Phillips jumping in for stint number 2. Chris Devell's racing for the afternoon, at least, is done now, as he sits out the rest of the race with a bad back that he had coming into the weekend, we believe. So Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips will take over the rest of the racing. After the first round of pit stops, though, all eyes were on Teddy Wilson, the Sherrodice car. He caught and in the end fairly easily passed Chris Hart for the race lead. And that was the situation at the front of the field as we headed into the second round of pit stops, which are now in full flow, I can tell you, with the leaders for now not yet diving into the pit lane, but some of the midfield cars doing so. This was the midfield battle just a few minutes ago as Johnny Molan got stuck in, the sports car racing legend, picking up a few places outside of the top 10. So that just about sums up the opening hour of the race then, and we do now move into the second round of pit stops. Sherrodice UK, though, Teddy Wilson, at the start of the stint, was over 10 seconds off the race lead. He is going to hand that car over, probably getting on for 15 seconds ahead of anybody else. This has been one of the best stints I've seen in a Fun Cup car for a long time.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Unbelievable. An 18.6, now the fastest lap of the race. what insane pace from the 251. I've been trying to keep an eye on the pit lane as you've been going through those long highlights. So we've only had an hour of racing. There's plenty of highlights to be telling you all about from wherever you're watching. But a lot more cars taking on some fuel in this stop. Olympian, not one of them though. Still didn't take a turn. So obviously we didn't quite see on the first stop whether they took one then or not, but definitely didn't take one in stop number 2. You can see there the fast track number 99 popping a churn in. A bit more fuel to keep that engine running, and then they'll head on back out. So we saw them, like you mentioned in the highlights, battling really well, but sadly a lap down from those earlier issues. But yeah, gap now 13.5 seconds. It just jumped up from about 12 and a bit for the Sherrod car. So like you mentioned, a few more minutes still left of this second pit window of the race. All still to be worked out. Sherrod in I mean, there's not much better position to be in, is there really, for the number 251? They've been unbelievably impressive. I never got to race against them. They didn't race the last 2 years, the Sherrod team, the 251. Anyway, definitely, there were quite a few drivers amongst a lot of the teams as well, where I'll see a team and go, oh, I don't recognise them, new team, and go, oh, no, I recognise all the names. You've just changed name, or one of you's jumped across from another team, and it's always that in Fun Cup of drivers getting to know each other well, and then sometimes drivers thinking, hey, you're really good. Do you want to come drive with me for next year? Come and help me out, please, mate. And it's great to see as well. One of those that I will call on is the Vape Club, Mr. Vlad Vasiliev. Always lovely to chat with Vlad. Sadly, I haven't spotted him around the paddock so far today. Vlad and I locked horns for pretty much the entirety of my first season. We were right there close on pace, battling so well, but he has come on leaps and bounds, has Vlad. Really impressive. It was great to watch his onboard on Facebook of him battling at the sharp end at Alton Park, and of course getting in Ted Bradbury alongside you is never a negative, is it? So that team doing really, really well this year. But look at this then, second place of 110, Morpheus into the pit, but Sherrod continue on long then, with a couple more minutes left to go in this second window.
So the question is now, well, mind you, that's Charlie Hart not with his helmet on, so does that mean Chris is double stinting? Yes, he is, so that's interesting. And then Charlie will double stints 4 and 5, so Chris is going to take the car to the flag. That's an interesting call, but they're going to give Chris an hour in the car, Charlie another hour, and we'll see where they are at the end of this stint, which means that when Sherrod come in and they plug Peter Belshaw back in, I would expect he and Chris pretty evenly matched, really, so I don't necessarily see that lead gap coming down significantly over the next part of the race. Sherrod's most recent win in the championship, by the way, was right here in 2018, the race where they set that lap record. So could we be seeing history repeat itself here? They've reclaimed that lap record, of course, a few laps ago, courtesy of Teddy Wilson, and they are looking pretty well established now at the front of the field. Amazing, though, to believe it's been 7 years since the Sherrod's UK car won a race in Fun Cup. They won over the years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, and 3 of those 10 wins came right here in Anglesey. It always was a happy hunting ground for them.
Yeah, clearly big fans of this track, and like you say, already beaten that lap record. So we'll see how that continues on. You know, a little bit surprised, like you mentioned there, about the Morpheus strategy, because I've been hammering on about the fact of you always put your fastest driver in for that final stint to make up that time. I mean, don't get me wrong, Chris not far off of the pace of Charlie. Yeah. I don't want to be completely rude to Chris. I mean, he's in the car, so he can't hear me anyway. But still, a surprising one for sure there for that team. But we'll see. Maybe it'll work out, and I'll be eating my words.
Well, I mean, we're saying now they might lose time, but of course then Charlie's in the car for a full hour, and so he can do a lot of damage in an hour, and may well be able to get back into contention. So do not count them out yet, that's for sure. We are an hour and 10 minutes in, and we are coming towards the conclusion of round number 2 of pit stop. Sherrod UK yet to stop, so too is Ted Bradbury in the Vape Club car, which I just spotted on the grass coming out of Church Corner a moment or two ago as Ted Bradbury pushes on. Ted, though, 31 seconds off the lead, and that is the sort of gap that you expect probably won't evaporate without some outside assistance.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, if he wants to try and evaporate that gap, he needs to stay off that green stuff. There's not quite as much grip out there. I will say from experience that one.
Oh, really?
But impressive stuff from Chris and Charlie Hart as well, doing those double stints. I mean, we saw Farkini out of the car after 1 stint. I mean, given he is having to downshift quite a bit more, it's a bit more difficult for him to downshift. So using a bit more energy there as well. But he was properly sweating after 1 stint in the car. Double stints in one of these Fun Cup cars. They're great fun to drive, but they do take it out of you. So do 2 full stints. Okay, it's not quite long as a stint as when we were seeing 4-hour races, but it's still a serious amount of time to be out in the car with no stopping, full focus, full pace. Impressive stuff to the two hearts.
Speaking of Uvio, by the way, they're in now, so Farkini getting back into the car. Fabulous gets out, and a pretty strong effort that was from Fabulous Randaccio in that most recent stint. Again, no fuel going into that car, so that seems to be the order of the day. I think most of them waiting until the fuel is pretty empty, and possibly at the third round of stops, halfway through the race, that's when we'll see them putting that second full churn of fuel in. They rejoin the circuit just behind Olympian GRD, interestingly, right behind them in fact, so that battle will resume. PLR Racing rejoining just behind them, and Burt refueling, so that's a little bit out of sync with everyone else's strategy, and that Sheridar's behind doing the same, is it not? So Sheridar's UK, interesting strategy call there to take some fuel. They're going to take the hit on this round of pit stops. Will that get them to the end, do you think? An hour and 3/4 on a tank of fuel? They'll need more, won't they?
Depends if they filled in the first one, I think.
True.
I think it depends if they filled in the first one, but again, having so many forced stops in this race really does open up the strategy in a 3 hour, so lots of teams can go different ways with it, and we'll see which one works at the end. Vape Club now into the pits then, so Ted Bradbury in to make a stop. Will they be changing drivers? Yeah, I think Vlad is ready to jump in the car.
And they're refueling as well, aren't they? Look, so fuel going into two of our potential front-running cars. They were about 30 seconds apart, though. So on the right of shot, you're about to see Sheridar's UK popping out of the pit lane. There they are. And that is now back in the hands of Peter Belshaw. Where have they rejoined in comparison to others? Well, the 110 comes across the line now, so they're still well ahead of the 110 car, which, remember, still has Chris Hart at the wheel. Olympian and Uvio only now going across the line too, so it looks to me like it will be a similar running order after that second round of pit stops as it was going into them, with Sheridar's leading. Second will be the 110 car, and then Olympian, Uvio and the rest of them battling over third.
Yeah, we've not seen too many issues in terms of pit stops so far. No drivers diving out the car into the live pit lane or having issues getting the fuel in and whatnot. All seems to be going all right at the moment. I was just looking at the timing screens, a bit confused, because it says that the Vape Club's best lap is a 19.2, but their last lap was an 18.7. So I don't understand how that makes any sense. I don't know if that's because they came in the pits and they've crossed the line earlier, so then that doesn't count. And we're going to assume it's that in the commentary box, but still on some really good pace was Charlie, but sorry, not Charlie, was Ted in the Vape Club car, but still 8/10 off of that fastest lap of Sheridar's. That is unreal, and we know Ted is no slouch.
No, certainly not. And yeah, I think when you pit here at Anglesey, you sort of effectively cut the final corner. So if you really nail it, then, and it was Ted Bradbury, remember, who brought the car in.
Slow for the 110.
Oh yeah, 110 are slow, and they've got damage, have they, on the left front corner. This is coming into the pit lane entry, well spotted, out of the window, and they are limping into the pit lane. Chris Hart, this is disaster for the car that did much of the leading in the opening half an hour of the race, and the car is barely under any power at all as it comes in. There it is, look, it's holding up the fast track car. Now, I said there was damage on the left front. I actually don't think there is. I think this is more mechanical. Could it be another throttle cable? This circuit is notorious for things like throttle cables and drive shafts, isn't it? Because those curbs do a lot of damage to that element of the car. They've only just been in the pit lane, remember, so if they needed fuel, they surely would have put some in. It can't be that. It must be something more serious.
Yeah, it definitely is. Very similar to what we saw from the Demon Tweaks car earlier, isn't it?
Yeah.
But gutting for the Hearts. They were battling so well right at the sharp end of the order. Chris was doing a great job out there, keeping it consistent, keeping on some good pace. But clearly the car deciding it doesn't want a good result from this race number 1 here at Anglesey, and it comes to a halt. You see Charlie there watching on. Definitely not in delight for Charlie there. Not what you want to see, your car coming in and both areas of the car being looked at. So some serious issues for the 110.
The mechanic closest to us, I mean, I am not a mechanic, I must stress this. I don't know how these cars work, but he's working on the same bit of the engine bay as the Demon Tweaks team were earlier on, and so it may well be. It had all the symptoms, didn't it, of another drivetrain issue, shall we say. So, yeah, that may well be what it is, but the team also looking at something at the front of the car suggests maybe it's something else. We'll let the team do their thing. Jamie, I'm sure, will be on the case. Charlie, look, watching on with in absolute disbelief, really. This race was going so well for them and has just completely unravelled, and they now drop out of contention. And yes, Jamie confirms it's a snapped throttle cable again, the second of the day. We see this time and again here at Anglesey because of the curb usage. You can see them there trying to rectify that. It is as they ride over the curbs, they land off the curbs in a traction zone, put so much torque through the drivetrain of these cars, and these tyres, because they're so grippy, that only adds to the pressure going through the drivetrain, and unfortunately it's catching a few teams out, and early on as well. We're not even halfway through.
No, that is really gutting for them, but like you say, an issue we see quite a lot in the Fun Cup, but particularly here today, this morning, it's been very difficult for the drivers out there, but hopefully it doesn't take too long to get that one fixed. But like we mentioned with the earlier issues, you drop a lap down in Fun Cup, that's kind of race over really for the 110, so they'll be enjoying heading on round. They could still get a decent few points back if they could battle with a few drivers, if they get back on the circuit in only a few moments, but it does seem as though it's going to take them a little bit of time to get back out onto the black stuff, and sadly, race pretty much over then for the Two Hearts.
There is the Demon Tweets car. Now, the point I was about to make is they are 9 laps down. I think they lost about 7 or 8 laps with their repairs earlier on, so we'll see whether or not the 110 car can get out there a bit more quickly than that. But even so, you're absolutely right. They've lost 1 or 2 laps. That's more than enough now to take them out of contention, you would imagine. And that is a real shame. So, stint number 3 off to a dramatic start. Sheridai's UK lead the way. Peter Belshaw, of course, is now 17.6 seconds out in front after the demise of the 110 car. And look who's appeared, as if by magic, in second position. It's Olympian GRD, and that, remember, is Simon Rudd in his first stint of the day. And on the previous lap was 1.3 seconds quicker than the race leader, so that gap might start to come down now, but I think will come down over the course of the next stint. Third place, UV Hoffman's Motorsport. Fourth for Vapor with EDF Motorsports and Race Logic are in fifth. Right, news from the pit lane. Jamie, what have you got for us?
Charlie, your dad's brought the car in, as we heard, with a snapped throttle cable, but your first stint working with Matt, that was the aim, wasn't it, to get that gap built?
Yeah, just aiming on having a good start from 9th, quite a good draw. Got to the lead quickly, and then, yeah, Matt was on my tail for the whole stint. We swapped a few times, worked together, building the gap to 3rd, and obviously, unfortunately, the throttle cable snapped, but, yeah, we were in a really good position.
Yeah, and I suppose the saving grace is, you know, the pace is there, so your dad will go out there, get the laps in, you'll jump in again, and now be racking up the points and then working on for race 2.
Yeah, that's the aim now. Damage limitation, obviously. We are where we are. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer, but it's all right.
All right, hard luck, mate. Thanks a lot. That's Charlie Hart. Let's pop down to Sheridai's and have a quick word with Teddy Wilson, who, as we heard on commentary, if Teddy's around anywhere, fortunately he's wandered off. So sadly, we would have been having Teddy Wilson lined up, but what we'll do is I'll hand back to Andy John and I'll go and find him, and then we'll get back in for an interview.
Right, we'll let Jamie go on a Teddy hunt then. It would be nice to hear from Teddy Wilson, because he has been the star of the show, I think it's fair to say, really, over that previous stint of the race. One of the most impressive stints I've seen for a long time, probably since his final stint of the race at Alton Park last time out, where he put in a similar sort of performance. This time, though, he did make it to the lead, and now, for other people's misfortune, they end up with a 17-second advantage over Olympian GRD in second position. A couple of other noteworthy cars a bit further back. Remember, Uvio, they had that extra pit stop. They're in 3rd place now out of nowhere, and lapping comparatively to the cars around them, so they're pretty secure in 3rd for the time being, I'd say. PLR Racing still inside the top half dozen or so, and Burt still hanging on to the top 10, which is nice to see in 10th position. Tick towards the halfway mark then. It's been an eventful first half of the race so far, hasn't it?
It has been rather eventful. I mean, I was expecting nothing less jumping into the commentary box here for Fun Cup with yourself. We've got a couple of people braving the elements out there on the southern circuit, which is great to see. The crowds are thoroughly enjoying it down here on the Isle of Anglesey. And I mean, we mentioned it was, what, 20 or so minutes ago now? A little bit of rain starting to fall. I still haven't seen any on the Commons Box windows or anything, so maybe it's just missed us.
Hopefully it looks brighter if you look out over the Irish Sea. Usually, if you can see the Welsh mountains in the distance, you're okay for at least the next 20 minutes or so. So we can relax on that front for the time being, and we continue to bask in the glorious views of the Anglesey circuit. Now, I was just chuckling at a marshal on the pit wall who's holding out a stop-go penalty board and was pointing furiously at a group of cars that went through, but about 4 of them went past at the same time, so I'm not actually sure who was being told off and being told they have to go into the pit lane, but somebody is being handed a drive-through penalty. The crowd marches on.
It is the 200.
Red River Sport. Thank you. Oh, If only I looked at the timing screen. Yes, pit lane speeding for the 200 car. I saw Scrappy down on the pit wall with his speed gun, monitoring that as they were coming in and out of the pit lane. And Red River Sport have been caught. So the board still being held out. But it is that 200 car, we believe, which has a penalty to come. So, right then, what happens next? Where's the next drama going to come from? Well, perhaps from the midfield battles, because that's where things are quite close. There's a particularly good battle going on for 10th place at the moment. Burt have got Axiometrics, Red River Sport, who we know are destined for the pit lane, are right in behind. There is the Axiometrics car, look, right ahead of the Red River Sport, and the car ahead is Burt in 10th position. So this is a tasty little scrap. A shame in a way, we're going to lose the Red River Sport car from it.
Yeah, we are indeed. Yeah, sadly, we'll go from a three-way squabble to a two-way, and they have seen it immediately, to be fair to Red River Sport. They come straight into the pit lane, and it is an easy rule to get on the wrong side of, to be fair. Of course, you've got the pit limiter on the steering wheel, but if you don't jump on it quick enough when you're heading out of the pit box, or you come off of it a little bit too early before you get to that line at the end of the pit lane, they can easily get you, and the 200 has fallen foul of that one. Luckily, just a quick stop-go, so coming to a halt, carry on straight again, so it probably will have been 15 or so seconds lost for them, so not the end of the world for the 200, but still quite a bit more time to make up now.
Yes, indeed, so it will drop them probably only the one place, though, I think, to Team FFS in the 220. I think they've only been overtaken by one car, so not actually that damaging for their race result, but there is another good battle going on. Green Heath heading through, the number 14 car, and they were challenging Signature RV at the start of the lap. They still are challenging Signature RV as they drop down through the corkscrew at the end of the lap. And this, for them, is the conclusion of lap number 59. Across the line, they will head. 58 in fact, sorry, because they're a lap down from the race leader, who is the top end of the circuit, I think, somewhere towards Peel. So we've still got the best part of 10 cars, I think, on the lead lap, maybe 11 or 12, actually. Given the short nature of the circuit and the fact we haven't had a safety car yet, that's quite impressive.
It is, though. Still got quite a few drivers in and amongst it, still wanting to steal that win away. It's easier said than done, though, when Sherrodis are out there at the sharp end. I'm impressed by the Green Heath guys. Of course, Gary Bate and Paul Turner out in the number 14, going for the move here up into Rocket on the outside. It'll then turn to the inside when they get up into the braking zone, and the 14 will move forward and will take the place away from Signature RV for 17th, or are they getting a lap back? No, they are on the same lap, my apologies. So did something happen to Signature RV that I've missed? Because, of course, we saw Green Heath in the pits right at the start of the race with that issue. But the 557, I don't believe we've seen them have any issues, so they've just been dropping back ever so slightly.
Just didn't have the pace, I think, in that second stint of the race, and it's not the most experienced driving lineup. Obviously, Marcus Clutton, who should be in the car now, according to our sheet, although, to be honest, it's not going at a very Marcus Clutton pace, is it? So I wonder whether they maybe switch things around, or perhaps they are battling a mechanical issue. In fact, they're in the pit lane. Maybe they're battling a mechanical issue of some sort, is the point I was about to make, and into the garage it goes. So that at least answers that question. It may well have been Marcus Clutton in the car, but he was walking a little bit wounded, clearly.
Was it straight into the garage, was it?
Yeah.
It's never a good sign. Never a good sign, that for 557. So I didn't want to speak ill to the Signature RV squad. We know they're super quick, battling up the sharp end usually, so I'd assume must be some sort of issue, but you called it perfectly though.
So Marcus Clutton, who knows a thing or two about Fun Cup cars, he obviously knew that that was serious, and there were no team members on the pit apron at all. He just swung it straight in, and he will be reporting back to them what the issue is. Right then, Olympian GRD come across the line. How's this so far? We'll get to that in a moment, because Green Heath have just absolutely sent it up the inside of the 2418 Disruptive car. Now, they are not on the same lap. Team Disruptive are in 7th place, having a pretty good run up to this point. And chasing down PLR Racing. They are 11 seconds, 11 seconds behind PLR, 5 or so ahead of Team Pacific, so they're a little bit in no man's land for the time being. Point I started to make, though, that lead gap is creeping down, but actually Simon Rudd isn't taking huge chunks out of Peter Belshaw. The gap was, 17 seconds or so, down to 15, so another good stint this for Sherrodis.
Yeah, a little bit here and there, that's all you need to do. You need to consistently continue to close in on your rival, and that's what they're doing. There's still just over an hour and a half left to go, so plenty plenty could still happen there. It's only a 15-second gap, and usually when you're watching racing, you go 15 seconds, that's ridiculous. It's only 15 seconds. There very much still could be more changes of the lead still left to come in this race. I will say as well, you were briefly mentioned the 248 of Team Disruptive. Of course, you saw them try and make it 3 wide at the first corner of the race, battling in well. And they actually were one of the teams that had quite a positive second round of pit stops. When the pit stops started, they were in 10th place, now up to 7th, like you mentioned. So they've done well out of that. Of course, another few drivers moving around a bit. I mean, Team Pacific lost out a little bit in those first round of stops. They were in P4 in that second round of pit stops when it began, and as they come out, they're down to P9. So a few places lost in that second round of stoppages. Obviously, you can make up time out on the circuit, but even with the best pace around, you might make up a few tenths to maybe a second a lap. You can lose 5-10 seconds like that in a pit stop in Fun Cup, so you've really got to make sure it's a slick operation.
Indeed so. Signature RV, by the way, misfire is the report, and they're choosing to just sacrifice this race to get it ready for the second race later on, which is sensible stuff, I think. It's one of the unique challenges of this particular event. We have other double headers. Alton Park over the years has had double headers where we've had a sprint race and then a longer race later on, but to have 2 full-length 3-hour races in the same day takes it out on the drivers but also on the cars, and there's limited time between those races. Not like you can give the car a full refresh. They will check it over and change what needs changing, but generally you've got what you've got. So I think a sensible decision for Signature RV. They're not going to achieve anything in this race. They were running down in 20th position, laps down. Make sure they've got a competitive car for race 2, because I think they could be contenders for a good result if that's the case. Yeah,
definitely a team I would expect to see up at least in the top 10 for the 557. Yeah. So hopefully we do see that later on this evening. And I was going to mention the fact that you might see a few teams hanging back just a little bit in this race in terms of going for certain moves. For example, that in this race they might be thinking, hey, we've got a whole other 3-hour coming later on this evening. Let's maybe relax. I'll rethink that move and we'll go for it later on. Whereas in the race at the end of the day, that's it. The car doesn't need to go back out again. Let's go for it. Why not send out the inside and have a bit of fun? So I think we might see a bit more scrappiness in that second of the 3 hours later on. But we're almost halfway through this first race of the day here. And Sherrod Ice, like you mentioned, slowly but surely getting reeled in here by the number 1. It's just below 13 seconds now.
A full second gained on the previous lap and a personal best lap for Olympian GRDs. So Simon Rudd actually going quicker now than Riley Phillips went at any part in his stint. So don't mean to sound quite so surprised when I say that. Simon Rudd is a very quick driver, but Riley prides himself usually on being the one that gets the ultimate lap time out of the car. Simon is here to say, hey, I'm every bit as quick as you, Riley, at the moment. And yeah, just under 13 seconds is the margin. Right, Jamie has found, well, perhaps Teddy Wilson, perhaps somebody else. Let's find out and head down to the pit lane.
I have, yeah, I've got Paul Rose with me. It's been another epic race, well into the double figures on the lead changes, and everyone is loving these hand-cooked tyres around here.
Yeah, I mean, they're still on a very steep learning curve with the tyres, because none of the teams have done a lot of testing, particularly in the wet, so maybe it's going to rain later, I don't know, but no, it's quite eventful. 13 lead changes, you say? It's always good fun here.
And nice to have sort of mid-20s for Anglesey. We know there are a few teams that couldn't make it, as we know, but 23 cars for Anglesey is great, isn't it?
Yeah, really pleased with that. I mean, we always get our lowest grid here. I think it's the Southerners don't like travelling, but it's a great circuit, and it's a great place to be, particularly when the weather's nice.
Yeah, as we look over to the mountains, there's a bit of weather coming in, isn't there?
Yeah, it should make it interesting towards the end of this race.
And seeing Sherrod Ice taking the fight to Olympia, and you know, we've seen Paul Christovel suffering a little bit with his back. Teddy and Pete, they're on it this weekend, aren't they?
They're absolutely flying. I mean, both drivers are very capable drivers, so it's only to be expected. But the race is not over yet.
Who's going to win?
It could be anybody. The main thing is nobody can win the 10,000 prize for this race, so that's quite good.
That was the best news you had all week, wasn't it?
It certainly was, yeah.
Thanks a lot, mate. That's Paul Rose, championship boss. Of course, we'll be seeing his son Christian out in the 248 car. Team Disruptive, so ultimately he'll probably be causing chaos. Back to Andy and John.
Cheers for that, Jamie. Great to hear from Paul, of course, putting on yet another brilliant season of Fun Cup action. And we look there to the 110, the two hearts now back out on circuit then as they head on round. How much did the 110 end up losing them? They're down in 19th place, 3 laps off of the leader. So, I mean, with the issue that they had, that's pretty impressive.
Extremely impressive. Well, like I said, Demon Tweaks lost about double that, didn't they? So, yeah, very impressive stuff. And, you know, they can still pick up a half-decent result. It's... Championship-wise, they're sort of out of it anyway, really. They've not had a perfect start to the season, it must be said, so they're not really concerned about that. In fact, yes, they languished down in 26th place in the championship. Even after drop scores, they're not likely going to be a contender for the title, so they're just going for race-by-race results and looking to try and maybe focus more on the second race later on. But we'll see where they do end up by the end of the race. They're in 19th place at the moment. The pit window is open again. We are into our third round of pit stops already, as again things progress extremely quickly in this I'm sort of inclined to call it a 3-hour sprint race, really, for the third round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. The lead gap is 12 seconds, but now, though, I feel that we're going to head into a pretty significant period of the race. This third round of pit stops, John, we're halfway through the race. What you do now with fuel will set you up for the rest of the race. I see a lot of fuel churns being readied in the pit lane by a number of teams, and there, look, Uvio are in, and they are double fueling. This will get them to the end, surely.
It definitely will, it definitely will. You can see the two drivers conversing there at the side of the car, just working out what we're doing for the rest of the stint. It looks as though they're just about done with the fuel. You can see they're fabulous, watching on intently, because of course you cannot touch the car while the fuel is going in. No touching of the car. If you touch the car, you will get a penalty. And I think I saw in one of the previous rounds this year that one driver got out, one went to get in, and then realised they were putting fuel in and had to dive back out again to make sure they weren't touching the car. Time lost. Well, certainly no time lost there for UVO. They get that sorted. Double fuel churn in then. They'll be going all the way to the end, and they'll be hoping that that strategy propels them back up to the sharp end. It is that experience from a team like that to have issues such as these happen in the race, and it doesn't rock them at all. They crack on, they smash every other part of the race, and they get themselves back to the front. It's so impressive from the 225.
If you'd have told me when that car was limping back to the pit lane an hour ago, seemingly out of the race completely, that they'd be in a podium place at half distance, I don't think I'd have believed you. They certainly would have taken that every day of the week. So yeah, they'll be pleased with the way that the race is panning out. 220 there, battling with the Axiometrics 103. Leaders are in as well. Sherrodice UK, they are, I'm not convinced they fueled, you know. I only caught the back end of that stop out of the window, but that car already is heading down the pit lane. It will go past the 207 car now. There it goes. So the Sherrodice UK car, that looked to me like a pretty quick pit stop, John, so I'm not convinced they took fuel. We'll double check that if we can, maybe, courtesy of Jamie Peters-Ennis, but either way, they head back out onto the circuit in some nice clean air, and well, we'll wait and see now when Olympian pit and what that gap is once the stops are done. It was about 11 seconds when they came in.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, let's see how that one plays out. Like you say, could potentially be no fuel, could just be a single churn. Of course, unlikely to be a splash and dasher at this point in the race. You've still got an hour and a half to go, so still quite a bit of fuel needed on board. We've got a lot of our drivers in the top 10 making pit stops, though. Team Pacific, sorry, I should say, we're in. Morpheus 109, PLR, I can see out the window as well, getting themselves back out into the race. But it's all happening. But again, I'm surprised that drivers are deciding to come in so early on in the window. I mean, we haven't had a safety car as of yet in this race, and I don't want to commentate discuss it. Actually, yes, I do want to commentate discuss it, because the safety car will be very exciting. But yeah, I'm still surprised. Quite early on the window, a lot of drivers from the front of the order deciding to make those pit stops.
Sherrodice doesn't surprise me, because they want to get Teddy Wilson in the car.
That makes sense.
I guess that does sort of make sense, but there are a couple of others that have come in, and yeah, we would normally see them go a little bit longer. Olympian not doing that, because they know that they've got Simon Rudd, who clearly is in a sweet spot at the moment as far as pace, so he's quite happy to stay out there. But yeah, a couple of others maybe in a bit sooner than we thought, perhaps just from a strategic and fuel calculation perspective. It's just easier to get them in as close to halfway as possible, makes the calculations a bit more simple going forward. Who knows? Matt Hogg there getting into the car, the 214C Data car, and I think I saw a report from Jamie earlier on that they had radiator damage. Remember, I picked up that they had the bodywork broken at the front of the car, something I think had damaged the radiator, which is why they spent a significant portion of the race in the pit lane and are 15 laps down at the moment.
Indeed, well, that won't be assisting in cooling, both for the engine and probably for the driver as well, really. Hopefully you've got those vents open, although it's not too warm out there today, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I remember coming here previously, I think if it was last year or the year before, where it was really, really warm here at Anglesey. And yeah, maybe the open door technique of Demon Tweaks number 2 would have come in handy that day, keeping the airflow through the car. But quite a number of cars, we see them head through the shot, the 103, the 200, and another driver following in behind, all with a bit of front splitter damage. Often that seems to be caused at the top section of the circuit when the drivers are heavy on the brakes, they close in on each other, you mistake on that braking point, and you can quite easily go in the back of another driver. And with these, look at the 103 there, the 200 going side by side, and contact as they rejoin for the 200, nearly sending the 103 out wide there. A bit of argy-bargy, shall we say, between those two?
Yes, that was, well, the Axiometrics car squeezed Red River Sport wide, and then Red River Sport needed to get back on the track and weren't given space out of the window. We've just seen a minor drama there for Olympian GRD, who had pitted from what was the race lead. They double fueled, the same as we've seen for a few other front-running cars, but the car then, I think, stalled as Riley Phillips tried to get it back out of the pit box and had to be push-started. That will have cost them maybe 4 or 5 seconds, but we've seen many a race decided by less than that over the years, so that could prove to be costly.
We had that happen in a number of times where you jump back into the warm car and it just will not start on the button. It just refuses to start on the button, and you have to get that push start. Of course, they're back out there. They made the most of it as best they can, but yeah, a number of seconds lost there. And it was a bit worrying for the pit crew as they were all pushing the car down the pit lane. They managed to get it going. They turned around and suddenly the Greenheath was driving directly towards them. They all managed to scatter though and get out of the way, and Greenheath get their stop done as well. And now we see Demon Tweaks number 1 back into the pits yet again.
Sherrodies then, having stopped, are now exiting the final corner, so that gives you an idea of where the next race leader is. In fact, I think they are the actual race leader now, because only Olympian were ahead of them, and we know that they've just dived for the pit lane. Right, this battle continues now. Red River Sport ahead of Axiometrics, and now Burt getting in on the action as well with 2 wheels on the grass through Rocket. They head through the right-hand element. This is all over 6th position at the moment, with the Axiometrics car having just lost 6th place to Red River Sport, and now trying to hang on to 7th position. The 103 car currently in the hands, I believe, of Greg Evans, has got the John Railton driven, number 98 car behind him. Red River Sport number 200, that's in the hands of Johnny Molan, who has double stinted. Quite a few double stints going on in this middle portion of the race. Johnny Molan bringing that car right back into contention, actually, for a decent result. But someone bailed out of that. It was Axiometrics, wasn't it, who come into the pit lane and make their next driver change.
Aren't we in stint 4?
But I don't think they've stopped yet.
Oh, okay, right, gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, that's my confusion coming in. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Easily done.
It was good racing up there at the top, especially from the 103, giving the space there on the inside. I thought we might see a rinse and repeat of what we saw in the previous lap, it all getting a bit close at the apeces, but room given. There was not so much room given there between the 99 and the UVO car. As UVO still there in 4th place, about 2.5 seconds, 2 seconds behind the Vape Club car. They must be a little bit further down the road. This is actually the seed data directly in front of them on track. There is the 220 Team FFS, and they are right on the back of UVO. So a good race so far from the 220. Impressive stuff from them. As have they made their second pit stop is the question. Number 220, no, sorry, their third pit stop, I mean. They haven't, and that's why they're so far in.
Yes, I'm going to correct myself here, which doesn't happen often. I think you might be right about Red River Sport and Axiometrics. They have made 3 stops, haven't they? So you can have that one. Burt haven't.
Honestly, mate.
No, Burt haven't. They've only made 2, so I was half right, half wrong, but you were more right than I was. I did wonder why those particular cars were together, because they hadn't been together for quite a while. It's because some of them had stopped and some of them hadn't. So Burt continue on, yet to dive for the pit lane, as here UVO slipped to the inside of Seed Data, and the UVO car continuing to charge. Remember, they've made that extra pit stop because of the issues with the downshifters before. I do believe they've lost 3rd position. Yes, they have, to the Vape Club with EDF car, which is just ahead of this group. That, I suspect, was done in the pit lane, because we know UVO double fueled, didn't they? Not sure what Vape Club with EDF did, but the 246 car, Ted Bradbury, back behind the wheel, is now into 3rd position and pulling away from UVO quite comprehensively.
UVO overtaken on track then by the 220 of Team FFS. It was a great move. He was a little bit wobbly out of church there, that just lost that momentum up the hill for UVO, and they do get overtaken at the top section of the circuit, but they might not know it, but they don't need to be too worried about that overtake, because we will see the 220 into the pits in a few moments' time. There is the 200. Just got to make sure that door is closed, and yeah, there you go. They're running back round, forcing it closed, and that's a few seconds lost for the 200. They were another team doing a double fuel churn there in the pit, so I think that seems to be the leading strategy for a lot of teams. Some of them deciding to split those two across a couple of different stints, though. So we'll see which one ends up being the best one at the end of 3 hours. But teams continuing to battle on. There is the other of the Morpheus Motorsport cars, the one that hasn't had an issue, the number 109 there, just ahead of PLR, the 146. PLR down in 9th place at the moment, so that's actually been a change of position on track, that has, for 9th place.
Yep, Morpheus up ahead then, and they both made their 3rd stop, so this is a genuine battle for position. And yeah, 109, they haven't had a mechanical issue. They did have that spin earlier on, didn't they, at the Corkscrew Complex, as 249 finds themselves well off the ideal racing line at Peel as they scrap away with Axiometrics. So this is not for position, because we know the Demon Tweets car had that throttle cable issue earlier on, but Axiometrics are still wanting to try and get ahead just for some clear track, and it's not proving to be all that easy for the time being. So, pit window closes. There are still a handful of cars yet to pit, in particular that Team FFS machine, but Sherrodice UK have just got across the line. They complete lap number 74, and they lead the way by 21.5 seconds over Riley Phillips, who puts in the Olympian GRD car's fastest lap of the race, 119.154. That's still half a tenth slower than Teddy Wilson, and I know Riley reasonably well, and he won't have taken it too much to heart, but I'm sure he won't have liked the fact that Teddy Wilson took so much time out of him in that final stint at Alton Park, and would very much like to bounce back in this race now, where they're both on track again at the same time for the first time, and prove that he's the quicker of the two. But so far, that lead gap is stable, but certainly not shrinking.
Indeed, indeed, an impressive gap that he's got now for the 251 ahead of the number 1. But we've got the final pit stops then of this second window. I'm trying to remember my numbers now. There's the Burt team getting that stop done. We saw the 220 of Team FFS in as well. Rare Vinyl TLR come in for their stop as well. They just did their personal best on the last lap. So just as they were finding their pace out of the 169, they've sadly had to peel into the pits and change over yet again. But all reshuffling in this next round of pit stops as the 103 Axiometrics. You know, they're a very fast car, but they seem to be struggling a little bit today, just in terms of keeping it on the straight and narrow, really. They're a little bit all over the place, our Axiometrics, and sadly it hasn't been quite the day that maybe they would have hoped for out there on circuit, as there's the 109 scything around the outside of the 106, taking away that track position.
Sort of quietly having a good race, aren't they, really, Morpheus Motorsport? They are in 8th position at the moment, chasing down Race Logic. They were only 1.8 seconds back at the start of the lap, and they were 7/10 faster on the previous lap. There is the Race Logic machine. Still taking a bit of getting used to, actually, not seeing that car in the traditional blue and white Race Logic livery. It's still blue and white, but yeah, it's not the original Race Logic car with which they won so many races and championships indeed over the years. But it looks as though they might be under threat here for that 7th place before much longer.
They're under serious threat. Yeah, it's been catching me out quite a bit as well, that 210. It's a nice livery, but very different to the old one. 109 are on an absolute charge here at Morpheus. We watched them clear PLR only, what was it, 2 laps ago, and now they're over a corner ahead of PLR, already onto the back of the Race Logic car, looking to force their way up into the top 5. Impressive stuff. Here's the 200 following the 246. Now, this is not for position. We've got the 246 of Vape Club and EDF Motorsports. They're ahead of the 200 of Red River Sport. And the 246 doing a stellar job out there, looking to take a top 3 finish, which last year would have looked insurmountable for the Vape Club. They were always in and amongst it for a shout, but it was always a difficult one to get their way up that high up the order. It's looking good so far today, though, for the 246. They've been very, very impressive, but still no one a patch on the 251, still having that fastest lap, continuing to extend that gap out front, slowly but surely, as we say, but up to just over 22 seconds now. 251 are certainly the ones to beat.
They are indeed. I mean, they're a significant chunk ahead now, and that gap is going out, isn't it? 2nd to 3rd also increasing. Olympian GRD are quicker at the moment than Vape Club as the fast track car runs wide. Now, just clock that fast track car going up the back straight. Ironically, not that fast, so I think they might be heading for the pit lane with a drama. It's not going quite as slowly as we've seen some other cars so far this afternoon, but yeah, they do head for the pit lane, and that's a shame for the now Jordan Kerridge-driven car, which is heading to the pit lane to be assessed, first of all, by the team, and then they'll try and figuring out exactly what they need to do to get the car sorted for race number 2. So another one drops by the wayside. As on track, 169 launches to the inside of the the Seed Data car. Again, they're laps apart, these two, but it's just an all-out brawl to try and get any sort of clear track you can find.
Brilliant move round the outside, though. That was lovely from the Demon Tweaks 2 car. That was brilliant stuff. I think that the Demon Tweaks 2 cars double stinted Mark Burton for stints 3 and 4. So Mark should still be in that car. He's gone round the outside of the Seed Data and now gets it done past the Rare Vinyl car as well. Some brilliant movements through the field there from Demon Tweaks number 2. I know I was tracking the drivers earlier on, not too happy with how the car's speeding underneath them. They don't feel they're getting maximum pace out that car, but clearly it's worked around that last lap. 2 positions at least on track gained for themselves. That door, though, still not wanting to stay closed. You can see it there trying to pitch itself open. I think they might have stuck some gaffer tape there down the side to try and keep it closed. Classic Fun Cup way, the classic Fun Cup fix.
Seems to be working, doesn't it, at least? So they'll be hoping that that sticks for the remaining hour and a quarter or so of the race. Jamie, sort of helpfully, tells me that 99 has, quote, no power. Yes, we can see that, Jamie. What we want to know is why it has no power, which I'm sure he will endeavour to find out. But exactly what the issue is, I'm not entirely sure. It had more power than, for example, the Demon Tweaks car earlier on that we saw have that snap-clock cable. So it's something slightly different that is amiss with that car. We've also just had a change of position, I think, for 7th place. Yes, Team Pacific are now ahead of PLR Racing. Team Pacific have got Matt Hyde in the car, who's been the quickest of their drivers, I'd say, today. And so starting now to pick their way back through the order. Their next target will be Race Logic, who are 4.5 seconds or so further up the road. But yeah, John, this 169 car looking pretty racy in this stint, isn't it, with Rob Croydon behind the wheel?
That door's back open again on the Demon Tweaks 2. Clearly the gaffer tape not working, sadly, for Demon Tweaks 2 as the door continues to pop open. They do need to be a bit careful as they slam the door once again. They do need to be a bit careful. If it doesn't stay closed, they could get themselves a mechanical flag. Have to come in for a fix. There's a 169 all over the back of them. Down the inside they go, down into the second corner. Good move down the inside there at the banking, but up and under goes Demon Tweaks 2. Bit of rubbing there on the eggs as they head down towards Church yet again. We'll try and hang it around the outside. Will the number 169, and that should be Rob Croydon in the car for this battle as he's not at the best exit. Now under a bit of pressure from Seed Data as they head up to the top of the hill. But we were saying the gaffer tape seems to be working. Sadly, it's not working for the door of the 207. It's not working for the front splitter of the 169 either. We saw them spend a good 5, 10, 15 seconds getting that gaffer tape on to try and hold the front splitter on. Well, clearly they've had a bit more contact because that gaffer tape is now flapping in the wind and the front splitter has gone underneath the front part of the car. Luckily, it seems as though it's not quite long enough to interfere with that front left wheel and cause an issue, a puncture, rubbing on the rubber, but still that will be affecting them with their grip overall in terms of the lap times.
Definitely so. So that's a bit of a shame that they sort of wasted that time almost fixing the car to then have it all come undone quite literally on circuit. Car 98, but being summoned to the pit lane for a stop-go penalty. The second car, I believe, to be caught for speeding in the pit lane. And so they will drop out of the top 10 probably as a result of that. They were only 3.5 seconds ahead of Team FFS in 10th position and 11th place. Axiometrics a further 11 seconds back. That could come under threat too when 98 decides to come in and serve the penalty. As here Axiometrics continue to dice away with the Demon Tweaks 249 car. Axiometrics 103 in that 11th spot and might just be about to inherit an extra position once the 98 comes in to serve the penalty. So towards the final hour of the race or so, and a lot of these battles we are seeing now are not between cars on the same lap. You get a good view there of the Demon Tweaks door coming open up at the top of the hill. But yeah, a lot of the drivers out there finding themselves now mingling with cars on different laps to them. And as a driver, I'd imagine, John, that can be quite difficult to figure out because you jump into the car, you're fresh out in your stint, and you're suddenly surrounded by other cars. You're not necessarily immediately aware what strategy they're on, whether they're pitted, whether they're on the same lap as you or not. And you don't want to take any undue risks. So how do you get around that? How do you figure out exactly who you need to battle and who you don't? That's
exactly why the pit-to-car radio is absolutely crucial. I'll be on the pit-to-car all the time. I mean, To be fair, as a smart racing driver, you're watching the race as it's going on anyway. So when you get in the car, you have a general idea of who's going to be around you on track, who you want to be battling with and who you want to be staying well clear of, both in terms of battling for position and in terms of you don't want to fight them. They're probably not going to give the room that you would hope. I'm not going to name any names, so many teams out there for that one. But it is just a case of, one, keeping yourself up to date with what's going on whilst you're out of the car, and secondarily to that, I'd say particularly when you get into sort of that last stint where you're pressing on towards the end, I'll be on the radio, I'll have someone say coming up behind me, and I'll say, right, I've got this car behind me, is this for position or is this not? Because we've got, what, 15 minutes left to go of the race. If it's for position, I'm going to defend as hard as I possibly can. If it's not, I'll let them go and try and keep a good pace to keep whoever is for position behind me.
But that, again, requires a lot of communication, a lot of conversation. Some drivers don't like doing that, do they? They find that a little bit distracting, but...
get over it, mate.
You've kind of got to, haven't you? Otherwise, you're not going to fully understand the situation that you find yourselves in. So,
to be fair, here at Anglesey, there are some quite long straights where you can have those chats. It's a bit easier than some other circuits. But still, yeah, it can be a little bit distracting. But realistically, you've got to pick your moment correctly of when to talk. And really, that is on the team managers to make sure that they're picking the right moment of when to talk. Because Axiometrics really flirting with the track limits there, weren't they?
Yes, we didn't quite catch that on camera, but they've got a little bit of damage now to that left front corner, and that's because they went bouncing down the grass out of Church Corner, jumped on the sim that they've got in the front cup morning earlier on today, and discovered for myself just how easy it is to do that, in fairness, but that has just done a bit of damage to the front of that car, which now seems to slow all of a sudden. Yes, it was getting out of the way of some of the lead lap cars, but it seemed to suddenly drop off the pace through Rocket. Seems to be okay now. Maybe just absolutely making sure there was John Perrott that he didn't impede the lead lap cars.
I think that's all it was. Really, that was nice to see from the 103. But it was like I was mentioning about the rare vinyl car, about that front splitter having broken but being clear of that front left tyre. That one definitely isn't in the Axiometrics, so they do need to be a little bit careful. I mean, not really much they can do. It's more just hoping that that doesn't break further, slip underneath the wheel, and cause further damage to the car. But we shall wait and see what ends up happening to that Axiometrics car. But yeah, definitely not the ideal line there through Church, jumping over the grassy embankments. But either way, they live to fight another day.
They didn't, by the way, get ahead of Burt when Burt served that penalty. So Burt dropped to 10th behind Team FFS, but never mind, there is the Burt car. So it's just ahead of that group of cars making its way through Church Corner. Olympian GRD are also in this group, the second-placed car, and their lap times very comparable with the race leaders. One lap they're a couple of tenths quicker, one lap they're a couple of tenths slower, and actually they're being reeled in here by the 110 car, which of course now has Charlie Hart back at the wheel. 110 after their throttle cable issue all the way down in 18th place. What a shame though, because that's a real opportunity, I think, that slipped through their fingers, the 110 machine, the Morpheus Motorsport car. This, in a way, should be a battle for second place, really. Charlie Hart, though, I think will approach it in much the same way anyway. He wants to try and showcase the speed that he's got, the speed that the car's got, and I don't think he'll care too much that the car in front of him is in second place battling for the race lead.
Exactly that. No, it's gutting for them, an opportunity gone through their fingers. But I will bring up as well. I mean, I've got the family group chat popping off at the moment, enjoying the race. But that's why, as my dad says, that shows the importance of lifing the throttle cable. I mean, like, we could probably take this on to another race, but could go wrong. Let's just change it out, make sure it's all okay. Of course, you can just have the issue if you stick a new one in and that goes and breaks. That can still happen, so you're not fully covered. But still, just keeping on top of little bits like that on the car, making sure you've got your eyes on the prize in terms of those bits and bobs, and making sure that everything is going to take you through to the checkered flag without issues. But like I say, that still doesn't stop something random ended up happening and ruining your race anyway. Gutting for the Hearts, but like we said so many times today, you've got another opportunity this evening, so still not all lost.
No, exactly that, and we know they've got speed to contend at the front. They just need a little bit more good fortune maybe in order to make it to the checkered flag uninterrupted later on in the evening. We've got the Demon Tweaks car there battling with Burt, who are fresh back out on circuit after serving that penalty. They're 10.9 seconds adrift of Team FFS now, though, in 9th spot, and as you can see, they've just dropped back behind the Olympian GRD car, which sits in second position. I think I'm right in saying we've got 8 cars still on the lead lap, just about, and the Sherrodise UK machine is at the head of that queue. Through comes Olympian now, and they are 23.1 seconds adrift of the race leader. There, coming through your shot, is a charging 246 machine. It's Ted, isn't it, in the car? Yes, Ted Bradbury now. He'll be back in again for that final stint, and they will be, I think, among quite a large group of teams who are going to be praying for something to happen. Rain, safety car, maybe a penalty or something for the race leaders. Without any of those things, though, it's hard to see a way that Sherrodice UK don't win this, surely.
Yeah, exactly. If everything goes to plan here for Sherrodice, they've got this one in the bag. But things can change at the drop of a hat here in Fun Cup. So never say never until you're on that last lap. You don't know what could possibly happen. Watching outside the box, some good drivers making moves. The 109 continuing to press on through. There's the 220 and the 557 on your screen, continuing on for another lap of this one. I was just going to briefly mention, in terms of the Demon Tweaks first car, is of course the 249, the old MJ Tech car, which is a proven race-winning car. That car was battling very well. Sadly, they didn't continue after Brands last year, after I decided to become a Ryanair flight and go straight into the side of them. And sadly, Scott Jeffs very much missed with this championship. What a brilliant racer Scott is. But Will still racing, but in the other Demon Tweaks car, in Demon Tweaks number 2. But sadly, the Demon Tweaks squad in the 249 haven't quite been able to get the same pace and the same results out of that car as Scott and Will did last year.
Yeah, twice winners last year, weren't they, in that car? The first 2 rounds, Alton Park and Croft, and very nearly won the third round here at Anglesey as well. And it was only late in the day that Olympian GRD established themselves at the front of the field. So yeah, the MJ Tech team very much missed, as you quite rightly say, from the championship, and could well have gone on to be championship contenders had they continued, but elected not to. So yeah, maybe they're watching on and thinking, hang on a minute, I'm sort of missing being part of the Fun Cup family. It'd be great to have you back. If that is the case. Right, we are 3 minutes away from the start of the final hour, which means we're 3 minutes away from the penultimate round of pit stops. And the next drivers getting into the cars, well, for Sherrodice, it's going to be Peter Belshaw. They're just alternating drivers, pretty straightforward strategy for them. Olympian GRD likewise. Simon Rudd getting in for his second stint, and he's arguably been quicker with sprint than Riley Phillips so far this afternoon, so that car might present itself as a bit more of a threat in the next stint. And Bakewood with EDF will put in to the 246 car, Vlad Vasiliev. One of the most improved drivers, I'd say, in recent years in the Fun Cup Championship is Vlad, and he will inherit that car, he hopes, still in third place. The UVO machine has been gradually creeping back towards them, but it's still 7.5 seconds or so back to UVO, and they will have Farkini, yes, in for the penultimate stint, and then to complete the top 5, Morpheus' 109 car, which is now into the top 5, continuing this strong run, and it will be Harry Mailer. That could be a car to watch, I think, in the next stint, couldn't it? Harry, we know how quick he is, briefly had the fastest lap earlier on in the race, and should be taking that car over inside the top 5.
Definitely one to watch is Harry, a very experienced racing driver, very, very fast out there in a Fun Cup car. You were mentioning Mr. Vasiliev there as well. I think Vlad is right on the pace now of the leaders, of the quick boys and girls out there. His last stepping stone now is to just find that racecraft while being on that leading pace as well. He's great with the racecraft, it would just fall off ever so slightly, and it's just a case of being able to race side by side, have it all sideways, but still be right on that leading pace, as we've just seen at the Comstock Winner, the 99 coming in yet again. I think that's like the 4th or 5th time so far in this race, sadly for him. We were just talking about those final stints as well, as we've mentioned for most of the teams sending out their fastest driver in that final stint. I just had a quick look down the list. Mr. Will Abraham in Demon Tweaks 2 is the only driver double stinting for these last 2 stints. Everyone else will have 2 different drivers in stint 5 and stint 6, or have a fresh and more than likely their quickest driver out in that final stint, ready to battle it out. But with only an hour to go, still yet to see a safety car in this one. Like you mentioned, I think really it's Sherrodice's to lose if nothing goes wrong out there.
Now, I've got on my notes, next to Will Abraham's name, written, not in my handwriting, I must stress, that he's known as Human DRS, and I've been given strict instructions that I must ask you about that.
Yeah, this is me. So I know Will from Cardiff University Motorsports. We both went to the same uni, we both were part of the Motorsports Club. And then I since moved on, so I was a couple of years ahead of him. I then started, I was racing in the British Universities Karting Championship. I then started commentating over it. So I was commentating over Will racing, and Will is very endowed in the vertical department, shall we say. So in a Club 100 car, he looks really stupid because his legs bow out to the side and he's so tall. So it means on any sort of straight, he has to drop his head down behind the wheel and activate that human DRS. So that's why I'd always call him the human sail out there, activating the human DRS, which his father tells me he doesn't enjoy me saying.
Right.
And that's why he's made this note that we have to continue calling him that on this live stream.
Yeah, and I will carry that baton through the rest of the season quite gladly now that I know. So there we go. Sorry, Will. You can blame John.
He's lucky at least in these that he doesn't have to drop his head down. He doesn't affect the aerodynamics of the car, but luckily for him, they've cut a little hole in the roof so his head can stick out the top. So I'm really joking, Will. So sorry. But Will, an accomplished racer in karts, an accomplished racer in cars here, and doing his best out there in the Demon Twigs #2.
And as soon as he came into Front Cup, he was immediately on the pace, really. He took to this very well. A lot of karters say that, and you, I'm sure, have discovered this personally as well, that of all the cars you can jump into straight from karting, a Front Cup car is not a bad one because there are a lot of things you can carry over from one discipline to the other.
There are indeed. It's a relatively forgiving car to begin with as well. It's a nice pop and bang as they go past our commentary box. I love it when they backfire on these Fun Cup cars. But yeah, it is quite a lot like a car in terms of really you're using the rear end to slide it into the corner and using that rotation, one, to get yourself slowed down, but two, to turn it into the corner, very similarly to what you do in a kart. And often as well, I'm not sure how it is now with these Hankook tyres, but certainly with the GTs, you'd very much get it pointed towards the exit and then just full throttle, go for it all the way to the edge. You're not having to sort of coax the throttle on and deal with the slide. It just goes straight out the corner, just like a kart as well. So I have been told it's a very nice thing to jump into from karts to this. But that's my only experience, is in karting and now in these. So I can't really say if it's better or worse than anything else.
One of the interesting things, actually, I said I jumped on the sim downstairs earlier on, that Riley Phillips has put a lot of work into creating a virtual version of these Fun Cup cars, and he should know what they feel like. He says they're very, very lifelike. It's one of the things that I really struggled with, was that corner entry. You really do have to throw it in and then balance the car in a slide. Easy enough to do in a front-wheel drive car, but these, of course, are very lightweight, very stiff, and rear-wheel drive. So quite a tricky driving style to incorporate. If you're used to doing that as a youngster through karting, then that, I think, immediately gives you an advantage. And it's why I've seen people like Ted Bradbury, Teddy Wilson coming straight into this, and they're immediately on the pace.
Yeah, that's exactly why I struggled in my first year to get up to that pace, because really, you can get up to a decent lap time relatively simply, but to find that extra half a second, you've got to be dancing the car. The car likes to be danced around on the brakes, just getting it to the point of it snapping on you and using that slide to get yourself into the corner and carrying as much speed through, because of course they are decently quick cars, but not the quickest things in the world. So if you can carry that higher apex speed, that's where you find that lap time, and that's what I was having to learn from my brother to get up to speed. Annoyingly for me, just as I found I was going to get there, I have not stopped racing. But hey, those can be my racing driver excuses coming out. We're now into the penultimate pit window.
We are indeed. None of the leaders blinking just yet, but 207 are in. They're going to do some more running repairs on that door, which has, well, they're going to put a lot of tack tape on it now, I think, to make sure that it is properly secured. And they'll send that car back on its way. It should be...
it will be Will Abraham, I believe.
Yes, Will Abraham, yes, who is in the car.
Good that they've used white tape there, so hopefully you wouldn't spot it on the live stream. But we've seen it. We've seen the gaffer tape going on, the old Fun Cup treatment. But yeah, Will, as I mentioned, double stinting for these last two stints.
That's right. So he is in the car now for the duration, and they may well be done with fueling as well. I can see Olympian GRD getting ready now for pit stops as well. Simon Rudd is waiting, and Christopher is wandering out, I think, to assist with the driver change as well. There is his car on screen, the second place machine. Then they've got that 110 car of Charlie Hart right behind them. And as they come out towards Peel Corner, are we going to see Olympian peel into the pit lane at the end of the lap? I would suspect that may be the case. Drops of moisture maybe on that camera lens up at the top end of the circuit, but the conditions so far have been far more pleasant than I expected, and it means we are not seeing the weather gods throw a spanner in the works. It's just a straight race on dry track. In comes the Olympian car then. They don't appear to have any fuel waiting, so this should be a dry stop. It should therefore, John, be a very quick stop. We know this is what Olympian do best.
It It is indeed. Yeah, Mother Nature has been sort of teasing us a little bit today, hasn't she? Like showing us a bit of rain off in the distance, but then not quite letting it come over the circuit. We'll keep an eye on though. Still an hour left to go as that was the Olympian trying to leave the box as Demon Tweaks #1 comes into the box, and both of them sort of went, no, you go first. No, you go first. Honestly, you go first. Trying to avoid a bit of contact there. Either way, Olympian maybe lost a second or two there, got back out of the pits nice and quickly. And Simon Rudd back behind the wheel of that one. Demon Tweaks 249 though are taking a bit of fuel ready for this penultimate stint. So still interesting to see the difference in strategies between some of the cars. So that must have meant then that Olympian took some fuel on the first stop, which I missed, because the other couple, they definitely haven't taken any. So I assume that'll then mean final stop, they'll put a bit more in.
Yeah, a little splash at the end then. So they're going about it differently, I'd say, to a lot of the other front-running cars anyway, who have largely been doing the same thing. But Olympian, they haven't necessarily had the raw pace today, which seems odd to say, really, doesn't it? Maybe they're going to try and use that strategy to get themselves back into contention, because they just want to close up to the leaders as much as they can, put the pressure on Sherrodise and just see what might happen. Remember, Sherrodise are putting Peter Belshaw back in for the next stint. Olympian, though, I think have done a decent job in that stint. They didn't really lose any time to Sherrodise. The gap stayed pretty much as it was. They really need this next half an hour is crucial, I think, for Olympian GRD. They've got to try and shrink that lead that Sherrodise UK have got. Otherwise, Teddy Wilson will be able to pretty much coast it home, I think, in the final half hour.
Yeah, this is Simon Rudd's only job, isn't it? I mean, we saw Chris Devell heading out into the pit lane. You thought maybe he'll be helping with the pit stop. I don't think with his bad back he'll be getting involved. I think maybe it was just telling us, Simon, right, mate, you've got to get on with this one. This is your chance to show why we've got you in the team here, Simon. Get involved, get amongst it, and close up to that number 251. As you can see, neither 251 or 246 have stopped. 246 were only just behind in third place, nearly 45 seconds between the two of them. So like you mentioned, this is a crucial stint in terms of how the race plays out. We've still got 55 minutes to go though. We've still had no rain and no safety cars, so keep an eye out for both of those as well. Still plenty to play for.
Still waiting, of course, for Sherrodise to come in as well to make this next pit stop. Interesting to see what they choose to do with fuel. We will monitor that as much as we can when they do bail for the pit lane. Out of the final corner come Red River Sport. They are 14th place at the moment, having made an extra stop over everybody else earlier on for the penalty, stop-go penalty. And they are therefore not really in contention for a top 10. 257 though is Team Pacific. They're back into the top 5 now and having a pretty strong stint here, courtesy of Matt Hyde. He's about to hand back over in that car to Simon Goodwin. As their race leader, Teddy Wilson, heads out of Rocket. He can, if he wants to, stay in the car for another 3, maybe 4 laps, and I suspect that's exactly what he will do. I don't think they'll be in any hurry to get Teddy out of that car. They'll try and extend this stint and then probably get him back in again as soon as possible. As rapid as Peter Belshaw is these days, I think Teddy Wilson still has a little bit of pace over him and will be wanting to try and maximise his driving time to try and keep this lead as significantly as big as it has been really for the last hour or so. Because, John, what that does is it means they don't really have to push the car too much at the end of the race, thinking ahead to race 2 later on. They don't want to put any extra stress on that Sherrodise car. Indeed, none of them do really, because they won't have time to completely refresh the car ahead of race 2. So actually, if they can give Teddy Wilson a 20-odd second lead when he jumps back in the car for the final stint, then he can coast it home.
Maybe we wouldn't quite use the words coast at home. I think he'll still be absolutely on it out there. But yeah, maybe treating the car with a little bit more respect out there, a bit more love, care and attention out there for the final stint. But we'll wait and see how that one all plays out. I will still say we've still got drivers from stint 4 in the 251 and 246, and it's remaining pretty stagnant. There's Ted Bradbury behind the car, behind the wheel, sorry, of the 246 at the moment. And if anything, that gap has actually increased a little bit with them being overtaken there by the 109. So really, it's looking pretty good for the 251 at the moment. I keep trying to find ways where other drivers might be able to get back involved and in with a shout at the race win here, but I'm struggling to find them.
I'm a little bit baffled by Ted Bradbury. I mean, he's not been slow, don't get me wrong, but he's just not set the world alight in the way that he often does in this race. And perhaps they're just instructing him to keep the car out of trouble, not overdrive, not stress the car out too much, but he's not quite had the sort of speed we've been used to seeing from young Ted Bradbury. Still comfortably running in a podium place when all is said and done, but yeah, would have expected to see him a little bit closer to the pointy end, or at least a little bit closer to the lap times of with Teddy Wilson, Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips, and he's just been that little half a step away on pace, hasn't he, which could be set up, could just be that this is a track he doesn't necessarily gel with quite so well, but yeah, whatever it is, they'll be hoping they can rectify that for race 2 later on this evening. Down to the pit lane we can go once again, though. Jamie Peter-Dennis is on standby. Jamie, what have you got for us?
Thanks very much. I'm down with Will Abraham, aka the Human DRS. Busy stints for you, but you're saying the car's a little bit down on power?
Yeah, it's better than it was yesterday, but it's still a bit of a donkey in a straight line, to be honest. I mean, the team's done a great job, to be honest, to get it out. And to be honest, the car hasn't finished the last 2 races, so I'm happy just I think it's going to get to the end. So I think we're both happy just to do that, to be honest. And yeah, we're both having good fun. The car's not the best in any kind of way possible, to be honest, but it's getting better, and yeah, we're having good fun, so that's all that matters, really.
Yeah, Mark's just jumped up to P17. I mean, we know this place, it's hard on the cars, it's hard on the tyres, it's also hard on drivers as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very physical track. You don't get much time to have a break or anything, and there's quite a lot, clenchy corners, so your bum hurts after a while, and, yeah, it is hard. I'm surprised so many cars are doing so well, to be honest, because it is hard on the cars, the curbs, and it's quite a lot of grip, to be fair, so, yeah, it's good for the Fun Cup, and I think that we should keep coming here, to be honest. Not many series keep coming back to Anglesey, but I think we should.
Absolutely. We've got your mate John Ratcliffe in the box, who was referring to you as the Human DRS. Got a little message for him?
Yeah, cheers, John. Yeah, that's from back in karting when I'm a bit of a tall lad, so I had to duck down behind the steering wheel just to keep up with anyone, to be honest. So, yeah.
All right, I'll let you go and have that one privately with him. Thanks a lot, Will. Back to the box.
Jamie, Will Abraham then, whose dad Paul, of course, was a former champion back with Eco Racing back in the day when I was first starting out with the championship, but the next generation of Abraham very much a force to be reckoned with in the championship, and Jamie was making absolutely sure there that just in case Will hadn't heard that conversation 20 minutes or so ago, that he was fully up to speed with it. John, you might have to avoid that garage for the rest of the day.
I'll take him on, don't worry about it, that's absolutely fine. No, Will's a good lad, really lovely guy, and really quick in terms of racing as well, as you're pointing out to me here in the box. Sherrod eyes are in then for their penultimate pit stop, so this will be crucial. We're watching those gaps when they come out. Looks as though they are taking a bit of fuel. Is it 1 or 2 churns?
Just the one, John. So no second one coming out as well.
Okay.
So it's going to be a lengthy stop this for Sherrod Eyes UK. Now, remind me, we saw fuel going into Olympian, didn't we? No, it was a dry stop for Olympian, wasn't it?
Dry stop. Yeah, we're expecting one on the final stop for them.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we've got 2 churns going in with only 48 minutes to go.
And most of the second one went in, so they've obviously, maybe that explains how they suddenly had that big lead. Was it the end of stint 2 or stint 3 maybe, where they suddenly seemed to come out about 7 or 8 seconds further up the road than we expected? It's quite a long stop this actually, only now the car gets released right in front of the 246, and that was almost calamity in the pit lane. They avoided contact, but the 246 car which was coming in has almost run into the back of them. Olympian GRD have a chance to take the lead here because of the time lost there by Sherrod Eyes UK. There is Sherrod Eyes, the next car in line is Olympian GRD, and Simon Rudd finally has an opportunity to get that car back out in the lead. So that goes a long way towards answering a lot of the questions we've been asking through the middle part of the race. They were low on fuel, they've been saving time in the pit lane, but that gives you time midway through the race. You inevitably have to take the hit on fuel later on, and it's closed things right back up at the front.
Yeah, epic stuff this. We've closed back in then for the penultimate stint of this race. And of course, the number 1 of Olympian, Simon Rudd, he's had a few laps already to get himself back up to speed and back into full fighting form, whereas it's straight out of the pits for Peter Belshaw. He's managed to make his way through on the PLR squad, so that will help him in the immediate future anyway. But he needs to try and get himself back up to racing speeds as quickly as he possibly can. Now, there is a little bit of rain on that camera at the top of the circuit, and there seem to be more dots forming on that camera lens, so we'll keep an eye on that. Nothing too much that will affect grip, I don't think, at the moment, but look at this. We're starting to get a leading battle with 45 minutes to go, and there might be a bit of rain coming, ladies and gentlemen.
We are on the now 98th lap of the race, so this is about the time when Olympian GRD generally start to flex their muscles and put themselves into contention. That's exactly what they've done. So a gap that before the pit stops was in excess of about 22 seconds or so is now down to under a second between our top two cars, and suddenly Peter Belshaw has a real fight on his hands if he's going to retain the race lead by the time he hands over to Teddy Wilson. Now Teddy can get back in the car as soon as about 16 minutes or so from now, so Belshaw, first job, defend if you can. If you can't, stay as close to Olympian GRD as you possibly can, assuming, of course, that, well, surely now Sheridais won't need any more fuel, but we do think Olympia may need a splash, so that could bring it back into the hands of Sheridais UK, but it's going to be a bit more of a scrap than they were perhaps anticipating.
Indeed, no, it definitely is going to be. I do think that we're going to need some more from number one, but we'll keep that one up in the air. We'll keep you updated as they head into the final rounds of pit stops in only a few minutes' time. But again, yeah, the number one showing their prowess here in the Fun Cup, of course, rocking the number one, given that they won the championship last year. And that was a bit of a wobble there from Sheridais. They came through the left-hander down into the final section of the circuit. A bit of a wobble, so we keep an eye on the dots on the camera lens here. But here we go then, line astern onto a new lap of the race, and only 0.387 between our two leaders. Will there be an overtaking opportunity immediately here? No. However, key point, Sheridais UK feeling the need to defend. And just while they battle on up to the top section of the circuit, I will say something that we worked out as maybe there's an opportunity before they even get to the top of the circuit. Down the inside goes Olympian, taking the lead of the race.
Wow, so Simon Rudd to the front then, and it was that defensive move from Belshaw really that did it. Now, Peter, this will be telling, has an opportunity to either work with Simon or use the slipstream to go back through. I thought he was going for the move, but actually I think maybe breathed out of the throttle. No, he is looking to the inside into Rocket Corner, and they're side by side once again. Peter Belshaw trying to get the position back, and he has done. So Peter Belshaw back through to the lead of the race then, and that tells me that he is not going to just sit behind Olympian GRD. He wants to lead from the front, and if you're going to take the fight to Simon Rudd, then you better have some confidence, because we know Simon's a feisty racer, we know he's quick, and Peter Belshaw under no illusions of how important it is to try and keep him behind.
Yeah, that was aggressive from Peter, wasn't that? Chopping back across the nose, the number one, saying, no, not this time, sunshine, you better get back behind me, and that's exactly what has happened. Impressive racing between our two leaders. Then is looking at it into the first corner there was Simon Rudd. I think that was more of a bit of a fake out there from Simon, looking to put the pressure on as they head through down towards the banking, but yet again might be a carbon copy of the previous lap. The 251 moves to the inside line to defend. The number one swoops up to the outside to cut it back and carry as much speed through as possible. Not quite as close this time as they head up through Church, and this time the 251 stays ahead. But again, up towards the top section of the circuit, up to Rocket they go, and Simon will have that run. However, he's not in the slipstream. He's got a bit of a better exit himself and goes for it before they even get to the braking zone, squeezing the 251 all the way to the edge of the circuit. Back down the inside goes Sheridais, though. It's all getting a bit close. Just about enough room given. What brilliant racing we're getting to watch.
Well, Peter Belshaw, I'm very impressed indeed. He is not rolling over, and despite the fact Simon Rudd had basically completed the manoeuvre up the back straight there, Belshaw still decided he was going to try and have a pop under braking. Wasn't able to go through, but yeah, just the body language of his car says he's not going to roll over and follow Simon, even though actually that might be the better thing to do, because they're losing time at the moment. Yes, they're 25 seconds ahead of the Mate Club with EDF car, but they don't want to give away any unnecessary time to the cars behind, and they certainly don't want to risk tangling out on circuit. So through they go. It's now 0.6 of a second between them, but that means Sheridais are still just about within slipstreaming range, and Peter Belshaw needs to try and minimise the time that Simon Rudd takes out of him over the next couple of corners. Get back in the slipstream up the back straight and try and close in. A lock up there from Simon into the banking, and he hooks it into the late apex, and now seems to be taking control of the situation.
Yeah, I think he knows this is his time to try and make a bit of a gap out there and just feeding the pressure a bit with that lock up in the banking, but dealt with it really nicely. Bleeded out the throttle there, went a little bit deeper in than maybe you would have liked, but still managed to carry that speed on through. Really nice racing there from Simon. They were losing quite a bit of time, because we can see on the live timing, they were lapping sort of the 21s, 22s while they were battling there, and drivers in behind down in the low 20s. I mean, last lap from UVO Hoffman's was a 20.1, so a good second or two gain there for the UVO squad. As I will mention, they're only half a second behind Vape Club, and as we look out the window, we can see them battling up towards Rocket themselves. So a battle on for third place as well, which hopefully we can bring you the pictures for in only a few moments' time, as the number 1 and the 251 start to drive away from each other. As there it is, UVO get on by at Rocket.
UVO back into a podium place. Brilliant drive this from Fabulous and Farkini, and the 225 car in the hands at the moment of Farkini, who of course started the race, is back into third position again, driving brilliantly around this issue with the gear selector, and he will now try and make his escape in that third position. As I said, they're the best part of half a minute off the race leading battle, but if anything goes wrong amongst those leaders, then they could still be in a position to inherit a place or two before the checkered flag. Out across the timing line they go. That is 102 laps completed now by the lead contenders, and it's now 1.5 seconds between the top two. So I'd say now Simon has broken out of slipstreaming range from Sherrodice UK. It's now all about how big can he make that gap over the next 10 minutes, because you have to assume Sherrodice will pit that car early, get Teddy Wilson in as close to half an hour to go as they possibly can, and then it's a straight fight between Teddy Wilson and Riley Phillips, just like it was in our most recent race at Alton Park.
Exactly that, and it's also going to be crucial as to whether Olympian do have to take that other churn or not as well. Yeah. So they'll be looking, if they are taking another churn at this final pit stop, they'll be looking to obviously make up for that on circuit, get themselves far enough ahead to make sure that that doesn't matter. They don't then lose the track position and have to be the attacking car rather than the defending car as they head into that final part of the race. I will just say though, I've got my live weather lady out in Bangor at the moment. She's my girlfriend, and she says they just had a horrific downpour at Bangor Pier, and it might be coming our way. So again, one to watch. Will it get here within the next 40 minutes though, is the real question. How will that shake things up? Still plenty of excitement yet to come, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to watch their third and fourth place coming down through the bottom section of the circuit. UVO still doing a stellar job there. Back up into the podium positions they go, as you mentioned a few moments ago. Vape Club still there in fourth place. But UVO, 25 seconds almost off of the leaders. As we've been saying throughout this race, unless we see a late safety car or something goes awry here, we are going to realistically have a two-way scrap for the win in this one. Will we see the continuation of a perfect season for Olympian, or will Sherrodice come to spoil the party?
Well, this is going to be nip and tuck, isn't it? Sherrodice are losing time right now, there's no doubt about that, but it will all come down to this final round of pit stops. We don't expect that car to take fuel, so if Olympian GRD need even a splash of fuel, that's enough to bring them back together. And we know, certainly from last time out at Alton Park, Teddy Wilson's got the pace to go after Olympian GRD, hasn't he? But he won't be enjoying seeing what he's seeing right now, as Peter Belshaw's sort of busy battling with cars that are a lap down, but very, very quick. We know that 110 Morpheus car is rapid, and they've also got PLR Racing in that group. PLR 6th place in the race. Olympian down the pit lane. That was a drive-through, wasn't it? Olympian GRD have just been down the pit lane from the lead of the race. They will rejoin back behind Sherrodice UK, but we haven't seen any notification. No, hang on, there was a drive-through penalty. The marshal's just putting the board back down, but we did not see anything on the screen. Jamie tells me it was an unsafe release. Remember, no, that was Sherrodice I saw with an unsafe release, but there must have been something else that the stewards have spotted, and Olympian GRD given a penalty for an unsafe release, and they rejoin back behind Sherrodice UK.
It was with the Demon Tweaks car, wasn't
it?
When Demon Tweaks were coming in, Olympian were leaving the box, and we saw them give a sort of, no, you go first, no, you go first, no, you go first. They both ended up pretty much stopping in the pit lane, and that's what's caused that one. But like you mentioned, interesting to see that Olympian have got a penalty for that one, but Sherrodice not getting one for theirs. So clearly, the steward's feeling that one wasn't quite as egregious as the one for Olympian GRD. Either way, more flies in the ointment to try and stop Olympian from winning this race.
Or, just to play devil's advocate, Olympian did theirs first, Sherrodice pitted a few laps later. Maybe they just haven't got to that one yet. Maybe that's the next thing they're going to be investigating. That could be really interesting, because you'd imagine it would be the same penalty, so they'd break even then as far as time lost. Right then, so that puts Sherrodice UK back in the lead of the race now. Sheridai's come through once again now. They are classed as the race leader by 2 seconds over Simon Rudd in the Team Olympian GRD machine, and Simon's got to do it all over again. Now, we know he's got the pace to do it, but Peter Belshaw's going to be even more reluctant now to let him through because we're so close to the end of the stint. Peter's got a real chance here of handing that car over in the race lead.
Yeah, he's got another opportunity now to hold up the number one, which will be the ideal strategy heading on through. It does seem as though it's getting a little bit darker out there. We'll keep you updated as and when we hear or potentially see more in terms of changing weather conditions, but we're closing in towards that last pit stop. Of course, only 6.5 minutes time until we'll head through to those final stops, and then there'll be an all-out war to the checkered flag. And of course, to remind you, don't forget, we've still got to do this all again later on this evening with another 3-hour bumper edition. Will we see the same play out again, or will it all change up? Because again, don't forget, in the Fun Cup, your random grids, they'll get another random grid for the race this evening. And again, it could change things massively once more. You see their Olympian being allowed through, I think we can assume there, by PLR. They really moved off the line there, just let them go by. An Olympian now with only fresh air between themselves and the race leaders of the 251.
PLR Racing are in 6th position, by the way, so only the top 5 are now on the lead lap. That wasn't that long ago. There were 11 or 12 of them, so shows how closely bunched that midfield group was actually. Once one went a lap down, a whole load of them did. So, yeah, PLR slipped back. Were a lap behind Sheridai's. They're back behind Olympian GRD again now, and we'll look to try and tag along with them for this next little portion of the race. So Sheridai's UK and Olympian GRD fighting for the win. Also, in a way, fighting to be last on the grid for race 2 later on, because, of course, the winner of this one has to start that race later on from the very back of the field. But it hasn't stopped Olympian GRD from contending for a win, and I don't think Sheridai's would much mind starting at the back if it means that they were on the top step of the podium in this one. We're 5 minutes away from that decisive, you feel, final round of pit stops from beginning. How important do you think it is here for Simon Rudd to get the lead before we get to that point, knowing what we think we know about fuel strategy?
It's a really tough one. A really tough one in this final part of the race. I mean, realistically, he needs to try and put as much time between himself and Sheridai's, and in doing so, needs to get past and try and put that time in between them, because like you mentioned, if we are waiting on that final churn from Olympian GRD, they're going to be losing that time. And with both of the, should we say, quickest drivers in the teams, more than likely out for those final stints in those two, it's going to be really nip and tuck. So Olympia needs to be as close as possible once all is said and done in terms of that, because it's going to be a serious challenge for Riley to close in on the 251, given the pace we've seen from Teddy Wilson earlier on in this race. We still are yet to see another driver get down in the 118s, and his was a 118.6. He was almost closer to a 117 than he was a 119.
And it's for that reason that I think that penalty may cost Olympian GRD the race here, because I think it was imperative that they had the lead. It's not the be-all and end-all. You can overtake in this category. If they come out near Teddy Wilson, they might be able to sit in his slipstream and match his pace. But based on what we've seen so far this afternoon, I do think they're going to be really kicking themselves at that penalty. We know there could be another one heading the way of Sheridai's. We don't want to put that idea out into the universe, but we did see a similar sort of release for Sheridai's UK. You never know what the stewards, Julian Floyd in particular, down in race control, might have in mind. There you can see, though, as it is right now, it's almost nose to tail again out on track. 33.5 minutes to go, and with Sheridai's UK reclaiming the lead, courtesy of that penalty from Olympian GRD. That was, by the way, our 14th lead change of the race. One more, and we tie the Anglesey record, and one more than that, and we break it. And I think there's a very good chance that may be happening.
Definitely, there definitely is. But that's, again, like I was mentioning earlier on in this race, that's why not only have you got to be some of the fastest drivers out there on circuit, it has to be a well-oiled machine, the whole team. You have one little mistake like that, an unsafe release where someone tells them to go and then goes, whoa, I'll stop, and then goes again. Worstly, that's time loss as the 257 goes grass-cutting. They're on the outside the comments box. Not only that, you could gain yourself a penalty such as that, and that completely scuppers your situation, as we might have just seen there for the number one. I think we're starting to see that a little bit more now, drivers flirting with the edges of the circuit. Now that we're getting to the end of this 3-hour race, the tyres starting to get sort of nearer the end of their life cycle. I do believe, if I remember correctly, the drivers will be sticking on a full new set of 4 for the race later on. We've got a spinner at the final corner. Is that Demon Tweaks number 2.
I think it is.
It is indeed off in the grass on the outside. So it's Will Abraham double stinting that car to the end, I think, in the 207. He's got it back going again, rejoins the black stuff and rejoins the racing action. But an uncharacteristic mistake there from Will.
And speaking of uncharacteristic, how wild is it that it's a pit stop issue that has cost Olympian GRD? They are renowned for being the team to beat in the pit stops, and it didn't look like the speediest dry stop they'd ever done, and then a little bit of a fumble on the rejoin. That, to me, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, but that tells me they're under pressure. They know how important every pit stop is going to be. In the past, they've always had that advantage in the pit stop, sort of in their back pocket for when they needed it, but they also had the speed out on circuit. Today, though, it's been all about Sherrodise UK, and that's pushed Olympian GRD perhaps into making one or two little mistakes. They still haven't got this lead back. This, though, is the best chance that Simon Rudd has had since he most recently lost the lead. He's right in the wheel tracks, less than a car length behind as they exit Church. He's going to get a slipstream up the hill, and I'm sure Peter Belshaw will have some defending to do here as we get towards Rocket Corner for the 110th time. He does pull to the left-hand side of the road. He's trying to get a slipstream for the 110 Morpheus car up the road, and I think he succeeded in doing so because he stays ahead for now.
Exactly out there. He was trying to sit in the wheel tracks of the 110 and hold on to their slipstream as best as possible. Of course, he was quite a bit further back than the Olympian were on him, so the slipstream less beneficial to himself heading up towards Rocket there, but he did a nice job there. Big slide over the 251. That's a huge slide there through the right-hander. He's held that beautifully, but the one takes the outside line into the left-hander, down into the final corner. That will be the inside, but Simon sitting back in. Aggressive defence there from the 251. I was going to say when they were heading up to the Rocket, he sent him one way, then sent him the other, trying to make sure he makes that bunk-up car as wide as possible, is the number 251. And at the moment, he's doing a pretty good job of it.
Good driving this from Belshaw, not only to catch the slide, but then immediately switch back on and successfully defend into the next corner. And I really thought there that Simon Rudd was going to sweep on through, and he did not manage it. So it still is Sherrodise UK who lead. They're wide out of the banking, though. This is where they lost the lead last time, remember. Simon isn't going to get the move made into Church this time, but a good exit from the turn should give him a chance to do so up the hill. They're a little bit further back this time for the Morpheus car as well, so not as much of a helpful slipstream for Peter Belshaw to use, and he's not defended the left-hand side of the road. Here comes Simon Rudd then, gets his nose ahead, gets his whole car ahead. He's on the better line into Rocket, and this time around he does take the lead away from Peter Belshaw, but the pit window is open, so Belshaw may have lost the lead, but he'll be able to hand over shortly to Teddy Wilson, and by the time this next round of stops are done, they may well be back out in front.
Taking the words straight out my mouth there, mate. Exactly that. 30 minutes left to go in this 3-hour endurance race. Here is again a wobble up at that right-hander, but this time
raining,
for the number one of Olympian. I think you might be right out there, sir. Maybe a bit of precipitation treating us to an exciting final 30 minutes. The pit window board is out. The pit window is open. As there you go, PLR going a little bit wider once again. Are we seeing a bit more rain up at the top section of the circuit? Let's watch these lap times as well. See if they start to trickle down as the Olympian continues on round, but I believe Sherrodise are in the pits.
And it's a dry pit stop. They've got no traffic coming for them to be released in front of, so once they've got this driver change done and Teddy Wilson is plugged in, they'll be able to send him on his way. It's not a very quick stop there. They're looking at something. Oh, they're struggling with the belts. They're struggling with the belts, I think, and this is really costing them time. This is way longer now, twice as long a pit stop than it should have been, and they now get released, but that was a huge time loss for Sherrodise UK. I don't think they could get the belts buckled up properly for Teddy Wilson. Has that just cost them the race?
Yeah, that was less than ideal, should we say. What was it I was mentioning a few minutes ago about a well-oiled machine? It needs to be. Little mistakes like that. Sherrodise were the ones to lose this about an hour or two ago, and it looks as though they might have just done that. We'll wait and see what happens here with Olympia. My first question is, how long is Simon going to stay out in that car? When is Riley going to jump in? My second question is, are we waiting for that fuel stop? If there's no fuel going in, they look to be sitting pretty at the sharp end of the order. With a bit of fuel, though, this could make it very close in terms of on pit exit when they do make that stop. So all still simmering along here, ladies and gentlemen, as you watch more teams heading into the pits for their last stops of the race.
Well, Olympian have gone through. They're not pitting this time for Olympian GRD, but Riley Phillips is ready with his helmet on in the pit lane. So as soon as they decide to bring Simon Rudd in, Riley is ready and waiting to receive him and jump into the car himself. But will they put fuel in? That's the big question, isn't it? I don't see any fuel waiting, but of course they'll be hiding away in the garage for the time being. We won't know probably until the car pulls into its pit bay. Uvio, of course, have now moved into second position. They're 23, 24 seconds off the lead, so they haven't really gained anything out of all of the battling that we had going on out in front. It's still the best part of half a minute back to third position. And Vape Club with EDF and Race Logic completing the top 5 at the moment. There's the 257 car in. Solid race this for Team Pacific. They had a bit of time out in the lead earlier on. They've kept their nose clean, and hopefully a solid top 6 or 7 position should be theirs.
Yeah, they've been doing really well. I've been very, very impressed by Team Pacific, as they are a little bit slow off the line there to get up to the pit limiter as they head to the end of the pit lane and carry on into their final stint. But yeah, like you say, I was really, really impressed so far in this race from Team Pacific, and they'll be hoping to continue that on into our next 3-hour race later on this evening.
Leaders are in, John. I just caught a glimpse of Olympian GRD getting ready for the stop, so this is key. Are they putting any fuel in the number 1 car? It will pull into its spot. There's no fuel waiting. No, it's straight into a driver change. So, dry stop for Olympian GRD. How much quicker will this be than the Sheridai's UK stop earlier on? Sheridai's are not yet in sight at the top of the corkscrew. Off they go. It's night and day compared to the stop for Sheridai's UK. Out of the pit lane goes Olympian GRD, and Sheridai's have only just come out of Peel Corner, so the best part of a third of a lap behind. As rapid as Teddy Wilson is, I'm not convinced in 26 minutes time he'll be able to catch that sort of distance.
No, definitely not. We must have missed a fuel churn early on in the race then for Olympian. They must have gone pretty early on those churns, but fair play to them. What a strategy, what a couple of stints there from the Olympian drivers, dealing with some issues and even a penalty there. They still come out well in the lead of the race. Impressive stuff. They didn't even lose the lead outright on the track to Uvio Hoffmans. Uvio Hoffmans are still behind them, a couple of corners behind them as they head on through this lap of racing. But Olympian GRD yet again looking to go from the back to the front in 2025.
It's just incredible. It almost looks, if you just look at the race results and the winners list for the last season and a half, you'd be fooled into thinking that this has been really a very boring couple of years for the Fun Cup, but we know that that's been anything but. They've not been winning the races easily, but they just have this way, don't they, of getting to the front when it counts. They don't panic too much in the first half of the race when they invariably have to come from the back of the field. They keep the car out of trouble. They always seem to find themselves at the front into the final hour. And again today, despite the penalty and that little fumble in the pit lane that they did have about 40 minutes or so ago, it looks as though they're going to come out on top. We'll get an official look at the gap at the front momentarily. Through in a second or so will come Sheridai's UK. The leader already has got through. There he is, through the banking for the 115th time of asking. The distance record, by the way, here at Anglesey, 131 laps. I think there's a good chance we'll beat that today because, again, we've not yet had an appearance of the safety car. Sheridai's 19.2 seconds off the race lead. They are third at the moment. That should become second place once Uvio stop, but actually Uvio could have half a chance of challenging for second after that final round of stops has been completed. Whether or not Sheridai's can win will, I think, really now depend on whether any issues before the number 1 car. Without any dramas, I think Olympian GRD are sitting pretty.
Indeed. No, they are. They're doing a very good job. I will say as well that Vape Club are doing a good job as well. I think that they have made their stop already, the 246. I'll let you double check that for me. I think they have.
They came in as Sheridai's were released again.
Yes, they're only 2.3 seconds behind Sheridai's now, so there is very much a battle in terms of the podium places out there. We thought it was going to involve Olympian and Sheridai's for the lead, but it looks like it might end up being Sheridai's, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, and Uvio Hoffmans potentially here battling over second, third and fourth. So still lots to happen out there. We've just seen Riley Phillips chucking up the inside there at the first corner on the Axiometrics car, but I think the number 1 of Olympian GRD, the plan for the rest of this race heading on through is just do what you usually do, Riley. Just crack on out there, put in some good pace, but equally don't do anything too crazy. Just keep it nice and nailed, keep hitting your markers, keep hitting your lap times, and bring this one home for the team.
Yes, no off-track heroics required this afternoon from Riley Phillips to claim a victory, unless, of course, we end up with a safety car intervention or something. But for now, he looks pretty comfortable out at the front of the field, and it all came down to the pit stop.
We'd still like to see it. If you
I wouldn't say no. Wouldn't say no. No, that was quite a memorable moment that we were treated to here last year. It was the second race, I think, wasn't it, where it all really kicked kicked off. Who knows, maybe we might still be able to enjoy something similar later on this evening. So still waiting for Uvio to pit then for what will be the final time. And I think beyond that, most of the front runners have stopped now 5 times. We're also waiting still for Race Logic and PLR in their ongoing battle for 5th to make their final scheduled visit to the pit lane. PLR going through now, so they're not pitting this time around. And the next car behind them will be the race-leading Olympian GRD machine, which comes through to complete lap 116. And looks to me, I mean, very consistent pace here from Riley Phillips, even in traffic. The last 2 laps have both been 1:19.5s, within a couple of hundredths of a second of each other. And crucially, Teddy Wilson could only match that pace. So, yeah, don't think he's realistically going to have much chance of bridging that gap. Here comes Teddy across the line, and for reference, he does a 19.3, so 2 tenths quicker, but still 19 seconds adrift in not third, but a net second. So into the final portion of the race then, and one eye toward the skies still, I think, as we monitor the weather. There is an ominous looking dark cloud heading our way. But for now, the track remaining dry, and Olympian GRD will be absolutely thrilled with that. They don't want any unnecessary dramas in the final 21.5 minutes.
No, exactly that. Well, I think we've seen about 10 or 15 ominous clouds at some point during this race, and it just hasn't seemed to come over here. So, hey, we'll wait and keep an eye on it, but I think we're probably going to stay dry here for the last 20 or so minutes of this race. I found it a bit of a confusing race, to be honest, here today. Like, for example, why I'm saying that, PLR Racing in 6th place, the 146, I would say from my watching of them today, they've been struggling a little bit in terms of pace and having a bit of difficulties, but they're there in 6th place overall on the road. Now Race Logic have pitted, but before they pitted, they would have been 2nd place there in the Masters class, having a really good race, all things considered, looking at the result. But looking at them out on track now, I would have said they were struggling a little bit, need to find a bit more pace, having a few issues. So I think it's been a bit of a race of attrition really out there. If you've kept it on the black stuff, kept yourself out of a bit of trouble, you're on for quite a good result here in the first race of the day.
It's been one of those races where a lot of teams have had little dramas, not necessarily catastrophic race-ending ones. We still have, I think, 21 of the 23 cars, no, 22 of the 23 cars that started still running. It's only Signature RV who are still in the garage and have been for quite a while. But yeah, lots of little dramas that have cost teams, you know, a lap here and half a lap there. And I think those that have stayed out of trouble, yeah, you're absolutely right. They've just picked their way through, and PLR and Race Logic absolutely in that category. They've not been the fastest cars on track at any point, but it's been trouble-free so far. I am realising as I'm saying this, though, that Neil Plymouth, if he's listening, he's not going to thank me for saying that, because we've put the curse on PLR a few times this year. The reason I just jumped there is there was a car on the grass coming out of Church. Was that the 248 car? No, it wasn't Team Disruptive, was it? Who was there? Anyway, whoever it is, they've carried on.
Was it potentially the 106, maybe?
106. Yes, I think you might be right. It is the Race Ventura car. It was spotted. So that car bounces down the grass, but thankfully, certainly if you're Olympian GRD, it continues without spinning, without dropping debris all over the road, and without the need for a safety car.
A lot of drivers struggling to keep it on the black stuff. I don't know if these tyres are really falling off at the end of the race, like we saw driver exiting off of Church. We've just seen Uvio go bouncing along the grass on the outside of the final corner as well. So just struggling to, I mean, the pace is still there for a number of cars, but still struggling to keep it on the black stuff as bit of a reaction from you. What happened?
It was just Ted Bradbury doing Ted Bradbury things,
oh,
really,
right, okay.
drifting his way down through the corkscrew as he tries.
That really shouldn't have surprised you.
No, not really. As soon as I realised who it was, I was like, oh yeah, no, fair enough. That's normal behaviour from Ted. 200 in, by the way, to, I think, serve a mandatory stop. They've just about crept in before the pit window was closed. Big close, but you're allowed to pass the pit lane closed board once before you make that final stop. So I think that's what they've done.
I think so. I've got a genuine question for you, because I actually can't remember. I don't know if you maybe do remember. If you're double stinting, you obviously have to get out of the car. Can you get straight back in the same side, or do you have to go around and get in the other side?
Always used to be that you had to run round.
That's what I thought it was as well. And 200 did not do that. 200 got out, got straight back in, the same side that they exited the car. So, hey, I don't want to put a commentator's penalty until that's not my job, but just what I'm seeing out there in the pit lane. A lot of drivers diving in, though, at this late part of the race. PLR are in.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned about that car because it was going quite slowly on its in-lap, but I don't think there's any major drama. They're plugging Neil Plymouth back in. Tim Wheeldon getting out of the car. 169 are boxed in behind Uvio, and there's nothing really Uvio did wrong there. They couldn't go any further forward because PLR were there. That was just bad timing, really, on when those three cars came in. but that will have cost 169 a bit of time. UVO released, and are they going to get out ahead of the Vape Club car? That's the question here. It's significant because it's for a position inside the top 4 positions. In fact, podium place that they're battling over, and it's going to be very close indeed, John.
It's going to be nose to tail as they come out. Then UVO will be defending as they head into the banking. But like we saw there in the pit lane, that is crucially why drivers try to, 1, park as close to the fast lane as possible so you don't get boxed in, and 2, park on a slight angle so you're facing slightly outwards from the pit box, so that then if you do have someone parked directly in front of you, you've already got that steering lock on and you can try your best to drive around them. They've all managed to sort themselves out in the pit lane now, and as we see a big battle there going up into Rocket, that was PLR side by side with the 169 who have just exited the pit box, the Rare Vinyl team, muscling their way through there up at Rocket, and they were being closely followed by our battle for what will have been our 3rd place, won't it, between UVO and Vape Club, as we will drop back to watch them, I believe. There they are, heading through to the top section of the circuit and down into sector number 3. There is the Vape Club car, and you can see there, only just ahead of them, are UVO. That's got to be, what, half a second, maybe pushing a second between those drivers. And there's just over 15 minutes left to go.
So we've got Fabulous Randaccio versus Ted Bradbury. This should be an interesting scrap for 3rd position, shouldn't it? As they head out through the final turn and across the timing line once again. This lap 121 that they're beginning. And this the fight for a podium position for UVO and for Vape Club. In fact, this is significant for the championship. UVO 2nd in the championship coming into this race, but Vape Club are 4th. And once drop scores are calculated, they are right in contention for the title. So early days, I know it's only round 3 of the championship, but hey, it's only a 10-race season, so we're a quarter of the way through the year right now. And every race is worth 70 championship points for a win, and that looks as though it's going the way of Olympian GRD, but even finishing on the podium, you'll score 60 points or so. So it's a battle worth having between these two, that's for sure. And Ted Bradbury will want to try and get that Vape Club with EDF car onto the podium. They're absolutely nose to tail now as they turn through the Rocket complex. Bradbury at this stage looks a bit like he's the quicker of the two.
He does look slightly faster. I mean, we saw a big lock-up for the UVO car as they headed through the banking at the start of this lap. But they're up at the top section out of Rocket they went, and there was a big bit of spitting of flames from the 246 out of the exhaust as well. So both absolutely putting the pedal to the metal here through the final part of the race and looking to steal away the podium position from each other. Out the final corner they come. Still nose to tail as they cross the line, just less than half a second then between UVO and Vape Club. Of course, Fabio Randaccio in for UVO, and for the Vape Club car, of course, it will be Mr. Ted Bradbury. So 2 very experienced racers. I think Fabulous Randaccio quite a bit more experience in a Fun Cup car than Ted Bradbury, but Bradbury transitioned very, very easily over from kart racing to Fun Cup, didn't he?
You say to experienced drivers, though, this is only Ted's 3rd full season as a car racing driver. He came out of karting straight into MX-5s. Of course, famously put the car on pole position for his very first race in MX-5s and was immediately a real contender in Fun Cup when he came here as well. He's looking to the inside into Rocket, but the door was closed predictably there by Randaccio. He clips the curb, though, runs a bit wide. That puts him on a tight line for the right-hand element. But I don't think Bradbury's quite going to have the momentum on corner exit to get back alongside. Then we head through Peel corner and down towards the corkscrew, sideways for Randaccio. Bradbury understeers wide, so oversteer for one, understeer for the other, and they drop down through the corkscrew now, where Ted Bradbury had quite a nasty off actually here a year ago, didn't he? Went off into the barriers, and I think sprained his wrist, didn't he, quite badly? Maybe broken a bone in his wrist when he hit the wall. So came back from that to race at Alton Park not that long later in the season, but he'll be certainly hoping that he doesn't have a repeat of that as he chases after this 3rd place. This is going to be a fascinating battle with neither car seemingly enjoying an abundance of grip right now.
No, they're all sliding about, aren't they, at the moment? There's again another lock-up into the banking for the UVO car. We saw the aggressive defence up to Rocket on the last lap from UVO to take that inside line and keep the Vape Club driver behind. They then benefit a little bit, like you mentioned, from the oversteer from Vape Club. I think that was more from Fast Track being on the apex of the corner as they arrived and having to sort of turn out of it a little bit to carry on through. But they've got a much better run this time. Up to Rocket they go. Uvio will stay on the outside line. Will they jink across at the last minute? No, they've got the inside of Bake Club. They will make contact right at the apex. Uvio will keep that inside line to the right-hander though. They'll try the up and under will Bake Club, but it doesn't work. Not a long enough straight here up to the second of the right-handers, unless he can prove me wrong and stick that nose in. He will. He's going to go for it. Down the inside, they make contact. Round goes Uvio. Contact at the top part of the circuit, and Uvio are off into the grass.
Now, is Bradbury waiting, or has that car lost power? It looked like maybe he was waiting to address the situation. Back on the road goes Uvio, but Bradbury's car is crawling over the hill, so Uvio will go back through, but will Ted then hit the loud pedal again, or has he got something damaged on that car? No, he's back to speed now, so... Well, actually, Bradbury hasn't let Uvio back through. He has picked up the pace once again, and what a shame that battle had to end in that way. Well, it's not over, I suppose, because Fabulous may yet be able to get back on terms with the Bake Club car, which is sliding around again viciously coming out of the first turn. John, your thoughts on that?
I mean, Ted sort of proved me right, didn't he? That you can't really go for that. He was too far back, and we found that out as he chunked it down the inside. It was a little bit too late on the brakes for that corner, because Uvio will have checked the mirrors, seen that they were behind, then looked ahead at the corner, and it was only at the last minute that Ted decided to dive it down the inside, and he was not far enough clear to make it stick. But he's lifting down the back straight, so he clearly knows he was at fault for that move. He doesn't want to get a penalty, and I think he'll know as well that the drivers in 5th place and further back are so far back, he's not going to lose any more positions than just the one that he's giving up to Uvio. But crucially, he wants to stay ahead of the 109, which he has done. So they're back to as they were. They would have lost a lot of time to Sheridan the Olympian ahead, but they stay in 3rd and 4th.
Sensible driving that from Bradbury. Here's the replay. So going into Rocket, he tries the inside. The point I was about to make is that Fabulous Randaccio, really, he showed his experience here, didn't defend the inside because he knew that by going around the outside at the left, he had the inside for the right, and it looked like he had this covered off. But by going into the right tighter, he was slower on corner exit than Bradbury, and Ted thought there was an opportunity, dive to the inside, but it is a dive, isn't it, John? He wasn't there, and crucially, he then puts himself into an ever-closing gap, snatches the brake, and contact was inevitable.
Yeah, you saw from the lock-up there where he realised, oh dear, he's not seen me here. Tries to grab that brake a bit harder, and yeah, wasn't going to happen. I mean, you could see there from that lovely slow-mo, courtesy of the Alpha Light Productions crew, thank you very much for that, that even at the latest point after the dive, he wasn't far enough alongside for it to be visible for the driver of Uvio in the right-hand side of their vision. So they wouldn't have even seen the car there. They would have turned into the apex and just got immediately smacked. But that hasn't worked quite so well, has it?
Well, Randaccio, having got back into that 3rd place, may have just thrown it all away with a grassy moment at Church. He's still alongside into the braking zone at Rocket. This time, though, he is on the left-hand side of the road, and Bradbury may have the better line for the right-hander, sticks it out on the outside, gets the inside for the right, and it's a roll reversal from a couple of laps ago. Is that roll reversal going to continue into Peel, I wonder? Will Fabio Randaccio have a go to the inside? The answer is no, because actually he's still on the outside line as they turn into that tricky off-cambered right-hander. He's going to go right round the outside. Fantastic racing from Fabulous Randaccio, and he's got the inside now for the left-hand element of the corkscrew. Still they are side by side, and Bradbury now has the inside for the right. Guess what, though? We turn left at the bottom of the hill, and that will favour the Uvio car, which does now hang on to that 3rd position. Runs wide on the exit, though. Bradbury back to the inside into turn number 1. Through the left-hander at target they go. It's so hard to go side by side through there. They touch again, do they? Uvio sideways up and over the exit curb. This is right on the limit for the two of them. Bradbury continuing to sort of swipe away at the back of the Uvio car, but Randaccio will not leave the door open.
Wow, what fantastic racing. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had 2 hours and 50 minutes of racing already. We're to the final 10 minutes, and we're racing like this for the podium positions. Fantastic. Losing a bit of speed there on the exit. They're going to try and get past the fast track before they get up into the braking zone, and they will. But will we see a rinse and repeat of the last few laps then? Actually, the inside line might be a bit closed off here by the fast track car. They both have to go around the outside, and move not able to be made this time at least. So Mr. Ted Bradbury will have to sit in behind and rethink that one. Still 8.5 minutes to go though. Still quite a few laps. Just got to keep in the slipstream of Uvio and try and plan that attack yet again. What racing that was. Absolutely brilliant between the two of them. And look at the massive slide yet again there from Uvio as they head down into the corkscrew. Last lap they had the tyres absolutely squealing as they were going in there side by side. A little bit more reserved this time, but not by very much.
I mean, the tyres are going to be screaming enough at this point, aren't they? And the car sliding around just doesn't seem to have the grip that it had earlier on in the race. Yes, the tyres are getting worn out, but we know the tyres are more than capable of doing a 4-hour race without needing to be changed. So at the end of 3 hours, they should be absolutely fine. Bradbury closes back in again, and as they turn towards the banking, forces a defensive move out of Randaccio, who I think is slightly flat spotted that right front tyre, hasn't he? Snatches the brake again, runs wide, and that opens the door for Bradbury as they head towards the quick right-hander at Church Corner. Bradbury goes through on the way in, but now, of course, is punching the hole in the air, heading up the hill. It's a better exit for Randaccio anyway, and they will likely be side by side again by the time they reach the braking zone at the top of the hill. The question is, which way does Bradbury go? He goes left, covers the inside line into the braking zone, and forces Randaccio to go the long way round. We've seen Randaccio do this already, though. Not on this occasion. Bradbury, no, he has left room. There is a gap, there is an inside line, and Uvio are back through.
Absolutely fantastic there from Uvio. Perfectly weighted that on the brakes, didn't they? I was just about to mention how it just seems like Uvio can't carry through the same apex speed that the 246 can, but I mean, he's proved me wrong there. Up at the top of the hill into Rocket, carried that fantastically well, got the move done. Back into third they go, and realistically, this battle for third place is just one big game of chess. Yes. They're all just trading places as they carry on through. Who's going to be the one leading the train of two when they head through on the final lap, though? That's going to be the big question. Another huge slide out of the final corner for the Uvio car, and yet again, Vapecog close in as they head through to the banking.
Another slide at turn 1 as well, so Uvio are rear grip limited at this point, aren't they? I think that's fair to say. What I really like about this battle, though, is that after that first bit of contact, Bradbury could very easily have said, okay, you have third place, I don't want to risk any further contact. Randaccio could easily have thought, well, I'm not going to take any risks with you because you've just punted me off a couple of laps earlier, and yet they continue to run within inches of each other and giving each other the respect that they know they both deserve. That's really nice to see, and not in many other championships would you see it. Here comes Bradbury then with another challenge to the inside into Rocket Corner, but we've seen this outside line has really been the place to be. They're both clearly quite evenly matched under braking, but this time Bradbury sails on through. So was that fabulous Randaccio just boxing clever, or was that just Bradbury a little bit more confident under braking?
Trying to set the up and under then, going through up into here, but not going to work out for Uvio this time. I mean, that's what Ted Bradbury had been trying for the last few laps, to hold that inside line, go deep enough where we could close off the exit and then have the inside line for the right-hander as well. But this time, it works out very nicely for Ted, and he heads his way back through into third place. We'll give a very brief mention of the two leaders as we enjoy this battle. 17 seconds still between Olympian GRD and Sherrod Eyes UK, as here we see a replay once more up into the top section. Through into Rocket they go. You see them dive late on the brakes, avoiding lockups this time around, but look at that line. Hop, skips, over the curb on the inside, does Ted, all the way to that outside line, holds it beautifully. And you saw there Uvio just taking that slightly wider line into the right to try and hook up that exit. Just didn't quite work out for them this time.
Well, he just doesn't have the rear grip, does he? To fire the car at the apex, because when he tries to do it, the back steps out. So for whatever reason, the back of the Uvio car is not as stable as Randaccio would like it, and that perhaps is going to prevent him from really putting it all on the line in an attempt to get back through. They head towards Rocket, where Bradbury is covering the inside line very definitively this time. Doesn't leave any space there for Uvio to go through, and he knew that he could afford to drift a bit wide on the exit because that gives him the inside for the right. Is there a gap? There's a bit of touchy-feely stuff through the right-hand element of Rocket, and Randaccio thinks about the inside heading into Peel Corner. No way through there, but I'm sure he would have been tempted given what happened here a few laps ago. Again, they almost trade paint, and Bradbury this time is the one who slips a bit wide. Randaccio back alongside. They head down towards the Corkscrew Complex, and Bradbury hangs on. To be honest, it's all that Randaccio can do to hang on to the car at this point, though. Every time he puts himself in potentially a position to make the overtake, it's like he just has to lift off the throttle. He can't commit to it.
He does. Yeah, that was impressive though from Ted in the 246. Just let those brakes off through the left-hander as they headed into the corkscrew to let it run wide and hold that line. But again, a bit scrappy over the curb on the outside there for the 246. A lock-up for the Uvio car, but that didn't seem to matter. They still carried brilliant speed there through, and I think potentially even made a little bit of front-to-rear contact there on the exit, giving the 246 a bit of a push. But you saw there, almost sideways through the right-hander of Church for the UVO car. That will have taken a little bit of speed away as they head up through to Rocket once more. And this is definitely the furthest back the challenging car of the two has been heading up into Rocket. But once more, UVO send it to the outside line, but the 246 just about has it covered off. They get a little bit slidey, trying the up and under again here at UVO. They've done it much better this time, but still doesn't look to be quite enough, and the 246 covers it off.
Didn't quite have the traction on corner exit, did he, to keep the overlap there into Peel Corner. They're going to come through this time to have, I think, 2 more laps to go. It depends where the leader is. The leader, I think, is up at Rockets somewhere, not actually far behind these two, and therefore not far away from putting them a lap down, but that means there are going to be at least 2 more laps to go for this battle, possibly 3 as they exit the final turn and cross the timing line to go on to another lap. Through the left-hander at target they go, and Vape Club with EDF's Ted Bradbury keeping the UVO Hoffman's machine of fabulous Randaccio at bay. What can Randaccio do then? He's fighting a car that clearly isn't handling as he would like, and that handling issue is one that is impeding his ability to carry momentum and get the run up the back straight where the best overtaking opportunity is. So if that's not available to him, what else can Randaccio do?
It's a really difficult one. I mean, realistically, he has to go for the same overtakes he would anyway, but be a little bit too overly aggressive and really get the elbows out and try and force an issue for the 246. He likes this move up the outside into Rocket. He's going to try it again, but nicely waits on the brakes once again from Ted Bradbury, keeps him behind. And it just looks as though, I think in the early exchanges, they were both working each other out, not only in terms of, they've raced each other a number of times, but working each other out in this particular moment, in this particular race, with the grip that they both have. They were working each other out of where each other was were both good and maybe not so good. Ted seems to have worked that one out now and is covering off exactly where he needs to be to keep that UVO car in behind. Less than a minute and a half left to go in this race now. I will say the gap between the top two was dropping ever so slightly. Still 15.7 seconds though between them, and what a race so far from Olympian GRD.
Yes, I suspect Olympian GRD are sort of easing off now slightly. Riley Phillips under no pressure, is he? He is about to come through, by the way, to start what will become his final lap of the race. He completes, as he does so, the 132nd lap of the race. This is now a new distance record for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Anglesey. Over a 3-hour race. They've had longer races here in the past, but for a 3-hour race on the coastal circuit, that is now more laps, more distance than we've ever covered before. That new tyre, no safety cars, 3rd time that's happened here at Anglesey, means that we've broken that record and in fact are going to do so by 2 whole laps.
Yeah, no, I'm so surprised. No safety cars at all. I mean, we've not been lacking issues for cars out there. They've just been able to get it back to the pits. It's been very impressive from the drivers to be able to do so and not have catastrophic issues that leaves them stranded out on the black stuff. But what a race. Despite the lack of safety cars, it's been exciting throughout. And remember an hour and a half, 2 hours ago when we said, well, this is Sherrodice's to lose. They've got an amazing lead. They're pressing on really well. It looks as though they might have lost it with only 15 seconds left to go on the clock. What a race this has been from Olympian GRD, and they're looking to continue their perfect season so far in 2025.
Looks as though this will become the 14th, 15th ever safety car free race. Of those 15, 8 of them have come in the last 3 years, so that really does go to show the driving standards, the way they've improved in recent seasons in Fun Cup. Far fewer instances of safety cars, and far more often it's a mechanical issue rather than driver error that seems to bring it about. Olympian GRD then exit the final corner, and it's a familiar sight for Simon, Riley and for Chris. It's a checkered flag in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship and a 3rd win of the season, a 4th consecutive win in the championship, and they further extend their championship lead here on the Anglesey Coastal Circuit with a record-breaking race, a distance record for them. A new lap record, of course, has been set, not by Olympian, but in fact by Sherrodice UK, who have just crossed the line in 2nd place. And now, John, all eyes turn to that battle for 3rd.
Fallen off the back, UVO fallen off the back of Vape Club over the last lap or so, and we just turned our attention away from that battle for the final podium position. It looks as though Ted Bradbury's been able to keep UVO at arm's length over these last couple of laps, have kept them behind, and there is the 246 heading down through the corkscrew now. What an unbelievable race from Olympian. I saw there as well Christabel on the wall celebrating. It must have felt like a lifetime ago that he was in the car. He was only back in stint number 1, but round the final corner, come Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, celebrates across the line. A top 3 finish then for EDF Vape Club. An impressive race from both of them, both Vlad and Ted, but Ted really having the the difficult stint there at the end to try and keep Uvio behind, but that's another story in and of itself. Who would have expected after stint number 1 for Uvio to be up in 4th place?
Exactly. I mean, bear in mind that whilst all of that battling was going on at the end of the race, they were doing so with a very hobbled car, with that gear shifter that broke in the opening half hour or so of the race. So, yeah, just the fact they were able to stay in the battle and really take the fight to Vape Club in that situation, very impressive indeed. Well, a breathless 3 hours of racing then has just concluded here at the Anglesey Coastal Circuit, and it's Team Olympian GRD who claim their 3rd win, 3 races this season. Sheridai's UK 2nd. It's not quite a return to winning ways. They've got another shot later on this evening in the 2nd race of the day. Vape Club with EDF Motorsports 3rd, ahead of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, and Race Logic in 5th. Then it's PLR Racing 6th, Team Destructive. We're in and around the top 10 all day. They're in the 7th, ahead of Team FMS, Morpheus Motorsport 9th, and Red River Sports in 10th position. Then it was Team Pacific, Axiometrics, Rare Vinyl TLR, and Green Heat appropriately in car number 14, finishing in 14th place. 15th was the 110 car, a case of what could have been for Chris and Charlie Hart. They'll be certainly gunning for the podium in race 2. Demon Tweaks 207 car was 16th ahead of Race Ventura, Renon Racing, and Burt only 19th. That's not really what they deserved, having run in the top 10 for much of the early stages. Demon Tweaks 249 was 20th ahead of Seed Data, Fast Track, and Signature RV, who did get out there at the end, 45 laps down, but they were running at the time of the checkered flag. Right, Jamie Peters-Ennis is outside the Olympian GRD garage and is about to catch up with our race winners.
I am, yeah, thanks Andy. I'm down with Simon and Chris. Chris, you've done it again, but your first stint wasn't quite straightforward because you're suffering with your back a bit, aren't you?
Yeah, my back went yesterday. We're doing pit stop practice as we always do on a Friday, and I put my back out, which wasn't the best thing. The first session, the adrenaline got me through the first 15 minutes, and after that I was just pleading with them to open the pit window. I was yeah, very uncomfortable, but it wasn't too bad in the end, and the boys did fantastic for the rest of the race.
But you were saying earlier there's actually the quicker corners was where you were really struggling.
Yeah, the first corner and then Church were just agony. After the first 15 minutes it was very unpleasant, but the win makes it all worthwhile.
Absolutely, and so that's a 3 out of 3. Again, busy race, but all guns blazing during your stints, but you've done it again.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, one for Andy's stats is we've got the last 4 now, yeah. So hopefully we can go for 5. Yeah, I mean, Chris did a really good first 15 minutes and overtook about 6 people, so we might have to have whatever he took before he went out in that. But yeah, no, I think, you know, Ryan and I just got our heads down. You know, it was a good race. I really enjoyed it. I had a good battle with the Sheridai's team. So yeah, we just got to keep going.
Thoughts for race 2?
I think we'll probably start at the back and we'll try and win.
All right, go and celebrate.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, guys. That's Christopher and Simon Rudd from Olympian GRD, your winners of round 3 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I'll be passing the baton over to John Ratcliffe for the rest of this afternoon's sprint races before we're back live later on this evening for round 4, another epic 3-hour thriller. But from down here in the pit lane, it's goodbye from me for now, and I hand you back to John and Andy in the box.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Red Gate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly.
It's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So, yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back, everybody, to Anglesey, where we are about to get racing back underway then here. Sprint racing now is the order of the day, at least for the time being. The Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship with their first race of the weekend, a 20-minute sprint race about to get underway. So, yeah, we'll park the Fun Cup cars in the garage for now. They'll be back out again later on today. They remember they've got their second race of the day, the second 3-hour race of the day, kicking off at 10 to 7 tonight, and we look forward to having the Fun Cup cars back with us again for their second race a bit later on. So the Fun Cup cars will be back out, the Fiestas lining up on the grid then ahead of 20 minutes of racing, and an interesting grid it is as well. Pole position going the way of Jason O'Connell. Now Jason O'Connell, I think I'm right in saying, yes, he has entered the previous 2 rounds of the championship, but he's entered as an AM driver, so we wouldn't typically expect to see Jason right at the front of the field as an AM, but he has qualified fastest of anyone this morning by a fraction, by 5 thousandths of a second. He was quicker than reigning champion Alistair Kellett, who is looking to sort of really get his season back on track here today. He's yet to win a race this season, Alistair Kellett. Wins so far have eluded him. Podiums, yes, but race wins not yet going his way. So Alistair in that #1 car put that right here this afternoon. Green flag lap then gets underway, and we get a chance now to take a look at the way that they're going to line up for this one. O'Connell, as I said, fastest by the narrowest of margins from Alistair Kellett, who shares the front row with him. Then it's Gary Miller, the championship leader and double winner at Alton Park last time, who starts third, alongside Graham Colfer. Maggie Webster up there in 5th position, another driver taking a step forward this weekend in pace. Zach Lucas, though, only 6th, will be, conversely, a little bit disappointed with the 3rd row starting position. Dan Robinson and Sean Reynolds then are together on the 4th row of the grid, and on row 5 to pick the top 10, Simon Horriman and Connor Blackburn. Row 6 for George Foxlow, Christopher Blackburn will be alongside him, then Luke Moore and Harry Hayes on row 7, and James Pope bringing up the rear of the 15-car field. So, season started back at Snetterton earlier on in the year, and that was an entertaining weekend of racing. We had 3 races and 3 different race winners. The first one was won by John Cooper, who then not finished in race number 2. That race won by Gary Miller, and Zach Lucas picked up a victory in race number 3. It was the last time at Alton Park, though, that Gary Miller really started to win with a bit more regularity, claimed the double victories, now 3 race wins for the year, and arrives here at Anglesey and drops one total scores, only 8 points clear of Alistair Kellett, but he is ahead of the reigning champion as we arrive at this 3rd event of the
season in the AM Class Championship. Jason O'Connell is the points leader by quite some way. Actually, he's 26 points clear of Dan Robinson, and Maggie Webster is third. Maggie, of course, qualifying well in this one. Could be, of course, maybe for some good AM Class results. Those of you who tuned in at Alton Park, by the way, a few weeks ago for the STT40s will, I'm sure, remember what happened to John Cooper, that scary accident that John had whilst battling for the lead of the race. We wish you well, John. I believe John will be watching along from home, and can't wait to have you back in the paddock again with us. John Cooper absent for the time being. I'm sure keeping a very close eye on what's going on in the Fiesta ST240s. John Ratcliffe alongside me again for this one, the ST240 Championship, proper mini touring car racing this, and yeah, it should be a competitive race certainly if those qualifying standings are anything to go by.
It certainly will be. I'm super excited to be in the commentary box for this. Like you say, I've been watching live of all the previous rounds. They've been very exciting, but yeah, that crash at Alton Park was a monster of an accident. That was a serious one. So yeah, a big shout out to yourself, John, and hopefully we'll see you back very, very soon. Lots of different drivers that you could sort of pit as being at the sharp end for this one. And like you mentioned, sort of the interesting one between the top two in the championship of Gary Miller and Alistair Kellett, given that Gary, like you said, has won 3 of the 5 races so far, whereas Alistair hasn't won any of them. Yeah. But consistency is key in motorsport, just keeping themselves up there in all of the races, getting decent results, building a good a number of points towards the championship, and really keeping himself within the fight. And then P3, Zach Lucas, I saw him do a great little burnout off the line. So his tyres definitely worn. And the main thing we need to say in this one, of course, if you've just been watching the Fun Cup, they were on the coastal circuit. This one we move to the full international track for this one. Down to the hairpin they'll go.
It's interesting looking at in fact, we'll get into this in a moment, maybe, because the race is about to start, but if you look at Alistair Kellett's results at this point last year, they're almost identical to the results Gary Miller's had so far. So no surprise, I suppose, that Miller is leading the championship. He is third on the grid for this one, though. Revs starting to rise, the red lights will go on, and 20 minutes of AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship racing gets underway now, and it's a pretty even start, I think, from both drivers on the front row of the grid. But in the second phase of the start, Alistair Kellett sweeps through on the outside line and will hold on to the lead as they head out of target for the first time. They're 3 abreast further back. A couple of them bounce wide over the curb, but it's a clean run through the first turn. Kellett leads the way then. O'Connell second. Gary Miller already on the charge in third, and there's a bit of a sideways moment behind. Luke Wall was involved in that, I think, with Harry Hayes, but they're all still there on the other side of the banking. They turn now into the right-hander at Church. Very challenging corner this on cold tyres, but they're all again doing a good job to keep the cars pointing vaguely in the right direction, and they head now towards the braking zone at Rocket for the first time.
Indeed, a couple of drivers getting a bit slidey there through the banking on the first time of asking. I think both of them were helped into that slide by other drivers getting involved in the squabbles. We've got the 664 and the 144 going side by side there up into Rocket. The 33 getting shuffled out wide there at Rocket as well. Going to be losing a couple of places there. It is Daniel Robinson in the 33, but I hate to say I called it. Clearly the tyre warming worked for Zachary Lucas. He had an absolute flyer of a start off the line, but sadly, when he went round the outside, I don't think he quite realised he was making it 3 wide there as he put it round the outside of the first corner. And sadly, 3 into 1 definitely doesn't go at that first corner. He got shuffled out wide, lost a bit of time, but I think stayed there in 5th place for now. As here we see them heading up to the hairpin at the bottom edge of the circuit for the first time today.
Gary Miller with a huge slide. I don't know if you caught that on the camera. I think I saw him just disappearing from you very sideways through that left-hander that takes them on to this extra loop that we didn't use for the Fun Cup races, which will be for all of the sprint racing action, and Gary did well to catch that and hang on to 3rd position. Across the line we go then at the end of lap 1. Kellett leads the way, 2nd O'Connell, 3rd Miller, Zach Lucas just about hanging on to 4th, but Graham Colfer was to his inside as they went through the final turn. Lucas in the end able to hang on. Then it's Sean Reynolds, Simon Horrobin, George Foxlow, Connor Blackburn and Maggie Webster only 10th. So Webster, having qualified 5th, has had a bit of a nightmare on the start in the red and white number 188 car, slipping down the field quite dramatically. Colfer, that is, I think, losing ground as well now as they turn into Church Corner. He's lost 1 place and now a 2nd one because Foxlow goes to the inside line. Horrobin's already gone through. Foxlow nuzzles alongside. No, sorry, Horrobin's still behind them, isn't he? Banging doors there with Connor Blackburn in the 664 as they head towards Rocket for the 2nd time. They're squirming around under braking. Colfer keeps Foxlow at bay, right up over the curb. This is good stuff.
That was great, wasn't it? Oh, a bit of a smack there from the 144 onto the 111. That makes him lose the momentum on the exit, and he's going to get driven past by one driver. Make that 2, make that 3 as another driver tries to get the nose in there at the top end of the circuit, and Colfer sadly continuing to go backwards. Didn't see what happened down into Church last time, but that one was quite the wallop there up at the top of Rocket. Just saw him lose a bit of momentum, and a couple of drivers steam on past. Just like we saw in the Fun Cup, once that momentum starts going the wrong way for you, it's very difficult to turn it around.
I don't know if it was Coldana, whether Colfer just bounced over the curb. He'd done it through the left, but I think he did the same through the right. The car was very stiff at the rear, maybe a bit too stiff really, and it's sort of bouncing around all over the place. Either way, he is losing places as a result of this, and he's well out of the top 5 now at the end of lap number 2. Through they go. Lead lap down slightly, so Jason O'Connell now starting to show the sort of pace that he had in qualifying earlier on. Qualifying was on a wet track, it's worth pointing out, so they're already going about 5 seconds quicker than they were this morning. Interesting to see whether maybe there were some drivers who just had a bit of wet weather prowess maybe coming to the fore, and now starting to struggle now the conditions have improved. Not really the case at the front though, is it? You'd expect Kellett to be good no matter what the conditions. The same is true of Miller and Lucas. I suppose O'Connell was the great unknown really. He's standing his ground well in second position. Through goes the 111. Graham Colfer settling in now, I think in about 11th place. I think Dan Robinson's gone past him, but that's James Pope in the black and white car behind. Luke Moore in the green and orange car with the Union flag, as the leaders, or the front-running group at least, turn their way through Rocket for the 3rd time.
They do really get that rear tyre off of the ground, don't they? They're up and over the curb. I keep thinking it's going to go over, but they managed to get it back down on all 4. And the 664 and the 14, they're battling very, very nicely. So Blackburn, as you mentioned, through on Horrobin. There's a bit of a bodywork or wing mirror, whatever that was, they're bouncing along the circuit that they have managed to disintegrate as they head on through and down towards the hairpin yet again. Kellett and O'Connell, nice and close together as we head down into the hairpin. Sorry, that's the 144. Foxlow, who's applying the pressure there, trying to sneak up the inside of Sean Reynolds there at the apex, but I think Dorr was just about close there by Reynolds.
Yeah, but only just. Foxlow's looking good, isn't he, in this one, actually, going for 5th place now, having started only 11th on the grid, so a few real comers and goers in this first part of the race, at least. Foxlow climbing up the order, the likes of Maggie Webster and Graham Colfer slipping down it, and that is, I think, down to that change in conditions since qualifying earlier on today. Another place there lost by Colfer, that is James Pope now slipping through. So Graham Colfer started 4th on the grid, and now we're only 3 laps in. He's all the way down in 12th position, so set up on that car, I think it's fair to say, he's not quite where he'd like it.
Yeah, I think definitely that. He hasn't been enjoying driving that car. You can see that even from the outside of the car. He's trying his best to get some speed out of it, but it's just not working for him at the moment. Flirting with the exits, a bit more than flirting there as they hop, skip and jump over the dirt on the outside. I mean, looking to put the pressure on his Foxlow, but he's putting a bit too much pressure on himself, it seems.
That was a huge moment there for George Foxlow. Foxlow with a big snap of oversteer. We only caught the back end of it on screen, but he was very briefly heading completely towards the barriers there midway through the turn. Managed to gather it together. Colfer there back ahead of James Pope as well, so Colfer going down without a fight, that's for sure, and reclaims that 12th position, 11th position that they were battling over. This is for 5th place though. Sean Reynolds under real threat now from George Foxlow, who again nips to the inside into the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew, but isn't quite able to complete the pass. He looks to me though like he's a little bit quicker than Sean Reynolds, and you can see those leading 4 getting ever further ahead, so he's keen to get the move made. He has to make sure that he does so cleanly, and it's a decisive move as well, because if he goes for the move and it doesn't work, then he leaves himself very quickly to attack Conor Blackburn behind.
Indeed he does. It's been great racing so far at the moment. The top 3 are still continuing to scamper off with this one. The 234 of Zachary Lucas is trying to hold on to the back of them. Only a couple of seconds off, as that was very, very wide for Sean Reynolds. 2 drivers slipping up the inside and losing a couple of places off of the final corner there.
Yeah, very wide was Sean Reynolds, so he'll slip down behind Conor Blackburn. So that's 7th place there. Only 1 place lost, I think, in the end, as a result of that. But yeah, he had already, I think, fallen behind George Foxlow at that point. Through Church they go, and up towards Rocket they head. This is for second place. Gary Miller, fastest lap of the race belongs to Gary Miller. That's worth a bonus point in the championship, remember. So he's looking to try and extend that championship lead over Kellett, but remember, it's only 8 points. Kellett is currently leading the race. You get 50 points for winning, you get 36 for finishing second, and you get 32, I believe it is, for finishing in, 42 for finishing in third place. So at the moment will be a big advantage to Kellett championship-wise. Miller wants to try and do something about that by getting himself ahead of Jason Connell. In this championship, though, you only score points based upon your class position. So the fact that he's got an AM driver ahead for Gary Miller means that he's not losing any points to O'Connell, but O'Connell is standing in his way of going after Alistair Kellett, and that, I think, for Miller is his priority.
Indeed, indeed. He just needs to clear this driver ahead of him as quickly as he can. I mean, O'Connell, we've seen him be impressive so far this weekend, sticking it on pole position. He's done really well at the front end of the order, particularly, as you mentioned, given that he's an amateur driver, or in the amateur classification, I should say. Hopefully he isn't offended with me calling him an amateur out there. He very much isn't driving like an amateur as he continues to hold on to second place and continues to weather the storm that the number 4 of Gary Miller is bringing to him in behind. An impressive pace from Miller, as you mentioned. That fastest lap is a 40 dead for himself. Drivers around a 40.2 for both Lucas behind and Kellett in the lead, but a 40.5 only for O'Connell, so a couple of tenths shy of the ultimate pace so far in this race, but still very much there within a shout. And the number 1 certainly isn't driving off with this one. They're staying at least within slipstream distance.
And that's why Gary Miller's so keen to get past O'Connell, because I think he will feel that if he gets into second place, Kellett's not that far ahead. He might be able to go after him. We're not quite halfway through the race, remember. That, though, Gary, is not the best way to go about it. Outbraked himself into Rocket. Very easy to do, though. There's no real obvious marker, is there, at the side of the road heading into Rocket to pick your braking zone, and I think that's why we see so many people outbraking themselves up at the top of the hill.
Indeed it is, yeah. No, I remember from driving it myself, it was sort of just and that feels about right now. Just like, there's no marker, it's just a feeling every lap. And I mean, here at Anglesey anyway, usually the weather's changing every single lap, so you have to change your braking point anyway. But drivers dealing with it well. But like you mentioned, a little mistake there for Gary Miller. Just see him drop 1 or 2 car lengths back further than he was previously. Still not under any sort of pressure from Zachary Lucas, but all that effort he put in over the last few laps to close down that gap and give himself a sniff at second place overall. He's going to have to do that all again.
Yeah, but it was this from O'Connell, I think, hasn't it? It looks like to me like he's no longer 1.2 seconds behind Alistair Kellett. No, definitely not 1.2 seconds behind Alistair Kellett. That gap comes down to 0.7 of a second, so a much quicker lap, half a second better from O'Connell than Kellett that time. And, of course, bringing with him to an extent Gary Miller as well. Ooh, very wide over the curb there for Sean Reynolds, who was back ahead of Connor Blackburn, but for how much longer? Connor to the inside into target, not quite able to complete the pass, but yeah, a little mistake there, creeping in, not for the first time, actually, we've seen Reynolds wide at the final turn. That time, though, it did not cost him a position. Some shuffling going on behind, and that was Maggie Webster, I think, losing out to Dan Robinson. So it's all going on in this midfield group.
It is indeed, yeah, there's still loads of squabbling as the top 4 make a nice gap back to the rest of the field. They're all still continuing to battle for positions as they hang it through Church there, trying to carry as much speed as possible up towards Rocket. It does look like the move potentially on there. I think it's Luke Waugh who's applying the pressure to Graham Colfer, as Colfer looked to try and not slip back any further from his good position as he was already in. Now he's looking to try and find a move there as it all gets a bit close through the right-hander section of Rocket. All a bit nose to tail there, but all relatively staying out of trouble, and they stay as they were.
Yeah, I think Colfer expected Maggie Webster to go right to the inside, and then Maggie drifted wide. He thought, oh, I might be able to get to the inside here, and they sort of met in the middle. So small headbutt given there from Colfer, but no harm done really. And they all continue on their way then towards the hairpin at the end of the back straight. A chance here maybe for Connor Blackburn to have a go at Sean Reynolds. And Webster's thinking about getting back ahead of Dan Robinson. The 9th position goes to the outside desperately late on the brakes. And Luke Waugh did the same thing behind her. Webster very wide, almost rejoins into Luke Waugh, who does scuffle through, but that was quite ambitious under braking there.
mean, Webster did well there on the rejoin. See Luke Moore coming there. That could have very easily been an incident as they both rejoined the circuit. Luke, very aggressive there with his rejoin, but it's worked. He's got back through on a couple of drivers. But yeah, a bit over-ambitious on the brakes, as you say, for a couple of them down into the hairpin. It is a really, really tricky hairpin, though, I will say. I've obviously being in the Fun Cup, I've only ever raced on the coastal circuit, but I have done track days on the full international track, and in my opinion, it doesn't really add too much to the circuit layout, but in terms of a corner itself, it's got quite a difficult camber, and that braking zone can change a little bit lap on that depending on how your tyres are doing as well. So one, it's a really difficult place to go for a move, but two, it's just a difficult place to just get through without making mistakes, as you saw there on the last lap.
Yeah, it definitely presents another overtaking opportunity, albeit one that's quite easy to defend into. It's been seen of some action over the years. So has Rocket. That's sort of needless to say, really. And that was Simon Horrobin getting it all wrong at the top of the hill. Outbraked himself, almost allows Dan Robinson through, but he's still got the inside line for Peel. And it's Graham Colfer keeping the watching brief behind. He might be able to take advantage of this. Horrobin trying to close the door there on Robinson, which he did. And Robinson now turns his attention from attack to defence. Colfer right round the outside with the left-hander. But I don't think that's quite going to work for him, surely, on the exit of the turn. I reckon Horrobin managed to keep him at bay. Yes, he did. Robinson keeps Colfer behind as well. It breaks out the end of the straight. Colfer this time tries the outside line. Yeah, it's quite easy to defend on the way in there. And even if you do run wide on the exit, you've got the inside there for the final turn. So Robinson should be okay to try and place it forward now.
Indeed, there was a lovely attempt there from Colfer to try it around the outside, but easier said than done, that move, and can't quite hang it around that outside line. Has to slot back in once again. It seems as though now we've split into sort of three groups. Of course, we had that top four scamper off relatively early on, and now the sort of 4 or 5 drivers in behind have also broken away from the rest of the pack as well, given other squabbles that we've seen throughout this race so far. It's diving to that inside line, trying to hold on to the place there, and that's at the front of the next train, is it, I do believe, potentially Sean Reynolds, Connor Blackburn, Simon Horrobin, and that will be Horrobin, sorry, who's leading this one, isn't it, with Robinson, Colfer and War. Yeah, it is, as they head through Church, then the number 14 of Horrobin leading this one. But again, the slipstream being used by Daniel Robinson as they head up towards Rocket yet again, but it's still being used by the 111 of Colfer and behind. Will we see an attempt for the manoeuvre here up into Rocket? They all try and go as late on the brakes as possible. They do go as late on the brakes as possible, and they all make front to rear contact on the exit, as it seemed like the third in the train there. The 111 of Colfer had the most grip out of all of them.
Yeah, very late on the brakes there into Rocket, but you've got to be, haven't you? Because if you brake a tiny bit early, there will be someone behind you who's willing to take the risk and throw it up the inside. So really committed at the top end of the hill there into what is by far the best overtaking opportunity on this Anglesey circuit, regardless really of which of the two layouts we are using. We head out onto the back part of the track once again. This is the 9th lap of the race, just under 5 minutes to go. 2 seconds. Really changing it down against Light on this lap. Yes, it has. 9/10 between Kellett and O'Connell. Gary Miller going with them in third, so 2 seconds to cover the top 3. And then the loneliest man in the race, really, Zach Lucas, sort of all on his own in 4th. Then George Foxlow comes through in 5th. Actually, he's even lonelier, really. And then the battle for 6th there is Sean Reynolds versus Connor Blackburn. The big fight, though, is this one for 8th position. Simon Horrobin, Dan Robinson, Graham Colfer, Luke War and Maggie Webster all in a long line, and all hoping to force a mistake out of the driver in front of them. It might well be that Horrobin's the one under threat here. To the inside line goes Dan Robinson, and Dan Robinson makes a nice move into the banking. Really not a lot there that Horrobin could do about that. He didn't defend the inside line. Robinson was quicker on the way into the turn, and will lead the group now as they head through Church.
Yeah, impressive overtake there. You saw him then leaning on those outside tyres through the right-hander of Church. Really squirreling through that corner, who tries to carry as much speed through as possible, but it's very much worked out then for Robinson. Look at that exit speed up towards Rocket, not even having to think about the driver that he's just overtaken in behind of Simon Horrobin. Can remain relaxed through this top section of the circuit and look to press on to the drivers ahead. But I still think he has got about 3, maybe even 4 seconds now, the gap ahead to Connor Blackburn in 7th place. Only 3.5 minutes left to go. I think really the lofty heights of 8th place are probably going to be the most he can get out of this one.
I think you might well be right behind them, though. Some scores still to be settled. Luke War there gets it to the side of Graham Colfer's car as they sort of rather clumsily tripped over each other in the braking zone for the left-hander, but it both continue on their way. Colfer still just ahead. Luke is going to think about the inside of the hairpin. Is he late enough on the brakes? I think he might be. Colfer takes a very wide line in, and Maggie Webster once again invents her own braking point for the hairpin, which doesn't really work out that well for her. A shame this one. It's a race of what could have been for Maggie, who started in the top 5 and looks now increasingly unlikely to finish inside the top 10. Across the line we head once again, just under 3 minutes to go, and as the field streams through, Robinson then to 8th, Luke Moore to 10th, a couple of positions changing on that lap, and we've still got time for it all to change again in the closing stages. Kellett back out, by the way, to Jason O'Connell to 1.2 seconds. It seems to ebb and flow by a few tenths here, a few tenths there, but O'Connell just hasn't quite been close enough to make a serious bid for the lead since the first couple of corners. Kellett with that brilliant start from the outside of row 1, but able to hang on to the advantage early on, and hasn't really looked back since then. And it could be that win number 1 for the season is heading Alistair Kellett's way. The point I've started to make at the start of the race is that Gary Miller's track record this year is remarkably similar to the results that Alistair Kellett had at the start of last season. Last year, Kellett finished second in the first race of the season, won the second one, and then finished about 5th in race 3, in the season opener. Well, this year, Miller had almost exactly the same results: second, first, and 6th place in the third race. Then, the second round of the championship, Kellett won races 4 and 5. It's exactly what Gary Miller's done this year. He won races 4 and 5. The difference is that Kellett was then able to take all these through the rest of the season. I'm going to see whether Gary Miller has that going in 2025. Graham Colfer here to the inside of Luke Moore. Russell's up against him on corner exit. Triple 1 car behind him as they head towards the final turn. Mr. Kelly then believingly is now only a lap away from his first win of the season. And the reigning champion with it will close right in on Gary Miller for the championship lead. I don't think he'll quite move ahead of Gary, but he will be breathing down his neck now. Drop scores not yet being taken into account, of course. We'll worry more about that in the second half of the season after the 2 visits to the Silverstone National Circuit that this championship has in the mid part of the season. And, once we get into those latter stages, we'll start seeing those worst finishes for each driver that get taken away from their total point score. The hill comes Connor Blackburn, still trying to find a way past Sean Reynolds, just hasn't quite been able to find a way through despite a couple of mistakes from Reynolds, and another one really there at Rocket for Sean as he outbrakes himself, runs wide over the exit curb through the left-hander. But because that gives you the inside for the right-hander, and it's quite difficult to get a switchback in these cars at that point. He's able to get into Peel corner, still ahead. No doubt that Blackburn's car looks like it's handling better, but well, Reynolds is not opening the door in the right part of the circuit for Blackburn, to make a decisive move. Back straight they go into the braking zone at the hairpin. Reynolds isn't going to open the inside line up for Connor Blackburn, so Connor takes a wide line in. The leaders, meanwhile, are heading to the timing line to take the checkered flag. There they go. So it's Alistair Kellett the winner, it is Jason O'Connell second, and it's Gary Miller in third. The top 3 covered by only a second at the checkered flag. Very, very close indeed amongst that leading group. 4th for Zach Lucas, a lonely George Foxlow is 5th, and then comes this battle for 6th. Sean Reynolds just hanging on, and Connor Blackburn ends up 7th ahead of a charging Dan Robinson, who closed right in on those two in the closing stages with a personal best lap for Robinson on the final lap of the race. So, the race won by Alistair Kellett. He finally gets that first victory of the season, with it the 50 points for a race win. Doesn't get any bonus points though. There's a bonus point for qualifying on pole. There's a bonus point for setting the fastest lap. Neither of those will go the way of Kellett. The pole position point goes to O'Connell. Fastest lap to Gary Miller in the end, a 140.074, with a couple of tenths, or 1/10 and a half anyway, quicker than anything that Alistair Kellett was able to offer. So Kellett takes 50, but limiting the damage done there really were O'Connell and Miller from a points perspective. Alistair Kellett then, the race winner by just under 3/4 of a second from Jason O'Connell. Gary Miller third, and Zach Lucas in 4th ahead of George Foxlow. Then it was Sean Reynolds and Connor Blackburn. Dan Robinson 8th, 9th Simon Horrobin, and Luke Moore completes the top 10. Then it was Graham Colfer, Maggie Webster, Harry Hayes and Chris Blackburn. Webster in particular I think will be a little bit disappointed to have ended up all the way down in 12th position. 15th and last, by the way, will have been James Pope, who was some 6 seconds adrift at the back of the field. The AM class won by O'Connell. Second of the AMs was Dan Robinson, and third was Luke Waugh. And in the Masters category, Alistair Kellett claimed a Masters class win. There is a separate points table for the Masters, and Alistair Kellett was the leader of the Masters Championship coming into this weekend. So cars will eventually make their way down into the Parc Fermé area. Of course, takes a little bit longer than usual for the cars to get back because they're on the full layout. But when they do get there, John Ratcliffe has headed downstairs to have a chat with our podium finishers. And, well, within that podium, he'll have the 3 class winners as well. The Masters winner, Kellett, the AM winner, O'Connell, and the Pro non-Masters winner, if you like, was Gary Miller. And already cars are preparing themselves for our next race of the day as well, because we have some single-seater action coming your way next, the Jeff Page Engineering Formula 4 Championship. Then we have a qualifying session for the Fiesta Juniors before the Nankang Tire City Car Cup and the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Championships take us to the tea break, if you like, the Marshall's break, which will come before the Fun Cup Endurance Championships second race of the day, due to kick off at 10 to 7. Right, I think we're almost ready to head down into Parc Fermé and hear from our podium finishers. John Ratcliffe is in position, and he'll have some very happy drivers, I hope, starting to appear before him. And out of the car, I can see are getting our top 3 finishers. So let's hear from them now, and a first-time winner this season at least, Alistair Kellett.
Hello everyone, welcome down to Parc Fermé then. What a fantastic race that was in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta SD240 Championship. Let's go and have a chat to some of our drivers as the rest of the drivers peel in from the track then. Of course, our winner, I mean, he's got the number 1 on his car. He's number 1 today. Mr. Kellett, Alistair, how are you doing? How was that race from you? I mean, we saw you guys start close side by side. You got the lead relatively early on, and then it seemed relatively plain sailing from there.
Yeah, got the start, got ahead of Jason in the first corner, and it was, to be honest, fairly straightforward from then, because I knew Jason wasn't going to do anything stupid, and I kind of, he's only been racing 2 years. He's done absolutely brilliant. He's an amateur. He's finished second, and I could see him using his tyres up behind me, so I just let him use his tyres up, and then I just pulled the gap in there. Straightforward, died to win, first win of the year. So took all this time, but anyway, it's good fun.
There you go then. So what made this one step above the rest then? How come no wins previously in the season, but this one, it's come to the fore, and it looked pretty simple, really?
Starting at the front. I qualified, I think, 6th in one weekend and 4th in another. And if you go out at the front, it's easy to run at the front, but you get tied up in little bits and pieces and stuff. But once you get at the front, you get your head down, it's good, yeah.
Okay, cool. So what are we thinking about the championship? I know we're not too far in now, but any thoughts of that, or are you just looking on to the next race?
Nah, tomorrow's another day. A few pints this evening, race tomorrow.
2 more races to come, more wins?
Hopefully. I'm starting on the front, I would hope so.
Cool. All right, we'll see how you go. Well done. Cheers, thank you very much. Right, then we've got, you can see the do not touch on car number 89, Mr. Jason O'Connell. Jason? Great race. I mean, you started from pole position. What a lap to get on pole, but sadly just got done at the start there and then just couldn't seem to quite catch him.
All my own fault, yeah. I didn't get a great start. Alistair, you can't beat the experience, can you? He took off and I kept waiting for a while, but then I overcooked my tyres a bit, so I was trying to manage behind me and just keep close enough to him to finish in second. It was a great race. I was happy with it now. I'd be happy with first, but can't complain. You can't beat the experience, so can't complain.
Of course. I mean, you're still an amateur as well, so you got amateur win.
Yeah, that's great. And happy with that. So no, I can't complain. Enjoyed it and great race.
Lovely. Well done, mate. Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go.
Thank you, John. So yeah, cars released onto the green flag lap then for the next race, the Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford Championship, about to have headed out onto the circuit then for their first race of the weekend. And a decent little grid we've got actually of cars. We've got 16 of them out there, and we can take a look now at how they'll line up. Tom Hawkins on pole, Ben Powney alongside, and they're the top 2 in Super Classic A for the 1990s Formula Ford cars. Then they've got Oliver Roberts next. Oliver Roberts starting on row 2 alongside Vincent J, with Ian Parkington and Michael Dolan on row 3. 4th row, Chris Stones and Oliver Bookton, with Colin Williams and Andrew Schofield on the 5th row of the grid together. Row 6 will be Matthew Smith. We've got Nigel Grant alongside him. Neil Hunt, Simon Fraser, Bernard Leclerc, and Rowan Parkington at the back of the field. 16 cars then set to do battle over 3 races this weekend, and the first today, 2 more on the Sunday. And I mentioned there, Super Classic A, there are in total 4 classes, loosely separated based upon the decade in which the car was made. So Class A, Super Classic A, is for cars built between 1990 and 1998. Then Super Classic B, 1982 to 89. Super Classic C for cars built from 1972 to 1981. Super Classic D for the pre-1972 cars. We've only had 1 car entered so far in that class. That's Oliver Chapman in the first round at Brands Hatch. But as you'd expect, it's the more modern cars that find their way to the front largely, and Tom Hawkins and Ben Powney have shared the race wins between them so far in Super Classic A. Powney took double at Brands Hatch. Mallory Park last time out, it was Tom Hawkins who won the pair of races. Again here at Anglesey. Looks likely, doesn't it, those 2 sharing the front row of the grid together. We've got Oliver Roberts, who lines up next. Super Classic B cars. And he looking really more just for an overall podium finish. Now, I've been picking up this battle between Tom Hawkins and Ben Powney. We do not have Tom Hawkins on the grid, so the pole sitter has not turned up, and that's a great shame. I was looking forward to the battle between those 2, but Tom Hawkins, who was over a second quicker, to be fair, in qualifying, has not made it out onto the grid. So where he is, what the problem is, I don't know, but Hawkins' number 1 car is not going to take part in this race, it would seem. We'll see whether or not he's able to start from the pit lane. Anyway, green flag waved at the back of the grid, and we're good to go then here for 15 minutes of racing in the Jeff Page Engineering Formula 4 Championship. Lights go out, away they go, and a good start made by Oliver Roberts with, of course, that empty grid slot ahead of him, and he accelerates into second position as they turn through the first corner. It's 3 abreast behind, and it's always a bit of a hold-your-breath moment as they turn into target for the first time and head for the banking, where now Roberts is challenging for the lead. So Oliver Roberts really capitalising on the absence of the pole sitter. Tom Hawkins, a spin was that in the midfield. I think they're all still there on the other side, but someone got tapped sideways and I think gathered it together, but it created a bit of a bottleneck. It was 3rd place, wasn't it, really, that got sort of checked up. So the leading 2 have checked out at the front of the field. It's 134 Oliver Buckton who is up into 3rd position, I reckon. The yellow number 134 car all the way down on the 4th row of the grid. Leaders then turn their way through Rocket, a country mile ahead of the rest of the field. And in fact, sorry, it was the 34 of Colin Williams from 9th on the grid, who was in 3rd, although he loses out on that now as they head through Rocket for the first time. Towards Peel we head then. 15-minute sharp 15-minute race this, and it's the 49 machine that gets broken through now into that 3rd place of Chris Stone. So a completely jumbled up order after whatever happened up at the banking on the opening lap, and it has split the pack rather. These 2 now distancing themselves out in front, and then everybody else scrapping over 3rd. There you can see the sort of gap that we've got back to the 3rd place squabble. He's going to head in by 49 of Chris Stones. John Ratcliffe has sprinted back the stairs. You've more or less got your breath back. Just in time to lose it all again, I'm sure. Everyone is set to be a very exciting race.
It already has been, hasn't it, on this first lap of the race? My goodness, that just shows one little thing can happen, and it can change the whole timeline of the race. The top 2, Ben Powney and Oliver Roberts, as you mentioned, have scampered off, and that gap, 5 seconds already back to Stones in 3rd place. What a start it's been from Stones, up 4 places, Schofield up 6, Williams up 4, Smith up 5, Hunt up 5 as well. It was Hawkins, that big loser, the spinner down there, the banking. 11 places lost in all of that. Oh, I say that, yeah, Hawkins is down from the pole.
But didn't start from pole. Now, in fairness, you weren't here to see that.
Sorry, I wasn't here for that. Apologies, everyone.
He must have started from the back or something like that.
Gotcha.
So, not sure if it was him who got sideways, but that's
it wasn't
possibly the reason why he is right right at the back of the field. Leaders then are side by side at Rocket. To the inside comes Oliver Roberts from third on the grid, and he gets himself ahead of Ben Powney, or does he? Ben's got the inside line for the right-hander. We've seen this time and again already this weekend. The outside for the way into Rocket gives you the inside on the way out, and Powney able to keep the 37 car ahead for the time being. But yeah, interesting then that Hawkins is out on track. What sort of progress can he make? And I wonder why he didn't take his pole starting position. He should have been on the front row and ended up starting either from the pit lane or the very back of the grid. And is now on a real charge through the order. He was over a second quicker though than anybody else in qualifying this morning, and it was a largely dry qualifying session, I believe. So he should in theory have the same sort of pace advantage now in race conditions. Leaders head toward the final turn. We see the challenge here from Oliver Roberts. I think we are. He's looking to the inside line. He's later on the brakes than Ben Powney. Ben wanted to turn in, but didn't dare do it because he knew that Roberts was there, and they're almost neck and neck across the line. There's a squeeze. There's a bit of wheel banging just as they turn into the first corner, and Powney had to lift out of that, but he wasn't left a huge amount of room there by Oliver Roberts.
That was a proper heart-in-mouth moment there for Ben Powney. He was left no room on the outside of the track. Now, I think, to be fair to Oliver Roberts, I think he thought he cleared him by that point, but he certainly hadn't. Powney still had the wheel along his front left wheel alongside the rear right of Oliver Roberts. Powney really squeezed to the grass there. He did a good job. He was all four wheels off on the grass. He did a good job to get it back onto the black stuff and not drop back any further. But that gap only extending back to Stones in third place. 6.5 seconds now, the good. And Oliver Roberts, after making a committed move, he made a few committed moves to be fair. This one has actually worked though. Up into the lead he goes with just over 10 minutes left to go. But will we see Powney try to start and reel him back in?
Yeah, he's going to have to give it a go, but I'm not sure he's going to have the pace. Roberts just looks the quicker of the two at this stage, doesn't he? Hawkins, by the way, another 2 places gained that time round, so Hawkins in 10th position now. But that's only 4th in class, and you score points again based on where you finish in your class rather than your overall finishing position. So Hawkins, the championship leader in Super Classic A, was 25 points clear of Powney, but Powney at the moment is leading the class. It's a Class B car, Roberts ahead of him. It's only class with Hawkins for the time being. There's a good chance that he'll be able to pick up a few more positions off before the end of the race. But the next car ahead of him is number 14 of Neil Hunt, and he is also the Super Classic A. So Hawkins can gain that position, I suspect he probably already has done, and that's a few championship points going his way. Down into the final turn we head once again, and through the left-hander comes this battle for third position. Chris Stones in third. Fourth position then is the 72 of Andrew Schofield, and fifth for number 34, Colin Williams. From ninth on the grid, Colin Williams. Stones and Schofield both in the same class, so the 2 cars at the front of that group are fighting for second in Super Classic B. So that's of more significance from a championship perspective.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. It's been a very exciting race so far. Like we mentioned, the top 2 scampering away pretty early on, leaves these 3 to battle it out over the final of the overall podium. But of course, you wanted to get those points in terms of your class as well as the overall bragging rights of being the top place driver out there. They head up to Rocket once again. There's the 22 of Vincent J. I think now behind the number 1 of Tom Hawkins was that, as they head up through the right-hander. It is behind the number 1, so Hawkins is through up to 6th place now. He's got a good 5 seconds to try and catch Colin Williams in 5th place, which is going to be easier said than done, I think.
That's also for class position. Vincent J also a Super Classic A driver, so that's significant. It means he's now second in class, so really minimising the damage being done now by Ben Powney, who will be ruining a non-finish that he had in the first race at Mallory Park last time out, because had it not been for that, he'd have been actually ahead of the championship. He'd won that race, and Powney non-finished, so he picked up a couple of championship points. And Powney then with a deficit in the championship is at least leading the class in this particular race. Down into the final corner, Oliver Roberts with half a second in hand over Powney. So Powney is coming back at him actually. Powney with the fastest lap there, 4/10 quicker than the leader. So it ain't over just yet. They're turning their way through Church Corner now, and they are almost together again for the lead of the race. We could have a challenge by the time we get to Rocket at the top of the hill. Roberts versus Powney. There they are. Look, the gap closing in the slipstream. The slipstream's so powerful in Formula 4 1600 racing. Part of what has made this such an entertaining category over the many decades now that it's been at the forefront of British motor racing. And, well, it wasn't quite strong enough on that occasion for Powney to make the move, but Oliver Roberts will certainly be aware that the Super Classic A class leader is bearing down on him. Ordinarily, you'd say that Roberts would probably be just focusing more on winning his class, but Oliver is not a full season racer. He's not done the first 2 rounds of the championship in Super Classic B, so perhaps not thinking about the championship too much. Also, it's the overall race win that they're fighting for, and those bragging rights that John mentioned very much will be in the mind, I suspect, of Oliver Roberts, who wants to be the first driver to see the checkered flag in 7 minutes' time. Ahead again. This is the closest that he's been for time, I would say. In fact, really, since he lost the lead, this is the closest that he's been. The gap is officially 3.5 tenths at the line, with a couple of tenths gained by Powney in second place. The leader drifts a little bit wide. It's amazing, isn't it? It looked for all the world in the first 5 minutes of the race that Roberts was significantly quicker than Powney, but now Powney's regrouped and has the benefit of that slipstream, and he's going to suddenly start to look, I suspect, like he is the quicker of the two. Is he going to make a move this time? Heading up the back straight, he's going to be close enough this time, I reckon. He's a length or so closer than he was a lap ago. That distance will close by another few car lengths as the speed builds, the slipstream starts to bring them back together. Is there a chance up the inside for Powney? No, Roberts has it covered. To be fair, didn't really need to defend the inside line here. He was confident enough in his own braking ability. But he didn't move over too far to the inside of the road to defend the position. And therefore, towards Peel, still in the same order. Roberts from Powney, Chris Stone's still third ahead of Andrew Schofield and Tom Hawkins, who's now in the top 5. So Hawkins with the fastest lap of the race of 1:36.7. That is 6 tenths faster than the race leaders did last time round. So Tom Hawkins, whatever the issue was, if it was an issue that kept him out of pole position, they seem to have fixed it now, because that is quite comfortably the fastest car on track.
It is indeed. They've been battling really, really well over the last couple of laps. So these two, I'm a bit surprised about the top 2, to be fair, Roberts and Powney, because I think we saw with how aggressively Roberts was trying to find a way through for the lead of the race. I had a bit of a suspicion he might just start to drive away with it out the front, but he's certainly not. Staying right in the wheel tracks is Ben Powney, and a big slide out that final corner for the number 16 of Oliver Roberts, really testing the limits of adhesion there in his beautifully liveried car. As the rest of the drivers press on. So 49 just come across the line then of Mr. Stones. About 9 or so seconds, 10 or so seconds back from that leading battle. But Stones and Schofield absolutely line astern in their battle for the final podium place. And like you were mentioning, great pace from Tom Hawkins as well. They're in 5th. Now Powney's been right on the real tracks of Oliver Roberts that we've seen throughout this race. We haven't seen him really able to challenge and probably go for a move. Just hasn't quite found himself close enough as they've got to those heavy braking zones. And continuing, Oliver Roberts continuing to enjoy a bit of a slide out there as he powers his way through the top section of this beautiful Anglesey circuit, and they both stay within about half a second of each other. Here is that battle for 3rd place. The 72 still all over the back of Stones, and Hawkins really not far away from it now. But we're ticking in towards the last few minutes of this one. Is it going to be enough time for Tom Hawkins to get involved? I think really it will rely on whether Stones and Schofield start to battle for 3rd. If they start doing that, maybe Hawkins has a bit of a shout to get involved. If they stay as they are, probably going to be 5th place for Tom Hawkins in this one. What a run through for the number 1 so far.
Yeah, well, Hawkins on the previous lap did a 37.0, so about 8 or 9 tenths quicker than the 2 drivers ahead. So I think he is going to get there, yeah, should fairly have the pace to challenge, especially if they start tripping over each other in the closing stage of the race. Big slide for the leader there, Oliver Roberts, as he comes out of the final turn. And Oliver Roberts, who, as we've said, is leading his class. He's leading the race overall as well. He's wider still now out of the first corner, all over the grass. And that's music to the ears of Ben Powney. We know now that the leader is making a few mistakes. He's obviously pushing hard. He'll have dirt on his tyres as well now as they head towards the fastest corner on the track at Church. And this might be an opportunity now, the best chance maybe for Ben Powney to reclaim the lead. They round the right-hander. Yes, Powney, I think, is a bit closer now than he's been on previous occasions, but surely Roberts will cover the inside line. Look, looks in his left-hand mirror to see where the second-place man is, and again, doesn't feel the need to defend. So Roberts really doing well here in an older car to hang on to the position. That being said, I say it's an older car. It's a 1989 Van Diemen. Well, 1989 is the last year, the most modern machinery that you're allowed in Super Classic B. A year later, and it goes into Super Classic A. So it's almost a Super Classic A car. It was only a year out. So it's not a huge surprise, maybe, that Roberts is able to take the fight to some of the more modern cars. Comparison, Powney in a Jamin M92. So yeah, only 3 years difference between the two cars. Into different classes. So, as you can see, outright pace on the circuit. There's not a huge amount to choose between them. Lapped traffic now coming into play, and here, look, is Tom Hawkins, John. He's right with this third-place battle now.
Indeed he is, yeah, going down the inside there to steal away at least one position, getting a bit close there on the exit as they rub wheels. And that's on a lap driver, that is, as he finds his way through on Schofield then, now onto the back of Chris Stones for third place. We saw them getting very, very close in their squabble for third. They haven't seemingly changed around, and no, it is Schofield down to 5th place then. Hawkins up into 4th, and now he's got just over a minute and a half to see if he can find his way up into the podium places, which will be a real pat on the back for him for running through the field and getting himself up into the top 3. That'll be mightily impressive, and he's looking set to do so. Like I say, time is ticking down, but he's got enough overtaking opportunities coming up to maybe try and size up a move here on the 49.
Yes, and I suspect the first of those overtaking opportunities is coming up in the next 10 seconds or so, because he's heading onto the back straight towards Rocket, right in contention here, right on the gearbox. Well, I say right on the gearbox of Chris Stones. He's dropped back, actually, through Church, so Hawkins obviously didn't have a very good run through the quick right-hander. So as they reach the top of the hill, he is still stuck behind. Tom Hawkins in a 1995 Swift, one of the only Swift on the grid this weekend. And yeah, just doesn't quite have the car underneath him, maybe, in the way that he did in qualifying early on today. It's a look at the Swift, isn't it? It's a much bulkier sort of design. Doesn't look terribly aerodynamic, but seems to be working pretty well. He started in the pit lane, I think, right at the back of the field. So there's a lot of overtaking to do to get himself into this podium contending position. Leaders come out of the final corner. They're starting the final lap of the race. So Oliver Roberts and Ben Powney, there they go. That gap suddenly shot back out now because it's a new fastest lap for Roberts. So Oliver Roberts with a 1:36.692, 1.3 seconds quicker now than, 1.3 seconds ahead of Ben Powney. 9/10 quicker than Ben on the previous lap. Powney, in fairness, had quite a slow lap by his standards. So that gap goes out to the biggest it's been really now all race long, I'd say. Roberts looks as though he's going to be able to do this and hang on to the win. The question then is who will finish third as Tom Hawkins closes in on Christopher Stones. Again, this is a Super Classic A car, closed on a Super Classic B machine. Christopher Stones in his 1988 Van Diemen, so a year older than the Oliver Roberts example. He defends the inside line into the Rocket complex, but right round the outside will go Hawkins. Can he get the car stopped? No, almost goes completely off the road. Dips 2 wheels into the dirt, but still has the inside of the right-hander and will slip through. So Tom Hawkins then gets into an overall podium place. We did not gain him any further championship points because it wasn't for class position. Second is the best that he's going to achieve in class. I mentioned that it's a 25-point deficit that Powney has over Hawkins. That's only before dropped scores. Once those dropped scores come into play later on in the season, they're going to be almost neck and neck. So it is important that Powney, so he's going to take the class win here. Second on the road to Oliver Roberts, who's going to turn through the final corner now and head for the checkered flag, which waves now for Oliver Roberts. Oliver Roberts, the race winner. Ben Powney comes home in second, and Chris Stones will be third, I suspect. Hawkins, of course, will be third, having got himself ahead of Chris Stones on the final lap. So Hawkins goes third, Stones fourth, and it's fifth for Andrew Schofield, and he was in the same class as Stones, so that's second and third in Super Classic B. Vincent J is next, and then we get our Super Classic C winner, Colin Williams, who was somewhere ahead in the end of Ian Parkington, who comes across the line there in the green number 74 Crossley. Gives a nice thumbs up to the team who are cheering him on from the pit wall. And the rest of them streaming through behind. Nigel Grant, by the way, will be the Super Classic D winner by dint of the fact he was the only Super Classic D car entered this weekend. And he finishes in the end in 13th position. He's going to be the next car through, I believe. Did have a spin, by the way. I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier on, but he did have a spin coming off the final corner, did Grant, but brings the car home very slowly across the line, it must be said. And the Merlin, which is a mid-1970s Formula Ford car, crosses the line to claim the win in Class D. So it's Oliver Roberts then, who celebrates the race victory, third on the grid, inherited second, I suppose, with the absence, at least on the grid, of Tom Hawkins, and comes home a winner overall and within Super Classic B. Ben Powney is the Super Classic A victor ahead of Tom Hawkins, and that could be significant for the championship when we get to the end of the year. Christopher Stones and Andrew Schofield complete the top 5. They were second and third, respectively, in Super Classic B, whilst Vincent J completes the Super Classic A podium. Colin Williams wins in Super Classic C ahead of Ian Parkington, with Matthew Smith and Nigel Dolan completing the top 10. Neil Hunt 11th, Oliver Buckton 12th ahead of Nigel Grant and Simon Fraser, with Bernard Leclerc and Murray Parkington completing the 16 runners. So all 16 starters reaching the checkered flag, which is good to see at the end of their first of 3 15-minute races this weekend. So we'll be moving back to tin top action next, a qualifying session for the BRSCC's Fiesta Junior Championship, and then it will be the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge, with the Vinyl Detail ST150 Championship taking us to what would normally be the end of the day, but we do of course have that second Fun Cup Endurance Championship race to come just before 7 PM this evening. So we are, I think, almost set to go down into Parc Fermé. The leading contenders just starting to arrive, and a few interesting stories to be told at the end of that race. John Ratcliffe is the man on duty to speak to them, and we can head down there now.
Welcome back down to Parc Fermé then. I've got an earpiece in this time so I know what's going on up in the commentary box. Jeff Page Engineering Formula Ford Championship. What a race it was. What a battle for the lead it was for the number 16, Oliver Roberts. One wins the B class, but also wins the race overall as he gets his lid off. It's a bit sweaty under there, sir. You were battling so well out there. We saw a couple of slidey moments near the top section, but you kept your nerve and you won the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It was brilliant. This championship always delivers close racing. No matter how hard you try, I think you're going to win this by a comfortable margin. You never do, because you've got someone like him breathing down your neck for 11 laps.
Ben was seriously breathing down your neck, wasn't he? He didn't let you up at all. He didn't make any mistakes. He was right there ready to pick up the pieces. The one I'm thinking of, you went a little bit wide up through Rocket, really got out on the dusty stuff on the outside. I thought that could be his opportunity, but you held firm and you won the race. I assume that means a lot, mate. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we enter with a Class B class car. These guys have got slightly advantage on the timeline, on the technology, but actually, as you can see, on the day, it's close racing, and actually, they give as good as they get.
Exactly. Quality to see racing amongst the classes as well. Well done on your overall victory and your class victory as well. Yeah. Well done, mate. We'll move on. Number 37 then, Mr. Ben Powney. Ben, you look at your hands. Your hands all right?
Yeah, no, the hands are the least of my worries, I think. Yeah. No, it was good. Yeah, good race that. A bit disappointed. No, I was finishing second today, really. But yeah, no, it was good race for Ollie. But need a bit more for later on tomorrow.
It was good with Ollie. Like I just mentioned to him, saw him go a little bit wide. Did you maybe think like, oh, this is my opportunity to go for it, but you just couldn't quite get up the inside?
Yeah, I can't actually remember him going wide, to be fair. I mean, he just kind of always wide, didn't he? But it was close, and I think we both made a couple of little errors which kept it really close. And then I think second to last lap, I think I had a bit of a balls up, to be fair. And that kind of ruined the race for the last lap, unfortunately. But it was getting close. I think I was. Yeah, I'm not going to say too much.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We'll leave it for the races later on this evening, or this afternoon. Sorry, tomorrow we'll see them back out. My sincerest apologies. Well, it looks as though we've got drivers heading back out on circuit then. Racing action. I'll head back over to Andy.
Welcome back to the qualifying session then for the BRSCC's Fiesta Junior Championship, which is just getting underway now. Cars have just been released from the pit lane, and we have 15 minutes, well now 14 minutes left of the session for drivers to set their starting positions for the races tomorrow. The juniors don't race today, they race on the Sunday only, and the Fiesta Junior Championship, always a highlight of the weekend, aren't they? We know that they're going to produce some good racing, and well, potentially now as we get into the mid part of the season, some surprise front runners, because it's this part of the year where, you know, those who maybe are starting off at the start of the season with limited experience and maybe now start to get a bit faster through the middle part of the race. So the season, I should say. So yeah, going to be interesting to see. Going to be interesting to see whether that is the case moving into this mid part of the season. This is the third event of the year. It's also an important weekend for the Fiesta Junior Championship, looking ahead to 2026, because the BRSCC's Fiesta Junior Scholarship has officially been launched today with some backing from Goodyear and a very, very tasty prize up for grabs at the end of the season. Let's learn a bit more, shall we, about the BRSCC's Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
So the BRSCC's Fiesta Junior Scholarship Programme, which has become one of the sort of go-to events if you are a youngster looking to get into motorsport, and this could be your route in. Of course, for Daniela Sutton, that is exactly what happened last year. That was her route into motorsport, and Daniela, after a trying debut season, it must be said, in the championship, is now really starting to come into her own. Was fastest in free practice earlier on this morning, and spoiler alert, is currently fastest in this qualifying session. We'll get to that in a moment or two. So if you're interested then in getting involved with the scholarship, well, you have a few important dates for your diary. There are 2 qualifying days, if you like. You must enter into the qualifying days to have any chance of getting through to the grand final. Those qualifying days are on the 31st of October and the 1st of November. This is all at Blyton Park. The final is then the following day on the 2nd. So as long as you can enter into at least one of those qualifying days, then you will have half a chance of getting into the final, at least on the 2nd of November. It will cost you £695 plus VAT to enter. You can book online, so head to the BRSCC's website for all of the details. And as I said, it's backed by Goodyear this year. There's a value for winning the scholarship of in excess of £60,000, so more than enough to fund your first season of racing in the championship. And we look forward to seeing as many of you as possible getting over to Blighton the 31st to the 2nd of November are the dates for the diary, and head over to the BRSCC website for more information. So, partly because of the scholarships and also just the general hard work that's been done by the BRSCC to grow this championship over recent years, we enjoy this weekend, John Ratcliffe, a 25-car entry, which only a handful of seasons ago would have been a laughable prospect in the Fiesta Juniors. I remember a time not that long ago when we had 5 cars on the grid, and that was at a headline event down at Brands Hatch as well. The work that's been done to grow the grid is absolutely exceptional, and especially here in Anglesey, which we've heard drivers in the front company earlier on today referring to, is one of the most attractive place maybe for some of the more southern-based drivers to come to, and yet here they are in their droves. It's lovely to see.
Exactly that. No, it is brilliant to see so many drivers out there on circuit learning their stuff. As you can see, a lot of the drivers with that novice cross on the back of their car and getting up to speed in racing cars for the first time. Doing a stellar job of it, I must say. It's impressive to see the amount of pace out there across all the different classes. Of course, you've got the independents and the rookie class as well to be thinking about, but we're watching here for who can grab pole position. It's also lovely for me, this one as well, because there's quite a few names I actually recognise from when I was commentating, when I've been commentating in karting. Of course, Daniela, I've become well accustomed with. Daniela used to race in TKMs in the British Kart Championships. So the first ever time I did an interview was with Daniela Sutton at GYG. So hopefully if she gets pole here, might be a little resurgence for our interviewing. But currently they're in P4, 4/10 off of the pole. It's Thomas Merritt at 1:48.1, currently that fastest time. And Isaac Doble doing a great job there in second place as a rookie, less than 200ths off of that pole time at the moment.
Yeah, very close at the front, isn't it? They did have that free practice session earlier on this morning I alluded to, where Daniela Sutton was the fastest, but that was in still sort of damp, drying conditions. We weren't 100% sure whether the drivers at the front in that session were going to be the drivers at the front in qualifying. But that largely seems to be the case, really, doesn't it? Thomas Merritt was third this morning. He's fastest at the moment. Isaac Doble, second this morning. Second at the moment in qualifying. Archie Davis was in the top 5. Daniela Sutton was fastest. Fifth at the moment in this session is the 507 car of Dara McInerney. Now, that's the one outlier, really, because Dara was all the way down in 16th place in practice. So that car looking a bit more sharp in qualifying conditions at least, but generally speaking, those free practice sessions were a good guide, I think, for who the setters are going to be. So Merritt then quickest at the moment. Tom Merritt second in the championship, got his first win of the season last time out at Mallory Park in the second race. Wins so far, 2 for Jack Burgess. They both came at the first round of the championship at Snetterton. The third round won by Archie Davis at Mallory Park, and then, as I said, it was Tom Merritt who won the second race at Mallory. So 4 races, 3 different winners, but plenty of other drivers, John, I think, who are knocking on the door, and Isaac Doble so far this weekend seems to be one of them.
Indeed, yeah, there are loads of different drivers up and down through the order, and it's quite, like you say, there's not really any particular standouts that we can really call of like, yeah, they're absolutely smoking this championship. They can have a nice relax out there. It's all to play for, and that's again the fact of these drivers are all very, very young, 14 to 17 years old. Still just learning their way out in car racing, and as they go to all these different tracks, for some of them, for quite a lot of them, it will be brand new circuits for them to take on, particularly like you say, if you don't live in Wales, Anglesey probably isn't one you come to too frequently, so to come out here and have so many drivers out on circuit learning the way around this brilliant track is absolutely fantastic to see. Now the 306, we briefly saw him in the pit lane. He is still there, is Oliver Heron. Having something changed on the front of his car. I'm trying to see whether it's simply a wheel that's being changed or whether it's something a bit more serious, but he's been in there for quite a bit of time, and that's not going to help with getting a faster time in the dying moments of this session.
Almost looks like they've got both front tyres off that car, doesn't it? On both the left and the right hand side of the car, there is a tyre laying flat on the ground, as if they've had both the front tyres off, so suggesting not so much a tyre issue, but something in the drivetrain. No, the right front is actually still attached, so it's a left front issue that they're investigating. The Jam Sport team saw Jamie going here this morning, the behind the Jam Sport operation. You'll be seeing that, I'm sure, down at the pit exit end of the pit lane. Isaac Doble, by the way, we followed him across the line a moment or two ago. Isaac's second fastest. He improved last time around to be just 5 thousandths of a second away from pole position. He's out of the final turn now, and we'll see whether he's able to improve again. Doble across the line, no, it's a 48.4, so about 3/10 or so away from the pace that he needs. But Isaac Doble, the latest in a long line of very rapid Doble racing drivers. Of course, Mikey Doble, a real friend to the BRSCC, having won a Ginetta and BMW Compact Cup Championship in the same year a few years ago. We can now call a British Touring Car race winner after a spectacular effort at Snetterton last weekend, 2 weeks ago, and I'm sure Isaac was cheering him on. Isaac Doble, though, looking to make his first visit to the top step of a podium, and the pace he's got, I would not bet against that happening tomorrow.
Indeed, and that's the other way around. Mikey, hopefully in the live chat, enjoying himself and egging Isaac on here up at Anglesey, doing a great job. Like you mentioned, so it was only about 15 thousandths gained from his previous personal best there, finding a little bit more time, and that is so small amount of time. That really is a slightly messed up gear change, or turning in half a foot later than would have been the ideal line there to separate these two at the front end of the order, both on the front of the grid for the moment. I'm trying to keep an eye on the drivers in behind. Don't really seem to be improving. We haven't really seen an improvement from Davies or Sutton anytime recently, and that was a bit of a flirting with the grass there on the outside as you head into the left-hander in the first half of the corkscrew. Of course, then the drivers head on to this back part of the circuit in everything but the Fun Cup. So it's a line you don't see in the Fun Cup. Obviously, you want to take a totally different line there into the corkscrew to set yourself up for the bottom of the hill, whereas these ones you want to swoop in nice and far to the right-hander to open up to get a good exit all the way down to that hairpin, but not quite that far out to the grass on the right-hand side. You want to stay well clear of that green stuff.
Yes, you do. It may be a little bit drier now than it was this morning, but still not an abundance of grip out there. There's Daniela Sutton, fourth quickest at the moment for Daniela, 4/10 on pole, but this is still looking like being a really, really good qualifying effort. Surely her best qualifying effort so far in the Fiesta Junior Championship. Daniela sits 7th in the points coming into this weekend, which is completed her #1 aim over those first few races, which was to finish them all. And spoke to Daniela briefly this morning and her parents, and they were saying what a massive benefit it's been for Daniela moving over to the Race Car Consultants team, who are a hugely experienced team in general, but particularly within the Fiesta racing circles. And Race Car Consultants have really worked hard with Daniela. She's had some coaching from Josh Cook, who knows a thing or two about front-wheel drive tin-top racing, I think it's fair to say, another star of the British Touring Car Championship. And they've really worked on just going back to basics with Daniela, basically. And she came in having won the scholarship last year. There were great expectations on her shoulders. The pressure perhaps was getting to her at times. But now this year she is a much more well-rounded driver. She's running with a team who she knows can carry her to the front. And Daniela Sutton, having just come out of the pit lane, is about to start what will be her final flying lap of the session now. And she's got a good benchmark driver ahead, because the driver ahead is Dara McInerney, who is 5th fastest, Daniela 4th fastest. So those two pretty evenly matched. And Daniela will be hoping that she picks up a bit of a slipstream here at the school straight. Just carry her up a position or two on the grid. She needs to find the best part of 2/10 of a second to improve upon 4th place. Not a huge amount of improvements in lap time coming recently. There's that 306 car still in the pit lane, isn't it, with that left front tyre off. So there is a fairly significant drama for the 306 of Oliver Heron, who was a top 10 runner in free practice this morning. So based on that, we would have expected to see him mixing it inside the top 10 again in qualifying, but panned out that way, sadly. Sat out much of the session. Heron is, well, actually, to be fair, still 9th quickest. Well, could have got better than that, you'd imagine. He had the full quota of laps. Car very slow across the timing line. That's the number 19, which is another Doble, I notice, the number 19 car. Christopher Doble, presumably another. How many members of the Doble clan can there be? Is that another relation of Mikey, Mike, Joe, the rest of them? Yes, I'm getting a thumbs up from Paul McCurlian. So, is that 5 members of the Doble family who have, or indeed currently do race? I think it might be. So, hugely talented family. And yeah, it is Isaac Doble who ends up second fastest in that session. The checkered flag is out. Chance maybe for a couple of late improvements, but we shall wait and see if we get any. As I said, that's not really been the trend in the qualifying session so far. Most of the really good times were set inside the first 7 minutes or so of the 15. Tom Merritt is still on a push lap, as is this man Isaac Doble. So, chance, I guess, of finding a further improvement. 14.73, the best time of the session, 14.78, the second best time. So, in free practice, Daniela Sutton was half a second up the road from everyone else, but it's a lot tighter at the end of qualifying, which is just what we want to see. That bodes well for the 3 races that they will have this weekend, I believe, all of them coming throughout the course of Sunday. It's a busy day tomorrow for the teams and drivers in the Fiesta Junior Championship. And it looks as though we'll be seeing that number 12 car lining up on pole position for the first race tomorrow. Tom Merritt then, second in the championship, but fastest in qualifying. And barring any big changes in the closing moments, I think it is going to be Tom who lines up on pole. And it will be Isaac Doble sharing the front row with him. Third for Archie Davis, fourth Daniela Sutton, fifth Dara McInerney, sixth for Christopher Doble. And you have to go all the way down to seventh to find the championship leader, Jack Burgess. So Jack Burgess just did not have the pace in that session that we've seen from him earlier in the year, particularly at Snetterton, where he took 2 victories on the 300 circuit. There is your provisional grid then for our first Fiesta Junior race tomorrow. Tom Merritt pole by 5 thousandths of a second over Isaac Doble. Archie Davis, Daniela Sutton and Dara McInerney complete the top 5. Then it's Chris Doble, Jack Burgess, Hayden Gray, Oliver Heron and Lewis Islin completing the top 10. Eden Spanzik and Bobby Holmes are next, ahead of Aaron Beattie and Callie Clifford, who was the Jam Sport Scholarship winner a year ago. Oscar Hammerstone and Kasper Tomilewski are next, ahead of Harry Lindley and Max Murray. Max Fenton and Neil Hampson complete the top 20. Then it's Max Haller and Harry Russell, Jack Sant and Thomas Simpson. And 25th and last will be Jake Howarth, who was a long way off the pace there, Jake. 18 seconds adrift of the next best car, which suggests that he had some sort of issue that he was battling against in that session. So that's our final qualifying session of the day. We will move into another race next, and it's the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup, incorporating the Student Motorsport Challenge, which will take to the grid. They've got a bumper entry this weekend as well, and it's a capacity grid, I believe, of or near capacity anyway, of 41 cars that will take to the track for our next race. 2 more races before the Marshall's break, which is due to run for 45 minutes, and then we head into our second Fun Cup race of the day. So, Fiesta Junior drivers head down into Parc Ferme. I believe we'll have an opportunity to speak at least to our pole sitter, because we'll be interested to hear really from both of the front row sitters, given how close it was in that qualifying session. Let's head down then, shall we, to hear from John, who is catching up with our Fiesta Junior drivers at the end of a competitive qualifying session.
Well, that's qualifying done then for the Fiesta Junior Championship. I've got my top 3 noted down. Should we go and see if we can try and find them? I mean, I saw in previous live streams of the Fiesta Juniors looking around and having a look at the broken front bumpers and whatnot, but hopefully we shouldn't see that in this one. Only qualifying. Drivers should be staying well clear of each other. But you can see, as Andy was mentioning in the comms box, a few years ago, 5, 6 entries. Look how far I'm having to walk back down these cars. There's just so many cars to get through, and I finally spotted our pole sitter a little bit further down here. Why don't you follow me through these couple of cars? The number 12, this is on Mr. Thomas Merritt. Thomas hopping out of the car. Thomas, you bagged yourself pole position. How are you feeling after that one? I'll let you take your stuff off.
Thank you.
Must feel pretty good though. I mean, it was ridiculously close. I think about 1/100th of a second ended up being the gap for pole position, but it went your way.
Yeah, mega. I wasn't actually expecting that. A bit of a difficult qualifying. I missed Friday testing yesterday due to GCSEs, and you know, just trying to get acclimatised with the dry conditions. Obviously, we didn't get any this morning, but to come away with a pole, it is absolutely incredible, and it puts us in a great position for tomorrow.
Unbelievable stuff. Well, you'll see him start from pole tomorrow. Missed practice because of GCSEs, but he's on pole. Hand it back to you, Andy.
Thank you.
So, thank you, John. Great to hear from our pole sitter there, and we'll see how Tom Merritt gets on tomorrow for those 3 races coming up in the Fiesta Juniors. The cars lining up on the grid then ahead of our City Car Cup race, and expecting 40 of them, because 40, I've just been reminded, is the capacity grid here at Anglesey. So one driver, I'm afraid, is going to be left on the outside looking in. There are so many of them that I don't think could fit them all in the assembly area. So there's a queue forming on the entrance to assembly, as they all are itching to get out onto the track, line up on the grid ahead of what should be an entertaining 15 minutes of racing. It is the teammates on the front row of the grid, Stuart Bliss and Andrew Dyer. We saw Stuart's brother Richard out earlier on in the Fun Cup race, and will do again later on this evening. But it's Stuart Bliss now who starts from the pole position. Andrew Dyer alongside. Stuart Bliss is also the championship leader after the first 4 races. We should have had 5, but there wasn't time, unfortunately, to get the second race in at Alton Park last time out. So just the 4 races so far, and the wins have been pretty well spread out, actually. The first race of the season won by Stuart Bliss at Snetterton. He is on your pole position for this race as well, with Andrew Dyer alongside. Chris Mackenzie and Alistair May on row 2, with Richard Jepp and Phil House on the 3rd row. Ben Spencer and Alex Foden make up row number 4, and the top 10 completed by Brady Pollock and Richard Snuggs. Toby Owen and Max Finn on row 6. Harry Barker and Chris Brewster make up row 7, ahead of Joe Moss and Adam Reynolds even, 16th on the grid. Row 8, row 9 even, for John Sykes and Amelia Vincent, with Christopher Parks and Alex Jackson on row 10. Jack Wheeler and Hayden Payne are next, ahead of Benjamin Bastow and Jensen Jackson, 24th on the grid. 13th row then is shared by Josh Jackson and John Nicholson, ahead of Ben Johnson and Samuel Johnston, with Jamie Stretch and Elliot Lettis. Elliot Lettis all the way down in 30th. That's not really where you'd expect the Peugeot driver to be. Alistair Naring and Ben Curran are on the next row of the grid. That's row 16 of the 20 rows that we're expecting to see. Anthony Dolby and Peter Bauer are next. Then it's Joseph Plowright, Nicholas Wilding, Gina Gravina Reid and Lee Parker, with Ryan Middlemiss and Paul Meller at the back of the grid. I'm just looking towards that back row of the grid, and no, I see Glenn B is at the back, so we're missing somebody, because Glenn, who was the sort of reserve driver, if you like, has lined up at the tail end of the order. So who we're missing, I'm not sure, but we'll try and piece that together when the race gets underway. Perhaps there's no one in the back few rows, so someone mid-grid perhaps who's not been able to take the race start. So green flag lap then about to get underway. I started to mention the race wins. Well, Stuart Bliss won the first race at Snetterton. Race 2 of the Snetterton weekend was won by Josh Jackson, but he then non-finished race 3, and that opened the door for Christopher Mackenzie to claim a victory. So 3 different winners from the first 3 races of the season. Then Stuart Bliss was the winner in the only race that we ended up getting in at Alton Park. So 4 races, 3 different winners so far. And it's Stuart Bliss, by didn't really, the fact that he's the only driver to have won more than once, who leads the championship. He's provisionally at least 11 points clear of Alistair May, who is then a further 3 ahead of Richard Jepp. They're the top 3 in the championship, which then 8 points further back to Ben Spencer, who has a 12-point advantage over Alex Foden. This early in the season, again, we're not counting the drop scores just yet. Still a lot of racing to do. They've got 3 races this weekend, and another 2 back at Snetterton, actually, where it all began. Then they head to the Silverstone National Circuit, up northeast to Croft, and it all finishes on finals weekend on the Silverstone International Circuit at the end of the season in October. So, big grid of cars. Very big grid of cars, actually. Just saying the word big doesn't quite do it justice, does it? 40 of them set to do battle for 15 minutes. John Ratcliffe rejoins me in the commentary box, and this should be rather tasty. It's a narrow track, it's a tight track. There are lots of pinch points where drivers are going to have to be mindful of those around them, but with 40 cars out on circuit, the one thing we can guarantee is action, I think.
Definitely. We can definitely guarantee that out there on this beautiful Anglesey circuit. I mean, I'm a very sweaty boy in the commentary box. I think some of the drivers are going to be quite sweaty after this one. It's sure to be a bit of a crazy one. I don't think I've ever seen a race where there's over 40 drivers out there on circuit. You don't even see that in karting, where they're a heck of a lot smaller. I mean, to be fair, they're on quite small circuits anyway. But anyway, amazing to see this many drivers getting involved with what is such a fantastic championship. And I really enjoyed your chat last time these guys were out about all the brilliant liveries as well, showing off all the drivers' personalities. And particular, I think the particular favourite was the Castrol livery, and it's fair enough. It is absolutely stunning, that one. So beautiful to see. But yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. It's going to be an exciting few minutes of action before I run down and go and chat to them again.
Yes, exactly. You're getting some steps in this weekend, aren't you, John? But yeah, and the weather, I mean, I'm quite happy that the weather has turned this way, but it's probably not helping you with your exercise you're having to do. But it's quite sunny. Well, sunny's a stretch. It's brightened up significantly, and it ain't cold out there, is it? It's actually turning into quite a pleasant evening.
For Wales, this is sunny, mate. This is absolutely beautiful. I went to Cardiff Uni for 3 years. I think I'm allowed to say it. No, it's actually really lovely. It's really, really nice weather now here today at Anglesey. I don't think it's quite the same at our sister stream down at Donington. I think it's a little bit more moist down there. But luckily, we've been blessed up here in Anglesey. It's absolutely lovely weather and some perfect weather for some great racing here in the City Car Cup. Drivers heading round then to the grid. I mean, I was going to say we're only moments away from the race start, but the back of the grid's still down about in sector number 2, so it'll still be a couple of minutes until we get this one green.
Yes, not the work of a moment, is it, to get 40 cars into position on a grid that stretches right the way round the final corner, partway straight towards the hairpin at the end of the top right straight. So yes, it's going to take a moment or two to get them all in position. The leader, or the front row starters, I should say, Stuart Bliss and Andrew Dyer, their pair of Toyota Aigos, they're already in position. Then it's a pair of Citroens on row 2, Chris Mackenzie and Alistair May. And then, quite nicely, a pair of Peugeots on row 3, Richard Jepp and Phil House. So synchronised at the fronts of the field, 2 Toyotas, 2 Citroens, 2 Peugeots. And then that Castrol livery Toyota and Ben Spencer's got Alex Foden's blue Citroen for company on row number 4. But yeah, nice to see some now of these newer shaped facelifted Peugeot 107s in the championship as well. We've got, I think, about 3 or 4 of them in the top 10 alone. So nice to see the slightly more modern Peugeot out on circuit. And the Peugeot 107, the best of those is Richard Jepp, starting from 5th on the grid. We've also got the Student Motorsport Challenge a part of this as well, which we'll try and cover at some point during the race for the cars that are prepared and run by university students, basically. And, well, one of those cars, in fact, both of those cars on the front row are Student Motorsport Challenge cars, Stuart Bliss and Andrew Dyer. And it goes to show that they're not being prepared by the most experienced of mechanics. They are still very good at what they do, and they're capable of giving the drivers cars that will get them right to the front of a hugely competitive grid.
The drivers at the back of the grid can't even see the first corner, let alone the lights.
Yes, it is a magnificent sight, isn't it? As they have now all just about lined up on the grid. I think Rev's starting to rise. 15 minutes of Nankang Tyre City Car Cup action getting underway now as the lights go out, and it's a good start made by Andrew Dyer, I believe, from the outside of row 1. He should be able to hold the lead through turn 1. I, meanwhile, will be holding my breath as they all pour through target corner for the first time. It's pretty orderly stuff so far as they round the quick left-hander and head towards the banking on lap number 1. A clean run through the first corner. Now they hit the brakes and they barrel into the banked right-hander. And the high line might be the place to go, actually, because it's very congested on the inside line. And these are momentum cars. They don't have a huge amount of power. So if you keep it wound up around the outside there, that should benefit you by the time you arrive down at Church Corner. That's exactly what Richard Jepp has done. He's broken through into, well, nearly 4th position. I think he's going to get a book draft now from Ben Spencer up the school straight, and will bring the best of those Peugeots from 5th on the grid to 3rd as we head towards Rocket for the first time. He's the orange and black car, so 4th place that is, as they hit the brakes at the top of the hill, and a big lunge up the inside for another one of the Peugeots. To the outside goes Alistair May. He was latest of the lot on the brakes. He bounces over the grass. There's contact with Ben Spencer. Someone got spat out of line there, I think, and it was Spencer. It was Ben Spencer, the Castrol livery Toyota. Wrong place, wrong time, and he will plummet down the order, probably outside of the top 20.
That was really, really unfortunate for him. Just wrong place, wrong time. And we've said there, Alistair May, last of the late breakers, he seriously outbroke himself there. Tried to get the steering lock on to bring it back onto the circuit, into the path of a couple of drivers though, and a few issues on this first lap of the race for a couple of them. But look at this already then, from 2nd on the grid, Andrew Dyer making a nice little breakaway as they battle in behind for 2nd place. And look at that camera shot, it's just ridiculous. About 4 or 5 rows of drivers going 3 or 4 wide here down into the hairpin. They all just about managed to get it stopped, and they all continue on to the end of lap number 1. It is quite similar in terms of how to race the car as a Fun Cup car in terms of carrying the speed through these corners, but this even more necessary given the lack of power in the City Cup cars. But either way, we made it to the end of lap number 1. Then it's second on the grid, Mr. Andrew Dyer, who leads the way.
So often see that being the case here, though, at Anglesey, don't we? That the outside line on that front row is the better place to be because you sweep through that first corner again with all that extra momentum, and it's the grippier side of the road as well. So often it is better, in some ways, to qualify second here at Anglesey than on pole position. So Dyer leads then, Bliss second, Mackenzie third, Jet fourth, and Brady Pollock up into fifth position. So Brady Pollock also making good ground. 4 places gained, in fact, on that opening lap. Oh, good luck sorting this out. They're 4 abreast, heading for Church Corner. Now, I don't advise doing that. Ben Spencer is the one charging through on the inside of everybody. He's quite a bit quicker, of course, than the drivers around him, but they did a really good job there, John, to sort that out. There were still 3 abreast at the apex, but they all came out the other side.
They did, yeah. There was a little bit of contact on the entry there, but Spencer remained firm on that inside line, was like, no, I'm taking this corner away from all of you. He did so, and he looks to hold it up here into the heavy braking zone of Rocket, the heaviest braking zone on the track, really, along with the hairpin, and a bit of front-to-rear contact between a few of them, as realistically, you're just battling over track position, aren't you, at the moment? You're not even trying to go for a fast lap. You're just trying to survive, at least through these opening laps. Well, I mean, a short and sharp race once again. It's probably going to stay quite similar to this for the entirety of the race. There is Spencer getting up the inside of the 310. That was a move on. Who was that he's just put a move on? Or have I totally misread the number? John Nicholson he's made a move on. So he's moving his way back through the pack nicely after those issues to no fault of his own on lap number 1. He's not letting that ruin his day, and he's pressing on, trying to gain a few more positions back.
It all goes on the first lap. In most championships, you might lose 7 or 8 positions at worst. He must have lost about 25 at that moment, and going to take the rest of the race again anywhere near the top dozen, so one would expect. But still 3 abreast through the hairpin in the midfield, and there's finally proper contact, and 2 cars end up off the road, 4 cars in fact end up off the road, and that was just a tiny tangling of wheels, and it spat 1 car right, 1 car left, and others unfortunately had to go on the grass to avoid. We'll try and piece together who we've lost out of all of that. Hopefully they've all been able to get going again. I think the 57 car was one of those involved. Jack Wheeler.
There's a 27 as well.
And 27 also delayed in all of that too. That's Josh Jackson. So Josh Jackson's day, unfortunately, not going to plan. But I think Josh is the only one who hasn't made it back around to the line. So actually only 1 car stricken potentially at the side of the road. Hopefully that won't necessitate a safety car.
Hopefully not. I hope he can get it back going once again. You see there as he does get it back going. A bit of damage though on the right rear of the car. But you saw there the smallest bit of contact and the chain reaction that it caused as it spun one driver around, they went into another, they speared off one way, and when you've got 5-6 drivers all basically on the same bit of tarmac, there's not very much room for manoeuvrability, is there, in one of these City Cup cars? So they tried their best to avoid the incident, but it was sort of a guarantee that someone was going to lose out in all of that, and it is the 27, who we do see getting back into the pit lane now, so there will be no need for a safety car. The drivers will continue battling on in what is a very exciting race. Now, I don't know if you mentioned this as well, that Mr. Stuart Bliss in second place on the number 18 was racing in the Fun Cup earlier on today and later on today as well. So really getting a bumper day of racing. He's made the trip to Anglesey really worth it, hasn't he?
Yes, plenty of track time for the Bliss family this weekend. And yeah, running in second place, but not really able to live with the pace of Andrew Dyer at the moment. In qualifying, Bliss was 2/10 of a second, exactly 2/10 of a second slower than Andrew Dyer. Quite a margin actually, but these conditions, as though Dyer has got the measure of him. There is Josh Jackson's car in the pit lane. Going to work on it. Leaders meanwhile pour out of the final corner, and Andrew Dyer leads them across the line once again. It's a leading group of 5 really, isn't it? Dyer, Bliss, Mackenzie, Jep and Pollock, and then a big gap back to now Alistair May, who's up into 6th position. We saw May giving Alex Foden a hard time, and he has now managed to find a way past Alex. Who I believe is the same Alex Foden that I've seen out racing a Renault Clio in other championships as well. So if it is, then he again is a driver who gets plenty of track time over the course of a season. Front-wheel drive machinery, yes, but a slightly different style of driving these cars, I'm sure. The leading 5 have got that down at the moment. They're all running around in pretty much identical lap times as they head up towards the Rocket Complex for the fourth time of asking, only just under 2 seconds, cover the entire leading group. No one really close enough, though, to make a big move on each other. I don't think you get an enormous slipstream in these cars, really. Not unless you're going down a really long straight. Silverstone, the Handle Straight, for example. We've seen some good slipstreaming action in these cars. Although, to be fair, at Alton Park last time, you also saw the slipstream have quite a prominent effect. So maybe it's just that they're all so evenly matched, it's not really making much of a difference. Wobble there for Andrew Dyer as he turns into the right-hander and Peel, and lots of dust and brake and tyre smoke in the air up at Rocket. That's the 310 car of John Nicholson recovering, and that's the number 7 of Fen Curran off the road and going nowhere. That's a Church Corner, a long way off the road. That looks like the car's pulled over rather than gone off, so to speak, and it's hopefully far enough off the circuit that we won't need again a race interruption as a result. So yellow flags waving whilst they deal with the Fen Curran car of the Church. Pack though, John, heads towards the end of another lap. We're halfway through the race and the top 5 still absolutely bumped.
Yeah, indeed they are, yeah. Top 5, nose to tail as we head into the final 7 minutes of action. They've made a nice little breakaway now, haven't they? There's more contact there, out of the hairpin. One driver going nicely wide there, losing a lot less time than we saw in the previous bit of contact at that same corner a couple of laps ago, though. Manages to get it back onto the black stuff as quickly as they left it and continues on. Presses on as one driver flirts with the exit again here outside the commentary box. That's the number 10 that I've just spotted going nice and wide. And that is Mr. Finn in his Citroen C1. They're in 13th place. I don't think lost any positions out of that one. Just a bit of time and probably a bit of pride as well. As the two Boston College racing cars continue to press on at the sharp end of the order. We haven't seen any sort of dicing between them. I'm not sure if that's right, we both race at Boston College Racing, let's work together, or just, as I'm Stuart Bliss and I can't get past him. Whichever one it is, they haven't made any changes of position just yet. They head up to Rocket now, and this is looking a little bit more feisty. Mackenzie on the rear bumper of Bliss, but can't find a way past. Actually might be a late-minute dive to the inside from the number 65. Leans on the 21. That's Richard Jepp trying to find an opening, trying to find a way through. He'll go for the up and under off of Rocket, and that's going to work beautifully for the 65 of Richard Jepp. Sorry, the aggressiveness on the initial attempt at the overtake has worked out on the exit, and he snuck on through into the podium places.
Very impressive stuff, and again, a great example of how important momentum is, because usually, certainly if we think back to the Fun Cup race earlier on, where we saw that play out so many times, it was the car on the right-hand side of the road, generally going into Rocket, that came out a bit ahead, because the inside for the second part is more important. But if we just keep the steering lock slightly more open on the outside line, get to the power a bit sooner, Richard Jepp was able to do that brilliantly to sweep through into third. So Richard Jepp then, having started the race down in 5th, 2 places gained, which heads the nature of this front group is pretty impressive. Cars now all the Student Motorsport Challenge cars, so it's not only an overall race win on grabs here, but a victory as well. So now try and go after the 2 Toyota Aigos ahead of him. He understeers a little bit there, though, the 3rd place man coming out of the final turn, and just loses a little bit of ground maybe to the leading 2. Personal best lap there for Bliss, but he's just not quite able to get within striking range, is he, as they head up towards the banking. Needs a really good run through the banking and Church, and I think now that he's not under any immediate pressure from the 3rd place man, he might just be able to have a go at Andrew Dyer. The flip side of that is, though, that I'm sure Stuart Bliss did see in his mirrors what Richard Jepp just did to Chris Mackenzie, and he'll be very mindful of that. Even if he thinks he's far enough ahead of Richard, Jepp may well still have a go at getting up the inside.
Indeed. Main thing is, though, he managed to get that move done relatively swiftly, and I think he has stayed in the toe of Stuart Bliss ahead, and that's absolutely crucial, particularly on a circuit like this, particularly in cars like these. If you lose that toe, it's basically game over in terms of trying to catch them. They're all so close in terms of lap time. Great to see the number 27 back out on circuit after earlier issues, so Joe Jackson back out on to the track, which is great to see, despite issues, getting back out there and trying to make it to the checkered flag. There'll be plenty of opportunities for more racing for the drivers in this class later on in the weekend, but we continue to keep our eyes fully focused on this leading battle, and I think what you were saying might be coming to the fore here, mate. Richard Jepp is starting to close in on Stuart Bliss.
Yeah, Jepp's the pace man, isn't he, at the moment? I'll be interested to see what this lap time is, because he's been in clean air at least for the first part of it, has closed right back in now on the leading 2 as they head for the hairpin. So we're going to have just under 3.5 2.5 minutes to go. So there should be 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. 2 laps, 2 cars to overtake is not beyond the realms of possibility here for Richard Jett to get a win, because that Peugeot is clearly operating well, particularly under brakes. And haven't here into the final turn. He's gone behind Stuart Bliss into the braking zone, but not quite close enough. Does, though, visibly, I saw that out of the window, visibly closing in on Stuart under braking. So Richard Jett's advantage is in the braking zone, definitely. How, though, can he utilise that over the final 2 laps to try and get at least second and maybe even have a go for the race win?
Indeed, he's looking good for it, isn't he? He's got a lot of confidence in that car, which is brilliant to see for Richard Depp. And like you were talking about, yeah, new fastest lap of the race, down in the 58s, a good few tenths clear of the drivers around him on that last lap around the circuit for sure. But a lot of drivers still setting those personal bests. I would have thought maybe that's because you're now in a slipstream and you enjoy that bit of a tow, but it was new personal best on the last lap for Andrew Dyer out the lead as well. So even he is finding a bit more pace late on in this one, clearly feeling he needs to bring out all of his talent here in the last few moments, because he's under a little bit of pressure. Up to Rocket they go yet again. The 2 Boston College cars looking to battle as they go up here. We saw the aggressive move to the inside a couple of laps ago between Jett and Mackenzie. Jett thinks about it this time, but realises a little bit too far back this time of asking on Stuart Bliss.
Yeah, so that was interesting, wasn't it? He didn't have quite the advantage under braking there that he's had in previous laps. Also, I think if he was going to have a chance of winning the race, he realistically needed to get past Stuart Bliss that lap and then spend the final lap and a half going after Andrew Dyer. So Andrew Dyer might be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief having seen that play out in his mirrors. Shouldn't need to do too much defending, at least over Richard Jett anyway, in the closing stages of this one. We've got just over a lap to go then. Down towards the hairpin we're going. This lead gap is smaller now than it's been, I'd say, at any point in this race. So I don't know whether Dyer's had a moment there, but Stuart Bliss closes in. Doesn't know in fairness, tries to get to the inside of the hairpin. Does Jett do anything silly for second place? They all a little bit wide on the exit of the turn. Behind the pits. That's a steep drop there. Look as you head into the braking zone in the final turn. Tighter than it is on the coastal layout. It's a big stopping point and a tricky traction zone, easy to understeer wide over that exit curb, but they all keep it within the lines, and they come across the line to start the final lap in the same order. Personal best lap that time for Stuart Bliss, so yes, he did close in on the leader, 3.5 tenths back. He was 3 tenths faster than the leader that time around. Richard Jett with a little nibble at the inside of Stuart Bliss there at the banking. So they're all sort of converging on each other now, right at the end of the race. It's not over, this one. Andrew Dyer's had it under control so far, but Stuart Bliss might be spurred into having a go at his Boston College Racing teammate, because he can't really afford to just settle into second place. Richard Jett is right there. Up the hill we go. And only an eye goes length in it now between the top 2. Is Stuart Bliss going to have a go on the brakes? He doesn't even think about the inside line. That's interesting. Just covers off Richard Jett behind him. And that might now be the last opportunity, really, for anyone to have a go at Andrew Dyer. Out a little bit wide there is Bliss through the second part of Rocket, and that opens the door for Richard Jett. He's got the overlap towards Peel, and that was a tiny mistake from Stuart Bliss. Just drifted half a car's width wide through the right-hand element of Rocket, and Richard Jett needed no second invitation. He's through into second, and now trying to defend that to the flag. I don't think he's going to have time to go after Andrew Dyer, but this has been a brilliant drive, this from Richard Jett, from 5th on the grid, methodically, clinically, and crucially cleanly picking his way through the order. And he is second now as we head down the straight towards the hairpin for the final time. He's not defending the inside line because we know he's confident under braking. Turns into the corner, it's the late apex, that's entirely actually. Stuart Bliss will turn now. I think it's Chris Mackenzie closing in the best of the sequence he wants. Andrew Dyer, I think, who gets the win, but really driver of the race, Richard Jett, having charged through from the 3rd row of the grid, and the lap might be a challenge for the race lead. Second place, though, for the Peugeot 107 driver. Off the final corner, they come towards the checkered flag, and Andrew Dyer claims a lights to flag victory in the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. Richard Jett comes home in second, and Stuart Bliss third. All 3 of them Student Motorsport Challenge cars. It was then Chris Mackenzie in the 4th position. Paddock, Anglesey, Full House, Richard Snuggs and Joe Moss complete the top 10. Where did the recovering Ben Spencer end up? I hear you ask. 14th. That's not bad at all, given the fact he was about 30th, I think, maybe even further back at the conclusion of lap number 1. So good recovery drive that from the Castrol liveried
driver, Castrol liveried car. Ben Spencer, the driver, who just found himself off the road, unfortunately, on the opening lap, but covered nicely in the end. Still, they streamed through. A lot of damage on the front of the 75 car there as it came through to take the flag. That was Jamie Stretch down in, where was Jamie? Outside of the top 30, I think. Yes, 34th. We may have lost Jack Wheeler on this last lap. Jack Wheeler hasn't come through. He should have been mid-20s somewhere, and he's not made it home, so I'm not sure where he's gone, but there possibly is another car now that needs recovering, along with the Fen Curran machine, which is up at the outside of Church Corner. Anyway, victory goes the way of Andrew Dyer, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that. A beautifully managed race. And there is Jack Wheeler across the line. Delayed significantly, must have been off the road on the final lap, but does now take the checkered flag. It concludes our first of 3 races this weekend, the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. The win, as I said, going the way of Andrew Dyer. Richard Jett charging forward into second, and within a second of the victory at the checkered flag, it was Stuart Bliss third, Chris Mackenzie the first of the non-Student Motorsport Challenge cars in fourth, ahead of Brayden Pollock, Alistair May, Alex Foden, Phil House, Richard Snuggs and Joe Moss complete the top 10, and Christopher Parks in 11th, Toby Owen 12th, Max Finn 13th, and Ben Spencer completes the top 14. In 15th place, Amelia Vincent, Harry Barker 16th, Benjamin Bastow was 17th, then it was Alex Jackson, Adam Reynolds, and Hayden Payne to complete the top 20. Chris Brewster was next. Chris, by the way, second of the rookies. The rookie class won by Ben Spencer, so that added a little bit of extra challenge to that recovery drive he was on. Jensen Jackson was 22nd, ahead of John Sykes and John Nicholson, Sam Johnston, Peter Bauer, and Alistair Mehring. Top 30 then completed by Elliot Lettis, Junior Gravina Reed and Nicholas Wilding. Joseph Plowright was 31st, ahead of Anthony Dolby, Ryan Middlemiss, Jamie Stretch, Lee Parker, Ben Johnson, Paul Mellor, Glenn B from the back of the grid, Jack Wheeler and Josh Jackson, both of whom of course were delayed. Jack Wheeler had to visit the pit lane for some running repairs, and Fen Curran the only non-finisher, so we did get 41 cars out then on the grid for that race, so everyone got the chance to race here this afternoon. So whilst Fen Curran's car is recovered, we shortly, hopefully, will be able to head down into Parc Ferme and hear from our podium finishers. And interesting to hear, particularly, in fairness, from Richard Jett to get his thoughts on that drive through from 5th on the grid up into 2nd position. And in a moment or two, we'll be able to get their thoughts ahead of our final sprint race of the day. The Fiesta ST150s will be up next, and then Fun Cup racing into the night. So, I think we're ready. Let's head down then into Parc Ferme and hear from our City Car podium finishers.
Got me back down in Parc Ferme then. What a race that was in the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. It all gets a bit argy-bargy, doesn't it? I mean, up and down the order, I didn't know where to look. There was so much going on, but what a race it was from the number 15, Mr. Andrew Dyer. Now, I've got to try and find Andrew now is the question. He was definitely over here a second ago. Hello, Andrew. Andrew, I mean, you started on the outside of the grid, which we sort of thought was probably the better place to be. You made it work there at the start, got around the outside, and led from there. It seemed relatively simple from where I was sitting, but from when you were sitting, it was probably a bit more challenging.
No, like planned to qualify. Well, ideally, I wanted to qualify second anyway, knowing the inside of the tracks, rub it up. Just basically got a good start, tucked my wings back, flew around Anglesey like a bald eagle. Just, yeah, it's a good race.
So feeling good for the next couple of races to come then?
I've won now, I'm going home.
Perfect, we won't be seeing him anymore. It sounds like there's more cars out on track. Back up to you.
Yep, thanks, John. So cars are lined up on the grid. We're still actually trying to get the rest of the City Car Cup cars into Parc Ferme. It's a tight squeeze over there on the infield, so it's going to take a few more minutes, I think, before we're good to go with our final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship race. Another 15-minute sprint, and this the 6th round of the championship. Max Buxton, the championship leader,
courtesy of 2 wins at the season opener at Snetterton, lines up on pole position for this one, but he's not had it all his own way. The first race was won by Sam Watkins. He starts 4th on the grid for this one, the Welshman, on his home round. And at Mallory Park last time out, we had 2 races at Mallory Park. Dylan Davis won the first one, and the second one went again to Sam Watkins. So Sam twice a winner, as is Max Buxton. The thing that separates them in the championship is the fact that Sam Watkins had a non-finish in the middle of the 3 races at Snetterton. Did a good job then to bounce back to second in race 3, but because the drop scores again haven't yet been taken into account, it means that Max Buxton enjoys a reasonably healthy lead, 25 points ahead of George Foxlow, who should be 9 points closer, but picked up a penalty earlier in the season. I think that was at Mallory last time out. 9 penalty points applied, and so he drops a little bit further away. Still second, though. Only a single point, though, clear of Dylan Davis, who starts 6th on the grid for this one. Front row, Max Buxton and Robbie Harrison. Robbie Harrison, who is down in 7th place in the championship. And had a non-finish in the most recent race at Mallory, but Robbie, another one of those drivers who seems to be a bit of an Anglesey expert, maybe. We've had this in a few of our categories today. Drivers qualifying at the front of the field who we haven't really seen there so far in the season. Buxton then on pole. Robbie Harrison starts alongside him, with Michael Blackburn and Sam Watkins making up row number 2. Billy Blockley and Dylan Davis are on row 3, ahead of George Foxlow and Sophie Kinghorn on the 4th row. 5th row, James Ford and Jade Goodwin. Liam Browning just outside the top 10, ahead of Zavary Zavissa, and then Lewis Bowen and Andrew Ward on row 7. Row 8, Aidan Vickers and Stephanie Saw, who I seem to recall was involved in a bit of an incident here at the Hairpin a year ago. We're hoping to not have a repeat of that today. Lee Barron and Gary Cooper on row 9, and row 10, Mark Webb and Mark Blunt. Oliver Reed and Graham Malem are next. Then it's Chris Rowlands and Ron Lushdab on the 12th row of the grid, back of the 24-car field. So I wonder whether Robbie Harrison might be feeling that he's sitting pretty here, because we've seen in several races so far this afternoon that the outside of row 1 is the place to start. And so I wonder whether we're going to see Robbie Harrison sweep past Max Buxton. If he can, he's got every chance of holding on to win the race, because he was only 3/10 slower than Max in qualifying this morning. Robbie Harrison, who's had a real uptake in form this weekend, would love to pilot that orange number 19 car to the top step of the podium. But will he be able to do so? You've got the reigning champ Michael Blackburn behind as well. Blackburn, who hasn't had a good season, I'll be completely honest with you. He hasn't had a podium yet this year. A non-finish at Snetterton concluded what had been a pretty underwhelming weekend all round, really, for Michael Blackburn, who is the leading Masters driver in the championship. And although Gary Cooper is also listed as a Masters driver in 7th place in the championship, I'm not sure about that, but he's also a rookie, that's right, so Michael Blackburn, best of the non-rookie Masters, if that makes any kind of sense. And Blackburn only 11th in the championship, that's the headline. The championship outright last year, regardless of whether he's a Master or not. He wasn't champion. And really now he's going to be relying on those drop scores to have any hope of claiming a back-to-back championship in 2025. Still a long way to go after the 3 races this weekend. They have 2 at Alton Park, 3 at Cadwell Park, and then 2 apiece at the Silverstone National Circuit and the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, because it's the Fiesta Championships this year that have the privilege of being the supporting card for the Fiesta Festival. It will be a bit of a Fiesta Festival with all 3 Fiesta Championships there. The Formula Ford Festival is what I was trying to say at the end of the year. It seems to alternate these days between Fiestas and Mazda MX-5s being the support categories. It's the Fiestas who get the call-up in 2025. We've got all of our Fiesta categories there. It's the championship. It's a thrilling 2 days of racing. Rain and shine. You get a little bit of both across the weekend. It's champion at the end of the year. Right, John back with me in the commentary box. More front-wheel drive tin-top action. This time the older spec Fiestas, the ST250s. Good to see these cars still going strong. 24 of them out there. The grid has grown steadily over recent years as well. And it's easy to see why. The racing is always close. And again, this weekend, more new faces now starting to show up at the front of the grid.
Exactly that. We can't get enough of the tin top action, can we? So more left to come. Of course, the last race of the day before we go into the second of the 3-hour Fun Cup races for this Saturday's action. Then we'll see all of the classes, apart from the Fun Cup, back again tomorrow for more action. It's been a great throughput here with BRSCC in terms of getting the races out, but it makes my job a little bit more challenging. I start talking to someone, and suddenly we've got another race starting. I'll run back up here. My goodness. But it's been brilliant. Some brilliant racing. I spotted as well, I don't know if you already mentioned this, number 98 of Watkins there on the second row of the grid with a big Welsh flag on the roof. Some home advantage there from him. We'll see how he starts from row number 2.
And he's on that preferred side of the road, really, isn't he? But I was posing the question, I think, before you got back upstairs, will Robbie Harrison be the leader into turn 1? Because second place has been the place to be, hasn't it, really? Well, he's not helped himself because he's lined up a full half a car's length back from his grid slot. He was taking no chances of going too far forward and picking up an out of position penalty. But if he can get a good launch, I think he's got the pace to certainly give Max Buxton a hard time in this one and go after what would be his first victory in the championship. The whistles are blown, the green flags have waved, the red lights are on, and they go out now to kick off our first final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship race of the weekend. It's a brilliant start from Michael Blackburn. From third, there's a collision further back, 3 cars off to the right-hand side of the road. 39, 42 and 62, I think. Jade Goodwin is 1, Andrew Ward another, and Lewis Bauer in the 3rd. They will all try and pick their way back onto the circuit. There they are, busy recovering as they all just sort of tangled awkwardly off the line. But it is Michael Blackburn, the reigning champion, who leads the field through Church Corner for the first time, and Sam Watkins, perhaps with that home advantage, up into second place.
Indeed, a very exciting start to the race for kind of 2 different reasons, really. What a start from Michael Blackburn. Of course, rocking that number 1 and clearly showing why he has it there. What an unbelievable start to take the early lead. Late dive on the brakes there from Buxton. He sends it up the inside just about. Manages to get it stopped. Can he close off that inside line? Not quite. And he's going to get hung out to dry here on the outside. We've got the 39 stop. That's the same driver from the initial incident. Double wave yellows at the first corner, but I can't see any sort of safety car board at the moment. So the drivers continue racing up through the top part of the circuit. It was a good start from Buxton. It was really all compounded by quite a poor start from Robbie Harrison as we got a red flag out on circuit. So racing comes to a halt then. The drivers will all get back into single file formation and come to a nice controlled stop as we get everything sorted out there on circuit. Clearly the 39 of Andrew Ward very much stricken out there in the middle of the track. He doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. So we go to red flag here at Anglesey and wait to hear what happens next. But a very exciting start to that race. And I mean, if we go red flag, if we go full grid restart, I think Michael Blackburn's going to be a bit frustrated.
Yes. I'll tell you who will be happy, Robbie Harrison, because he made an absolute meal of that start, didn't he? For having bigged him up starting on the outside of row 1. He was 5th by the time they came out of the first corner. It did not go well for the front row starter, but yeah, Michael Blackburn, brilliant launch from 3rd on the grid. And often we see the car that goes to the inside at turn 1, doesn't always come out of turn 1 with the lead, but he just piled through, carried momentum through on the inside line, and was able to come out as the race leader. But it's all for nothing. We will reset the grid, and we'll have a race restart in a few moments' time. Whilst we're waiting for that to happen, we're going to take a short break. Join us again in a few minutes here at Anglesey.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Farkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Farkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly.
It's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back to Anglesey, everyone. Cars re-gridding, or we're in the process of re-gridding them, ahead of a restarted race for the final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. A red flag brought out at the initial race start. 3 drivers tangling, Andrew Ward and Lewis Barron, who shared the 7th row. Jade Goodwin was the 3rd driver who was on row 5, a couple of rows ahead of them. And so trying to piece together how they ended up together, one would imagine Jade maybe didn't get such a good start and Andrew and Lewis did, and they've sort of met in the middle. The restart looks as though it's going ahead without any of those 3. Certainly Andrew Ward is in the assembly area being recovered back to the paddock. The 42 car I can see of Jade Goodwin being pushed away in the paddock, and I don't think 62 Lewis Barron is out there either. So 3 of them not taking the restart, and we go back to the original grid order then. So as John was quite rightly saying, it's original grid order. So bad news if you're Michael Blackburn. He was the leader. He has to go back down to 3rd place on the grid now. And you can be absolutely sure, John, that Max Buxton will remember what Michael Blackburn just did to him and maybe just go a little bit closer to that inside line this time to defend into turn 1.
Exactly that. Well, we wait and see whether number 1 can replicate what that start, that unbelievable start, from what we've been saying all day is the non-grippy side of the circuit. But he somehow found quite a bit, didn't he, getting away there. Well, can he do it? Can he do it twice in a row? I think I'll be even more impressed if he's able to replicate that one. But like you say, the drivers will be knowledgeable of that now, and will be looking to make sure that he can't do a repeat of that. And as you mentioned, particularly the pole sitter of Max Buxton, just get over to that inside wall. Don't leave an opening there if you do see the number 1 flying up behind you on this restart. Gutting for Michael to have such a brilliant race start and it come to nothing due to no fault of his own. But either way, that's racing. Try and do it again, Michael. Let's see how it goes. We've still got a number of minutes of racing action left to come in this one as we get them re-gridded and ready to go. Just a shame that we're missing a few that we should have had.
Yeah, but still leaves us with 22 of them by my reckoning. So 21 of them by my reckoning. So still a busy grid of cars and a good race. The competitive drivers at the front of the field certainly all present and correct. So looking forward to seeing what happens in this one as Max Buxton looks to try and claim a 3rd win of the year. From pole position, Robbie Harrison will be desperate to try and up his game from that previous start. Car just seemed to bog down. I don't think it was excessive wheel spin or something. I think it just bogged down on the outside of row 1. So more revs perhaps this time to try and get the car moving, and see whether he can maybe stand his ground a bit more on the outside this time around. There goes number 3 of Mark Blunt heading through. And Mark, who we've seen racing in the past in this category in a sort of Rapid Fit for Mondeo inspired livery. I think he's changed the livery for this year, and I'd love to know why, because that was one of the best looking cars on the grid in the past, but perhaps he's brought some new sponsors on board. There is Lewis Barron's car. That's waiting at the end of the pit lane, so Lewis Barron is going to take the restart from the end of the pit lane. That was the third car involved in that start line incident. I did wonder whether maybe he wouldn't be taking the restart, but he is going to allow to lane X. That's Lewis Barron. Barron family came through the XR Challenge, which is what became the ST150 Championship really a number of years ago now, the championship that ran throughout the 1980s onwards really for XR2 and XR3 machinery, a real fan favourite. At one point was one of the biggest national level championships in the country, but inevitably I suppose over time those cars started to become fewer and far between, and finding all these spare parts for them was even more of a challenge. So the ST150 was introduced and eventually took over the championship, and I think it's fair to say it was a slightly reluctant takeover. Some of the XR drivers sort of grimly clung on to it right till the end, but eventually it was inevitable the more modern machinery was going to take over. And with the introduction of the ST240 Championship becoming the sort of headline Fiesta Championship in the country, there was a perfect opportunity for the ST150s to find a new home, and so it's all worked out for the best. We've ended up with a big grid, always competitive racing, and still a few of the old names, Ron Lufstad, the Bowerens, even Michael Blackburn, still on the grid and doing well. So, back of the grid is in position. Take 2 of race 1 for the final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship here at Anglesey. And we look to see whether we get a better start this time out of our front row men. The red lights are on. They go out now. Away we go. And no, it's another terrible start for Harrison. A better one for Buxton, though. So Buxton will hold on to the lead this time. So he at least learned from his mistakes first time around. And it's side by side then between Sam Watkins and Michael Blackburn for second. So Blackburn didn't get such a good launch that time, and he's on the outside line now, heading into the banking for the first time of asking. Buxton then the leader. Blackburn, I reckon, might come out of the banking in second. No, didn't get a great exit actually, so Watkins is still to his inside as they head towards Church, and now it's who feels the bravest on cold tyres. Watkins got the preferred inside line, and the Welshman will sweep through into second position. Blackburn then stays in third, and then it's side by side for fourth. Billy Blockley, that was, in the second of the red cars, charging around the outside of Dylan Davis, and Billy Blockley from fifth on the grid is going for fourth as we hit the brakes into Rocket for the first time. Later on the brakes is Dylan Davis, but Blockley's got the inside line. They almost lean on each other. I think they do lean on each other, and it will be Dylan Davis who comes out ahead.
Yeah, Dylan really closed the door there right at the apex to make sure that Billy couldn't get through, and maybe a little bit too much as Billy then couldn't hold on to it, went straight into the side of him. They both keep facing in the right direction though, is the key end to all of that. And they stay as they were in fourth and fifth position. I want to say fair play to Michael Blackburn. He's still got another blistering start from the second row of the grid. It was just the drivers around him got an even better start than they did in the first attempt at that. So Samuel Watkins kept it alongside, and Buxton was able to block into the first corner. And then with Watkins hanging it around the outside at T1, then up the inside at T2, they were still sideways going into the fast right-hander. But now it looks as though the fortune has gone the other direction for Blackburn. He drops down to fourth place as down the inside, that was Dylan Davis then moving through and up into third, and under more pressure into the final corner. Trying to fake him out there is Billy, but can't quite get alongside. That's going to scupper his exit, and he'll now be under pressure as well. But actually Blackburn has got quite a poor one down into T1.
Yeah, really understeered wide at the final corner. Through target they go, almost leaning on each other, but Blackburn closed the door with some confidence there, I think, ahead of Billy Blockley, knowing that Billy wasn't going to keep his car in that ever-shrinking gap. They head through the banking then for the second time. So Max Buxton the leader. Blackburn, though, struggling now that the race has settled down. So is this what would have happened had he held on to the lead first time around? And we've not had that red flag, I suppose. We'll never know, but it's the fourth. Just look all that comfortable. Billy Blockley in behind. Then George Foxlow and Robbie Harrison, the orange machine, the big loser once again, really, from second on the grid, seventh at the end of lap one, ahead of Liam Browning, James Ford and Sophie Kinghorn. To the braking zone, Rocket we go. George Foxlow there having a go at Billy Blockley. Able able to make a move for the time being. Leaders, though, exit Rocket, and Sam Watkins looks like he's up for the fight here. He's going with, now at least, Max Buxton.
He is indeed. I mean, Buxton's done everything he needs to up to this point, and a really nice start. Blocked very, very well through the first few corners, and now looking to build that gap. They are doing so. Back sort of Dylan Davis, they've built a little gap. I was about to say comfortable, but it definitely is not comfortable out there for them as they try to go it together. Buxton and Watkins using the slipstream well up towards the hairpin. Furthest away part of the circuit for us anyway, as they all find their way through. We're side by side in behind though, and look to be the 205. Actually trying to find a way past, so that's James Ford trying to get through on Liam Browning. This is the battle for 8th place as they continue on side by side back down to the bottom of the carousel. Who's got that inside line though? I think it was still Liam Browning. So if he has that inside line there at the final corner, he should hold on to the place, and it's all a little bit wide in the background. They're there trying to go 3 wide as they head down to the first corner, but no, it is the 205 of Ford. That's James Ford through into 8th place then. Good move around the outside and then turn to the inside, and he got the place done.
Sophie Kinghorn, the third car that was joining in that battle as well. So good scrap going on at the back of the top 10. Scrap, I think, about to kick off at the front of the top 10 as well. Max Buxton's being reeled in here by Sam Watkins. The fastest lap, meanwhile, belongs to Michael Blackburn. So he's calmed himself down now, got the tyres up to temperature, and he looks as quick as anybody. Leaders, though, up towards Rocket, and the slipstream brings Sam Watkins onto the tail of Max Buxton. He feels the need to defend the inside line. Sam says, don't mind that, I'll go right round the outside if you want. But there's no space left to him. Max Buxton drifts out a bit wide, blocks off that potential route through the corner. Sweep through the right-hand element of Rocket up towards Peel. Max Buxton keeping Sam Watkins at bay by the narrowest of margins. If he can just weather this storm, though, there are other cars coming. That's not the quickest way through Rocket, I wouldn't say. That's the 6 car, and Oliver Reed, who appears to have arrived at the top of the hill backwards and is in the process of digging his way back out of the weeds and back onto the racetrack. Leaders, though, head towards the hairpin, and Watkins looks like the danger man here, doesn't he?
He does indeed, yeah. Lots of style points for Reed, not many championship points after that one, sadly. Backwards into Rocket is never ideal. Battle for 4th, late move down the inside there. Is that Billy Blockley? Yes, really rubbing there with Blackburn as they head on through to the exit. They'll be side by side down into the bottom of Carousel, then into the final corner they stay. Hugging each other side by side as we head on through. It looks like Blackburn has just sneaked back ahead. So we got to change to the lead there.
Yeah.
Swapping around, the 98 is through then. Samuel Watkins gets past, but we didn't really see how that happened.
No, I didn't think he was close enough going into the last corner, so I wonder whether Buxton outbraked himself maybe and ran wide. I did see in the distance they were single file going into the corner, but when they came out, they were the other way round. So Sam Watkins leads. However he got there, he'll be very grateful for it and keen to stay there as well. And he'll be aided in that quest by the fact that Dylan Davis has rocked up behind them as well. So it's 3 for the lead now as they turn into Church Corner for the 4th time. Just under 9 minutes of the race still to go. 3rd place man is very wide over the grass. He wasn't the only one in fairness. Davis wide, but so too was Billy Blockley in 5th as they really explore the limits of adhesion through Church. Is Buxton going to have another go though at reclaiming the race lead? Yes, he is. Launches to the inside of Rocket. That was very late on the brakes. Watkins couldn't really defend it because Buxton was so much later on the brakes. He sweeps through, and that was a textbook move at the top of the hill.
Yeah, great ding-dong battle between these two, but what a lovely move. Perfectly weighted on the brakes there from Max Buxton. And Samuel Watkins not issuing the same defence that was issued to him a lap ago from Buxton. He left that inside line open, and Buxton said, "Well, thank you very much. I'll pop it down. I'll pop my car down the inside there, and I'll take first place back away from you. Thank you very much." So they get back to where they were only a lap or so ago. But look at how close Watkins and Buxton are. Looking to that inside line, is forced to the outside line is Watkins. They go as late on the brakes as they dare, and look at the squabble in behind for 4th place as well. That's Billy Blockley going properly deep on the brakes, a little bit too deep. Up and under goes Blackburn. Reed takes away that 4th place. As we saw Blockley get through a lap or so ago, then they've changed again, and now they've changed back again. What brilliant racing this is in the ST150s. Late move to the inside for the lead there at the final corner. They're side by side on the exit.
Well, maybe that is what Watkins did a lap ago. It's not been quite as successful this time, though. Max Buxton still has his nose ahead, wants to turn into the corner, does turn into the corner, and hangs on to the race lead. So Buxton then with a narrow advantage, but every time they go side by side, it brings the other cars behind even closer. So it's now a 7-car
far lead freight train, which makes its way through the banking for the 5th time of asking. Max Buxton the leader, Sam Watkins second, Dylan Davis third, Michael Blackburn fourth, Billy Blockley, George Foxlow and Robbie Harrison all a part of this fight, which makes its way out of Church Corner once again. More crest cracking done by Dylan Davis, who drops therefore away from the leading two. And we know what's coming now at the top of the hill, because the slipstream will bring Sam Watkins into striking range. Buxton will cover the inside line, so Watkins commits to the outside line, tries to sweep round the outside through the left to get the inside for the right, but he's not quite got that move down yet, has he? And Max Buxton for now hangs on.
Not quite able to do it. We saw Billy Blockley trying the exact same thing in behind to steal away 4th place back from Blackburn, but again, not able to go deep enough on the brakes to hold that line, to keep the inside then into the right-hander. Has to sit back in once more. But yeah, like you say, we just spotted it that time of Buxton sticking it up the inside and going for it last minute. That must have been what he'd done previously. We just missed it. It was so late on the brakes. He just went for it at the last point of the braking into the final corner as well, which is a tight corner. Impressive that they both were able to give each other enough room to make it to the exit. All 4 wheels on the black stuff. What fantastic racing we're getting treated to here in the ST150s, and it's on again into the final corner, looking to put the pressure on. Will he go for the move again?
Well, this time Max Buxton is wise to it. Look, covers the inside line. I wondered whether he'd do that, but by defending into the last corner, he might be a bit slow on the exit. No, Watkins not able to get the run this time, so they stay as they are. Across the line then, another lap in the books, 5 minutes 40 to go. And this scintillating battle at the front of the field continues on. It's become a 5-way fight though, because George Foxlow, I think, had a bit of a moment there coming out of the final turn. So he and Robbie Harrison drop back and are being caught now, have been caught really, by James Ford in the 205 car. So they detach themselves slightly from the leading quintet, which turns through Church and heads up the back straight for the 6th time of asking. Here's Barron back in the pit lane. Oh, in fact, not the only one. There's been an incident at the last corner.
77, that is as well. That's Rowlands.
And Graham Malum. So 3 of them, I think, have tangled maybe at the last corner. They're all sort of limping in together. I just assumed Barron was retiring with damage. It was a legacy of his start line incident, but no, I think he's got himself involved in something else. Side-by-side action at the top of the hill. Meanwhile, this is Dylan Davis battling with Sam Watkins, which means Dylan Davis is into 2nd place.
He is indeed. He's got it done at the top of the hill. Impressive stuff then. We've been watching the driver. Oh, it's a big off. Straight on goes to number 44. Big spin, nearly reaching the barriers up the top there. You very rarely see that. Impressive stuff from Barron, and he's made it stick. He's there on the outside. He's avoided the barrier, which is good, but he seems to be a bit stuck.
Yes, that's the other Barron. That's Lee Barron now going off. So, but not a good lap for the Barron family. That one into the pit lane, one with, I have to say, some sort of braking issue at the top of the hill at Rocket, and potentially out of the race. 40 minutes to go. The drama does this race have in store for us? The leaders are going to be a bit further apart this time, I think, than they have been on previous occasions. Max Buxton taking advantage of that battle for 2nd place that was raging behind, of course. It's now Dylan Davis 2nd and Sam Watkins down to 3rd. And that might now become 4th because he's run wide out of the final turn, and Michael Blackburn is up the inside into target. Does Blackburn go through? I think he probably does. They almost are sharing the same bit of road on the exit of the turn. Watkins bounces over the exit curb, and surely that will be Blackburn through into 3rd position. I think it is, well, maybe not actually. Watkins has tried again up the inside of the banking and manages to get back alongside. Fair enough. This is relinquishing any pressure now from the leading 2, of course. This has become a 3-way fight for 3rd. And Sam Watkins, I think, is going to hang on for the time being, isn't he? Michael Blackburn 4th, and it is Billy Blockley in behind them in 5th. Those 3 then will be pretty much together as we arrive at the braking zone at Rocket this time around. The leaders are a bit more separated, so we can focus more on 3rd place. And Michael Blackburn wants that 3rd place, launches to the inside under braking in a yellow flag zone and takes the place. Now, that was very clearly a yellow flag zone. He's giving the place back. But that isn't the kind of thing that you can just redress and pretend it never happened. I think he might have the stewards might have something to say to him about that at the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really just apologise for that one and move on. You got to be watching. Of course, we know it's one of the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit, but it's in the yellow flag zone. Unlucky, mate. Wait till the next lap and hopefully it's gone. But that was clearly just a case of Blackburn not seeing it, going for the move, and once he committed, that was it. I think then he saw the yellow flag and thus moved over on the exit, which was very kind of him to do. But equally, like you say, he might still get a bit of a selling off after this one. Either way, what a brilliant battle it's been between those two. Blackburn being super aggressive through the first quarter, trying to get the move done, but it was great from Watkins to immediately reset it back up the inside and keep the battle alive. But that breakaway for the top two has been absolutely perfect. Buxton and Davis now a good couple of seconds of the following pack, as again we're seeing 2x2 racing around the final corner. The orange car getting the move done, and that's the 19 through on the 205. So that's Harrison back through on Ford then, as Ford continues to try and find a way up the order. I was thinking when I was making my commentary notes, doesn't he have a bit of an unfair advantage?
Who's this?
James Ford.
Oh, yes, I see.
Sorry.
Well, I was wondering whether it's the
Terrible
same
banter.
James Ford. I'm going to choose to call that.
Thanks,
I
mate.
was wondering whether it's the same James Ford who used to race in Alfa Romeos. I don't think it is, but there was a very rapid Alfa Romeo 156 driver, James Ford. He was a champion a few years ago. I don't think it's the same one. If it is, though, you'd understand why he's made the shift over to the Fiesta ST150s, wouldn't you, with a name like that?
He's not James Alfa Romeo.
He's not James Alfa Romeo, that I will agree with. Wide over the grass. We've got 3 hours of this still to come.
Sorry.
And onto the grass goes George Foxlow, and Robbie Harrison takes full advantage, launches to the inside. There is no yellow flag. Well, there is now, because James Ford barrels into the side of Foxlow's car. I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but they're both still there on the exit of the turn. Neither car is exactly in factory condition, and James Ford, they're all getting very polite to each other in this race. James Ford, realising he'd done wrong, opens the door and lets Foxlow back through again on the exit of the complex. So, no harm, no foul there. Continue on their way. There'll be another lap to go at the end of this one then. And these are your leading two. Now that gap was just under a second at the start of the final lap. It's probably a little bit smaller now, but that much that Max Buxton's going to be overly concerned. Feel pretty confident as the race leader beginning the final lap of the race. So Max Buxton then with an advantage. Maybe it is a slightly more slender one than it was a lap ago. Let's see, the last lap board is held aloft. And, well, it came down by a tenth. They both did their personal best lap on that time around. So Max Buxton and Dylan Davis with personal bests. But the gap's still the best part of 9/10 of a second. Watkins third, Blackburn fourth, Blockley fifth. Harrison now, of course, to sixth as a result of that drama that unfolded up at Rocking Corner. Himself ahead of Foxlow. Max Buxton then turns through Church Corner for the final time, and well, if he wins the race, it's going to look like he had it pretty easy. Started from pole position, led not quite every lap, but most of them, and ends up coming home a fairly comfortable winner. But that doesn't really do the race justice, does it? There was a lot that went on in between, and somehow Max Buxton managed to weather the storm, and that third victory of the season is now only half a lap away. There is Michael Blackburn, with now Billy Blockley in behind him. Billy with one of his wing mirrors folded in on the left-hand side of the car, so he wouldn't be able to see if anyone was behind him. At least on the left-hand side of the road. Doesn't need to worry about that too much, though. He is about 1.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds actually, ahead of Robbie Harrison, or at least was at the start of the lap. So out of Peel, down towards the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew. They give the corkscrew a wide berth, of course, for now, but for the 3 hours of Fun Cup racing to come this evening, we'll be back on the shorter coastal layout. Now we head towards the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price straight for the final time. It is, who is well on his way now, it seems, to claiming a third win of the year. I don't think we're likely to see any changes behind him either. Distantly spread out behind that next group of cars. Buxton, though, turns into the final corner, and it is going to be a checkered flag for the third time this year for the championship leader. Max Buxton survives a pressure-filled race, that was, for the points leader, to claim another race win. Second place for Dylan Davis, and Sam Watkins in third, with Michael Blackburn, the best of the Masters drivers, in fourth. Billy Blockley in fifth. Listed as a guest driver, I notice, is Billy, so he's not scoring championship points, but still there physically inside the top five, ahead of Robbie Harrison, and the rest of them coming through behind. Across the line there goes Stephanie Saw, who had the 119 machine just ahead of Aidan Vickers. And we wait now for a couple of the stragglers to come home, those who had dramas earlier on in the race. Javeri Zavisha is the next one to come through, the number 23 car. And a bit of a gap back then, I think, to the next group of cars behind. So Max Buxton then, by 1.2 seconds, is your race winner at a dry, sunny, but still slightly blustery Anglesey circuit.
Don't go anywhere, remember. One more race to go. We're going to have a break before the Fun Cup race gets underway. It was due to start at 8:50. We are about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so we'll try and get an update for you if we can as to whether we're going to be restarting a little bit ahead of time this evening. If you're tuning in specifically for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship race, it may be that there is we go a little bit early. Understandable, I suppose, really. It's a long day as it is. It was a long race at times, I'm sure it felt there for Max Buxton, but he weathered the storm, came home a race winner ahead of Dylan Davis and Sam Watkins on the podium. Michael Blackburn wins the Masters category in fourth ahead of Billy Blockley, then Robbie Harrison, George Foxlow, James Ford, Sophie Kinghorn and Liam Browning complete the top 10. Mark Blunt's 11th ahead of Aidan Vickers and Stephanie Saw, with Gary Cooper in 14th place. 15th from Savary Zavisa ahead of Graham Balaam and Ron Lufstad. Chris Rowlands was 18th, then into Lee Bowron and Lewis Bowron, both of whom had their dramas, and in fact neither of whom were running at the time of the checkered flag, nor, I'm afraid, were Mark Webb or Oliver Reed. Of course, we had those two that didn't take the restart, Andrew Ward and Jane Goodwin, after their incident on the start line. So, Fiesta cars will head into the Parc Fermé area. And then, as I said, it will be Fun Cup racing a little bit later on. We're scheduled for a 45-minute Marshall break, but we'll have build-up for that Fun Cup race throughout the second half of this break. So we do anticipate that we'll have a little bit of a chance to chat to drivers down in the assembly area. Jamie Peters-Ennis, I'm sure, has refueled and is ready to go. We'll be hearing from him shortly, but not before we hear from John Ratcliffe and our Fiesta ST150 Championship podium finishers. They're gathering down in the assembly area now. John's got plenty of time to have a chat with our top three finishers in an exciting race.
Hello everyone, you join me down in Parc Fermé yet again. What a race that was in the Fiesta ST150s. I think personally, one of the best races today, maybe the best race today. I'll let you decide that one. Let's go and have a chat with some of the drivers that were involved in that craziness. We're going to try and not get run over. Straight over to the side then with the number 10 of Max Buxton. We'll let him get out of his car, but as you can see, wasn't having to battle too much. I mean, we saw sort of first half he battled very, very well, but the front end not even touched. Battling beautifully, perfectly, nicely weighted on the brakes. And let's see, after he has a little chat with his team and a little well done pat on the back, not only from the team, but from fellow competitors, let's see if he's ready to have a little chat. We'll let him get his suit and gloves and helmet and whatnot off and get himself nice and comfortable. But the final detail, Fiesta ST150 Championship, then, of course, we have one race today for most of our categories. We'll have one championship tomorrow that you haven't seen yet today. But make sure you join us for tomorrow's live stream. It looks as though Max is about ready. Max, what a race that was. I mean, you had Sam Watkins giving you it plenty. For a lot of that race, you managed to weather the storm and get out ahead, and then once they started battling in behind, it seemed relatively relaxed, or at least as relaxed as it could be.
Yeah, it was a super exciting race, and after the red flag restart, got a really good start, pulled away, but then just didn't have the overall pace to keep pulling away, so then it got brought back to the podium sitters in Sam and Dylan. So had a good fight, managed to come out on top, so really happy with that.
Awesome, mate. Yeah, well done. It was really impressive to watch from the commentary box. Like I said, Watkins, especially at this last corner here, was sending really late moves. Did you see him when he was sitting on the inside, or was it more of a case of, oh my goodness, he's right there?
Oh yeah, the first one was quite late. The second one I saw coming, managed to hold it around the outside, which then I kept the outside for turn one on the next lap. So yeah, really happy to keep the place. And then once they started squabbling behind, I just managed to pull a gap and just, yeah, get to the checkered flag.
Impressive stuff, mate. Really good racing. Well done. And we'll see you out tomorrow. Cheers, mate. Well done. Thank you. Right then, let's have a chat with some more of our drivers then. Further down here, we'll try and find the correct drivers. We've got 21 of Dylan Davis. The issue for me is I don't actually know any of these drivers, so what they look like, I don't know. I just know what the car looks like. So 21 here, your second place holder. It looks as though Dylan might be down here.
Dylan and Sam are at the gate.
Dylan and Sam are at the gate. Well, thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. I guess we'll go back over this way then. See if we can find them. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Hello, Dylan. Tried to run away from me, but I'm going to have a chat with you anyway. How was that race then? I mean, there was a lot of scuffling going on ahead of you, and you were just sitting there waiting in the wings, and then you managed to press on by and grab second place.
Yeah, I mean, I had a bit of a shock in qualifying. It was my fault. I went into the back of someone on the last corner on my quickest lap, but it was totally my fault. So I started sixth and then managed to fight my way forward in that. Just managed to, I think I got Sam going up the hill. But other than that.
There were so many moves going on, man. I don't even remember. So much was happening. But I mean, 6th to 2nd, that's very impressive. You've got a couple more races to come tomorrow. What are we feeling ahead of those?
I'm feeling good. I mean, the team's done really well. We got all 4 cars, I think, in the top 5 or 10 or whatever. I don't know. The team's been really well this weekend, so looking forward to tomorrow.
Impressive stuff. Well done, mate. Thank you for having a chat with me. Much appreciated. Now we'll see if we can hunt down the number 98, Mr. Samuel Watkins. We'll see if he's over by the barrier or whether other drivers are over here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting the press through. Mr. Samuel Watkins, is he around here? Sam?
Yeah.
Blimey, that was a bit feisty. I was enjoying watching that. Some great moves from you.
Yeah, got there, almost got there. Got very warm very quickly and then wasn't able to do much. But yeah, it was good until then.
You're battling really well, and I mean, coming home in P3, you must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, got to just move forward a little bit. Got 2 more races to do it. We'll get there.
Exactly. What are you thinking about Anglesey? Is this your first time here, or you know this track quite well?
No, I've been here quite a few times. It's everything gets very understeery and everything gets very hot. Yeah.
That is very true. But as a circuit itself, do you enjoy it? Is it a good track?
Yeah, great track. Yeah, it's really fun.
Okay, cool. Well, more of the same tomorrow then. More podiums, maybe even a win?
Yeah, aim is.
Cool. Well, wish him best of luck. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. We'll have a little look down the rest of the paddock order. I want to see if I can find a couple of other drivers just before we head on to the Marshall break. Of course, you've got a little bit of stoppage before we then go through and on to the last of the racing for today, the second of the 3-hour races from our Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Now, the 19 was a driver I want to see if I can find, along with the number 1 and the number 76. I can see the number 1 down here. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Blackburn. Hello, sir. Now, I was chatting with Jay Goodwin earlier, and she said that you're the master of this championship. What a start you got in that first attempt. That was an unbelievable start, straight to the lead from 4th place, but the guy sort of knew what you were doing on the second time.
Yeah, they copied me, didn't they, for the second start? I don't think I made a worse start the second time. Everyone else has made better starts, so we ended up sort of in similar positions as the starting grid. And then it was tough. Yeah, it's close racing, relatively clean, everyone respecting a bit of space. Enjoyed that.
Yeah. No, that's good. Like you say, it definitely wasn't a worse second attempt at the start. Everyone just sort of knew what they were doing a bit more, had one opportunity already and went for it this time. But yeah, just off the podium in this one. You look like you could have got the podium overall multiple points in that race, which wasn't quite meant to be today. But you got a couple more races tomorrow. What are you feeling ahead of those?
Yeah, I've got the pace to be on the podium. It's all a matter of putting a clean race together. That wasn't my cleanest. When I've won races before, I've won from the front. So I'm probably a little bit race rusty, certainly after last season. Yeah, I need to make more starts like I did in the first part, and then maybe it might be easier for me.
So you've gotten a bit cushy, just sat at the front, minding your own business and driving home to victory, but now you've got to fight for it. So let's see how it goes tomorrow. You feeling good?
Oh, feeling good. Yeah, I'll have to go back a few years and see if I can dig out some old memories of how to race in the pack.
All right, cool. We'll wish you best of luck. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with me. Much appreciated. We'll see if I haven't heard anything in my ear, so we'll carry on for a little bit longer. See if we can find a couple more drivers. See if the 19 or the 76 is anywhere around here. I can see the 76 just here. I just don't know where their driver has gone. They probably got... Are you the 17? 18? 19? We've got one driver. Both of you? Come on, come and chat to me then. So we got Robbie Hamilton and we got Gary Cooper.
That's it.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, firstly, talk to us the race from your perspective. How did it all go? It all seemed pretty positive.
For me, I only turned up yesterday, so I had no practice, never seen a track before, never turned a lap. So yeah, that was my learning in quali. Qualified 18th, which was quite bad for me. Trying to set up the car, it's got so much rear grip, I can't turn it in. But I had a good race. I don't know where I've come, but I think I've gone forward.
All I know was that you were the top rookie master. That's all I've got written down.
Top, right, okay, fair enough.
We'll see how you do in terms of the full results.
Yeah, so I'm going to work on the car now for tomorrow.
Cool.
And hope for better. But Robbie done well. He's obviously we're teammate, so he done really well. So I'll hand you over to Robbie.
Amazing. I'll let you go. Cheers. Thank you very much, Gary. Well, Robbie, when you step over here then, Robbie, I can see that you were the top rookie in that race. How was that from your perspective? There was a lot of feisty action going on. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Started second, had a bit of a slow start, dropped down to 7th, I think, and pulled a lunge at the hairpin on the last lap. So gains an extra position, so I'll take that, yeah.
Hey, impressive stuff. So you're clearly feeling pretty good on the brakes then in this car. You feeling good for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. Just maybe sort my starts out and don't lose too many positions. But yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
Sort the starts out and even more lofty heights to come tomorrow then.
That's the one.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Thanks very much for chatting with me. Right then, I think we're about done down here for the ST150s. What a race that was. Don't go anywhere though. After this short break, we're going to be back at you with the second of the 3-hour endurance races for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We'll be going to a break. We'll be going to the Fun Cup podium for the first races. Stick around and we'll see you back very soon.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Hello everybody, well I hope you're all fed and watered and ready for our evening action, which will be round 4 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and the baton's been passed back over to me, Jamie Peters-Ennis, as we heard from John Ratcliffe earlier on, who was taking us through our sprint races alongside Andy McKeown. And speaking of the devil, let's bring John over. He's been doing a mega job in the box, mate. Does it feel a bit weird?
It is a bit weird, I can't lie. I thought I'd deal with it fine, but actually I'm getting a bit like, oh, I wish I was out there, Jamie. But no, it's been so much fun. Great being behind the microphone, and the racing's been exciting as well, so that always makes it a bit easier.
It has been great, and we know Anglesey throws up fantastic racing, as you know from last year, because the pace in your car last year, this is where your season sort of turned, didn't it?
Yeah, it was great. I remember you having that interview with me before I did. I think it was my first ever start, and it went quite well. I think I gained a place on the first lap around the outside up the banking, so I was enjoying myself. Don't mention the next laps where I probably lost like 18 places, but anyway, a really exciting track. I love this track, not only now for commentating it, but for driving it as well. What an unbelievable circuit it is, and I do still stick by the Coastal's better than the International, in my personal opinion. I'm glad that Fun Cup run that track. But yeah, it's been great. Can't wait for more action this evening.
And plans for Ratters? We know this year budget's been a little bit tight. We know your dad's working on it to get back on the grid, but it's looking pretty promising for next year.
We hope so, Jamie. I can't go into any more detail than that, but we really do hope so. We're missing it so much. Both me, David, and my dad, Peter, are missing it loads. Watching every single race live, keeping up to date with what's going on, still watching all the strategies and how everyone's doing everything to continue learning. And hopefully we come back next year even stronger, even faster, and right up at the top of the pack.
And we've seen today and at Alton Sherrodice taking the fight to Olympian. But Olympian are the team, aren't they? 3 out of 3 so far.
Oh, they're tough to beat, aren't they, Jamie? My goodness. I mean, they've always been impressive the last few years, but this year they've just somehow turned it up another notch. I didn't think they had another notch to turn up, but they've done it. Yeah. 3 from 3, unbelievable. Can anyone beat them in this final race of the day? Will it be Sherrodice? Will it be someone else coming through the pack? I mean, Uvio did an amazing job as well, having those issues and coming back to a really good position. So if they have less issues than this one, maybe we'll see some battles. But again, like it's always with Fun Cup, it's anyone's game.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you go and get some food. Thanks a lot, mate. That's John Ratcliffe, who you'll be hearing alongside Andy McKeown later on this evening. So let's have a wander Paddock side here at Anglesey. And as you see, it's quite nice this evening, which is fantastic. Let's see who we can find. Right, let's pop up to Race Ventura. I'm picking on them a little bit this weekend. We'll leave Stu to have his dinner because he's been a busy boy today. Right, where's Dom? We haven't spoken to Dom today. Mr. Fletcher, let's have a quick chat. P17,
yep.
Got it across the line.
Happy to finish a race. It was really good fun, really good track. The weather stayed well, so yeah, really pleased.
And how are you finding the coastal circuit? Because you're more used to racing on the international loop.
It's just a different dynamic, isn't it? And in these cars, you have to get it right. Yeah. So yeah, I enjoy it. It adds a different element. As you say, I've done a lot of laps on the other track, so it's nice to try the corkscrew.
And still learning, as we know, you're still getting used to the pit stops and everything.
Yeah.
Grid draw's been drawn. Again, you're in the middle of the field, drawn P12.
Yeah.
What can you do from there?
Well, so Rick is going out first. We got caught up in a bit of someone I suppose was a late start, and then he got kind of caught there. So that hopefully, if we just have a bit of a cleaner start, that'll make a big difference. But yeah, it's just really exciting. Looking forward to it. And yeah, we'll see where we go. Should be good.
And simple question, Stu knackered?
He is, although he had a good race. Hopefully you saw it, yeah. So yeah, his little arms will have to work a bit harder for the rest of the day anyway, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure if he has a couple more burgers, he'll be absolutely fine. So yeah. Absolutely good old protein. Right, let's see who we can find. Ted's just up here. Let's have a chat with him while he's having his food. He's going to just put his food down. As you see, it is a bit very windy down here, so we appreciate a lot of the teams have put their garage doors down just to do that.
Sorry, mate.
At least put your clothes on. P3, happy?
Yeah, I think that's overdue. I mean, after how hard the boys have worked, Vlad's worked, I've worked, yeah, it's good to have a podium, but let's see how this final race goes. It's Anglesey, it says it's not going to rain, you never know. I'd like some rain personally, but yeah, good race, good day, so yeah.
And that battle was fab. Little bit of contact, but you recognised that immediately, and you gave that place back straight away, which is fair play to you.
Yeah, it was only right to. I mean, I made a mistake at human error. Like, I locked the fronts, and then I was like, right, that's my mistake. I need to give the place back. Next safe opportunity I could. I gave him the place back, and then we went back to battling, and honestly, all the way until the end, it was a great race. But like I said before, I can't thank the boys enough at EDF this year. They've worked effortlessly hard, like one after the other, everything. They've had everything thrown at them, so I really appreciate it. And the championship, obviously, doing a great job. The grid's getting bigger and bigger as the years are going on. It's good to see. So, yeah. Thank you, Jamie.
So this is your third Fun Cup car that you've raced.
Yeah.
How does the EDF car compare to the other two?
They're all different in their own way. That's what you find with the Fun Cup cars. But honestly, as an all-round car, I genuinely think this one, it seems to be very, very good. It gels well with me and Vlad. So, yeah, I can't thank the boys enough at EDF, so thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot. That's Ted Bradbury from Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. Right, let's wander down Paddock. We'll just make sure we don't trip over anyone as we go down. So let's pop down to Greenheath. Unfortunately, they had a bit of contact at the start, which resulted in a puncture. Let's see if I can grab Paul and Gary. If you can grab them for me, Ben, that'll be fantastic. Oh, they're actually watching the coverage. If we can grab you boys. So, just reflecting on race one, wasn't the ideal start for you. So you pitted with the puncture and had to have the tracking sort of realigned, but you recovered well. You got into the top 15. You're going to move forward because you know the pace is there, Gaz.
Yeah, but it's there. It was unfortunate. 4 into 1 doesn't really go, and I think that was the problem. That I think we pulled 4 or 5 spots by turn 2, and then unfortunately, just coming out of turn 2, we all got squoze together. I took a knock on the back, puncture. That was it. 2 laps down, back at it. Put in some good times after that, didn't we? I think, and got back up to 15th.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Paul. Is that as I said, you know the pace is there. You've ended up on the podium here last year, and it is one of your stronger circuits, isn't it?
Oh, it's a great circuit. We're talking about how when it's good weather, it's a cracking spot. When the weather's blowing and it's all a bit, it can just suddenly become everyone's nemesis. And I think the key thing to our efforts today is we never gave up. We just kept going, kept doing it, and just giving it everything that we could. And we got ourselves from two laps down, 3 laps down to 15th. So. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good effort.
It's not too bad considering. Yeah, thank you.
All right, fantastic. Well, good luck for race 2, guys. We'll catch up on the dummy grid in the assembly area. Right, so we're just working our way down. Let's see who else we can find down here. Everyone's sort of dotted around the paddock at the moment. Let's walk through the garage and have a chat with Fabulous. Him and Farkini were 4th in race 1. That was a busy old race for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, but fun. We had a good time. Not great for our championship points, but we had a good time.
And that battle with Ted, that was epic, and got a little bit close, but as we heard from Ted earlier, he recognised it, gave the place straight back, and then was back on you straight away.
Yeah, no, absolutely. it was very fair, very close. There's not many people that you can drive wheel to wheel for, it was like 3/4 of a lap, wasn't it? It was incredible. So yeah, great driving by Ted. Annoying he beat me, but well, I'm an old man now.
And paddle all sorted now?
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen again. Annoying because you have to kind of reach around the steering wheel to sort of press the button at the back of the wheel to change down, which wasn't helping our case. But yeah, you kind of got used to it and then it was all right.
And what can you do for race 2?
Oh, we'll see. I mean, we've got, best spot in the house, thanks to Riley. It's good of him to draw us in pole. No, exactly. So, lead from the front, disappear off into the sunset, try not to drop into the sea. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thanks a lot. That's fabulous. We'll just mind the jack behind you there, Johnny. Don't want any incidents. So let's wander down, see who we can find. We've got Matt Larby just sat here with and Rob Croydon. He's hiding around the corner. Boys, can we have a quick word if that's all right? They're just enjoying a little bit of downtime. P12 in race 1. Happy?
No.
Oh dear.
I had a glorious 9 minutes and I saw my name in lights and then decided to remove our splitter, and then we had to live with that for 2 hours and 50 minutes. So I will live and learn on that one.
But as we said yesterday, it's a steep learning curve for you in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It is so different to what you've been used to.
Yeah, no, it's no excuses. I should know better. We had a really good pace. We didn't get to show it. Actually, in the mid part, we were doing all right. I think we'll go well here as well. I mean, I like Anglesey as a circuit, so I get another chance.
And Rob, for you, I mean, you had the great top 10 finish at Alton Park. First time out as a team. You know the pace is there. You want to build on that momentum, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, we had a top 5 car, we think, this morning, and we just didn't get it together. And we didn't have a safety car to give us any first Fun Cup race in a long time with no safety car. I don't know how long it was since we last had no safety car.
Yeah. Did it surprise you?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, normally you plan for a safety car in this. But it's nice we get to do again. You get a second chance, and we will get some silverware on this one.
See, there's confidence for you.
And thought for race 2, what have we done? What's Neil been doing on the car?
Just doing a quick check over, just make sure that we didn't really do any damage. That the splitter flipped up under the tyre, and so it kind of ruined that tyre a little bit. But no, everything we're pretty all right, actually, I think.
All right, we'll see you out there. Thanks a lot. That's Matt Larby and Rob Croydon. We've got Andre and Pierre Renom here. Poor Andre, P4 at the start, but you sort of got ganged up a little bit, didn't you?
Yeah, yes, they sort of stuck behind a slightly slower moving car at the start, and then just a lot of cars coming by very quickly, but weren't really fighting for those positions anyway. So happy to sort of let cars through at the start, let things sort of settle down, and then start catching up with the people that we really wanted to be fighting with. And so, yeah, went all right. Stayed out of the mess, and that's where we wanted to be.
And Pierre, we'll just have a quick word with you as well. Both of you had never raced here. I mean, how have you found the Anglesey circuit?
Quite impressive actually, and the coastal version with the corkscrew is quite good. We're still trying to find our way around it, but that's good. That's very specific to the place, and the other thing is the landscape is absolutely great.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful place.
It's just a shame you can't admire the view.
we took the time actually. Yeah. We took the time to admire the view, but during the race, no. You tend to look at the apex when you go down the corkscrew, so you don't see.
All right, well, good luck to both of you for race 2. That's Andre and Pierre Renom from Renom Racing. They are in the 97 car and ended up in 18th place in race 1. Right, we've got engines being fired up, so we're shortly going to be called to the assembly area. Let me try and grab these two, which is Christian Rose and Steve Lake. What we'll do is we'll come away from the cars just so we can be heard. Yeah, make sure you do your hair and look good.
Hello, miss me.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's hard work I'm making. I've realised how old I am again.
And of course, this is the first time ever you've done 2 3-hour races in one day.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know why people do it. I've actually realised that once you've stopped, you park. So I don't know why we're doing 2 3-hour races. Maybe 6 is the future. Carry it on. But we've also just discussed it in 25 hours, and I don't think any of us are fit enough to do that. Can you join us for a 25-hour race?
Sadly not. No. Too busy.
Oh. Never mind. Maybe next year.
Maybe next year. We got Tom Greensill here as well. We'll bring Tom in as well. We'll have a quick chat with Tom. Nice to be back.
It's great to be back. Yeah, I've missed it. I'm enjoying it. So, yeah, I've been out for 2 years, and it's like I've not been away.
Yeah, I mean, nice to bring back. Great circuit with Anglesey. Difficult first race, but you still enjoy it, and you know the pace is there.
Yeah, exactly. We had a few mechanical issues, but that's part and parcel of endurance racing. So pace was good, the racing was good when we were out there, and yeah, the environment here is brilliant. The paddock and the people are fantastic. So hopefully race 2 goes better, and we can finish the weekend on a strong point.
And the aim for 26 is to come back and do potentially a full season.
That's the goal. Yeah, fingers crossed. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. All right, thanks a lot. That's Steve Lake and Tom Greensill. Right, let's wander down to Morphous Motorsport land and see. We've got Chris Hart and Greg Evans here. Oh, Christian's popped round for another chat. I'll dive in and have a chat with these two. that was a shame in race 1 with the throttle cable, but we forget it and move on.
Yeah, of course. Can't do anything about that, can you? I actually felt it not going, but we just didn't feel as fast in a straight line. So I think he must have stretched and it let go. But nothing we can do about that. Boys got it on quick, but lost 3 laps and we're not getting that much.
Attention, Paddock, attention, Paddock. Please could we have all competitors for the Fun Cup Endurance
This happened last year as well. Right, we'll just wait for the Paddock announcement to happen. So this proves we are completely live.
Fun Cup Endurance Championship, race 6 to the assembly area now, please. Thank you.
Right, and we're back in the room. Greg, bit of a quiet race for you. You're lacking in the pace department from what Chris is saying.
Yes, we had a belting start from the back, to be fair. John did a really good 2 or 3 laps and then went grass tracking through Church, which just annihilated the setup and did the splitter, so we were just punished then for the rest of the race. It was just doing the best we could, so yeah, not good. So hopefully this time we've got it all square and go again.
And points mean prizes.
That's the one. So we got a better grid position as well. We're going P3 off the grid, so yeah, hopefully we'll get a better result at the end of it.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, guys. That's Chris Hart and Greg Evans from Morpheus 2 Rent and Axiometrics, respectively. What we're going to do, as we've been called to the assembly area, we'll let all the teams and drivers get themselves prepared, and then we'll do a little bit of a pre-grid walk down the assembly area. But for now, let's throw to an ad break. So, starting with presentation for round 3 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Great first race. I think you should all give yourselves a round of applause because it was a fantastic race and a great way to start the weekend here at Anglesey. So we're starting with our Masters podium. So in 3rd place in the Masters podium, put your hands together for Team Pacific. That was Matt Hyde, Simon Goodwin and Toby Clowes. Well done, guys, as they make their way over to the podium as they get the nice trophy Hankook hat from Safi. If you make your way over to the backdrop, just to your left, guys, and for photos. In 2nd place in the Masters class, as they have the photos taken for 3rd. Okay, in 2nd place is Red River Sport. That's Johnny Molam and Gareth Williams. Well done, guys. They get their trophy Hankook hat from Safi. Make your way over to the backdrop for photos. And your winners of the Masters class is PLR Racing. That's Neil Plymouth and Timmy 2 Laps Wielden. Or do we call Timmy Christian Rose? Well done, guys. I think Tim deserves an extra round of applause. 6 years away, and nice to be back on the podium, Tim. So an extra round of applause for Tim. Welcome back to the party. So that concludes your Masters podium. So we're just waiting for the final photos. Okay, well done, guys. Right, moving over to the overall top 3, and what a titanic battle this team had for 3rd place. Put your hands together for Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. That's Vlad Vasiliev and Ted Bradbury. Yeah. Well done, guys, as they get their Hankook hats and their trophy ready. Okay, as they get their photos taken. Okay, in 2nd place is Sherrodise UK. That's Pete Belshaw and Teddy Wilson. Yeah. Come on, guys.
Absolutely brilliant. I'm happy with that.
Okay, well done, guys. Make your way over to the backdrop for the photos. Okay, and your winners, making it 3 wins out of 3, is Team Olympian GRD. That's Chris Devell, Simon Rudd, and Riley Phillips. Well done, guys, as they get their Hankook hats and trophy from Safi's. They make their way over to the backdrops. Top 3 guys all gather round for your photos.
Behind them again.
Yeah, Vlad, Ted, do you want to all come together for photos? If we can get all top 3 together for the photos, that would be fantastic. Okay, congratulations, guys. Put your hands together for our overall top 3. So that concludes the podium for round 3. Round 4 for those watching on the stream will be at 10 to 7, but for now it's goodbye from me.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know, You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back, everybody, to Anglesey Coastal Circuit for round 4 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Well, we hope you enjoyed that short ad break while we were preparing for our second 3-hour race of the day. And as you see, I've made my way into the assembly area. So let's go and have a quick chat with some of the drivers that we didn't manage to have a chat with during the course of race 1. One of those is Team FFS, which is Barry and Lewis Thompson and Nick Hyton. He's just making our way over now. Barry's just sat in the car, so let's we'll have a chat with Baz, and
you have to shout, mate.
I will shout because I know you got your ears in. Decent first race. You're inside the top 10. Pace is good.
Yeah, I think we finished 7th. What's been good this weekend is we can actually analyse what we did in the first race. So we've had obviously a good look at the TSL data, and we think we can make some good time in the pit stops. Yeah, and there's a few areas on the track where me and Nick think we could be quicker. So yeah, it's good having Lewis on board, who can give us a few pointers.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Barry. That's Barry Thompson from Team FFS. Let's make our way down the grid as we see Matt Hogg reversing the C data car into his grid slot of 18. Charlie Hart's just getting ready. He'll be starting 17th in the 110 car. As we said to your dad, we forget about race 1. It's all about race 2 now, isn't it?
Yeah. Focus on this one. I've had a word with the throttle cable. He's sorting his stuff out. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right. Thanks a lot. We'll let you get in the zone. Right. Let's make our way down. In fact, a lot of the drivers are already in the cars. I know they are keen on starting a little bit earlier. Let's see who we've got. We spoke to Rick Bliss earlier on. I will have a word with our captain. I know I said I wouldn't, but I will. It's a lovely day at Anglesey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. You've not spoke to me all day.
No, I don't think I wanted to after the first 2 rounds. I will make a public apology to Neil for that. But yeah, we're all surprised with the weather because we were expecting to be swimming at some point, weren't we?
Well, yes, after yesterday, but it's nice at the moment. A few dark clouds over there, so we might get a little bit of rain. But yeah, let's just have a good race like we did earlier.
And nice to have Tim back.
Yeah, he's not raced for 7 years. He's back up to speed, and yeah, he's doing a sterling job.
All right, well, good luck.
All right,
we'll catch up later. Let's see if I've got any time to have a quick chat with one more person, because like I say, we are a little bit tight on time, because as I say, they are going to be wanting to start early. Let me have a word with Jordan Kerridge, who's just having a chat with the boss. George, just have a quick word. Welcome to the party. Race 1 was a tricky one for you, but you're learning lots in this Fun Cup, aren't you?
I enjoy it. It's tricky is fun. It doesn't mean a lot. I mean, there's a splitter on the car again, so yeah, there wasn't at the end of the last race. I'm not great at keeping it on. Care to ask me another question?
I'll always ask you another question. How are you finding the Anglesey circuit? 'Cause it's been a while since you've raced around here.
I mean, I've never raced around it, but I did a really long test day in my Lotus GT4, which was amazing. It's such a good track, and I'd recommend everyone come here just because it is a really good track. I like going down the hill. Going down the hill with some balls, it gets a bit skittish down there. There's a lot of brown pants moments down there. It's quite fun.
And what can you do in race 2? You've had some seat time. You're sort of getting an understanding of these cars now. Move forward and get quicker.
We're starting in 4th place. I don't know if we'll be finishing in 4th place. Put it that way.
All right. Well, good luck. That's Jordan Kerridge from the Fast Track 99 car. I think we're pretty much good to go because I know, as I say, they are keen to get going. So what I'll do is I'll throw over to the commentary box and pass you over to our commentators who will take you through this epic 3-hour thriller. It's John Ratcliffe and Andy McEwen.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Good work there, filling the gap through the Marshall's break that takes us into our evenings running in a really special 3 hours of racing. It's the only into the night, into the dusk, we sort of have to call it really these days, Fun Cup race of the year. This race which will conclude at around about 10 to 10 this evening, just as the sun begins to set over the horizon on what has been a massively entertaining day of racing all round, really, not just from the Fun Cup, but also the BRSTC's support races as well. We'll see them back in action tomorrow. For now, though, it is the Fun Cup Endurance Championship who take centre stage once again. If you weren't with us for the race earlier on today, why not? You missed an absolutely brilliant race, as always is the case. It was another win for Olympian GRD. But as so often is the case, they may be winning with some regularity, but they never seem to win very easily. And they were certainly given a run for their money by Sherrodise UK earlier on. Chatted to Simon Rudd of Olympian GRD fame earlier on, and he said he thinks Sherrodise are going to win this one. But then Simon Rudd does like to underplay, I think, sometimes just how well Olympian GRD are doing. It was their 3rd win in a row, 3rd win of the season, 4th win in a row. And he was very keen to remind us all that's the 2nd time they've won 4 races in a row. They did exactly the same thing last year in a run that started here at Anglesey, where they did the double. They then went on to win at Snetterton and at Brands Hatch in 4-hour races. It was Morpheus Racing who finally stopped them in their tracks at Donington Park, but that was a race that was shortened by an hour because of rain. So had it not been for that, they could have even gone on to win a 5th in a row, and they'll certainly have their eye on that as we go through the rest of the season. Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe here in the commentary box. Jamie Peters-Ennis is roaming the pit lane, ready to dig out all of the breaking stories. And whilst, John, there were a handful of stories from pit lane in race 1, particularly early on, quite impressed at the low attrition rate in that first race, and that bodes well for race 2. Hopefully the cars are coming out relatively race ready and good to put on a show for us in race 2.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. Oh, so excited to be back on the commentary once again for Fun Cup. Like you say, it was an exciting first race of the day for them earlier on, but no safety car and no rain. Both things I thought were pretty much guaranteed up here at Anglesey. But like I mentioned in the first race, often 2-3 hour races, the drivers think that, right, there's a whole nother full race coming up later on. Let's try and keep it a bit more relaxed. Let's just get it through, make sure the car lives to fight another day by the end of the race. However, now into this Dusk race, there's no other racing afterwards. They're not racing tomorrow. This is it. Whether they take the car home in one piece or many pieces, it doesn't really matter except for their wallet. So we shall see whether maybe it's a bit more elbows out there throughout the 3 hours, and maybe a bit less of or a bit more of a race of attrition with drivers falling by the wayside. But they're all getting ready there down in the collecting area, all gridded up. And I'm sure you'll run through the grid in a moment's time. However, the one thing I want to mention, random grid draw, pole position for UVO. They had some issues in race number 1, still had a fantastic race. They're starting from pole position in this one. I think it's all to play for.
No, absolutely so. UVO starting from the front is dangerous for everyone else. And PLR Racing, I'll tell you what, I don't know what Neil Plymouth said to the Rose family, but he is cashing in on a lot of good fortune over the course of today, because they were drawn on the front row for race 1, and they're back there again now for race number 2 as well. It will be Tim Wheeldon, as it was earlier on this afternoon, who takes the start in that car, and they will be desperately hoping that they have a trouble-free race. It was a largely trouble-free race for them earlier on today, in fairness, but we shall see whether or not they're able to continue that trend now into race number 2. Race 1 was a a record-breaking race all round, to be fair. It was the longest Anglesey Coastal Circuit race we've had, both in laps and miles, 133 laps by 2 laps. That was a new distance record. It was the third Anglesey Circuit race that's gone safety car free. We set a new lap record. We had 15 lead changes, which is joint most in an Anglesey race. What does our Into the Night race have in store for us? This is always a slightly different race, isn't it, John? It has a different feel to it. We often say that there's one fairly chaotic race out of these double headers and one slightly quieter one. Race 1 had a little bit of everything, so I'm sort of anticipating more of the same in race 2.
I think so. Yeah, we might see a bit more gung-ho from some of the drivers out there and a bit more sending it, licking the stamp and sending it. But, hey, we'll wait and see. Like we say, it's still another 3-hour race. It's certainly not one at the first corner. The drivers needing to settle into it and press on. But it does get slightly odd from a driver's perspective as you go into the night. It feels a bit weird driving as the sun goes down. But the particular issue, I don't think it should be too bad today because we've got quite a bit of cloud cover. But I remember last year where it was really sunny, it almost felt like Ari Vatanen on his Pikes Peak up the hill up there, having to use your hand to try and see through the sunshine. But let's see how it goes. Then another 3 hours about to get underway.
Green flag lap underway. Let's rattle through the grid as quickly as we can. I'll give you starting drivers for the top 10. Oh, there's a delay actually. The 110 car has not got going off the dummy grid. So this is drama already for Charlie Hart in the Morpheus machine. And that has delayed, therefore, the 3 cars directly behind. At least 2 of which we have to say are potential race winners. The 246 Fate Club car, the 98 Burt machine, and number 1 Olympian GRD. So drama for Charlie Hart, that car not moving. This will lead to a delayed start, I'm sure, if he can't get that car underway. The marshal running out to remove it, but of course they've got to allow everybody else to catch up as well now. So Charlie Hart may not be taking the start. Out from behind him pops Vlad Vasiliev, and he will lead those 3 cars back to the tail end of the safety car queue. So the grid then, pole position based on that random draw, as John says, is the UVO Hoffman Motorsport car started this evening by Fabio Randaccio. PLR Racing Tim Wheeldon starts alongside. Axiometrics number 103, they'll head up the second row. John Perrott at the wheel, and Fast Track number 19. We saw they had good pace in the race earlier on today. Tom Greensall will be gunning in front from 4 on the grid. Red River Sport 200 is next. That's Gareth Williams with Cheradise UK 251. They were second earlier on today, and it will be Peter Belshaw once again who takes the opening stint in race 2. Race Logic were disqualified from the race earlier on today. I've still yet to get to the bottom of why, but they were not classified at the end of race number 1 because they were underweight, Peter Shearer tells me. Thank you, Peter. So that's why they were disqualified. They will start this one 7th on the grid, and the car driven by Julian Thomas at the start, with Morpheus Motorsport 109 car starting next. That car piloted by Steve Walton. Team Pacific, they led, remember, on a couple of occasions in the early stages of race 1. 257 started this time by Matt Hyde, as it was earlier on this afternoon. And Green Heats number 14 completes the top 10. That car driven by Paul Turner. Rare Vinyl are next, number 169. That's Rob Croydon, with Race Ventura's number 106 in the hands of Richard Bliss next. Then Team Disruptive, they started on the second row of the grid earlier on, the 13th this time. That car started by Steve Blake. And Signature RV number 557. That car still suffering with some sort of a misfire, we think. They will be starting next in the hands of Steve Ruston. Then it's Demon Tweaks number 249 car. That's Jason Minshaw. The sister car starts alongside number 207. That car in the hands of Will Abraham. Then it's Morpheus Motorsports 110 machine. That car piloted, as I said, by Charlie Hart. They now have to start from pit lane. See data number 2 on 4 next. Then it's the Fate Club 246 car of Vlad Vasiliev. Team FFS's 220 and Barry Thompson is next. Then the Burt number 98 in the hands of John Railton. Renon Racing's number 97 of Andre Renon is next, because they won yet again their 4th win in a row. Team Olympian GRD Christabel once again only doing the single stint with that bad back. Starts from the tail end of the grid. So it's our second Fun Cup action of the day. Another 3 hours into the sunset we will race here at Anglesey, and it is going to be UVO Hoffman's Motorsport who lead the field uncontested into the first corner, and round target they will go for the first time of asking. Up towards the banking they head, and it's a clean run through the first couple of corners, the first corner anyway, by the looks of it. They head towards the banking with UVO leading, and Axiometrics, I think. Oh, but a second, there's carnage further back though, as cars are pointing in the wrong direction. Is that It's Sheridai's. Sheridai's PLR Racing are involved as well. The 210 and the 169 all tangling at the banking, and there's a lot of damage done to the Sheridai's car. That car surely is out of contention. The others picking their way back on. Fast Track is also delayed in all of that. What heartbreak though for the 4 teams involved at the start. How much damage is there to some of those cars? Sheridai's surely not going much further.
Sheridai's had a massive wallop into the side of them, didn't they? They've clearly been hit by someone going over the inside of the corner. I think the key thing is there's quite a bit of debris down there at the banking, so whether we need to go to safety car conditions simply for the amount of debris from the cars out there, we'll wait and see. At the moment anyway, still green flag conditions, and what a start that was from UVO. The classic from UVO is, there you go, safety car board is out. So we had 3 hours earlier and didn't get one. We've got about a minute in this one, and the safety car is already out. I will just kindly ask as we go to safety car, if we do have a replay of that incident down at the banking, that would be amazing, because it was definitely caught on the cameras. We were just getting a bit excited about everything going on ahead of them and slightly missed that one. But I was going to say, UVO Hoffman's classic start out the final corner and just absolutely booted it from pole, made sure that they held onto it nicely. As here is a look at that replay then. Watch the middle of your screen.
Right, let's... Belshaw loses it. He gets into the side of Tim Wheeldon. They both spin and Belshaw is collected. Wheeldon, I think, is okay. He just spun harmlessly onto the inside, but it was Belshaw to the inside of Wheeldon as they both rotated. Remember, they started, 6th for Sheridai's and PLR were on the front row. So this was an incident at the front of the field. And John, there was nowhere for the rest of them to go.
No, that was really unfortunate. Yeah, just spinning round, and it's such a tight circuit, as we mentioned earlier here at Anglesey, that, as soon as one driver's facing perpendicular to the rest of them, it's almost a guaranteed accident, and it was there. A number of drivers getting involved. There's the 99 Fast Track with a lot of front-end damage. You can see the damage to the radiator there. There's lots of liquid coming straight out of that in the pit lane. So there's going to be a few stragglers at the back of the pack if they do manage to get it out on circuit. And I will say as well, the 110 of the two hearts of Charlie and Chris, I think they went straight into the pits. I don't think they even made it to start from the pit lane even. So they're going to be down the order as well. So 2 very unlucky races for the hearts, sadly. But it's great to see that safety car out.
So there's usually one race that's pretty calm and another one where all hell breaks loose, I think is more or less what I said earlier. I apologise, everyone, for what I brought upon us this evening, but hopefully that's the bulk of the madness out of the way. The first time, I'm sure you're fascinated to hear, that we've had a lap 1 safety car here in Anglesey before, and we're not going to continue that trend of safety car-free races that we've had in recent times. So, UVO Hoffman's lead the way, and Fabulous Randaccio it is in the car. You can see Farchini looking very relaxed over on the pit wall with a smile on his face as always. He'll be very happy with the fact that that car is leading, although less happy, John, with the fact that they had a decent gap, which of course now evaporates because of the safety car. Axiometric second, Greenheath third, Morpheus is 109 a fourth, and the Demon Tweaks number 207 car really well into the early stages is fifth. Olympian 15th. They've made more progress on the opening lap of this race than they made in the whole first stint in race 1 because they were in the right place at the back of the field. Christopher, in true Christopher fashion, he just hang back, pick his way through, and he's halfway towards the top 10.
That's what I often say in race starts in karting. I was at Clay Pigeon a week or so ago, and there's quite the pinch point down at the first couple of corners there as well. It's often better to be starting down in sort of 25th, 26th place than it is to be in 14th or 15th, because at least then you can sit back, watch the chaos ensue ahead of you, and just sort of pick your way through it. That's exactly what Chris Devell has done there in the Team Olympian squad. We've got more drivers into the pits than the 169 and the 200, both into the pit lane. So trying to fix some issues. Of course, they'll get a bit more time to try and do that, given that they're not on green flag racing conditions. They'll have a lot more time with the safety car heading round to hopefully try and stay on that lead lap, because, of course, that is the crucial thing in Fun Cup. Keep yourself on the lead lap, keep yourself in with a shot of the win.
169 back out, Rare Vinyl as well, so they had, I think, a brief visit to the pit lane. Yes, I think they're still on the lead lap. So Morpheus never took the start. Sheridai's, we believe, are stricken up at the banking. They never made it back to the pit lane. Fast Track we've seen with heavy front-end damage in the pits. And yes, and Red River's brought back underway, actually. So that's it. So only 3 of them, actually, I think, taken out by that. Tim Wheeldon, I think, the luckiest man of them all, because he was right at the centre of that. And usually, if you get spun in a hairpin like that, you spin towards the middle and the outside of the track, and that would have put him right in the firing line. But it just so happened, maybe because of the camber of the road, that he spun away to the inside. And I don't think that PLR racing car is carrying much damage at all. So I think they've just about got away with that, and a few others, I'm sure, with lucky tales to tell after dodging the carnage on the opening lap of the race. Of course, this also all eats into the driver time for the starting drivers. Now, there's one driver out there who's only doing one stint, Christopher Hell. I don't think he's going to be too upset, actually, in this safety car. I spoke to Simon Rudd, as I said, between races, and he said that Chris was struggling a bit towards the end of his one stint that he did before with this ongoing back injury. He was very happy to have a chance to get out of the car. Well, now behind the safety car, John is not going to be doing his back too much harm at all.
Exactly, yeah, it should be quite nice for him. I think he'd be quite happy about that, all things considered. But yeah, you even saw when they were celebrating their win as we're going green. We're going green again. UVO are off then out of the final corner, and we can finally get this race properly underway. I was going to say the team were being very kind when they were celebrating the win, trying not to manhandle him too much. But Chris cracking on again. Let's see if he can gain a few more places. Now, really, really patchy on that restart. There's been a couple of drivers really slow, particularly down here, out past the comms box. The 97 has held up a good 4 or 5 drivers, sadly for them. So they're a good sector behind already as the leaders head on through the fast right-hander. UVO flirting with that grass, but carrying on.
Back into the race, by the way, goes Morpheus Motorsports 110. They're 3 laps down again, though, which I think is about where they ended up after that repair work in the race earlier on. Earlier in this race, I suppose, but still going to be tough to bounce back from there. Right, the leaders have already been and gone through Rocket. This is the battle for 5th position. 4th position, actually, that's Demon Tweaks up ahead of Morpheus 109. So good restart here for the Demon Tweaks machine. The 207, Will Abraham at the wheel. We know he's quick, and he is up into 4th place. He'll be gunning for the lead here. He'll want to take the fight to the likes of UVO if at all possible.
So impressive from him. Like I said in the first race, he was telling me how much he was not enjoying driving that car. It didn't feel like it had the same pace that they used to have in the 249. Obviously, they'd spent a lot more time getting that car exactly to where they wanted it to be. This one, they're still very much learning, but Will absolutely dragging the pace out of that car as he looks to chase down the top 3. And great to see that Greenheath, I mean, we're what? 8 minutes into this race, Greenheath having a better race already. They were in the pits early on in race number 1 earlier on today. This one, a lot better at the moment. 3rd place overall, but plenty more still to happen over this next 3 hours. We'll see how it all ends up.
Got a glimpse there on the screen of Charlie Hart in the Morpheus car, still circulating, but as we said, a few laps off the pace. Lead group, though, turns through Church. That is your leader, UVO Hoffmans. 2nd for Axiometrics, 3rd for Greenheath, 4th for Demon Tweaks. Then a gap back to Morpheus with 109 in 5th. And Signature RV running well in 6th. Now, we'd heard before the race, John, that they were very much treating this as a test session. They haven't really resolved this misfire issue that took them out of contention earlier on. But for now, the car's running well. It's up there in 6th position. It's in the hands of Steve Ruston. And that's good to see that that car is running okay, at least for now.
They started in P14. As well, so they've had a pretty decent start. It doesn't seem like the misfire is affecting them too much at the moment. UVO slow at the top section of the circuit. Already issues for the 225. Your pole sitters, a lot of people have said they would win. Sadly, it slowed down.
I wonder if it's that gear shifter again that's gone on the UVO car. It has slowed dramatically at the top of the track. I'm watching Farkini. He's deep in conversation on the pit wall. Hasn't noticed. Now he realises that his car has slowed and he's going to come into the pit lane. I fear, yes, UVO in the pits. UVO are in the pits. Now Farkini jumps into action and he will head down to see what's going on. I'm really interested to see inside this car if possible. Are they sending it into the garage? There it is. Look, pulling into the pit lane. They're sending it into the garage. So that's something more significant than the gear paddle that broke in the race earlier on. Jamie's on the case. He'll find out what he can. But major drama for UVO. 2nd race in a row. That is very uncharacteristic.
It is. It is. So unfortunate, but it's given the lead then to Axiometrics. And look at this. Will Abraham's already through on the number 14. It's Paul Turner who started the race in the Greenheath car. But Will Abraham, after the team had a pretty uneventful race number 1, they were racing in their well, but nothing too much to write home about. They're out here battling for the lead here in race number 2. Will Abraham all over the back of the 103. Axiometrics, John Perra in the car at the moment for that one. Currently dealing with the pressure well, but with Will driving through the pack in this one, he's looking set to, he'll be hoping anyway, take the lead in this race. But what calamities already. We're not even 10 minutes in.
2 of our pre-race favourites are out of contention already. 3, really, if you count the 110. So 3 teams that we really thought were going to be contending for this one have fallen by the wayside already, and there's drama at the last corner, a change for the lead, and Will Abraham has bullied his way through. He's on the inside of the Axiometrics car and sweeps by into target corner. Will Abraham to the lead, and that was a pretty bold move. I think he jinked to the inside into the last corner, forced the issue, got to the apex. It was a bit of a block pass, but he has managed to go through, and he now might just have the pace to set sail.
He'd been watching the Fiesta ST150s, hadn't he? We've seen so many cheeky moves down the inside there, and he's gone and replicated that. Of course, he's coming from the coastal circuit, straight down the corkscrew. The drivers previously were coming from the hairpin all the way up at the top. A great run, though, for Axiometrics out through Church. They're going to head up towards the top section of the circuit. They take that inside line, and it should be a pretty textbook overtake, re-overtake down the inside, the 103 back to the front. Will try and hold it around the outside. He's not quite been able to get the nose in for the right-hander, settles back into second place.
After covering more than 80 of these races over the years, I really should have known better than to say he was going to set sail. That's not the Fun Cup way, is it? Axiometrics back into the lead then, and I thought I spotted the door popping open on that Demon Trees car. Couldn't really trick the light, but we'll monitor that. We saw that as an issue with one of the...
It was them.
No, it was them. It was that car. Yes, it was. Absolutely right. So I don't think they've resolved that issue necessarily ahead of race number 2. So they drop down through the corkscrew, and it is Axiometrics once again in front. It was officially a lead change last time, because by 7/100ths of a second, Will Abraham was ahead at the line. So that's another lead change we notch up now, with the Axiometrics 103 machine moving back ahead. And John Perrott, as we've said, is the man who has done the job. Greenheath there in 3rd position. That's the Paul Turner car. And as they make their way down into Church Corner, Paul Turner would have raced with Will's dad, surely, with Eco Racing back in the day, wouldn't he? They would have been teammates, I think, back when Eco Racing were a front-running team in the championship. Yeah, so Paul Turner will be... this will be a strange feeling, I'm sure, coming up against Abraham Jr. now in a battle for a podium place, but there's just something right about seeing Will up there in the podium battle. Really hope this car can have a trouble-free run this time.
Indeed, he's doing a great job. He was always fantastic when he used to race in with the MJ Tech team. He also raced a lot of BMWs as well. So I know this weekend is the second of his triple header, where he's going to all different circuits, racing all different cars. So a very accomplished racer is Will Abraham, and he's showing that out there on the circuit at the moment. I do think you're right. I do think that right door is still slightly popped open, but maybe they've just created a fix that keeps it at least to not be popping open during the race, and maybe it'll just be a case of, right, we only get in and out of the left door, don't touch the right door.
Right, news from the pit lane, 110 and Uvio, both the same problem, drive shaft for the pair of them. So again, we saw this early in race 1, didn't we, with drive shafts and throttle cables snapping. It seems that maybe when the engines are cold, that's a little bit more likely to happen. The tyres, of course, are at their grippiest early in the race as well, and that puts all of that tension through the drivetrain. It's not uncommon in the opening half hour or so of these races to see a few teams that maybe aren't thinking about the long game. They're pushing hard early on, not looking after the car, and it's not uncommon to see this kind of thing happen.
No, exactly that. I think you're definitely right there with the tyres, because we would see it occasionally back when we ran the GT tyres, but definitely not this often.
No.
I've been quite surprised as to the level of attrition here in terms of throttle cables and drive shafts and whatnot. Battling up into Rocket once again. Then the 557 trying to run up the inside, but the 257 is going to go around the outside of both of them, down the inside, then into the right-hander on the 109. Great battling this. And look at the 257 Team Pacific. They were quick in the early stages in the earlier race today. They're doing the same again here in race number 2. They were 8th place when they started this lap. I think they've gained a few more past that, and fastest lap so far, a 119.4 is the pace currently set. And we'll see if anyone's able to beat that throughout the race. Battles for the lead.
That was Will Abraham, the same move again, so he makes exactly the same move against the Axiometrics car. You would think, wouldn't you, that John Perrott might have that one covered now, but no, Will Abraham manages to surprise him once again. But the last time he did this, he was once again back down to 2nd place by the time they reached Rocket, because Perrott will now sit in the wheel tracks, get the slipstream up the hill, and I'm sure we'll be able to challenge for the lead once again momentarily. All the while, that Greenheath car of Paul Turner just keeping a watching brief. You sense here that Paul is keeping his powder dry, quite happy to settle into 3rd and watch this unfold in front of him. Here comes the run. Perrott to the inside again. It is an absolute carbon copy of what we saw a few laps ago, and I don't think there's much Will Abraham can do to defend that. The Axiometrics car sweeps back through into the lead, and once again, they trade the lead between themselves.
Indeed, but again, they're not wasting too much time for each other. They're using that slipstream and pressing on well. So despite them continuing to switch places, I think it will generally, in terms of their race time, be assisting as an overall, using the slipstream with the other one, not battling too much at the apex and pressing on well, and they're continuing to drag the number 14, Paul Turner, in that green Heath car along with them. They've got about 3 seconds now back to the 109 Morpheus car there in 4th place. It's not the 109, of course. They've now been overtaken by Team Pacific. So Team Pacific through all the way up to 4th place. A spinner at the final corner out of the commentary box we watch. Is that the 109 round?
It is, yeah, the 109, and narrowly avoided by other cars behind. There it is, look, stationary at the side of the road, and the 109 machine is off at the side of the track, bounces his way back onto the circuit, and another drama. Morpheus Motorsport have had no luck really today, have they, with either of their cars? The 109 was in a spin, remember, in the early stages in race 1 up at the corkscrew, and this on the exit of the corkscrew is a similar story. They rejoin, but a lot of time lost. They crossed the line in the end in 13th place, 8 positions lost, and well, another spin for Morpheus. The 110 car's out of contention. It's all going on in this race, isn't it?
It is indeed. I mean, yeah, your wishes before the race are coming true of a relaxed race and then a very exciting and scrappy race. Well, we've only been about 15 minutes of this one so far, and it's been rather exciting. We're continuing to keep a watchful eye over these top 3, but there's battles galore in behind them as well. I was watching out the comms box window. The other Demon Tweaks car, the Demon Tweaks number 1, had a great run on a couple of cars up towards the top section of the circuit as well, and continuing to battle very nicely. But Team Pacific, they've broken away now from that secondary pack. They've clearly broken away, and they have their eyes and their sights set on the 3 leaders in front. They'll be hoping for them to continue to swap the race lead as we head on through this first stint, and they continue to close the gap. What is it now? Down to 4th. About 4.5 seconds to the leader, 3.8 to 3rd place. And they've been on an absolute charge down in the 119.7s.
Uvio back underway, by the way, so they rejoin the circuit. Just caught a glimpse of that out of the commentary box window. They're going to be, I believe, though, 5 or 6 laps down, so that's not ideal for them. They again are, 6 it's showing us at the moment, so 6 laps down for Uvio, and they are out of it. It's got the feel, this race, hasn't it, of one of those that could just throw up a surprise winner. All of the favourites, all of the pre-race favourites are having difficulties. The one team that hasn't, I suppose, is, 3 guesses, Olympian GRD. They are the best part of half a minute down. They're further off the lead now than they were by the end of stint 1 last time. We've had a safety car this time around, so Christabel, I think, maybe was delayed on that restart a little bit. Wide up at Peel Corner goes the Axiometrics car. John Perrick just can't break away, can he? But then neither, when he's in the lead, can Will Abraham. It's the power of the slipstream and the fact that these 2 drivers are clearly quite evenly matched. The driver who is quicker, though, is the 4th place man, Matt Hyde, doing exactly what he did in race 1. He is closing on this group as, once again, the door pops wide open on that 207 car.
That's what I was just about to say. Yeah, down the hill, it fully opened, and again at the final corner, it fully opened yet again. So that's not going to be nice. We saw it was distracting the driver behind the wheel in the first race when it kept happening, was losing a bit of pace, and it will be distracting Will. It'll be really frustrating. Of course, you want to be focusing on hitting your markers and getting your lines perfect, but every straight, you're having to lean over and close the door yet again, which is never enjoyable. But I can tell you, from watching the restart, the safety car restart, Team Olympian had a huge gap to the drivers ahead, just got caught napping a little bit on that restart, did Christabel, and that's why he hasn't quite been able to make up that time in this first stint.
Just watching a very interesting conversation going on the pit wall amongst the start line marshals. They were pointing out the 207 car as it went up the back straight, so someone's noticed that door. It is the kind of thing that could get them called in with a meatball flag, a black and orange mechanical warning flag, if race control decide that that's necessary. Now we're 10 minutes away from a pit window. If they can just hang on till then, they can repeat the trick from the early race, tape it up and hope for the best. But what they really don't want, and what we don't want, let's be honest, is a meatball flag taking them out of this battle, because it's a fascinating scrap that they're a part of, and of course safety has to be of the utmost importance. If race control decides it's a safety issue, then I'm sure they will bring that car in. Back across the line they go then, 13 laps in the books, the top 3 covered by 7/10 of a second, but a full 3 or 4/10 of a second a lap quicker than them consistently is that Team Pacific car in 4th place.
Is indeed, continues to close the gap to the 3 leaders. I don't think that door open's going to be helping with aerodynamics at all for the 207. 7, but then again, not a huge amount of aerodynamics on these Fun Cup cars, but it really does help. Actually, the side of the Burt car is flapping in the wind as well. The engine cover has come loose, so they've got to be a bit careful about that as well. It shouldn't just fly off, but you never know, and then you've got a projectile flying down the circuit. So again, another potential meatball flag out there. I was surprised that we didn't see the 207 called in the first race for that opening door. Hasn't happened again here today. Maybe they're just being given the benefit of the doubt. It's no fault of their own. They're doing their best to try and keep it closed, but maybe they'll just get told during that first pit stop, you need to find a way to keep this closed.
It's not like it's happening all the time, though. Some laps it does it, some laps it doesn't do it. So it's obviously the latch sometimes catches and sometimes doesn't. So maybe because it's an intermittent issue, they might get away with it. There's Charlie Hart trying his best to recover up the order. I don't recall a time where I've seen a team come from 3 laps down to be in contention at the end, but Charlie's going to give it his best shot nonetheless. He clearly has good speed in the car. In fact, he has the fastest lap, doesn't he? 1:19.1, which is worth a championship point. And Simon Rudd made that point as well to me earlier on, that Sherrodice nicked that bonus point away from them in race 1, which from a championship perspective could all become important at the end of the year. We've seen this championship decided by a point or two in the past, which seems daft really when you consider there are 70 points for winning a race, but a single point or two here and there can make all the difference.
You know, it really is that close, and small margins like that, as you mentioned, can really decide a championship. So it's making sure that you've got that well-oiled machine going and you can get the maximum points out of the weekend as possible. But Sherrodice was so fast in that first race. Of course, unlikely to be repeating that kind of speed throughout this one. Hopefully we do see them back out on track later on. It was a pretty sizable whack into the side of the 251. And they don't seem to be going anywhere any particularly quickly. Still down in their pit box, along with the 99 of fast track as well. So already 2 that we've lost from this race. We're down to 21 runners. Of course, being a 3-hour, we could still see them exit the pits at some point later on and have a bit of a test, a bit of fun out there. But sadly, not too many points going their way after this one.
Getting ahead of myself here, I realise we're still 2 hours and 38 minutes nearly away from the checkered flag. But looking at the cars that have sort of dropped out of contention now, and looking at the cars that were at the front earlier on today, I'm wondering who's going to take the fight to Olympian GRD, because Sherrodice have gone, Uvia are out of contention, PLR have been delayed and might be carrying damage. So really, my eyes fall upon that 246 car. In fact, there it goes, right on cue, through the corkscrew. The Vape Club with EDF car, they are running in 11th place. They might have picked another place up since then. No, still 11th place for Vape Club. It's Vlad Vasiliev in the car, Ted Bradbury to take over later on. They are 19 seconds off the lead, but they're about 20-odd seconds ahead of Olympian GRD. I know there are other cars in contention, and I don't mean to gloss over those cars, but looking at teams that consistently over the 3 hours should be on the pace, it's kind of those two that you immediately think of, and it's interesting that they could have quite a significant advantage at the moment over Olympian GRD. How crucial could that prove to be in 2.5 hours?
Indeed, yeah. Plenty to play out until then, but I like your thinking. Yeah, plenty to keep an eye on. I think Race Logic as well, definitely one I'm keeping my eye on as they head on through, as long as they've got the weight correct this time. Hopefully they fix that issue. Yeah, less than ideal, as that is quite a bit of damage on the front right of the 248 now. So Team Disruptive clearly living up to their name in this one, getting really involved and stuck in. At the moment, it's looking okay on the front of the cars. What are you reacting to out the window?
Renault Racing nearly having an almighty accident out of Church Corner. But
all
they
by
gathered
themselves.
it together completely by themselves, yeah. But pushing on nonetheless. They might be down in 19th place, but they were doing everything they could to catch our attention there as they came out of Church Corner. Couldn't see it on the stream, but I had a good view of it out of the window as the car bounced and snapped around on the grass. Bit of a moment as well there, look for Signature RV. They just ran wide at the final turn. I wonder whether they got Charlie Harted there, because Charlie's just unlapped himself from this little group, and they've ended up losing a place as a result of Signature RV. Team FFS have gone through, and now the Race Logic car pulls in behind as well. So the David Denyer machine, was it David in the car for the first stint? No, Julian Thomas, excuse me, swapped over this time. Julian Thomas at the wheel, gains a position as a result of that. And then the next group behind is this one that includes the Vape Club with EDF car.
I think we've seen that with a lot of the 2-driver teams, considering we've got 2 3-hour races, so identical. I think for one race they'll go, right, you do the start and I'll do the end, and for the next one we'll switch around and do the opposite, which is lovely to see. But Julian pressing on well, sticking it up the inside of the 557. Making a place on them, continuing to move up through the top 10. One driver getting shuffled wide there at the top section of the circuit. That is the 106. Just getting moved aside there. Race Ventura getting moved aside, and Vape Club with EDF have pressed on through to 11th place, and other drivers getting involved. They're back down the inside, though, at the top section of the circuit. Good move down the inside of Vape Club, and 109 are going to follow them through as well. Vape Club off onto the grass, and round the outside is going to go the 169 as well. And so are Uvia. They're going to try it. They've gone properly deep, though, into the left-hander. They've got it done, though. So do we have an issue for Vape Club, or was it simply a difficult few set of corners?
There's nothing obviously wrong with the car, but you're right, that's where my mind went as well, because Vlad Vasiliev just had absolutely no defence against that then, and has fallen right to the back of the queue, but seems okay now. We're about to get a lead change, I think, heading up towards Rocket. The leading three actually absolutely locked together. Here they are, look, bumper to bumper, Axiometrics, Demon Tweaks, Green Heath, and we don't get a lead change in the end, but you can see why I thought there was about to be one. They were closer than ever heading up the hill, and Axiometrics John Perrott does successfully defend it for now. The Demon Tweaks car, though, starting to get the hurry up maybe from Greenheath. It looks to me like Paul Turner's looking a bit racier now. He'd quite like to hand that car over in the race lead, wouldn't he?
Exactly. I mean, they had so many issues in the first race as well, so unfortunate for them. I think Paul was just in a space of, right, I'm here in third. This is pretty good. I'm going to enjoy the slipstream with the drivers ahead, just stay involved and amongst it, keep out trouble, and hand over the car to Gary for stint number 2, and we'll see what happens. Oh, over the inside curb there. That's the 169 continuing to battle with Vlad Vasiliev of the Vape Club car. But he's back up to full racing speed. I think Vlad was just trying to prove your prediction wrong. I think that's what he was trying to do.
Wouldn't be the first time a Fun Cup driver tried to prove me wrong, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time they succeeded in that either. I think he's also driving with a bit of a championship head on as well, because he knows that he and Ted are contenders for the championship this year. It's just important to stay out of trouble. It's been one of those races, hasn't it, where it just seems that there's a little bit left, a little bit more being put out there by some of the drivers, and maybe it's not worth taking those sort of risks at this stage. Right then, up towards the banking goes that little group. The lead group have sort of fragmented once again a little bit. Here they are as they turn their way in towards Rocket Corner. And John Perrott once again defends that inside line. Of course, in fourth position, Team Pacific get closer and closer and closer to this group. They were about 4/10 quicker again on the previous lap, so Matt Hyde has consistently about 4/10 of a second in his back pocket over this group, and that's without the slipstream. When he gets there, he should be even faster.
Yeah, unbelievable pace from the 257, and they're almost onto the back of this leading pack. I was having a bit of a grimace as I watched the Rare Vinyl TLR car send it down the inside at the first corner, took the place away from Race Ventura, and I thought, that's got to be Rob Croydon in the car. Look down, it is Rob Croydon in the car. Always aggressive is Rob, but he gets the move done, and he's pressing on through the order really, really nicely, looking nice and racy. But as you watch these leading drivers, Team Pacific continuing to close in. These three have worked together well. They've got good pace. They're pressing on at the front of the order, but drivers are starting to reel them in. And like you mentioned, that's without the help of the slipstream of the 257. They've definitely got to be one on the bingo cards for a potential race win here, particularly that the seas have been parted and a lot of the drivers that we expected to be the sharp end have fallen by the wayside.
Just depends whether they've got that consistent pace over their driver lineup, doesn't it? Because they sort of faded after the first round of pit stops. Wait and see, maybe they had a car issue, but it would be nice to see another team up there contending for a race win. Certainly likely to contend for the race lead before much longer. That being said, we're within 2 minutes of the pit window opening now. Through Rocket they go. Another defensive line taken there by Axiometrics, which means that the fourth place car gets closer and closer, gains a bit more time, and the pit lane will beckon very shortly for most of these leading cars. Here's a challenge from Will Abraham, tighter line out of Peel, but didn't quite have the momentum to get alongside. Now this is his favourite overtaking opportunity, coming up now down to the bottom of the hill, sets himself up with a good run out of the right, but John Perrott has learnt his lesson. He started covering that inside line now, sacrificing some exit speed, but making sure that Abraham can't get to the apex first.
He's wise to that one now, isn't he? He can read that one happening. But the issue is, like you say, they're wasting time doing that now. So he knows he needs to defend. Realistically, that's just holding them up and getting them to lose even more time. 1.7 seconds. Now the gap between the 257 and the leaders. And we can see with them following in a train of three, their ultimate lap times are pretty much identical. A 19.918 for Axiometrics, a 19.951 for Demon Tweaks 2, and a 19.935 for Green Heath. So following on well, learning from each other well, and pressing on nicely. The Team Pacific just having that little bit more at the moment as they head up to the top section of the track. It is going to be an exchange anyway between the leaders at the top of the circuit. Up they went. There's the 220 flying through Church at the moment, and they were looking good in the first race as well. Well, Axiometrics have gone wide then. Demon Tweaks have stolen away the lead on track, and there was a sniff there, a sniff from Paul Turner to take second place away, but door is closed for Axiometrics.
Yeah, we didn't see it on screen, but I saw out of the window Abraham went round the outside through the left, inside through the right. It was that rocket shuffle that we see so often in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It was interesting watching some of the drivers in the one-mate support races, Fiestas and such like earlier on today, tried to do the same thing, and it wasn't quite as successful. So it seems to work better in these cars for whatever reason than it does in a front-wheel drive car. Maybe it's harder with the understeer when you get out offline in a front-wheel drive car. Who knows? Right, leaders are now separated by 1.3 seconds. That's not the top 3, that's the top 4, because Matt Hyde is with them. Trouble is, his stint's coming to an end, and they will likely keep him in until the end of the window, which is now open. So he's got just under 10 minutes, realistically, to try and maximise his seat time. I'm going to try and do a better job this time, as well as monitoring what the leading car's doing on fuel, because that proved to be a big talking point in the race earlier on today. And so we'll try and follow that from the first pit stops onwards. Oh, it's another pass in the grass, surely not. The Axiometrics car getting squeezed wide by Will Abraham, and that almost opens the door for Paul Turner. In fact, it might do. He's going to go right round the outside. It's that rocket move again, gets the inside for the right-hander, and into second he goes. But John Perrott getting a taste of what it was like to be Riley Phillips this time last year. Not quite as spectacular, and he lifted out of it.
He did, yeah. It was keep it pinned for Riley Phillips, wasn't it? Just try and hold on to it as he bounced over the grass. Just a bit of a flirting with the edge of the circuit there from Axiometrics, but it does see them lose another position. Down to third they go then in the 257. Team Pacific all over their rear end and trying it down the inside into the final corner. We just saw that out of the commentary box window as you see them reappear on your screens. Onto another lap we go, and that was close between the 257 and the 103, just about enough room given.
John Perrett's going to be having nightmares about that last corner tonight, isn't he? He keeps getting lunged by drivers. We thought it was just a Will Abraham thing, but Matt Hyde nearly did the same. Managed to hang on that occasion, did Perrett. First of the pit stoppers is the FFS car. They're in, the number 220. Looks like a dry stop for them. No fuel going in to the 220 car. They were running towards the back of the top 10 or so, weren't they, I think? And we've also had the 109 Morpheus machine in too, as here, for the race lead, comes Paul Turner. Well, he's coming good right at the right moment here, isn't he, John, towards the end of the stint. He closes on the leader, doesn't make the move yet, but I think you can sort of sense it coming.
Indeed, yeah, he's waiting for the perfect moment, and also you've got to wait and see what the drivers around you are going to do in terms of pit strategy. You can see Riley Phillips out in the pit lane already, ready to jump into the number 1 Team Olympian, which I don't think we're too surprised to see as they pull into their pit box now. Again, another car having a dry first stop then are the number 1 of Team Olivia. There's poor Chris DeBell. You should have seen how he looked getting out of that car. He was keeled over, and he's now on almost on his hands and knees just trying to get his breath back. Poor Chris, but he's done a stellar job in that first stint.
And he gets a big, gentle hug from Simon Rudd as well, and he well and truly deserves that. That's been an absolutely marathon stint, it will feel like. It was only 33 minutes, but it would have felt like 3 hours all on its own. So Chris can go and have a nice sit down and chill out and relax, watch the end of the race, the rest of the race, and out into the fray goes Riley Phillips. So Riley then heads through Church Corner, right into the middle of this lead group as well. So it's sort of, that's not really helped John Perrott and Matt Hyde, has it? It's allowed the top 2 to get away, and this could be Paul Turner's opportunity. He's got the slipstream, and which way will he go? Will Abraham's going to hook the inside of the road, and Turner almost pushing him up the hill. So Turner, no interest on that occasion in making a move. The same can't be said for Matt Hyde, though. He goes to the inside of John Perrott. That's the outside for the right-hander, and John will stand his ground, as he's every right to do in the Axiometrics car. Keeps that 257 at bay, but Riley Phillips straight out and straight into the lead battle.
I mean, he wishes he was actually scrapping here for the lead of the race. Sadly not, but he's going to get himself into a position later on where hopefully he can do so. Aggressive to the inside there from Team Pacific, trying to make it work up at Rocket. But as you mentioned, John wise to that one, closing the door and carrying on. Now, obviously, we have a bit of the pit lane that's blocked by our commentary box that we can't see, but from the ones I've been watching, absolutely no one putting in fuel just yet, so waiting it out. It was interesting to see in the first race of the day earlier on how different quite a lot of the fuel strategies were. Often you come into a race and you think, right, everyone's on kind of the same thing, and we just see who does it better. But actually, so a lot of differing strategies in race number 1, so we'll see if that continues here in race number 2. At least at the moment, it doesn't look like anyone's fueling early.
No, I agree with you, especially in a 3-hour race where it's basically 2 full tanks of fuel to get you through it, isn't it? So you fuel up, you fill it at the start of the race, you fill it somewhere in the middle, and then on you go. So it was odd to see such variation in strategies earlier on, but we might see maybe a little bit more uniformity in that regard in race 2. So Riley Phillips immediately getting onto the case here, isn't he? Looks quicker than the leaders. That's not a huge shock. He is at the moment a lap down, but that's not going to concern him too much because he knows that he should have the pace once everyone else has pitted. He'll end up back on the lead lap. He should then have the pace to start picking up places as well. I didn't notice exactly where they were, but I think they were something like 45 seconds off the lead when Chris Devell pitted. So we'll try and get that confirmed if we can. But yeah, it was a sizable gap that they had to try and overhaul. And of course, there'll be a lot of cars to be overtaken en route to the lead as well. Leaders come across the line then, none of the leading quartet pitting. And they're going to enjoy battling with Riley Phillips to some extent, but also they'll be thinking, hang on a minute, Riley, this isn't really your battle. And they'll be hoping that he doesn't pull any really wild moves. But that's not generally the Riley Phillips way. I'm sure he'll be respectful of the fact that this lot at the moment are fighting for a race lead.
Indeed, I was going to say, probably not the ideal release from the pit, to be honest, to go straight into this. I mean, you're in a nice train of slipstream, which helps. However, if you feel like you've got that out-and-out pace ahead of these drivers, you're really getting held up in what is quite a crucial stint for the number one here to try and gain a few more positions, gain some time back on the leaders. And we'll see if Olympian GRD can make this one work. I mean, he'll be hoping that they pull into the pit sometime soon, but I have a sneaking suspicion they're all running to the end of this window, so they'll continue in this train for at least a few more laps. Still Will Abraham in the car for Demon Tweaks 2. Since he got to the front, he's been doing a stellar job, to be fair. Been under a bit of pressure from the 14 of Greenheath. They haven't looked too ravenous to try and get through into the lead. They've been happy to sit there in second place, work together and use the slipstream nicely.
Yeah, Paul Turner's had a few opportunities up that back straight to get alongside Abraham, and I think has chosen not to. So I think he's quite happy to sit behind him and just not, again, keep it clean, keep his powder dry. Race won't be won now, but he could easily do something that could cost them. So I think Paul Turner, again, hugely experienced Fun Cup driver. He's been in this championship for the best part of 2 decades, so he knows how to win races. He knows how to go well over the course of a championship season, and he's got no temptation here, I don't think, really, to get too stuck into this lead group. Seed Data, by the way, just pitted from 5th position. Seed Data, the first of the teams in the running order, not entered into the Masters category. There's a big push, meanwhile, from Riley Phillips into Paul Turner, who again backs out of it. Turner, with that bump draft, could easily have got alongside Will Abraham, but I don't think he was even trying to overtake there where he went to the inside. I think he was just getting away from the cars around him to get into the corner cleanly, but Riley Phillips is giving him the hurry up.
Exactly, it's leave me alone. Stay away from me, please. I just want to get this to the pit stop at the end of the first stint. Paul's done a brilliant job in this first part of the race. Just wanted to get it to Gary in one piece to hand it over, and they continue to press on. But they're looking very feisty. They're definitely one of the ones that I'd put in for potentially winning this race. But again, lots still to happen. Plenty more time still to play out. And it's got a little bit quiet in the pit lane. We saw quite a few coming in the first opening couple of minutes. Now it's got a bit quiet in the middle, and now we wait for the charge from all the rest of the drivers to get in before that pit window closes.
Yeah, well, I think it's a combination of the fact that a lot of these front-running cars are quite happy with the drivers they've got in. I think they're also a little bit scared about a safety car because it's just got that kind of feel about it this race, hasn't it? The other Demon Tweaks car is in there, I can tell you, and they pull in at the far end of the pit lane. There it is on our screen, and you'll be able to see a driver change, but no fuel going in to the 249 car. So, yeah, yet to see anyone take fuel at this early stage. Of course, they'll have saved a little bit of fuel behind the safety car as well. Not a lot, but a little bit, so there's even less concern about that at this stage, and they will be looking towards a pit stop later in the race, ideally under safety car, where they can top the car up with fuel and run it to the end. So Demon Tweaks rejoin. Here's the leading group. They're still all in the same order, and Riley Phillips, I think, is getting a bit frustrated here. He probably thinks he could go quicker, but Paul Turner just is not willing to engage in a battle with Will Abraham at this point. And if anything, he's now starting to watch his mirrors a bit and delay Riley Phillips slightly as they drop down into the corkscrew. So, yeah, Riley will be very grateful when this stint ends and this lot all disappear into the pit lane. In fact, Greenheath are coming in now, so that's why Paul Turner was dropping back a little bit maybe. It was his in-lap, and Paul Turner, the first of the leading cars to head in, and the team are ready and waiting with him. It will be a driver change, of course, to Gary Bate, and I suspect that's all they'll do. Yes, it is. There it is. Look, Gary Bate getting into the car, and another dry stop for Greenheath. And have they maybe pulled a clever strategy there by getting out of that battle, and they hope getting out into some clean air?
I think that was probably the plan, wasn't it? To try and break away from that pack and press on. Quick to get going there. Gary Bate heads out of the pit, then back onto the circuit, and they press on. I will say as well, great to see on the 249 Demon Tweaks car when they came into pit. I saw one of the men tending to the car was wearing a BAR Honda retro suit. That was awesome. Of course, all the team members need to be wearing fireproof suits if there's anything to do with fueling and whatnot. So he's got that on ready to go for those fuel stops. But looked fantastic, especially with a nice bright orange high-vis, Fun Cup high-vis over the top as well. Looked great. More cars into the pit box then, trying to get their pit stops done and dusted as quickly as possible. There is so much to do in a Fun Cup pit stop, even if you're not fueling. And of course, there's no minimum time on a Fun Cup fuel stop. This is where a lot of the time will be gained or lost for a lot of the teams. And the 106 head back out. The Race Ventura, we saw them getting involved in some scraps earlier on. They head back out. A decent stop wide for Axiometrics in the background, though. Just a small mistake.
And they've left a little bit of their car right on the racing line, just past the start-finish line. So a little bit of front splitter or side skirt fell off and is eventually going to get run over, I'm sure, by somebody. That will catch the attention of the start line marshals as well. So clearly pushing on, John Perrott. And again, that last corner has not really been his friend so far this evening. Into the pits come Team Pacific and Race Logic. Race Logic are doing a dry stop. Pacific, I think, are one of those teams hidden underneath us, but we'll assume they're doing the same thing. We've also got Signature RV coming in too, and I think was that Rare Vinyl as well, making their way down the pit lane as the pit window has officially closed. So the leaders, you'd imagine, John, will be in this time.
Indeed, yeah, definitely a dry stop for the 257, but Race Logic have got out ahead of them. Slick stop from the Race Logic team. You can tell they've done this for a few years. They get out ahead of the Team Pacific outfit. Impressive stuff. But we wait to see then as the pit window close board is out. More teams diving in. PLR are into the pits. And again, I don't think I've seen anyone take any fuel on this first stop. We wait to see as they all head back out on circuit after these first round of pit stops how that has reshuffled the order.
Right, Demon Tweaks are coming in. Riley Phillips, interestingly, had finally got past the Demon Tweaks car into the lead of the race. It wasn't the lead, obviously, but he's unlapped himself at least. So in come Axiometrics, in come the Demon Tweaks car. Axiometrics we won't be able to see out of the window. Demon Tweaks we can, and again, it's a dry stop. Now, where is the Greenheath car? They're just coming into the corkscrew now. So Greenheath, you remember, were battling with the Demon Tweaks machine for the lead before the pit stops. They're dropping into the final turn now. The driver change still ongoing for 207. I think Greenheath will be ahead, won't they? Greenheath, quite comfortably, in fact, are going to be in front. So a slower stop for Demon Tweaks, a good stop for Greenheath. A delay, was that for Demon Tweaks?
Yeah, it was the door. They were taping up that right door, trying to get a bit of tape on it to try and keep it closed. But again, yeah, it was a slightly slow stop on the in for the new driver, but then some tape on the door again slowed them even further. So they're dropping a little bit further down. Back out still ahead of Axiometrics though, which is great to see. But Greenheath then scything through into the effective lead of this race.
Yes, because everyone's pretty much been in now. In fact, everyone has been in, haven't they? So, yeah, they are in the lead. 207 still second, I think. So, in fairness, they and Axiometrics had similarly length pit stops, even with the issues that they had. And the next car in the queue is the Morpheus 110 car. I wonder whether they might be able to get a lap back over the course of this next stint with Chris Hart in the car. We'll get a proper look at the running order, of course, at the end of this lap, but I do believe it will be Greenheath who find themselves at the head of the field, and Greenheath will be absolutely delighted with the way that this opening half an hour or so of the race has panned out.
He will be side by side there, up to Rocket, the 109, heading round the outside of the 249, and the 220 is going to follow them. Just about enough room given there as the 220 size round the outside. Team FFS, again another team who were really impressive earlier on in the first race of the day, and continuing on that momentum here into race number 2. So Greenheath come across the start-finish line then, they officially now lead this race by almost 9 seconds ahead of Demon Tweaks 2, and then it's about a further second back to Axiometrics. Impressive stuff on the pit stops from Greenheath. You can tell they've been doing this for a few years.
You can't, you just. And that's why I've always said these races are won and lost in the pit lane. You can have the fastest drivers, the fastest car, a trouble-free race, but if you lose 10 seconds every pit stop, you're not going to have a chance, are you, of a good result. Right, let's head down then, I believe, to the Greenheath end of the pit lane and have a chat with Jamie Peters-Ennis and Paul Turner.
Yeah, I'm down with Paul Turner and Will Haberham, 2 stars of that first stint. We'll start with you, Paul. To say that stint was busy was an understatement. You, Will and John, you're all working together to get that gap away, but you had to avoid all the carnage at the banking.
Yeah, that's right. Well, sadly, it was a tale of two halves, as they say. Our first race ended in carnage, and we were involved in it in the first race. This race, it was just a parting of the waves, and there was a gap, and we went for it.
And Will, for you, I mean, you went from 16th to 6th in 2 corners, and again, like Paul was saying, you sort of parted ways, but then all 3 of you had to work together to build that gap.
Yeah, it was quite nice, to be honest, building the gap, because I was a bit worried of our pace coming into the race, to be honest. So I was quite happy to get a gap, and to be honest, my start initially was horrendous. I was trying to shut my door, and I was like, oh, well, that's a rubbish start. And then in hindsight, it was probably a good thing, because I would have been in the melee otherwise. So I could actually see ahead throughout the corner and see, I can't remember which car got turned around, but yeah, I managed to avoid it all and came out on the other side. And then I knew there was going to be a safety car, so I was like, get my moves done early. So when the safety car's in the queue, I'll be higher up in the queue and yeah, hope for the best. But did not expect to be into the lead, and it was definitely more exciting than the last race so far anyway.
All right, fantastic. Cheers, guys. Back to the box.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, fascinating stuff. Great to hear from those two. I made the parallel earlier on between Paul Turner racing with Will's dad as a teammate back in the day, and Will now following in his father's footsteps here at Anglesey. And they've handed those cars over, both still in reasonably good position. So, to recap, after the first round of pit stops are completed, is Greenheath who lead by an ever-extending margin, 10 seconds now, their advantage. The number 14 car now in the hands of Gary Bates. Axiometrics are up to second, so that changed just as we threw down to the pit lane, I think. The 103 of now Chris Weatherall moving into second position ahead of the 207 Demon Tweaks car, which is now in the hands of Mark Burton. Fourth position for Seed Data. They came out of the pit lane, actually more or less, in fact, maybe a position higher than they went in. So Seed Data doing really well, and Mike Devlin is in that car for the second stint, with Race Logic in fifth, and there's a major...
Seed Data.
Oh.
It's Seed Data. I think that's just bodywork rubbing on the tyre, or is that a serious engine problem? Yeah, it is.
And I think there might be oil down, you know, John, because there are cars sliding around behind them. One car followed them onto the grass, so it's a bit slippery at the final turn. I can only apologise. Seed Data, the words had barely left my mouth. They were doing really well, and unfortunately that car is, that's going no further, and that's going to require a safety car, no doubt about it. They won't leave that car there for the rest of the race.
1,000%. Well, that's gutting for Greenheath. They've pulled over a 10-second gap now, had Gary Bate behind the wheel of the number 14, and that gap is going to go to 0 now for Greenheath, sadly for them. But yeah, Seed Data going out in seriously impressive fashion there through the last couple of corners. And yeah, kindly commentator's curse by yourself.
I don't receive many Christmas cards at the end of the year from my motor racing friends, and this is why. Yeah, really, really unfortunate that for Seed Data, whose day comes to a smoky end. Now, if it goes safety car, and I can only imagine it probably will, who does this benefit? Well, 2 of the cars that I said should be contenders, but had lost a load of time at the start. Vape Club with EDF, they were 30-odd seconds off the lead, and Olympian GRD, they were 50-odd seconds off the lead, but crucially still on the lead lap. This is why it's crucial to stay on that lead lap, because if we do get a safety car, then you're right back in it, especially if you're a car with their sort of pace. We haven't yet got the safety car. I'm anticipating that's where we're headed, but if that does happen, it will turn the race on its head.
Exactly that, yeah, just waiting for it to be called on the start-finish gantry. I was going to say anyway, I mean, you've already said about Olympian GRD and Vape Club and EDF Motorsports, both benefiting from the safety car. They've done a good job anyway. Vape Club had been, I think, the biggest mover from that first round of pit stops. They were in 14 when the pit window opened, 14th when the pit window opened, and up to 9th after all was said and done. So they've done a great job through that pit window to get Vlad out and get the new drivers into the car. Done a great job with Ted Bradbury now out there behind the wheel. And safety car board goes out as predicted. And we go back to yellow flag conditions. The drivers will get back in that single file train, and we've got yet another race on our hands.
A pivotal moment in the race this, you feel, don't you? Because this is going to bring a lot of quick cars right into contention at the front of the field, who may well have got there anyway, I suppose, over the course of the remaining 2.25 hours, but now they're going to be right back into it. Remember, Olympian GRD, it's Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips right to the end of the race now, so they're going to have quick drivers in the car for the remaining 2 hours or so, and they're now going to close right back in. They're still deep in the pack, they're still 14th, but Olympian GRD will be pretty pleased to see that Jaguar BRSCC safety car head onto the circuit. They are looking to break their own record here in this race, Olympian GRD. No team in Fun Cup Endurance Championship history have won 5 races on the bounce. Twice they've won 4, which is the existing record, and they will be breaking their own record with 5, and well, this is a massive step in the right direction as far as that's concerned. So Greenheath get picked up by the safety car. Their 10-second lead disappears as well. We're going to have, well, depending on how long it takes to recover this car, perhaps a real sprint to the next round of pit stops.
Indeed, yeah, I'm absolutely gutted for Paul and Carey behind the wheel of the number 14. Just as it looked as though their luck was turning around from the first race earlier on today. It's immediately gone back that way yet again, and you can blame the man in the comments box with me. If you suddenly see a man called Gary or a man called Paul right behind you, I think you know why, mate. But there you go. You can see, well, I can see out the window anyway, the low loader pulling round to the 214 of Seed Data, and we'll see how quickly we can get them off the circuit. But like you say, what is that, 9 minutes to the next pit stop window, just over 9 minutes. So I think we'll probably just about go green before that first pit stop window. But this does open that strategy as well, because of course, remember, under safety car conditions, you're using a lot less fuel.
Exactly so. This is a replay, meanwhile, of the moment it went pop, and yeah, that is a fairly catastrophic engine failure, isn't it, on the Seed Data car? A cloud of smoke. I think the next car behind actually went off just because they couldn't see where they were going. I don't think it was oil. I think it was just lack of visibility.
It was, yeah. I mean, Seed Data became the biggest vape in Wales. That was unbelievable there through the last couple of corners. Billowing smoke. I don't think I've seen that much of a catastrophic engine failure, I think, in my life in Fun Cup, to be honest. That was massive for Seed Data, but gutting for both of them, like we were saying. Well, like you were saying at the moment,
yes, like
at the
I
time,
was saying, John,
how well they were doing.
Peter Shearer, who was stood next to me, had said 30 seconds earlier, oh, Seed Data doing well. They're in a really good position.
Let's blame him.
Nothing happened when he said it. It was only when it came out of my mouth that it all went to pot, I'm afraid. So anyway, Seed Data car gets recovered, and we will get set to go racing once again very shortly. Thinking ahead to this next round of pit stops, John, I know I keep banging on about Olympian GRD, but hey, they're winning every race at the moment. Can you blame me? If I were them, I'd be in as soon as the pit window opens next time, because the whole field are going to be congested. They're going to be stuck in traffic. If they pit early, they should come out into some clean air. Pitting too early is the 248 car, meanwhile. That's Team Disruptive, and Christian Rose is in. So Christian Rose possibly heading into the garage. This is an unscheduled pit stop, and we'll see what the issue is. But yeah, the Team Disruptive car then into the pits, and that will not count as a scheduled stop, I'm afraid. So yeah, some sort of drama for Christian. Got a Marshall running out to pick up that bit of the Axiometrics car that's been left on the road. It's been a yes, a fairly bruising opening nearly hour of the race, hasn't it?
It has, particularly for a few teams out there, really coming a cropper of issues out there. But it's been rather exciting to kick off this first hour of the second 3-hour endurance race of the day here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in 2025. Like Andy was chatting about, can Olympian GRD do it again here? Race number 5 in a row. It's definitely not out of the question, but they've got plenty of quick drivers to try and overtake in the meantime. But as we saw in race number 1, we only had Christoph Ell in for the first stint. It's going to be the same again here in race number 2. So you've got 2 quick pedalers in Riley and Simon, both taking to the cars over the next few stints.
Right. Well, there's quite a lot happened in
Deep
the last 54 minutes or so. It's been one of the more chaotic Fun Cup races we've had for a while. As I said, we've had a trend really over recent years of these races running more and more trouble-free. Not excitement-free by any means, but yeah, relatively low on attrition. This one, I'm afraid, has not been the case. We need a moment, I think, just to have a little sit down and catch our breath. So we're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back with the restart here from Anglesey momentarily.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back to Anglesey, everyone. We are preparing for a race restart as we tick towards the end of a frantic opening hour of Fun Cup racing here this evening. The lights are out on the Jaguar safety car, and with 3 minutes and 25 seconds before the end of the opening hour, and therefore the beginning of the second round of pit stops, we will go racing again very shortly, with Greenheath and Axiometrics doing battle for the top spot, and then a couple of lapped cars actually, although one of them a quick lapped car in the shape of the Morpheus number 110 car of Chris Hart, right in their wheel tracks. Across the line they go then. And for the second time, we go racing after a safety car interruption. And we see now whether or not Axiometrics have another answer. What's happened at turn 1? PLR have tangled with Morpheus, is that, I think? It's the 169. Yeah, 169 have tangled with PLR, and it's a second spin of the day for PLR. And miraculously, John, I think it's the second one. They're going to survive relatively undamaged.
I think it is impressive stuff. I mean, maybe we'll need to stick Peter on the mic. I think he was the only one that actually saw that crash down there at the first corner. Another scrappy restart to this race. The point I was going to pick up was some of those lap cars, the 97 at the front of that chain, again, just like that first restart, had a poor restart, lost quite a bit of time, for not only for them, but for the drivers in behind as well. That's been the best gift to Greenheath that they could have hoped for, those top three starting to drive away with it. And look at that, the 246 Vape Club with EDF Motorsport trying to pick their way through the pack and get closer to the sharp end of the order. We've got the 14 and the 103 of Axiometrics, the top two, are broken away nicely, and they are dragging one of those Morpheus cars along with them.
I don't know what they've been feeding them with the Fun Cup warning between races 1 and 2. I hope it wasn't lasagna that I was treated to earlier on, because there's madness in the air this evening in this second race of the weekend. And, well, we're only, as I said, not even an hour into this one. Across the line we head again, and Greenheath, Axiometrics, the top two, within a second of each other. The 109 car up 2 spots on the restart. They have moved into 3rd position now, that car being driven at this stage by Harry Mailer, so he's maybe the one to watch here, isn't he? We know how rapid Harry is. He briefly held the lap record earlier on today. He's just done a 1:18.615. That's within half a tenth. No, less than that actually, 5,000ths of a second of the lap record that was set earlier on this afternoon. So Harry Mailer is absolutely flying and chasing down the race leading group. That was Axiometrics relapping the 110 car. There through shot goes Harry Mailer, and here comes Ted Bradbury. So there are some quick drivers now looking to benefit from this safety car and establish themselves out front.
Indeed, yeah, pressing on well already is the 246, as you mentioned, piloted by Mr. Ted Bradbury, looking to press on up towards the top 5 as back round the outside that seemingly was for the 110. Again, putting Axiometrics between themselves and their sister team, slowing Axiometrics up and actually allowing for the 109 to get back involved with the shout for 2nd place. I will say, though, as they cross the line, that will be another bit of a gap gained for Greenheath. It went up from about 0.7, 0.8 to 2.2, so Gary Bate will be very happy seeing that in his mirrors.
And that Greenheath car is looking pretty consistent so far. No matter who's in it, it's got enough pace to hang on at the front at least. Now, OK, we'll have to wait and see how they contend against the Vape Club car and maybe the Olympian GRD car as and when they get there. But so far, so good for Greenheath. And at the very least, they're looking for, no, I'm not going to say it. Out of their banking, they go in the meantime in the midfield battle. And there is Olympian GRD. Riley Phillips at the wheel of car number 1. 8th position. They were 55 seconds off the lead. They're now within 10 seconds.
Unbelievable. Safety car can really change things up, and that's what we were missing in the earlier race, the first race of the day. No safety cars. We've already seen 2 in this one. We're only an hour into it, so I think there's probably another couple on the table. If you keep talking about teams, there probably will be. Let's watch this one head on through then. An Olympian picking or Olympian GRD, I should say, picking their way through very, very nicely on the back of the UVO 225, the UVO Hoffman Motorsport team. Again, of course, they had those issues earlier on. Again, we said it was a drive shaft for the UVO squad. They're down in 20th place, 6 laps off of the leaders. We're continuing to put in good pace and continuing to hopefully enjoy themselves out there, because at the end of the day, you want to win a race, but as long as everyone goes home with a smile on their face, that's the main thing. Although, given that it's motorsport, not everyone can go home with a smile on their face. Someone's got to win and someone's got to lose.
There's definitely a few unhappy campers here this evening, but that is, as you say, the way racing goes. Sometimes it looks on your side, sometimes it isn't. And, well, unfortunately, some of them will be looking ahead to the next round as to when they're going to bounce back and hopefully get a good result. UVO here getting in the mix with the Olympian GRD machine. UVO are 20th position, 6 laps down, but we know they're every bit as quick as the lead lap runners, so they're not going to be an easy car for Riley Phillips to overtake. Might be worth it just sitting in behind Farkini, who is in the car, the UVO car, for its 2nd stint of the evening. Just keeping that number 1 car in their mirrors for now. Into the Rocket Complex they go, and Riley Phillips in so much traffic here, but still putting in good lap times. He's comparable to the race leaders, in fact quicker than the race leader last time, despite the traffic that he's running in. So Riley Phillips is excelling now, and if they do bring Simon Rudd out into some clean air later on, they could go even quicker.
I mean, it's not exactly surprising, is it, that Riley is pressing on well, doing a fantastic job out there, as usual, for the team number 1. It was interesting to see as well, up the hill, up to Rocket, we saw Chris Hart in the 110 giving a nice tow to their teammates, the 109. Yeah. Harry Mailer behind the wheel of that one. He's going for the lead already, down into the banking. That was only 2 seconds gained on the last part of the last lap. That is unbelievable from Harry Mailer. He takes the lead at the banking, and sadly, Gary Bate does not have an answer to that one. Will have to slot in behind.
That was a new lap record as well for Harry Mailer, a 1:18.5. Now, in a way, you'd expect the pace to be quicker in this race. It's a bit cooler, the engines are going to run more efficiently. I think that wind's died down a bit as well from earlier on in this afternoon. So, yes, the conditions are made for quick lap times, and Harry Mailer now takes his spell as the fastest ever man around Anglesey in a Fun Cup car. A couple of pit stops, both the Demon Tweets cars, interestingly, pitting at the same time, 207 and 249. They're both, I think, still on the lead lap aren't they, as well, after the way various antics in the early part of the race. So they pit early and aim to get out into some clean air. I'm surprised we didn't see more cars in this main pack, though, doing the same thing, because the pit window opened last time, and those two cars were the only ones to head for the pit. Oh, them and FFS as well, I think.
My again, the family group chat's popping off. My brother's made a great point. Gary Bate in the Greenheath has destroyed his front splitter. He's absolutely destroyed it. We missed that one on the cameras, but that's really going to affect overall pace, not only for himself, but through the whole rest of this race for Paul as well. So after it was looking like it was going so well for the number 14 of Greenheath, one little mistake, you destroy quite a critical part of the car, and immediately pace is going to be lost.
Going to ignore the fact that I just said that they were running consistently well across both stints, and we'll hope that they can not lose too much time with that damage done to the front of the car. They're going to be unlapped, I think, now by Chris Hart in the 110 car as well. There then is your race leader, Harry Mailer, nipping up the inside of the Demon Tweets car that's just left the pit lane, and there, second place, but carrying damage, Greenheath, and they're being reeled in now by Axiometrics and Vape Club with EDF. That's Ted Bradbury, remember, in the 246 car. They're both starting to close in now on this slightly wounded second placed car. The problem is, though, John, you can't really change that front splitter unless it's under a safety car. It just takes too long, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, there's absolutely no point in doing that. You're going to lose more time changing it than you'll gain with the extra lap time you get from putting it back on. Seen as well, the 557 Signature RV hopping and skipping over the exit curve at the final corner. Have they thought that they're in a who can destroy their front splitter fastest race? Look at the amount of front splitter on the exit of the final corner. We'll see if we can get a shot of that for you at the final corner later on. There's stuff in the middle of the circuit, there's stuff on the outside of the circuit. Oh my goodness, there might be one or two cars who still have an intact splitter.
PLR don't have an intact car, do they? Their rear end is hanging off now as they drop down through the corkscrew. That'll be a bit more bodywork that ends up on the road shortly. There it is, look, waving in the wind. That will be as a result of the contact with the car right behind them, the 169 rare vinyl car earlier on, just on the restart, in fact, through this part of the circuit at Target. So yeah, you're right, there aren't many cars out there not sporting some sort of damage. And I know I keep repeating myself, but we're only an hour into this race. They're going to have to calm down at some point, otherwise there really won't be anyone left.
Calm down. I don't think they know what that means, mate. I don't think they know what that means. Yeah, continuing to have issues, continuing to make contact, and continuing to drop Fun Cup debris all over this beautiful Anglesey circuit. So that shouldn't make too much of a difference to PLR because it's on the rear side of the car, but it will be dragging a lot in the wind, losing a lot of that pace up towards Rocket, and won't be assisting, that's for sure.
Mind you, I do remember Nigel Greenstone winning a race here once, and he had even more damage done to the side of his car and continued to bang doors with, well, what was left of his door anyway, with Brandon Groot, I seem to remember, in the Scarab car in the closing stages. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily slow you down that much, but certainly doesn't look that elegant, does it, as the bits continue to fall off the PLR machine. They drop down through the corkscrew now, and again, not had a mad rush into the pit lane, have we, in this second round of pit stops. A lot of teams quite content to keep on putting the laps in and just try to kind of draw out the stints as much as they can.
I think so, yeah, especially if you're in a nice rhythm of things. We've seen how stop-start this race has been already, so you can carry on with a good rhythm. I think teams happy to let their drivers stay out to the end of the window. Yet again, my brother's made a very good point, that generally a lost front splitter means that you overheat the front tyres because you don't have that grip on corner entry. You start sliding around the place and losing the grip on the front tyres. We've got to watch out where the Greenheath decide to drop those pressures on the fronts at the next pit stop. And again, that might lose them a little bit of time. Like you were gesticulating though, change the position. Through has gone Ted Bradbury into second place. They've got past the 14 of Greenheath.
Yeah, just starting to fall into the Vape Club with EDF cars lap, aren't they? Isn't it, at the moment? They've picked up second place now. They look like they've got decent pace in that car, and it doesn't seem to matter whether it's Vlad or Ted in the car. They should be able to hang on in there towards the front. Watched Chris Hart nearly bin it on the way into the pit lane as he was pushing for every little bit of time he could find. Greenheath are in as well. Let's see what they do then to the front of that car. We're watching this out of the window. No tyre pressure adjustments just yet. It's a dry stop again for Greenheath, so no fuel going into the car, and they will send that car back on its way with Paul Turner once again at the wheel. We're watching a fuel stop going on for the 110 machine, but back out the pit lane goes the Greenheath machine, and yeah, dry stop and a pretty quick stop as well.
Yeah, all they did at the front there was just rip off the extra pieces of bodywork that were flinging off in the wind. So they've got those off now. Hopefully nothing that will lodge into the radiator or any tyres or anything like that, and they can carry on plain sailing. But their pace is just not going to be what it was earlier on in this race before experiencing that damage. But they slot back in behind the 169 on circuit anyway. But we know that's not going to be for a position. We saw the 169 facing the wrong direction at turn 1 on the last restart, so unlikely to be right at the sharp end. There's the 97 again with a large bandage on the front left of the car. But the 97 Fun Cup will hopefully in a moment's time set off. There we go, leaving the pit lane now.
That car was supposed to pit about 3 laps ago, and I've been watching the team madly gesticulating at the driver, come in, we're ready for you, and just blissfully unaware was Pierre Renan in the car for that stint. Hands back over to Andre now, who was chomping at the bit to get back out there, and Pierre was having none of it, so finally heeded the notice of the team. I think Olympian GRD are in, yes they are, so Simon Rudd jumping in, out gets Riley Phillips, seamless pit stop as always, so far anyway. Again, no fuel going into the car, the pit lane is clear. Oh, what were we waiting for? There was a
106.
yes, there was a car coming in, so I said the pit lane was clear. 106 was actually coming in. That will have cost them a second or so. In the grand scheme of things, though, that was pretty clean.
Also, they don't want to repeat what they did in race number 1, do they? Where they had an unsafe release and then had to do a drive-through penalty. A drive-through definitely loses you a lot more than the 1 or 2 they lost there, just holding them. And you saw there Riley override Chris there at the front of the car and put the hand up and say, no, don't go yet, Simon. We don't want a repeat of that, and lets him go in clear air. Nicely done from Olympian GRD.
So they've rejoined, look, behind Greenheath still, because Greenheath have stopped too, but it's not a massive gap between the two of them. I'd say slightly smaller than it was before they both pitted, but we still need to wait to see where the likes of Morpheus, Vape Club, Axiometrics come out, or this time, actually, Axiometrics have made their second stop as well, haven't they? So just the top 2 that we're waiting for now, as the pit lane window is closed, so the leaders go through for the last time before they will head for pit lane. The gap between them, by the way, 6.6 seconds. Even Ted Bradbury can't keep up with Harry Mailer at the moment. Harry half a second quicker last time around. The only driver running in the 1 minute 18 pretty consistently.
Yeah, wow, super impressive from Harry Mailer. It didn't seem as though either of the Morpheus team had a particularly enjoyable first race earlier on. Just not quite where we'd expect them to be, but they've come out of the gates flying in this one. Benefited from some mistakes and issues from others, but you've got to be in it to win it. They've done exactly that, and the pace that's been dragged from that 109 car is mightily impressive. I mean, Harry Mailer, someone I would expect it from, but still, to be half a second a lap, as we've watched it, quicker than the Vape Club EDF Motorsports car is rather impressive.
And don't forget, they've had a spin in this race as well. They were pointing the wrong way at the final corner. Seems like an age ago, doesn't it? But yeah, they've been pointing the wrong way. Goes to show how wild this race has been, doesn't it? The leading car at one point was pointing in the wrong direction and falling down the order, and that are only an hour and 10 minutes in. We've crammed an awful lot into the first third of this race. So wait still then. Oh, here comes the leading car. So Harry Mailer is in, and not far behind him will be the Vape Club with EDF machine. Harry Mailer's going to pull in directly below our commentary position, so we're not going to see what they're doing on that car. The Vape Club car, though, pits a bit further down, so we should have a look at what they are doing there. Right at pit exit, and there's fuel waiting, John.
There is indeed one churn of fuel waiting. Driver hops up and out, fuel goes straight in. So that is definitely differing strategy to what we've seen from a lot of, if not most, if not all of the teams. I've not seen a fuel churn go in. I don't think you have either. But Vape Club with EDF starting to go for it here on stop number 2 of this race. More drivers coming in. We've got UVO, PLR heading in as well, and also the 169 Rare Vinyl. Mr. Croydon jumping back onto that as well.
Out in front of 109 is the Vape Club car, but they're slow in the pit exit. They got ran into nearly by the 109 there, and they're slow. They've got a problem. Morpheus are slowing on the exit of pit lane. That car is not getting up to speed, and Vlad Vasiliev at the wheel of 246, another car with a drivetrain issue of some sort. And was that as they dropped and accelerated out of the pit lane? Has it done a drive shaft? Because this car is not getting up to speed, and that could be another contender falling by the wayside.
Oh dear. Yeah, mate, you just need to stop speaking, I think, in this race.
Sit
All
in
the
the
Fun
corner,
Cup
John.
teams are going to dislike you. Well, it sounds as though Jamie's got a bit of an interview in the pit lane. I mean, we'll be hoping to hear from Bait Club soon enough, but let's go down to hear from Olympian GRD.
Thanks, John. I'm down with Riley. Another great stint for you. Consistent 18 and 19s, and another quick pit stop, sub 30 seconds from in to out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It looks like it's going well for us so far. Safety car really helped us out there while we were towards the back. It just helped bunch us all up. So managed to fight for a few more positions there at the end of my stint.
And you were saying just off camera that the Peel and Corkscrew area is actually very slippery.
Yeah, no, that last corner there from the last safety car that we just had dumped a bunch of fluid down on the track, so it's a little bit slippy out there and it's catching some people out, so that's why there's kind of splitter everywhere after the corner.
And it's just you and Simon out for the rest of the race. You're going to want to stay out of trouble, but you're currently sort of sitting in P3 now after the pit stop cycle. You want to get another win, don't you?
Yeah, no, it would be nice to carry it on, wouldn't it? But as they say, anything can happen, and it is Fun Cup, so we'll have to wait and see.
All right, cheers, Riley.
Thank you.
Back to Andy and John.
Right, what next is the question I find myself asking. Well, what next is a lead change, and an unexpected one, I think it's fair to say. Marcus Clutton, that's not unexpected, but the signature RV car we just haven't seen at the front, but they pitted that car early, got Marcus in, took advantage of the fact everyone was bunched together, and he has now taken the lead away from Greenheath and Olympian right with them. Another mystery to add to the list is the fact that this car is now up to full racing speed.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense. We both thought that must be a drivetrain leaving the pits, but they definitely haven't been in to change it, and somehow they're back up to full racing speed. So not sure what's happened there.
Gear selection, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of. There's no smoke, nothing's hanging off the car. It now has speed again. I wonder if they had an issue with the gears. We heard Jamie mention earlier on, some of the cars have like an override, don't they, for if the flappy panels are not working. They have a sequential override they can go to. I wonder whether Vapor with EDF have that mechanism, because if that was the issue, they've obviously managed to find a way around it pretty quickly, but I can't think what else it would be.
Indeed. Well, hopefully Jamie can rush down there and find out some answers for
that
us,
way.
and we can see him heading down the pit lane towards them. So hopefully we'll hear from him in a few moments' time. But like you were mentioning, the 557 Signature RV, if we cast our minds back to lap number 1, would either of us ever said an hour and 15 minutes in they'd be in the lead of this race? What is happening in this second race of the day here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship?
I'll be honest, I can't remember a lot of what happened an hour and 15 minutes ago, because there's a lot that has happened, but no, I don't think I would have predicted that at all. Just had a change for second, by the way. I think Olympian GRD, Simon running that car now, of course, has got up ahead of the Paul Turner Greenheath machine. On your screen, you're seeing a battle between Axiometrics and Red River Sport. This is for 8th position, and a very feisty defensive move, which ended a spin. Around goes the 103 car. That was a late move, in fairness, from the 103 across the nose of the Red River Sport car, and the car has briefly stalled. Thankfully, they get it fired up, and they will continue on their way. But another on-track incident. I mean, we had hardly anything in race 1. In this one, I don't think anyone has had a perfectly clean race so far.
No, that was clumsy at the top there, but yeah, you saw cutting over in front. You've got to give the driver some time to brake and get it stopped. We're going to watch it here. Then the 200, you see him sizing up that inside line, goes to the right, goes to the left. He's committed now, and immediately 103 moves over to cover it off. Too late, in my opinion. 200 just couldn't get it stopped. Straight into the back of the 103, and they went round. They did well to get it restarted so quickly, to be fair to them, and not lose too much time. But as I say, a bit clumsy from the two of them. But as we briefly cut back there, Olympian GRD are through on Greenheath for second place.
Yeah, I sort of saw that starting, and then something happened inevitably. But yes, they have moved into second. They're only 2.8 seconds behind the lead. But Simon Rudd versus Marcus Clutton is a fight I would buy a ticket for. That sounds very entertaining indeed. Kind of hope that Simon gets to Marcus, because I'm pretty sure Marcus will put up a fight here. That's a car, remember, that we were told before the race, they're only going out to do this as a test session.
Yeah.
They haven't called this misfire. It all needs taking apart by JPR and putting back together, and here they are leading the race.
What is happening? Honestly, what an amazing second race of the day this is at the moment. We're not even halfway through, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. I mean, looking down the order, what are we going to pick next? Race Ventura going to get into the lead of this race somehow? Demon Tweaks are going to fly back through, where Vinyl TLR, watch out for them. Who knows what could potentially happen, but we keep our eyes fixed on your championship leaders. Like we were saying going into this race, they're looking to set a Fun Cup record at the end of this, so they could bag 5 wins in a row. They're looking pretty sweet to do that at the moment as they try and chase down the 557 of Signature RV. You saw Greenheath flirting with the track limits there on the exit of the banking, and that'll all be to do with that front splitter just understeering through to the exit, struggling to keep it pinned through that right-hander, and they're just going to be losing lap time and probably the grippiness of those front tyres as well.
And it's a vicious circle, isn't it? The more it understeers, the more the tyres overheat, the more it understeers, so it's not going to get any better as the race goes on, that's for sure. There then is Simon Rudd. He is 3.5 seconds behind the race leader, but dropped 7/10 to the race leader on the previous lap. Some of that will have been down to the... In fact, no, the overtake was the lap before, so that's a genuine pace advantage for Marcus Clutton. I suppose you'd expect that from Marcus. He is a proper pro, isn't he, really, these days? And a British GT race winner. He's had success in all sorts of categories of racing, including, of course, multiple wins in the Fun Cup. It's nice to see him back at the front of the field again, and they've done well, to be fair. The safety cars have helped them definitely to stay in contention, but bear in mind Marcus still has another stint to go later on. If they get another safety car or two, then they might well be a contender before the day is done.
The gap's only going up as well between themselves and Olympian GRD. It's now up to 4.5 seconds back to the number 1 of Simon Rudd. I mean, not taking anything away from him. He's going around well, setting some good lap times, but just amazing pace from the 557 of Marcus Clutton. And yeah, like you mentioned, as we saw in race number 1, we expect for teams to put out their fastest drivers for that final stint. They're expecting the safety car to come, and they can try and make use of it as best they can. Looking like a battle for 3rd place, though.
Yeah, that is Lewis Thompson going through. It was another understeery moment for Greenheath through Church. They just can't keep the car on the track at the moment, can they? And I think they're going to have to accept they will have to just drive at 90% now, because the car doesn't have the grip to allow them to push in the same way they were earlier. Such a shame there, because they were having a brilliant race. The best chance they had, I think, for a race win. Might still come to them, I suppose. You never know what the remaining hour and 40 minutes have in store for us, but right now that car is only heading backwards, I fear.
Yeah, I would usually say, yeah, absolutely not a chance, mate, but I don't want to say anything in this
tonight.
race. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to call anything. I don't want to curse anyone. I'm just going to keep my mouth firmly closed. But yes, continue on through then. I mean, it's not too long until we've got another round of pit stops, so more action coming at you thick and fast, and drivers continuing to add more front splitters to the outside of the final corner. I think I've seen 2 or 3 more teams add a bit more bodywork out there, but all getting rather exciting. So with an hour and 40 minutes, I should say, left to go, your top 10 is looking like this. Signature RV ahead of Olympian GRD and Team FFS, then Greenheath, Race Logic, Morpheus 109 still with the fastest lap there in 6th place, followed by Red River Sport. And there they are on your screen, perfectly timed there, thank you to the Alpha Live Productions crew. They're followed by Team Disruptive in the 248, then Burt in the 98, Axiometrics in the 103. Like we were talking about, though, I'm so gutted for Greenheath losing that splitter. That is so frustrating for them. And to compare pace, they're about a second to a second and a half a lap slower than they were in the first stint of the race. So much time being lost for the number 14. They're nice in the fact, at the moment, anyway, they've got a further 8 seconds back to the next car, which is the 210 of Race Logic. But again, another team that we picked to be right up near the sharp end, they'll be wanting to hunt them down.
I'm saying nothing. They are running in 5th place. I will stick to the facts right now, I think, rather than a speculation. But yes, 5th position for Race Logic. Down to 6th now for Morpheus, but that won't be the last we see of them, I'm pretty sure. The 109 car, which went so well with Harry Mailer at the wheel earlier on, has now just slipped back a little bit immediately after that latest round of pit stops. We're only 8.5 minutes away from another round of pit stops. The great thing about these 3-hour races, isn't it? Once you actually get into a rhythm, the pit stops come around quite quickly, and just when you think that the order is settling down, it all switches up again. If you're Marcus Clutton, though, you're looking at another 20 minutes in the car here, surely. They will stretch this stint as long as they can. He keeps on taking a second a lap out of the cars behind. He could be the best part of 20 seconds up the road, and that's a good lead then for Steve Ruston to try and defend in the next stint.
Exactly, but not only that, he's got to defend that into the next stint on circuit. You've got to think about it in terms of the pit stop action as well. Of course, I mentioned it in the first race Fun Cup earlier on, your whole team has got to be a well-oiled machine out there in the pit lane, because like we were talking about, even if you're putting insane pace in, like the 5.57 and gaining half a second a lap every single time around the circuit, as that's the 98, trying to find a way through on the 2.48. Even if you do put in that great pace, you do extend that gap to 10, 15 seconds. That can go in an instant in a pit stop if you mess up putting a seatbelt buckle on, the door won't quite close, all little bits and bobs like that. You work so hard to gain that lap time out on circuit, and it can be lost in only a moment in the pits, which, as we mentioned, are coming around in only a few minutes.
Yes, indeed, right then. So we are watching here, Bert dropping down. They're in ninth place, he says hesitantly, just ahead of Axiometrics in 10th in the 103 car. But Bert, they fixed that bodywork that was, or the engine cover that was loose. They've either ripped it off or taped it up. Either way, the 98 car running, looks as though maybe they've taped it up. It was the left-hand side of the car, I think, wasn't it, that was sporting the loose bodywork. No, they ripped it out altogether, yes, right first time. So it won't affect the aero too much, I don't think, on the rear corner of the car. They're in behind the 248 car, Team Disruptive, which is a good descriptive word for this race, isn't it, really? Steve Lake in the car for this part of the race, and that is for 8th position that they're battling.
It is indeed. Yeah, Bert have been pressing on really well. They impressed me in the earlier race, and they're pressing me yet again in this one. Up into the top 10 they go. We saw them size up a move here into Rocket on the last lap. This time, once again, a little bit too far back, allowing to sit back into the wheel tracks of the 248. Team Destructive, yet again, having an impressive race. The 248. That is, who is behind the wheel of the 248? Stephen Lake, as you mentioned. Steve Lake back in the cars. There's a big lock up there, up in the top sections for the 98 of Burt. They keep it on the black stuff though, that's all that matters.
Indeed so. If I can possibly attempt to redeem myself slightly here for my actions this evening, I was right with the Vape Club car. It's a gearbox issue that they are managing, they say. So, yeah, it's going to be a long race from here. Their lap times just aren't that good at the moment. 1:22s, so they're, yeah, running down in 12th position, and they're about the 12th fastest car on track. So the Vape Club car seemingly falling out of it, but who knows? The way that this race has been going, they might yet find themselves back near the sharp end. Lead gap, by the way, just sort of stabilising a little bit now at 8 seconds. Only 8 tenths quicker than the second place car last time around was Marcus Clutton, but the fact that he's doing this against the Olympian GRD team makes this a massively impressive stint for Marcus so far. And yeah, that 8-second gap will keep on growing, I'm sure. It's then only 8 tenths back to FFS. FFS, John, are lapping quicker than Olympian GRD at the moment, so that 220 car with very rapid Caterham racer Lewis Thompson at the wheel is closing in on second place.
It's always the Caterham racers. Always the Caterham racers. But yeah, he pressed on really well, really well, isn't he? Doing a great job out there. As you say, lapping faster than team number 1 is an impressive feat in and of itself. So doing a fantastic job out there as they've just changed around as I looked away there. So change for 8th place, Burt through on Team Disruptive, then up in sector number 3. Good movements going on as there is the number 1 and the 220. Team FFS looking to close in as we head through towards the next pit window. So about 4 minutes until it opens at least, and of course you can stay out for a further 10 as the pit window continues to count down. But we watch here as the 220 looks to give chase to the number 1 of Olympian GRD. Nowhere near close enough as they head up to Rocket once more. But we'll see how quickly they are able to close that gap and really start to put the pressure on. It's just less than a second as they went onto this lap. 0.920, the gap between the 1 and the 220. I think visibly so. It looks closer than it was at the start of this lap, and potentially we might see a change for second place on circuit before we even get to this next round of pit stops. Team FFS are on an absolute charge.
Yeah, look at this. They're right on the tail of the Olympic GRD car now, and I think a move might be coming soon. Lewis Thompson, as I said, Caterham racer, which is not a bad place to come from if you want to come and do a bit of fun cupping. This is basically like a 3-hour Caterham race with slipstreaming, overtaking, wheel-to-wheel battling, and he's about to engage in some of that now. Nips to the inside of Simon Rudd at the banking. Simon left him plenty of space, partly because he didn't want to turn into an accident, but also I think because he knew he'd have that wide line, he'd carry some good momentum off the corner and should come out of the turn ahead, which he did, but for how much longer? Because he's got absolutely no one to slipstream off Simon Rudd, whereas Lewis absolutely does. He's right in the slipstream, he's closing up the hill, and a move for second place could be coming under braking here. Lewis Thompson then in the FFS car goes to the inside line, and I really don't think Simon Rudd felt that he could do much about that. Through goes the FFS machine, and Simon again thinking championship. That is not a championship contending car. If you want second place, go ahead and have it. We'll come back again at you later in the race.
Exactly that, exactly that. Even if they can't continue their dominance in terms of winning form and setting the record, at least they can bag themselves a sizable amount of championship points to continue extending that gap at the front. Like we've mentioned, so many of our usual front-running teams falling by the wayside in this one. Hold on, the pit window's not open and Signature RV are in.
It's a tyre change, a right rear tyre change in Signature RV. I saw the team getting ready. I didn't clock in the Signature RV. Is that a slow puncture? Maybe the tyre looks up to me.
Looks fine.
There has been contact, though, with something, hasn't there? Look, there's a white smear on the tyre, as if it's made side-to-side contact with someone. Has it maybe broken the suspension? And Marcus Clutton felt like it was a puncture. There looks to be air in the tyre, and I think that's what the team are realising now, and they're sending him back out.
But at least he had the hazards on, thank goodness.
Well, another race leader.
What is happening? The curse of the race leader here at race number 2 at Anglesey. Signature RV doing so well, continuing to build that gap, and like we were saying, one small thing happens and it's gone in an instant, and it looks as though a big lock-up for the 557 there into the banking, so we'll keep a watchful eye over how they continue on these first couple laps out of the pits. But that move we just saw between the 220 and the 1 was the move now for the race lead.
I mean, I really want to make a point that this is, I think, the first time FFS have led a race, but I really don't want to. What I will tell you is that Jamie is reporting that Marcus had said it was a suspected puncture. Now, I don't think it was, because I don't think they actually changed the tyre. Jamie, I think, is down there now getting that confirmed, but I don't think they changed that right rear tyre. So that would concern me if Marcus Clutton, who knows his stuff, is saying, I've got a right rear puncture. That means there's something wrong with the right rear corner of that car, and it's not going to just fix itself. The problem is, what is the issue if it's not a puncture?
No, it sounds like it's something more terminal, and look how much he's wrestling with the car up there at the top section of the track. Really struggling out there to find that pace. I mean, we said only a few moments ago how he was pulling the gap on team number 1, continuing to extend it, and that pace has gone in an instant, so I think something has gone quite catastrophically wrong at the rear end of that 557. The wheels off of the front left, look at it, it's sideways. Left front has fallen off of the 557. I said it could be catastrophic, it most certainly is.
So he thought it was right rear, it was left front that was causing the issues. I suppose because it's on a diagonal, maybe it was giving a similar feeling, but the left front, that's a complete suspension failure, isn't it? On the left front corner, did have a part in that contact, I think, earlier on in the race, but it's the right-hand side of the car that seemed to have bore the brunt of that, so this may be unrelated. Either way, another race-winning contender is out of contention, and Marcus Clutton, well, I can hardly believe what we've seen over the last hour and a half. My heart properly goes out to Marcus because he put in the stint of the season there for him, certainly, and he's going to have absolutely nothing to show for it.
Yeah, what a stint that was from him, fair play. Still very, very impressed with his performance. But I mean, they said JPR needed to check over the car. Well, now they seriously do need it to check over the car. Here's a replay of them coming through the final corner. They hit that apex curb on the entrance and it just buckles immediately.
But I don't think it was that particular curb strike that's done it. It was obviously on its way out. Marcus had felt that, to his credit. Got the wrong side and the wrong axle of the car, but still he felt there was an issue with something, tyre or suspension related, and it's in the team have sent him back out on the very next lap. It was one curb strike too many, but those curbs have always been a talking point here at Anglesey. You have to ride them because it really helps with the rotation of the car, and running wide on the exit of corners as well, it means you carry more momentum, but you do so at your own risk. It can damage tyres, it can damage drive shafts, and it can clearly damage suspension as well. And again, a quick car. It's the quick cars that seem to come across these problems because they're asking more of the cars underneath them.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, he definitely would have felt that one in the 557. He felt it before. He definitely would have felt that one. To be fair, he's limping it back round to the pit lane, trying his best. Who have we got in the pits? Oh, the pit window's open now. The pit window's open. I won't get so excited. Pit window is now open. So Vape Club in for their scheduled stop, but there's no driver. Ah, there must be double stinting. There must be. Oh no, there's the driver.
Ted Bradbury wasn't ready.
Straight in. Ted was still putting the gloves on there as he dove into the cockpit. But I was just going to say, yeah, impressive from Signature RV to continue around and get it back to the pits. It means we won't have another safety car.
Ted Bradbury was glued to our footage, I reckon, on the TV. He was thinking, what's going to happen next? You're getting into car, Ted. That's what's happening next. Out onto the track he goes, and thankfully the car gets up to speed this time through the gears and continues on its way. We are halfway, people. We're getting there. We've got 90 minutes just under to go. I'm running out of superlatives to use for this race. What I can tell you is the 109 car is now in, and it's not a huge surprise to see them in early, I suppose, because they want to get Harry Mailer back in as quickly as possible. Harry is set to do this and the next stint, so double stinting now. That car could well be back in the lead. Again, I need to stop myself saying these things by the end of the stint, but certainly given the pace Harry has, there's no reason to suspect that couldn't be the case. In comes the signature RV car, meanwhile, straight into the garage. It might not be race over, but it's their chance of a good result gone, I'm afraid. That they did not deserve.
They did not. Absolutely gutting for them. Drivers falling by the wayside in this race. I think we're going to stop talking, really, and we might just leave you in silence the rest of this race. We're not adding anything to this. We're only just taking drivers out of this race. And what a race it has been so far. As this third round of pit stops continues then, the interesting thing will be to see who makes it out in the lead. And I think if you're going to pip anyone, it's realistically got to be Olympian GRD. You know how speedy they are on their pit stops, and they're still only less than a second behind the 220 as they carry on round. They'll probably continue on for the best part of this pit window before they do decide to peel in, but I think they've got to be your pick, haven't they? Again, starting at the back of the grid. We're only halfway through and they're almost in the lead of this race.
No comment.
Yeah, the silent treatment from you.
No comment. I've just been reminded that I was under strict instructions from Harry Mailer to not mention him, and I just mentioned him, so going to be clenching now slightly for the remaining 90 minutes of the race, hoping nothing happens to him. Apparently, there are conversations going on downstairs as to who I should mention. Just want to put it out there. I'm not against bribes. I'm not above those. If anyone's got a nice little sweet snack they can bring up to me, then we can talk business. We'll see what happens.
We'll do our voodoo work in the comms box and we'll come back to you.
Right then. So, fuel going into the 248. I think it's safe for me to say that. And a little bit of fuel leaking, actually, over the front bodywork. I suppose that's fairly common with the fuel can as it gets coupled and uncoupled on the front bodywork. And a driver change to boot. That will be Christian Rose getting back in again. So Chris back in for his second stint of the evening as the sun begins to set on an eventful evening of Fun Cup racing, which we're only just past halfway through. Team FFS lead the way. By interestingly, though, John, still under a second. So Simon Rudd may have lost that position, but he's not losing touch with the leading car. So he wasn't that much slower than them, but they're able to break slipstream range, and that's significant.
No, exactly that. He's staying with them really nicely, and they're doing pretty much identical lap times. It was a 19.405 for the 220 on the last lap, and for the number one, it was a 19.395. So 100th in it between their lap times on the last lap. Doing a nice job in the number one, continuing to hold on to the back of them, and as you say, use that slipstream to your advantage. A little bit of argy-bargy it seemed there between the 110 and the 207 out there on circuit. They're not battling for position though. The 207 in 11th place at the moment. And the Morpheus car slightly further down after those earlier issues. Of course, the 207 we saw in the race lead for quite a while earlier on. And now we're getting into, what are we in now? Stint 4, Stint 5, Stint 4, Stint 4, Stint 4.
It feels like 5.
I've got no idea. It feels like we've already done the length of time we did in the first race. It's only been half of it. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, stint number 4 then. So Mark Burton is back in the car for the 207. It's a little bit wide there for the 110 as they continue to battle for on-track position. But again, they're not close in terms of actual race position at the moment. We still wait for our two leaders to give us the pit stops.
Yes, good point, actually.
Still waiting.
They're both continuing on, aren't they? They are not the only ones, actually. Greenheath haven't stopped yet either. UVO are double fueling. Now, that's this third pit stop. We saw a bit of this going on earlier on in the day. And so UVO with 2 cans of fuel. Okay, they're out of contention for a win. But the way that this race is going, they might still end up inside the top 10. Where are they? 20th place. So that might be a bit of a long shot, but other people start falling out of the race, then they could still pick up some places. And remember, even if you finish stone dead last and 70 laps down, you will score points in front. That's always been the rule. So, yeah, they will still be able to pick something up. It will become a drop score for now for UVO, but they might still be able to get back into championship contention once that's dropped later in the year. They continue on their way. It's Farkini, I think, isn't it now, back in that car? Yes, it is. Farkini Diot. And he rejoins the circuit just behind that 248 car. and just ahead of, I think, the rare vinyl car, that is. It's a little bit off the pace as it turned into the banking, but has picked things up again now as they make their way out on towards Church Corner. So, 8:30 in the evening, an hour and 23 minutes, let's call it, left in the race, and we're expecting those leaders in, well, probably not for another 3 minutes or so. If you've waited this long, John, you may as well wait till the very end of the pit window.
Exactly. You might as well wait now. You can see there some of the bodywork folded under the front of the PLR Racing squad, the number 146. I saw them trying to get rid of some of it out of the final corner a couple of times so far in this race, but they continue on with their pit stop. Neil Plimmer hopping in once again to the 146 car. And having a decent race so far. Even, I mean, we see now drivers well in amongst it in the top 10 who have all been spinning around and getting involved in crashes, and they're still battling in there. Impressively so. Of course, we're waiting for the leaders to pit, but at the moment, anyway, it's only the top 11 who will still remain on the leading lap, which is crazy. I mean, we saw it go down to, in the first race, what was it? 4, 4 by the end of it. Of course, no safety cars there. They've been assisted by the safety cars here, but then they've not assisted themselves by going for some off-track excursions.
PLR Racing have been involved in 2 accidents in this race. They are in 9th place. And that rather sums it up, I think, doesn't it? And their car is far from in showroom condition. But again, veterans of the championship as they are, they know this is how you end up with decent results. Paul Rose, I think that was, running into a garage to see what on earth's happening next.
Some free promo for Riley Phillips.
Yes. Riley with a shiny new race suit, which I believe he got for his birthday. It was coined his birthday suit, which means slightly different things. But Riley, don't think enjoying the fact we're talking about it. Oh, look into those eyes. They're the eyes of a winner. Riley Phillips getting himself in the zone, and we are doing absolutely nothing to help him. But Riley will very shortly, it would seem, be getting into that Olympian GRD car, quite likely heading straight out into a fight for the lead.
He hates Johnny on that roaming camera right now, doesn't he? He's a big hater of Johnny right now. But yeah, going to jump straight back in, try and get straight back on the pace, and continue to challenge for this victory. I mean, it's the biggest gap we've seen between the 220 and the number 1 so far in this stint, really. Now up to 1.9 seconds after they made that overtake for the lead. I will say Greenheath, we've seen their stop in this window. Now Red River Sport, as we saw there, going past Riley into their pit box. So they are in as well. So a number of the teams up near the sharp end at the moment, anyway, are into the pits for this one. What a race it's been so far. But really, what we're going to be watching when they decide to peel into the pit lane will be the battle in the pits between the 220 and the number 1. Who can have the slicker pit stop? I think my money's got to be on the number 1, but hey, 220 could surprise us.
Yeah, I mean, Olympian GLD are renowned for their quick pit stops. What we don't know is what they're going to do with fuel, and if they're going to double fuel as other people have. We think we missed some fuel going into the car early in race 1, but I don't think we have this time. I don't think they put any in so far, so we'll keep an eye on that when they do bail for the pit lane. Gap is now over to... Oh, around goes Burt. Burt have spun at Peel and are stuck at the side of the road. Go on, get going. Yep, into first gear. Off they go, so... Breathe, everyone. No safety car, but Burt with a rotation. There, meanwhile, goes the FFS car, putting a lap on the 3rd placed Red River Sport car. That's because Red River Sport are pitted, and the race leaders have not, in fact, only really now the top 2. And interestingly, Burt, who we just saw spinning, have yet to make their 3rd stop of the day, and it will likely be incoming at the end of this lap. But the point I was about to make is that gap is over 2 seconds now for the first time in this stint, just as the pit stops are about to happen. So it doesn't really matter too much that Simon Rudd's fallen out of slipstream range. He should be able, all being well in the pit lane, to stay right in contention after the stops. Down through the corkscrew they go. FFS actually doing another lap, but Simon Rudd is heading in, so they must have had time for one more lap in that stint. We hope they did anyway. Lewis Thompson continues, and Simon Rudd heads for the pit lane where there is fuel waiting, John.
Indeed, there is. Yeah, at least 1 churn, no 2 churns. They are going to go for the double stack on churns then for the number 1 of Olympian GRD. So Riley Phillips now has the long wait stood beside the car as you think, can I get in yet? Can I get in yet? Can I get in yet? Right now I've got to jump in and get out of the pits as quickly as they can. I will say, because of the pressure inside the fuel tank, when you do double churn, that 2nd churn does go in considerably slower than the 1st churn, because as of that pressure trying to exit and the air trying to release from the air tank, it takes a little bit longer. I'd say maybe a second or 2 longer to put that second churn in at the same time as the 1st than if you separated them out over 2 pit stops.
Oh, I've learned something new today. I'd noticed that many a time, but never quite understood why. So we go. Science and everything getting thrown in this evening.
Science, yo.
Burton pitted as well, and back into the fray goes Riley Phillips. Now, where is he in relation to some of the others in that lead group? Of course, we're still waiting for FFS to pit, but has that double fuel stop cost them a bit of time against some other lead lap cars? We'll get a proper look at that shortly. Meanwhile, Lewis Thompson is in pit entry, so the FFS team are heading in. I think they're also at the same sort of end of the pit lane, aren't they? So fuel, I can't actually see any fuel waiting for that car. It may still be in the garage, I suppose. But no, I think they've stopped maybe this end.
I think they're underneath
us,
us,
we're looking at the wrong team. There we go. One churn, I think, is all that's going in. Marcus Clutton, interestingly, is there helping with the pit stop as well. His driving duties are done for the day, very sadly. No, it is a double fuel for FFS. It seemed to take them a while to get the first one in, so that was a small delay. On your screen, you're watching the 169 car, but out of the window, we're seeing the 220, 2 full churns of fuel going in. Then they have to do the driver change. They are at the pit entry end of pit lane, and Riley Phillips is at the top of the corkscrew. I think this is going to be a lead change, surely. Riley Phillips dropping down the hill. They haven't yet got the belt stood up, and despite the fact they both did exactly the same thing in the pit lane, exactly the same amount of fuel, it is a significantly quicker stop for Olympian GRD, who reclaim the race lead.
Exactly as we said earlier, it can be won or lost on those pit stops. And sadly, it's been the latter there for the 220 of Team FFS. Of course, we're not going to count them out. Still plenty of time left to go in this race. Still plenty more pit stops. Still plenty of opportunities for things to go wrong for other teams out there. But we said the well-oiled machine over many, many years of Olympian GRD has benefited them yet again in that pit stop. And they take the lead of this race with 1 hour and 16 minutes left to go. They look back in the driving seat to try and set that Fun Cup record.
Indeed so. I mean, with all the races to do it as well, they've had the odds stacked against them in some ways, just in that it seems to be one of those wild, unpredictable races, but they've sort of sailed through most of it trouble-free so far. And they'll be very much hoping that continues the remaining hour and a quarter. So Olympian GRD then, we believe, have a fairly healthy lead. I think still over Team FFS. I think they're still second. Door popping back open on the third place Demon Tweaks car. They're back into a podium position now, the 207, but once again that door is causing them issues. It's Mark Burton at the wheel. Will Abraham has just completed his second stint of the day, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they stay in podium contention to the end of the stint, especially with that door which has been taped up, remember, already in this race, coming loose again.
Yeah, we can see the gaffer tape flapping around in the wind there, not doing its job of sticking to the other side of the car, but to be fair, it's a lot of force to be putting onto a few strips of gaffer tape as they're off the road, out the final corner, hopping and skipping over the graveyard of front splitters out there on the exit of the first corner, dicing with death a little bit themselves. Of course, you don't want to be running over those splitters. They can be very shardy, shall we say, and you don't want your tyres anywhere near those. But it looks as though they're absolutely fine, continuing on around the first section of the circuit. There's the 97 being followed by the Vape Club car and a few other drivers in tow as well. But it sounds as though Mr. Jamie Peter-Zenners might be ready for a quick interview down in the pit lane.
I've got Lewis Thompson from FFS who brought the 220 car in the lead. That was a busy stint. You appeared out of nowhere and ended up in the lead, and great battle with Simon in the Olympian GRD car.
Yeah, we pitted early. Yeah, I got out behind Marcus, and yeah, he was able to just tow me along. I did lose it eventually. I mean, he is rapid. So yeah, I was sort of doing like mid-19s. I was happy with the pace, and then yeah, I could just see me catching the Olympian car and the Greenheath car. So yeah, as soon as I got past, I think it was Darren in the Greenheath car. Yeah, well, it might not even be Darren. My head's gone. Gary, yeah. But his head's gone. Yeah. Once I obviously got past him, then it was obviously full charge the Olympian car. And yeah, Simon made it hard to pass. I mean, that thing's got a turbo or something. It's rapid. But no, he made it hard to pass, and yeah, and then when he was behind me, he was just keeping my mirrors busy. Now I was just trying to not make too many mistakes, and then I managed to get past the back mark at a really good place, and that just sort of gave me a nice bit of breathing room to sort of concentrate and go forward. So yeah, it was great. I mean, it's great to be leading a race and leading it on merit. You know, we've worked hard over the past we worked hard since the start of the year, and it's just great to finally be in a position where we're able to sort of give it to the big boys, and you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, we have a steady stint, and fingers crossed, yeah, we keep it on the road and all guns blazing.
You've double fueled the car. Did you manage to have a chat with your dad before he got in to explain how the balance of the car is and what the conditions are like out there?
No, I literally just jumped out of the car as quick as I could and just to get the fueling underway. It's to be honest with you, the balance of the car is great. The boys at Track Focus did a great job, and yeah, I mean, probably towards the end the tyres are getting a little bit hot. It was just getting a little bit dancey, but where pits are like that, we'll give the tyres a nice cool down for a bit. So I think when my dad gets out there now, he should be in a nice window. Should be able to keep it in there.
Excellent stuff. Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Cheers.
Back to the box.
Thank you, Jamie. Much appreciated. Great to hear from the driver behind the wheel of the 220. Well, he's not currently behind the wheel. That would be impossible. He was behind the wheel previously and doing a stellar job of it, to say the least. We look back to the 97 and the 200, continuing to scrap it out there. Of course, not for position, actually, in terms of the standings so far in this race. But still lots of action happening out there on circuit. But main point really to say, of course, pitting in, 2 seconds clear with FFS. Now all pit stops are said and done, they're nearly 12 seconds down the road.
Speaking of pitting in, we suspect that is where Greenheath were caught speeding. They've just come in to serve a stop-go penalty, so Greenheath from 5th position. Again, just continuing what has been a challenging day for them. A day that's promised much and may still deliver a good result. They've got good speed in that car, despite the damage they're carrying. But, yeah, they have had to serve an extra visit to the pit lane, a stop-go penalty. And they will fall, how far down do we think they'll fall? Probably about 3-4 positions, maybe. Yes, I think they are behind the Red River Squad car, aren't they? Which is just going through shot. And they were in 8th position. So, right then, down towards Church we go. We're approaching our penultimate round of pit stops in the next 10 minutes, and off has gone 106. Where's that? Rocket, maybe? Yes, it is Rocket. And that car struggling to fire up, maybe. Now it gets going. There's a bollard in the middle of the road. That might have been from the axiometric spin at the same point earlier on, but 106. I don't think we'd had any major dramas for them yet, so it was about time.
It was. Every driver trying to tick at least something off as who we got into the pit. 207 into the pit lane. We were saying that with the Demon Tweaks car. Were they going to... are they doing a driver change?
Oh, they are.
They are. Will's just jumped out of the car. We got a new driver in, but we are not in the pit window. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Well, we're definitely not in the pit window. We're not going crazy, are we? What is happening?
I'm just trying to think whether it's against the rules to do it. I don't think it's against the rules to do a driver change. They will just have to come back in again at the next 10 minutes or so when the next pit window opens. But I'm baffled as to why they've done that.
Yeah, I'm totally confused. Jamie?
Yeah,
get yourself down there, please. We need to know more about that. But yeah, Will jumping out of the car then, Mark back in. But very, very odd. Very, very odd. Never seen that before. Anyway, they come back out on circuit. They're certainly not going to be in 3rd place anymore overall, so that's going to give the 109 Morpheus car. He's still got that fastest lap. They're now up into the overall podium positions. Just before we were speaking about the 207, then while we hopefully wait to hear from Jamie, I can see him heading down there already. I'm just going to bring up the fact. And I'm glad Gary's in the car right now, because he's not going to want to hear this. And sorry if you're listening to this back, Gary. That will mean that Paul got them into the lead of the race, handed over to Gary. Gary destroyed the front splitter, gave it back to Paul. He did everything he could to bring the car back in, and then on pit exit, Gary's gone and got them a stop-go penalty. So that's assuming it was on the exit, so apologies, Gary. But I wouldn't like to leave Paul and Gary in the same room later on this evening. Oh dear, less than ideal. But as you say, they're still there in the top 10. There's still loads to play for. There's still plenty that could be happening in the last 1 hour and 10 minutes of this race. So let's not count those eggs, as we say, as the drivers head on round. There's quite a long train there heading down through the last couple of corners. There is the 249, the other Demon Tweaks car, the one that didn't randomly pit there outside of the pit window. So the 249 does jump past their sister team into 8th place. And I think that was after putting a move potentially on the Greenheath car as well. Demon Tweaks 2 have very much fallen outside of the top 10 then, as no, of course, 248 has a transponder issue along with the 99, so you might see them just jumping up and down on the timing screen on the left-hand side of your screen. That's just because of an issue with transponder. They're just having to be manually put in instead. So if you see them suddenly drop down, don't worry, they're unlikely to have had an issue. I won't say for definite, but they're unlikely to have, probably just a transponder.
Yeah, I won't say anything for definite this evening, that is for sure. The hill goes the 248 car. Where are they at the moment? They're out of the top 10, I think, aren't oh no, they're 18 disruptive, so about where they were running for much of the first race, really. And they are battling away. Well, they're chasing Burt, and it's a big gaggle of cars, this, isn't it? You've got Red River Sport 6th, Burt in 7th, 18 disruptive, 9th Demon Tweaks 249 car, 10th Green Heath, and 11th Axiometrics, all in a long line. So this is all for position, basically, from the Red River Sport car, which actually lost a couple of positions now, so it's the grey and orange number 248 car in the front of the group. And this is all for positions inside the top 10. So a fascinating scrap as they come across the line. Green Heath are in there as well. They've gained a position out of that too. So they're back into the top 10. And this could be a lively conclusion to this stint, at least for this group of cars.
And this is worst possible scenario for Green Heath as well, as the Demon Tweak sticks it up the inside there of the 200. Not going to work though. Have to rethink that one. The worst possible scenario, they've had that penalty. They've come in, served it, come straight back out in the middle of a pack of cars, all battling for position. Just to think, if they had been even 5 or 10 seconds quicker at some point earlier on in this race, they would have been ahead of this whole train. They could have tried to continue driving off and get towards the top 5. So close, the 246 leaning on the 210, and this is the battle for 4th place out there on circuit. Race Logic will try to hold it around the outside. Look at the dive to the apex though for the 246. Bold manoeuvres. They try and crank the throttle on corner exit. The 210 will give a bit of a ding-dong there to the rear right corner of the 246, but Fate Club with EDF Motorsports will get the move done. Up to 4th place they go.
Count this Fate Club car out at your peril. Despite this gear issue that they've got, they are still at the moment looking pretty quick. It's Ted Bradbury in the car for this stint, and he has just taken over 4th place, as John described to you. A bit of confirmation on the Demon Tweaks car, by the way. They were waiting in the pit lane for it for so long because they wanted to bring it in to fix the door, but the radio wasn't working, and so the driver couldn't hear. Will in the car, of course, finally came in. Still doesn't actually explain why he got out of the car, because that was obviously planned, because they had the next driver ready to go in. That's the question we really want an answer to, Jamie. So you've given me half the story, and back up to that end of the pit lane he goes. Onto the grass goes the Red River Sport car, and that was the Axiometrics car that levered them aside. Green Heath come through as well, and Red River Sport, only a couple of laps, were at the front of this group, and now they're out of the top 10.
It looked to me, anyway, as front splitter going under the front left tyre, even if it was momentarily there, as they really piled the weight onto that front left, heading around the right-hander. It just slipped underneath. They lost that bit of traction and slipped out wide to the exit. I think that quickly popped out from underneath, though, and they carry on. But yeah, more time lost, more positions lost, as you say, as well. Some cinematic camera work at the top end of the circuit there as we dive through once again. But I think, well, at least until the next pit stop, our eyes are going to be firmly on this very exciting battle within the top 10.
It's changing by the lap, isn't it, this group? It's fantastic stuff. So, 5-lap penalty applied for 207.
Yeah, there you go.
So, they hadn't made their mandatory stop because Will couldn't hear them. So they did the driver change but they were 20 minutes late, or 10 minutes late, I suppose, on the driver change, but it's because he couldn't hear on the radio. So it's a 5-lap penalty, presumably, because that's how many laps over that limit he went.
I mean, you got a partial fact of he didn't have the radio, he didn't know what was going on. Well, there's a big red ball right at the side of the pit wall that maybe you should have been watching out for a little bit more there, William. Anyway, it's happened, it's done and dusted now. Just see what you can do in the last part of this race. But yeah, if that is simply what the case was, in that he didn't see the ball and didn't come in, that is slightly poor from yourself, William. He's going to be frustrated with himself for that one, I am sure. But yeah, 5-lap penalty. That is a serious penalty.
And of course, presumably now, they did the driver change, so it's now Mark Burton back in the car. Presumably Mark doesn't know about this because they can't tell him, because the radio's not working. So he might have seen a board over. I don't think there is a 5-lap penalty board, so no, he probably has no idea. And what they've done is they've just applied it on the timing screen. So he will think that he's running exactly where he was when he came out of the pit lane, but he isn't. He's been docked 5 laps, and it's all done digitally on the timing screen. So they don't have to come and sit in the pit lane for 5 laps. It's just as well, really, because there's no way they'd get that message doing.
So yet another car that was in the lead at some point in this race having a serious issue.
Yes, that's about half the grid at this point, I think, isn't it? It's been a wild race, this one. There is one of those cars that was in the lead earlier on, only to have issues that brought them into the pit lane. The UVO Hoffman's car, where are they now? They are still only 19th, actually, so they've not benefited from other people's misfortune in quite the way that I thought they might. But 20th position. They'll pick up a few more, I'm sure, by the checkered flag. They nick to the inside of PLR, who have now also slipped off the lead lap. But given the dramas they had earlier on, it's a miracle it's only one lap down, really. And they are down in 14th place. They're still, despite everything, 13 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Now that pit stops are all done and dusted, we've got a couple more rejoining that lead lap. But yeah, like you say, impressive that it's taken this long with all the calamities in this race for PLR for that all to happen. We watch as they dive up into Rocket yet again. There's the 14 of Greenheath along then with the 200. So this is the battle for the bottom end of the top 10. 10th place for Greenheath at the moment and 11th for Red River Sport in the 200. And they're closely followed by the fast track number 99. Of course, they were involved in that first lap scuffle, shall we say, down at the banking. But great to see that they made it back out after all of that. It took them about 10 or 15 laps or so, maybe even more than that, to get themselves back out on circuit. Sadly, we never saw Sherrodise UK again after that first lap. We've never seen C Data, of course, I think understandably why, and we haven't seen Signature RV yet either. I don't think that's going to be an easy fix for them either. So, as opposed to the first race, where did we see one car not make it to the flag, even maybe not even one car not make it to the flag, we had 4 out already in this one. There's still over an hour to go.
Yeah, there were 1 or 2, I think, not running. I think I might have said 2. Don't ask me who they were, but I think there were 2 who weren't running in race 1. But yeah, this one's been a much higher rate of attrition so far. And we still have another hour of the race to go. And Olympian GRD, well, through it all, they've managed to pick up nearly a 20-second lead now, have Olympian GRD. Here comes this ongoing battle, meanwhile, between Burt and Demon Tweaks. That is for 7th position now. And the 249 car nips through on the inside at Rocket. Jason Minshaw doing the overtaking. And in the 98 car, it was Angus Goff losing the position. And they've also got the 103 Axiometrics machine in behind of John Perrott, who, remember, was in that car for the opening stint in the lead battle. So John's had a pretty exciting evening, hasn't he? Both stints. He's been involved in an all-out brawl on circuit, not for the lead this time, but every bit as entertaining.
He's certainly got his money's worth, doesn't he,
Yes.
out of this race? That's definitely for sure, as they continue to have that 3-way battle at the bottom end of the top 10. This is the battle for 7th place between the British Endurance Racing Team, Demon Tweaks and Axiometrics. What are you rushing around to look at?
2nd place has just changed at Rocket. I'd forgotten all about Harry Mailer because I wasn't allowed to mention him. But he has just taken 2nd place away from FFS. Harry Mailer is a second a lap quicker than the race leader at the moment. Now, yes, they're 20 seconds back, but that is at least quick enough to get him into 2nd position. So Morpheus Motorsports 109 car breezed by in the end on the run up the hill towards Rocket, and they're into 2nd place.
Impressive stuff. Yeah, of course, we've got about him. Up into 2nd place he goes. And now, if the 109 can hear me, expect a mechanical failure coming relatively soon. No, hopefully I've said that now. That's balanced it all out. It's balanced it all out. It's all going to be fine. All going to be fine. Up into 2nd place they go. They've definitely been a bit of a dark horse in this race, haven't they? They've been there and thereabouts for pretty much the whole race, but they always seem to find a way to get back up to the sharp end. There's a little bit wide there for the 103. Door's going to be closed by the 98 there at the apex of the right-hander, and Axiometrics will have to rethink that one.
Yeah, not able to find a way through for the time being. The next car behind them, remember, is the Greenheath machine, so they're still hanging on to a top 10, but they've drifted away now from this group with that ever worse understeering car, I suspect, as this race goes on. We're into the final hour then. The penultimate pit stop window is open, and we wait to see who will blink first of the leading contenders. Neither of the first 2, I suspect, but we'll see who of the lead lap cars does elect to head into the pit lane first. Worth pointing out, by the way, Riley Phillips is at the corkscrew now, so partway through the next stint, I think that Olympian GRD's car is going to have to lap this lot, so if they're still this close together, then that will be pretty nervy stuff, I suspect, for Simon, who of course is getting into the car for the next part of the race. Across the line go Olympian, 85 laps completed. I don't think we'll be beating any distance records in this one. 85 laps have been completed, and that was 1 minute 20 that time for Olympian GRD. And watch with interest to see what pace Harry Mailer's got. Across the line he goes. A 1:18.7, so 1.5 seconds gained that time, but we know that that Morpheus Motorsport car will not probably be quite as quick in the next stint. It will be about how close they can be to the leaders if Harry Mailer gets a chance to jump in for the final part of the race. A late safety car, John, could still have a huge effect on this race, I think.
It very, very much could, and we're definitely not going to count that out. For the moment, with the craziness we've seen so far in this race, just as we were talking about all that, Axiometrics do get the move done on the BRT team. Burt dropping down to P9. Once all is said and done there, Axiometrics through up into 8th place and now looking to launch a challenge for P7 on the 249. Well, again, they flirt with the dirt on the outside of the final corner. Don't forget either as well, only a couple seconds back there are the 14 of Greenheath. And then it's another few seconds back to the 257 of Team Pacific. Of course, they were pressing on really nicely earlier on in earlier stints. They've just fallen back a little bit. Maybe we'll see them come back into the top 10 in this 5th stint of the race. Well, the 200 team are in, ripping a bit of front splitter off to try and save that aerodynamics ever so slightly. No fuel for the 200. They force that right door closed and head back out of the pits.
Yep, so they're the first lead lap car to pit. Here come Axiometrics to the outside of Demon Tweaks. 7th place they're battling over, but 7th place will not yet go the way to car 103 for not the first time in recent laps. They're squeezed onto the grass at Rocket and have to bail out of the move. FFS are in, by the way, so they did choose to bring that 220 car in early. It's a dry pit stop by the looks of it, and it should now be Nick Heighton getting into the car for the penultimate half-hour stint of the race. That looked like a pretty reasonable stop, actually, as well for the FFS team. Pretty rapid, and they rejoin the fray, having been putting in 3rd place. They'll be down to 5th, I believe, waiting for others to make their stops. Lead gap under 18 seconds now. Now, is that the sun, or is that the... I think that's the sun, isn't it? I was going to say, I would not be at all surprised to see a full moon tonight, given the craziness that we've witnessed. There's an American motorsport superstition, isn't there, that if you get a full moon on a Saturday night, then you're in for a pretty crazy race. And yeah, I think that is the sun on this occasion, but it's I think the analogy still works, doesn't it, for what we've witnessed over the last 2 hours?
I think it does. It definitely does. I mean, we'll call anything for reason that was not you, mate. So we'll try and look elsewhere for those bad omens. But we'll see if any of the drivers turn into a werewolf over the next hour of racing here. Up to the top section we go again, towards Rocket. Covering that inside line are the Demon Tweaks car. Again, trying the outside there, but a bit of a lock-up for the 103 of Axiometrics. Sees them sliding sideways into Rocket. And again, finding themselves looking at the rear end of the 249.
Yeah, they've tried that move on a few different occasions now, haven't they? But not been able to pull it off. John Perrott then sort of frustratedly stuck behind Jason Minshaw, who knows how to defend, that's for sure. He's done a number of laps around this place over the years, and he's not going to make this easy. Slithers a bit wide there into the corkscrew, but the 103 car not close enough on that occasion to take full advantage of that. Again, not a huge hurry for cars to come into the pit lane this time. As I say that, the 106 is in, but they're laps down, I think, aren't they, after their earlier issues. So 15th place they pit, so too to fast track. But yeah, leader staying out for now, Drew.
It was interesting to see there down the corkscrew, the different line between the Greenheath car and the rest of the cars around them, really getting up and over that inside curb on the right-hand side, because obviously they've got that lack of splitter, that lack of downforce. They'll understeer all the way to the exit at the bottom of the hill, so they can get over that curb, use that for a bit of rotation to drag themselves round the second part of the lap. But of course, like we said earlier, flirting with those curbs and you're flirting with mechanical issues. So we'll wait and see if it does pay off by the end of this race for the Greenheath team. A nice, relaxed get into the car there for one of the drivers as they get themselves sorted and having... okay, this is one of our cars with transponder issues then. Trying to getting a new transponder properly fitted into the roll cage. This is going to lose them a heap of time.
It's fast track, is it?
It
is.
Fast
track, I think, with the transponder being fitted properly, so that will take quite a bit of time, but yeah, they might as well do it, I suppose. They're down the order, and it keeps race control and TSL timing off their back. So Greenheath, I can see, getting ready as well to pit. They're going to put Paul Turner back into that car now to try and undo some of the damage done from the previous stint or so. And Greenheath, I believe, are in now. Yes, they are. So Greenheath head down the pit lane. Paul Turner flags them down. No fuel going in. I don't suspect we'll see a lot of fuel going into many of the lead lap cars, certainly at this point. As on screen, we continue to watch the Axiometrics and Demon Tweaks battle. What we did, now we see the Greenheath car with its pit stop, and out it goes back into the race. Well, a number of spectators sticking around, it's nice to say. There are plenty of interesting vantage points around the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. It's probably turning into a slightly chilly evening, but we're keeping them entertained, I hope.
Indeed. They're not even watching the live stream, so they can't even see that we're picking on them right now. But snuggling like penguins out there, I think it is probably quite quite cold. It's still pretty toasty up here in the commentary box, so we're still enjoying ourselves up here as the light starts to fade here at Anglesey. We start to go towards the dying moments of this race, and we saw a close-up of one Olympian GRD team member, and now we see another. What a beautiful shot of Mr. Simon Rudd's beautiful eyes.
There we go, gives us a cheery wave. Thank you, Simon. One more stint to go, and who knows what the next half hour might have in store for him. He'll be hoping for a trouble-free stint to hand that car over to Riley Phillips. Who knows, maybe claim that fifth win in a row, fifth win in the season, and fifth win in a row, fourth win of the season. I'll start that again. They're looking for their fourth win of the season, John, and their fifth win in a row.
Oh, but that's the first time you said that. That's crazy.
Which, of course, includes the final round from last year.
We're at the end of, what is it now, 10 hours,
Something
11
like that,
hours of straight commentating, so I think we'll allow a few mistakes, mate. Don't worry about it. Hold on a second. Are we a bit slow? No, okay, no, sorry. Riley Phillips is already out of the car and nearly down the end of the pit lane, sorry.
Blinking, you miss it.
Just them getting the belts on for Simon. Again, another lovely, slick stop for team number one. More drivers battling up at the top end of the circuit, and immediately we look back to this battle. It looks as though Axiometrics have lost out then. The Burt number 98 are back through.
Good effort this from Burt into 8th position now. Then Axiometrics, John Perrott. Didn't this not happen to him in the opening stint? He spent most of it trying to get the lead and ended up in 3rd by the end of it, and a sort of similar situation has panned out in this stint as well, where he was the car in the middle for much of it and ends up at the back of the trio. And he's got the 257 car, isn't it, behind Team Pacific, who are also in that battle for position. John Perrott heads to the pit lane, so Axiometrics are in, and they pull up directly below the commentary box, so we'll have no idea what they're doing, but I presume a driver change and a dry pit stop for them, as Burt now set off over the curbs and set off after the Diva Tweez car. They're really not driving with mechanical sympathy in mind, are they?
No, absolute bucking bronco over those exit curves out of turn one. They've got some kangaroo juice in that car. He managed to hold on to it though, fair play, and carried some good speed through. But yeah, we've seen enough mechanical failures in this race already. We don't want to see any more from Burt. I mean, they've already lost their engine cover on the other side of the car that we can't see now. We don't want any more issues happening for them, but they're definitely not going to get engine overheating with that opening in the side of the car. It's going to be a lovely engine cooling for the number 98. But we tick down towards 50 minutes left to go then, only 45 seconds until we get there. Then the big red board will come out, which Mr. Will Abraham means that you need to come in on the next lap. And then we'll see the finalisation of the penultimate round of pit stops. And then we'll wait to see how it all goes in to those final stops of the day. Of course, I got so confused there. I was like, oh my goodness, Olympian aren't in the lead. Of course, I just made a pit stop, John. What are you doing? I need some sleep, man. I need some sleep. Morpheus moved through on circuit anyway, but we're still waiting for them to make their 5th pit stop of the race.
Indeed so. Race Logic are pitted as well, by the way, up at the top end of the circuit. I think that's Julian Thomas getting out, isn't it? That looks like Julian to me. And so David Denyer getting in. They're being ushered back out into the fast lane. And former champions, Race Logic, rejoin the race. Sorry, that's David, actually, is it? Yeah, David Denyer, I think, who had just got out of the car. Refers to notes. It is Julian Thomas getting in, David Denyer getting out. There we go. So they're both wearing, in fairness, exactly the same race suit, and they are of a similar build.
I was going to say they're both as skinny as each other, so I could not tell. Yeah, usually I remember last year, I can't remember who was racing. I don't know if it was someone different, but they were very different in stature. It was very obvious to be able to tell. But this year, not so much. So Julian heading back out into the black stuff as they continue to battle up near the top end of the circuit. It's been great to watch the 249 and the 98 go at it over the last few laps. But there's the 109 Morpheus car now making a pit from what was the lead, but not really.
Yeah, 2nd place though still for Morpheus, so Harry Mailer's penultimate stint of the day is done, all being well, and he hands back over... Oh no, double stint for Harry Mailer. I did say that half an hour ago, I think. Harry Mailer stays in the car, and well, that's interesting then, because the time he was taking out of Olympian GRD in that previous stint, he keeps on doing that. He could well close in by the end of it. The trouble is he'll then have to get out of the car. Have to, I suppose, but will likely get out of the car at the final round of pit stops, and they may well fade again. But we'll wait and see. They have rejoined the circuit, not a million miles back. We'll get an official look at that gap at the end of this lap, of course, as we see here a rare thing in this round of pit stops, some fuel going into the Demon Tweaks car.
Indeed, indeed. Some more fuel on board, a bit more of a splash into the fuel tank for this penultimate stint of the race then. And we'll see how quickly they're able to get back out, and we'll see whether that legendary battle between them and Bert will continue on post-pit stops. We shall wait and see. But I think, to be fair, for the 109 of Morpheus, pre-race I would have maybe said, why would you not make sure that Harry's out in the final stint? But I actually think it's probably worked out quite well for them, in all honesty. I think the plan now is to get Harry as far up the road as possible and then put in the slightly slower driver and just say, right, you need to defend with this whole stint. defend like your life depends on it, and crack on and get us home in as high a position as you can. You saw there the EDF car having, the PLR car, my apologies, having some front splitter ripped off unceremoniously, as we've seen from a number of cars so far today.
And fuel going into the Vape Club car as well, interestingly. So a couple of teams going slightly different on strategy this time around, and the Vape Club with EDF machine. Oh, FFS have spun! FFS have spun at the final corner. They're in a very odd place as well. They're pointing away from the apex at the final corner, but this is a car that was leading earlier on. It's been in the podium battle for the last hour or so, and John, that car doesn't appear to be firing back up.
He's trying his best, I think, but nothing happening at the moment. All I can think is that maybe he's gone a little bit wide out of the right hand of the corkscrew, touched the grass on the left, and then just gone straight into a big slide there, straight to the apex. But that's not a nice place to be, not only for himself, but for the other drivers all coming around that final corner, suddenly saying, oh, there's a Fun Cup car where I'm supposed to be turning in at the moment. That's interesting, but this could be huge. This could be huge. The 220 stuck there. It doesn't look like they've got any damage from that. It seems to just be a spin, but unable to get it restarted, and potential for a safety car. Let's wait and see what happens.
I think they're going to have to make this call quickly. The car's moving nowhere, and it's in such a dangerous position. They can't just wait and see if it fires back up. I think they're going to have to make the call on the safety car. There's no sign of activity yet from the end of pit lane, but this has a sense of inevitability about it. They clearly can't leave the car there, and if it isn't going to fire back up, then it's going to need some outside assistance. But another front-running car to hit trouble and drop out of contention. They were very much in podium contention until that point, John.
They both got the boards in their hands. I can see down on the pit wall. We're waiting to see. We watch that safety car with eagle eyes then, ladies and gentlemen, to see what happens here. And that'll mean, if the safety car does come out, we're going to have the number one, along with Harry Mailer in the 109, nose to tail for the restart. That could be rather exciting. It looks as though, oh no, they are still in the same place. My apologies, that's just a different view of the same corner. I thought they managed to get over to the other side now, as yellow flags are out. Safety car board is out, ladies and gentlemen, and the drivers will all close up once again, and that nearly 20-second lead for Olympian GID falls to zero.
Well, how amazing is that? On average here in Anglesey, the final safety car of the race tends to come out, my notes tell me, about 40 laps from the end. Well, I think we're probably closer to 25-30 from the end, but it's in that window, isn't it, where we tend to get that run to the flag, and what a pivotal time it has come at. I feel like this isn't such an advantage for Morpheus, though, because they're sort of wasting Harry Mailer time here. However, he was 15 seconds off the lead. He won't be anymore. So, swings and roundabouts, I suppose. It depends how long it will take them to move this car. I'm hoping not very long at all. The recovery vehicle that will be released from Parc Ferme, which is right next to where the FFS car is stranded, and they will be able to get it out of the way within a lap or two, one would hope. So I don't think this will be a particularly lengthy delay. The other thing for Harry Mailer is that there are 7 lapped cars, between himself and the race leader that he will have to overtake, and he'll be relying on them all getting a quick restart as and when we get there. So it doesn't hand this to Morpheus by any means, but it at least puts them back into contention. Other car that it benefits, of course, is the third place machine, the Vape Club with EDF car. They've just refueled, so we know for a fact, surely, they won't need any more fuel till the end. And who's in that car now? It's Vlad, isn't it? So they've got Ted Bradbury ready and waiting to go for the final stint. Give him a sniff of the race lead, and we know he'll go for it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one to watch now, isn't it, the 246? I mean, we said that near the start of the race as well, and it seems to have continued on through here into the penultimate stint of this race. I'm just going to bring up that same point. Quite a few people to overtake, quite a few more back markers to get through for Harry Mailer in the 109, and we have to say as well, So gutting for the 220 Team FFS. What a race they've run so far today. They've been absolutely brilliant out there. We didn't see what happened down there at the final corner, whether it was a simple mistake or whether they have had some sort of mechanical issue. We don't know. We wouldn't possibly speculate. But either way, they're out of this race, and that is so gutting for the Team 220.
There's a long list of teams, in fairness, who you could sort of say the same thing about, though, couldn't you? The way that this race has gone, and it may not be over yet. Hearing from Jamie, the car spun and broke a drive shaft. So whether the drive shaft led to the spin or the spin led to the broken drive shaft, I don't know. But it's another drive shaft-related issue for FFS, unfortunately. And thank you, Jamie, for the information from down in the pit lane. That is why it's requiring a lift as well. It needs to be actually physically lifted onto the flatbed truck and then taken away. So that will take a little bit more time. So we've got 13 minutes before the pit window opens, and a further 10 minutes beyond that till the pit window will close. So we'll get plenty of racing in before the final round of pit stops, but who are going to be the big winners and who are going to be the big losers? Well, big losers, really, you have to look at the likes of Red River Sport, Burt, Demon Tweaks, both Demon Tweaks cars, actually, because they've all just slipped a lap down. They are the next group of cars directly behind the leader. Had this safety car come out 10 minutes earlier, they'd have all come right back around to the back of the queue, and we would still probably be looking at something like 11 or 12 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, that is such a shame for them, and they'll know it as soon as they're sat behind the race leader there, that what could have been. But anyway, that's how racing goes sometimes in Fun Cup endurance racing. You just got to live with it at this point. Just continue to press on. Look for maybe a class win in the Masters for a few of them, or a class podium in the Masters, I should say, for a few of them. And you never know as well, there could still be some mechanical failures, issues, crashes for teams ahead of you in terms of the results at the moment. So we'll wait and see how that all plays out. So your top 10 then, as we head into the last 40 minutes of racing. Oh, what a beautiful shot that is of the Anglesey circuit up here in North Wales. We've got Olympian GRD, who once again this year started from the back of the grid in the lead of the race. 109 Morpheus there in second place. They do still hold that fastest lap, that being a 118.5. They'll be followed by the 246 of Fate Club with EDF Motorsport, the 210 of Race Logic, the 103 of Axiometrics, the 14 of Green Heath, and then it's the 200 Red River Sport, the 98 of Burt, the 248 of Team Disruptive, and the 249 of Demon Tweaks, your top 10. I did hear in my ear that maybe we should go to an ad break. However, I can see that the car is already on the back of the low loader. We're sort of in a bit of no man's land here, aren't we, really, in terms of the commentary department? Do we want to continue on? Do we want to go for some ads? I mean, they're still collecting the driver out there. You're the experienced man. I'll let you make the call.
I think let's go down to Jamie. I think that's a really good idea.
Option.
Let's hear from Jamie Peters. Ennis, Jamie, who have you found?
I've got Nick Hyton, who was in the 220 car, as your car comes in now. We'll just get out of the way of the truck. From what you're saying, suspension let go going down the corkscrew.
Yeah, I thought it might have been my mistake then, but looking at it now, I think either the wishbone or the rear suspension's gone rear right. The wheels like that, I think, not connected to the car. Shame really, we're going mega well then. I think we're on for a potential podium, which would have been great. Lewis had a great stint, didn't he, a couple before, so gutted.
Yeah, heartbreak, because you have been on it all day and it's clicked, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think we've been a lot better in the car. Obviously Lewis is the rapid one, but me and his dad we're on the pace a little bit, so I think, yeah, it's our 5th race, so I think onward and upward.
Time for a beer.
Time for a beer.
All right, thanks, mate. That's Nick Hyton, who absolutely gutted for FFS, as we throw up to Andy and John.
Thank you, Jamie. So there is the FFS car then on the back of the flatbed truck. It's back in the pit lane. Didn't quite get back in the pit lane, though, in time to restart that time. So we're going to have one more lap behind the safety car, and then off we will go. So we're going to end up with something like 37 minutes or so, I reckon, before the pit window and the final half an hour of the race. So current sit rep then, we've got 6 cars on the lead lap. Leading the way is Team Olympian GRD's number 1 machine. Second position is 109 Morpheus Motorsport. They're about 7 or 8 cars further back in the safety car queue because there are some lapped cars in the way. And crucially, their cars, a lot of them, that are only just off the lead laps. They're quick cars, won't be the easiest of cars for Harry Mailer to overtake. Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, Vlad Vasiliev is 3rd. That's the 246 car. 4th position for Race Logic, having a really good race, he says nervously, and the 210 car inside the top 5. 5th place is 103 Axiometrics. They've been there or thereabouts all evening. And number 14 Green Heath completing the top 6. Despite everything that's happened to them. I'm not even going to try and summarise everything that's happened to Greenheath, but they're still 6th, and they're just about on the lead lap, and they could only have just been on the lead lap because they were behind a lot of those cars that have ended up going a lap down. So they've obviously had a really good pit stop, come out in front of them and just in front of the leaders. So they were big winners out of all of that. 7th position in the first of the lap down cars is number 200 Red River Sport. 8th is number 98 Burt. 9th number 248 Team Disruptive, and the top 10 completed by 249 Demon Tweaks. We've got 38.5 minutes to go. John, a restart incoming. What's going to happen next?
Don't ask me, mate. I've got no idea. Yeah, as you mentioned, it couldn't have gone much better for Greenheath there. Fair play to them. Of course, they've had those issues earlier on in the race, losing the splitter, getting that stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. They've still managed to keep it on the lead lap. They're there in 6th place. They put themselves in good stead for this restart, and it looks as though the number 1 has gone already.
Really smart restart because they know there are lots of lap cars between themselves and second place, and so the sooner they go, the bigger gap they will pull inevitably, because those lap cars might not be quite as confident on the restart. So really sensible stuff that was from Simon Rudd. And look at the gap that he's got. He's sweeping through turn 1. Only now does the second place car cross the line of Harry Mailer, and he's already in a world of traffic heading through target corner. 7.8 seconds the lead, and that is about half what it was before the safety car. It was exactly half what it was before the safety car came out. So massively minimising the damage there, Simon Rudd. That was a big brain move, and that has potentially won them the race.
Yeah, very, very smart from Simon. Exactly what we would expect from such a racing driver. Harry Mailer absolutely threading the needle in that 109 car there on the restart. Stuck it up the inside of 2 into the first corner, then switched back across to try and go up the inside. And another one down at the banking. Impressive stuff from the 109. He knows that this is crucial for the whole rest of their race here as he hands over to the other driver for that final stint. He's got to put in a serious slog here as he heads through his final time on circuit for this round here at Anglesey. Of course, pit window opens in 6.5 minutes time, but he can still run then a further 10 minutes on right to the end of the window.
Indeed he can. What I want to see is how many cars are between 109 and 246. I think it's even more, actually, than between the leaders, isn't it? There goes the 246 car, and the third place machine in the hands of Vlad Vasiliev is not really making electrifying progress through the group, it must be said. Lead gap is surely going to go up this time in the traffic. 109, 7.2, still came down by 0.6 of a second. I mean, how impressive is that with Harry Mailer buried in all of that traffic? He must have made 4 or 5 overtakes on that lap. He was still 3/4 of a second quicker than the leader. If and when he gets in clean air, he's going to be a real headache, I think, for Simon Rudd. But it might not matter because we're that close to the end of his stint. He's not going to have time to do anything with it. Vasiliev, meanwhile, not having fun at all, John.
Axiometrics through then into 4th place, and look at Greenheath following them through. So 2 places lost in 1 corner there for Vlad Vasiliev.
3 actually, because Race Logic were already ahead of the line. That wasn't the case when we last saw them, so 3 places lost in the last half a lap or so.
Indeed, yeah, less than ideal for Vlad Vasiliev. We were talking his praises earlier on for how much he's improved as a racing driver. Sadly, not proving us right there through the first couple of corners, losing a number of places. Of course, still on the leading lap, though. Still in a good stead here for the final stint. Of course, just wants to bring it in one piece back to Ted and say, there you go, Ted, do your thing.
And you did mention, didn't you, before, he's got quicker and quicker, has Vlad, but it is that cut and thrust sort of, on a restart, everyone's at him. It's not that he's driving badly, but he just drives quite cautiously, I think. Nothing wrong with that, really, given the way that this race has gone. Red River Sport, for example, very nearly annihilating the front of their car by running wide out of the final turn. But yeah, Vlad, that cautiousness, it might keep the car in one piece, but it has unfortunately cost him 3 positions, and it now is down to Ted Bradbury, of course, to try and get those places back.
I think that's the main thing I realised from racing in this. You can be right there in terms of the pace. That was a bit close there at the apex, wasn't it? You can be right there in terms of pace and get involved, but if you aren't willing to put your car in a position where you could have a massive accident and a big end to your race, you're not going to move through to the lead of the race. You just aren't, because there are drivers out there who are willing to do that and are willing to go that extra mile and put themselves in danger, but to make up places and make up time. And sadly, I think that is what Vlad is just missing out on the moment. But then again, he's still pretty new to this championship, all things considered. He's still got time to find that ability to press on through the order. His driving is getting so close there, up at the top of the circuit. And once again, we've got the two Morpheus cars nose to tail.
Yeah, interestingly there, Harry Mailer was trying to put a lap on Guy Minshaw in the Demon Tweets car going into church, and Guy was actively defending from him, so this is not going to be pleasing Harry Mailer, who wants to try and get through. He's got another run now as they head down into the corkscrew, but can't get the overlap, so Guy Minshaw is a lap behind that 109 car and is really backing him up, so yeah, this will be raising Harry Mailer's blood pressure, that's for sure, and the sooner he gets past this Demon Tweets car, the better. He's flashing the lights at him, but racing drivers don't tend to take a huge amount of notice of that.
That would actually make me defend more.
Yes.
If I was the Demon Tweaks car, that would make me defend more. He's going to go for it though, down into the banking. No, covered off yet again by the Demon Tweaks car. Showing how to defend around here at Anglesey, to the dismay of Mr. Harry Mailer. Has he got enough of a lap there, an overlap into the right-hander? No, he hasn't. Has to slot back in behind yet again. He's close enough to use that slipstream, but what will we see the defence? Wide there for Demon Tweaks. That's lost their momentum. This is the opportunity for the 109.
Yeah, but it's the outside line for Bell when he shows his displeasure there, doesn't he, to Guy Minshaw, and he's got his teammate there to back him up as well, because through behind him goes the 110 of Charlie Hart. There are many things I love about the Fun Cup. If there's one thing I don't really like, it is lapped cars defending from lead lap cars. I think if you're trying to stay on the lead lap, that's absolutely fine. But I think once you've lost that lead lap, you don't have to move out of the way. If you're quick, run in line, that's fine. But I do think actively defending is just a little bit too far. Hey, there's a reason I'm a commentator, not a racing driver, I suppose, and they are clearly fine with it. But, well, Harry Mailer was fine with it, but the defending car on that occasion was, and it's all worked out okay in the end, but that's cost Mailer time, no doubt about it. They crossed the line, yeah, 8.1 seconds back. They were only about 200ths quicker than the leaders. They're still somehow quicker than the leader, but not running the lap times that they were in clean air.
Yeah, that's ridiculous that they were still quicker than the leader. That's unbelievable from Harry Mailer. Fair play. I mean, that also shows that clearly there's some good pace in the 249 as well.
Yeah.
They were battling well, defending well there. We're closing in, though. Less than 2 minutes left to go until the final pit stop window opens here at Anglesey for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in 2025. This lap, I'm very interested to see how much that gap is going to change now he's in that clear air, whether it is going to really quickly drop between the 109 and the 1, or whether it stays a bit more stagnant than maybe we were expecting. And also we're going to wait and see as well when each of those teams are going to decide to make the pit stop. I think we can assume the 109 is going to stay out as long as possible, but for the number 1, is Simon going to come in sort of in the middle and give the opportunity to Riley? They're pretty close in terms of pace, so maybe they'll just be fair and say, right, bang in the middle, let's get it done, or will they also leave it late and wait for a potential safety car?
Simon's very proud of the fact that there's really nothing to choose between him and Riley now as far as who the quick driver in that team is. So, yeah, I don't think he'll be in a hurry to come in. He, after all, is in clean air. If they pit, there's no guarantee he'll come out in clean air. So that, for me, would say leave him out there longer. There's nothing wrong with his lap times. 2:19.6s ordinarily would be saying a pretty quick. The trouble is that Harry Mailer is doing 1:18.7s, 9/10ths quicker that time around, and Harry Mailer making it look easy. But they know that Harry won't be staying in that car for the final stint. So for the final 20 minutes of the race, they won't have to worry about Harry Mailer's rapid 1:18 lap times. I think they just keep that Olympian GRD car out in front for as long as possible and minimise the risk.
I think you're probably right on that one, mate.
Happens sometimes.
On occasion.
Very rarely at the moment, yeah.
I'm only messing. Side by side as you come up into Rocket then. That's the 109. Putting a lap once again on Burt. They've again been really impressive so far in this second race of the day. Have the British Endurance Racing team there in 8th place at the moment. The 110 behind them looking to gain a lap back. Of course, Charlie Hart still a number of laps down. What is it? 3 laps down for Charlie Hart. But would we have thought that a driver that didn't even make it off of, should we say, the dummy grid, waiting out there to go around on the green flag lap, is in, 14th place? 14th place. That's just ridiculous. Still getting some decent points out of this one and didn't even make it to the start.
And by the way, matching Harry Mailer's pace is Charlie Hart. They're the only 2 drivers in the 118s, both in the 118.9s at the moment. So, I mean, Charlie Hart, how quick he is, we've seen this for the last season and a half or so. Just not even a full season, is it really? He debuted at the end of last year at Alton Park, did Charlie. And we know how rapid he is, but a bit of a shame, really, that he's flying under the radar in this one because of that issue before the race had even started. That we should have known then, I think, shouldn't we, John? They were setting the tone before the red lights even went on that this was going to be an unpredictable race, and I'm still not counting any chickens with 29 minutes still to go.
Right then, though, final pit window is indeed open. We'll see the green board out of our commentary box window. We'll wait and see when the drivers decide to make those final pit stops. Well, the gap has closed to 6.2 seconds on the last time around the circuit between the number 1 and the number 109. So they've gained about 1.82 seconds over the last lap or two. So not a crazy chase on the leaders. But the bigger talking point really is race logic. Firstly, they're in the top 3 overall. It's been a great silent sort of second half of the race for them, but they are 22 seconds behind the leader. Nose to tail though with the 103 and the 14. Fight very much still on for not only what will be, if it stays between the 3 of them, the last place on the overall podium, but also who wins and who comes second in the Masters.
Yep, good point actually. Yeah, they're all 3 of them in contention for that Masters category. 248 are in, so is the 249, interestingly. Demon Tweaks for their final pit stop of the day on the 249 car. No fuel as we would expect for them. The sun setting, the darkness starting to fall now on the Anglesey circuit in a 246 as well. Again, that's not a shock. They want to get Ted Bradbury in that car as soon as possible. And that is one of those 4 cars in contention for the bottom step of the podium. They've slipped about 8 seconds behind third place, but 8 seconds, Ted Bradbury, I think he can do that probably over the remaining 27 minutes or so. They've got no fuel to go in the car, and once Ted is plugged in, they will unleash him onto the track.
Yeah, there are a few drivers out there that I'd say could do that, and he's definitely one of them. Yeah, definitely one of them. He heads straight back out on circuit. Then, of course, we're not really expecting anyone to be fueling in this final pit stop. I will say it was a bit slow there out of the pit lane. Okay, he's picked up speed now. Don't worry, he's picked up speed now. The Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car continues on there in 6th place. Let's see if he can chase down, or equally have had a better pit stop than those 3 ahead.
And let's not forget, we believe they're still driving around a gearbox issue as well, which is why I panicked when you said they were slow, because of course it was when Vlad Vasiliev jumped into the car for the first time that it did exactly that, very slow out of the pit lane, but they've got it up to speed now, and Ted Bradbury will set off. His target is clear, qualifying laps from here to the flag, and try to get that car back onto the podium. It was the battle for the bottom step of the podium that really attracted most of our attention at the end of the previous race, and I think it could be a similar story in race 2. The lead gap, by the way, is suddenly down to 3.2 seconds, so I think Harry Mailer will get there. The trouble is, if only he could stay in the car for the final stint, I guess. There is Simon Rudd. He's stuck in behind the 200 Red River Sport car at the moment, but not far behind him now is the second place Morpheus machine.
Indeed, of course, the 200 has had a great race as well of the Red River Sport team. Of course, they were unlucky to go a lap down versus, say, the likes of Greenheath, who didn't. I think it was a similar story for Burr as well, to be fair, on the number 98, getting a little bit unlucky for when that safety car decided to rear its head. But they've been having a great race, and now they're probably best friends with the 109 now, as they're holding up the number 1 ever so slightly as we head through to the final pit stops of this race. Nearly halfway through the window already. We keep a watchful eye. Number 1 stays out. Olympian GRD continue on. And round the final corner, there are the 109. They're very much now within the same camera shot.
Could have a lead change within the next lap or so, couldn't we? If we do, by the way, that would fascinatingly be the 15th lead change, which of course would make it a 3-way tie for most lead changes here at Anglesey. We tied that record in race 1. I suspect there's a good chance we'll beat it, though, actually, by the end of this one, because I'm sure Olympian GRD will have ideas, if they do lose the lead now, of reclaiming that before the checkered flag. Round Church Corner, there you go then, and Olympian GRD pushing on. It's not going to change this time up the back straight, but in traffic, Olympian aren't going to go any quicker, and I think that Morpheus car will be with them by the end of the lap there. Meanwhile, was the Vape Club car just heading through Rocket. Ted Bradbury on his first flying lap of this stint, so we'll see what his lap time is at the end of it. There, though, is your lead gap, John, and it can now be measured in car lengths rather than seconds.
Indeed, yeah, they're right on the back of them, aren't they, in this battle for the overall lead in this race with less than 25 minutes left to go. We saw there the 200 of Red River Sport closing in on Demon Tweaks number 2 at a rapid rate of knots. Thought about the inside line, luckily backed out of it, slammed on the anchors, chucked them on, and managed to get it stopped before they went careening into the side of the Demon Tweaks number 2 car. Big backfire, that's Vape Club.
Bradbury is slow. That was a gear change issue, wasn't it? It wouldn't go up through the gears across the line. He's just in front of this group, and Ted Bradbury is slowing, so this could be heartache for Vape Club. It might take them out of the podium battle, and are they going to be going slowly in front of the leaders? Olympian are in. We missed that whilst that was all going on, so Olympian, I think, sensibly there, really, choosing to get out of that battle that was brewing, and they sent the car back on its way, but Ted Bradbury is slowing. You said the car looked a bit slow coming out of the pit lane. It's almost like that gearbox issue was just getting worse and worse, and it's finally given up the ghost.
Indeed it has, gutting for them. I hate to say I called it, but sadly the Vape Club car did in fact call that one out of the pit box. They did look slow, they picked it up, but we heard that. It was so loud, wasn't it? I thought it was just a bit of firing from the exhaust, but it was quite a bit louder than that, and clearly that car not very happy. Maybe the gearbox has said, right lads, you've had enough borrowed time now, I'm heading out, thank you very much. I've got a reservation at about 10 o'clock down in Bangor, so I'll see you soon. So gearbox has seriously decided to vacate itself for the number 246. Absolutely gutting for them. One of the few teams that managed to keep themselves on the leading lap, doing a great job, battling in well, but just clearly wasn't meant to be today for them.
Such a race of attrition, but we often see this in the night race at Anglesey because this is the most running they do in a single day all season long. It's 6 hours of racing and 45 minutes of qualifying in the morning, so nearly 7 hours of running over the course of the day. That is more than they do at any other round, and they can't refresh the car fully between races, so it is not unexpected, I suppose, that we have some attrition towards the end of the race, and that's why it's always a very nervy final stint, because even if things look like they're going absolutely fine, you've been pushing the cars around one of the most mechanically demanding circuits on the calendar for such a long period of time. There's always, you feel, a mechanical drama just lingering around the corner. Bradbury's now in the pit lane, brings the Vape Club and EDF car into the attention of the team. That car might not be back out now before the flag.
Yeah, sadly, I think so. I was watching my onboards. That's late on the brakes there for the 200. Yep, can't get it to the apex. Nice and deep for the 200, the 207. Go up and under, say thank you very much. I was about to say, I was watching my onboard, because I did the final stint in this race last year. Really? I was watching my onboard back, and you watch the dash, it's just flashing. All different things. Oil pressure, water temperature, everything just flashing at me. I'm just driving around going, la 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 la. I'm going to ignore all of that. We're just going to get to the end of the race. There's no way I'm pitting. And it did manage to make it, thankfully for us. Sadly, can't say the same for the 246. Looking pretty turbulent. They haven't gone into the pit box, to be fair, so that's a positive sign, at least. Maybe they'll see if they can try and fix it and get back out to at least finish this race. Even if they do, they won't be in the position that they want to be in.
And that means that these two cars battling over fourth place now, that's one less car for them to worry about. We've just had a change for fourth, actually. Greenheath ahead of Axiometrics. Greenheath, and we've missed this at some point. Oh no, we haven't. That's the wrong car. Never mind. In the fading light, I mistook them for the Race Logic car. I was going to say they've replaced that front splitter, but no. Still running splitterless. In fact, they and Axiometrics pit at the same time. So this is an in the pit lane battle for position. We won't see the Axiometrics stop from the window, but we can see Greenheath, and they pull in just behind the EDF car, which now has the rear bodywork off as they try and diagnose and fix that gearbox issue. There's the Greenheath pit stop. Will turn around. Gary Bates in. Will they get out in front of Axiometrics, who we assume are also doing a dry pit stop? Out they go. Yes, they're ahead by an increased margin, I would say. Definitely an increased margin. So Greenheath, having made the move on the track, consolidate that in the pit lane, and that is fourth place, looking a little bit more comfortable for them now.
Indeed, yeah, they're always nice and slick on pit stop, to be fair, Greenheath. They've got better and better over the years that they've been involved in the championship. And I know, of course, Gary Bates' lovely girlfriend, wife, I can't remember now, Maria, runs the pit stops of the team and keeps them militant, make sure they're all keeping on their markers and all doing well. And clearly, it's worked very well for Maria that time, or not jumping Axiometrics, but gaining a huge advantage over them. That had to have been 6-7 seconds. They left the pit lane earlier than the Axiometrics crew, so that should make them a little bit more relaxed for this final stint. And who is it that's behind the wheel? It's Mr. Gary Bates.
They came in 8/10 of a second ahead of Axiometrics, and that was several seconds, wasn't it, by the time they left the pit lane, which is exactly what Ted Bradbury's doing, by the way. So that's quick work from the Vape Club with EDF team, and they've got that car back underway. Trouble is, his chance of a podium has well and truly fallen by the wayside. He's going to be joined well down the order. is somewhere outside the top dozen, I reckon. That's a shame, but yeah, Ted Bradbury, who doesn't have a great history with the Anglesey circuit, as I documented earlier on, and unfortunately will not have a happy story to tell at the end of this one either.
No, sadly not. I think quite a few teams will be drinking away their sorrows this evening down at the bar here at the Anglesey circuit. 106 getting that late stop in, as we say, and there are your effective race leaders. We believe, anyway. We'll wait and see when the pit stops are done and dusted, but we have a feeling that even if the 109 is able to jump them in the pit stops, we have a feeling that the number 1 might chase them down and retake that back for themselves.
New lap record by Harry Mailer, a 1:18.384. Point I was about to make is he's still taking 1.5 seconds a lap out of the Olympian car. So I think there's a very good chance they'll put that car back out on track in the lead. The question is whether or not they can defend it in the final stint, with Steve Walton, we believe, set to jump into the car, unless they can somehow change that. Is that no, that's Race Logic waiting with fuel at the end of the pit lane, interestingly. But
Interesting.
Yeah,
that is interesting for the third place battle as well.
Oh, of course it is.
That
yeah.
is.
In they come now. So 1 churn of fuel required, and that will delay the driver change. It will delay them getting back out on circuit. Greenheath may find themselves in third here.
They are going to find themselves in third. We wait and see whether Axiometrics and, of course, the 210 now of Race Logic will be able to chase them down once again. Out the final corner, there you go. There goes the 14 outside our commentary box window. So they do, in fact, get past the Race Logic crew. They leave the pits now. They're going to be about 4, 5, 6 seconds behind Axiometrics.
Yeah, exactly. So that's behind Axiometrics. Greenheath are 4.3 seconds ahead of them. So that's the best part of 10 seconds adrift of a podium place now for Race Logic, it would seem. So we're still waiting for Harry Mailer to pit. Well, he's going to be in this time, surely, Harry Mailer. In fact, he's in now as I say that. So Harry Mailer is in. Is this car going to be released into the lead of the race? Into the corkscrew is coming Riley Phillips in the Olympian GRD car, and the 2 cars just in front of him helpfully bailed for the pit lane, so no traffic for him to deal with. I don't think it's going to matter, is it? I think he is going to take the lead anyway, regardless of what Morpheus do in the pit lane. Through goes Riley Phillips, back to the lead of the race, and I believe I make that now a 16th lead change, a record-breaking Anglesey amount of lead changes. Out goes the 109 car. We believe Steve Walton's now at the wheel. They'll still be second, fairly comfortably, I believe. Yes, very comfortably in second place, but looks like the win for a 5th time in a row may be headed to our reigning champions.
Indeed, looks like we might break 2 records here today in race number 2. Of course, most lead changes, and now it might be most wins in a row for team number 1, Olympian GRD. Despite that fantastic pace from Harry Mailer behind the wheel of the 109, hasn't been enough, sadly, for Morpheus. They should. I think they've got enough of a gap here to keep ahead of the likes of Greenheath, Axiometrics and Race Logic to hold on to P2. I think they will be thinking what could have been maybe a little bit for the 109, but the number 1 of Olympian GRD continuing to battle so well. And of course now, with Riley Phillips behind the wheel, I think you just expect them to continue to drive off into the sunset. Well, now that they've done a lap round the circuit, Greenheath 58 seconds off the leader. Axiometrics 1 minute and 2 seconds. Race Logic 1 minute and 5 seconds. On their previous laps though, 21 dead for Greenheath, 20.6 for Axiometrics, and we're just waiting now for the next quickest lap to come through from Race Logic. But I have a feeling that they could all start to squeeze together here as we head through to the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think you may well be right. So Olympian GRD do now officially move into the lead of the race. They were technically still behind last time, so now the record-breaking 16th win. 16th win. Not there yet. Maybe next year. 16th lead change of the race heads their way. And Team Olympian GRD, yes, 16 seconds they are ahead. I mean, that's remarkable, given the fact that really, based on pure pace, John, they should have been 5 or 6 seconds behind. That is such a... We don't know what Morpheus did fuel-wise, in fairness, because we couldn't see the pit stop. I wonder whether they had fuel to take, possibly. That would go some way towards explaining that. But either way, Olympian GRD, yet again, through all of the carnage, all of the chaos, all of the unpredictability, find themselves out in front with a very healthy lead, let's be honest, and a quarter of an hour to go.
that's either got to be one churn of fuel, or at least a splash and dash, or 109 really needs to work on their pit stops, because that's a huge loss there in the pit lane. I think I'll err on the side of the former. I do think that was more than likely just a bit of a splash and dash in the pits for the 109. It would make sense as well if they're wanting to use Harry Mailer's pace to chase the leader and then pull a bit of a gap. You want as little fuel in there as possible to assist him with those lap times. So that would have made sense from the strategy side of things. But even that can't seem to stop the number one. They continue on round, but I can't believe it. We've nearly done 6 hours of Fun Cup racing today, and it's nearly over. But I want another one. Can we schedule another one in? Starts at midnight, please.
Yeah, the through the night race, a bonus round in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I think we'd all be very, very excited at that prospect, wouldn't we? Let's get the petition signed now.
I've never seen our producer make that face in my entire life. He was not happy with that comment.
That was the face of excitement, was it not? An enthusiasm at the prospect of another 3 hours of racing. And I don't think the teams will thank us for that, quite frankly. A lot of these cars need a little bit of TLC, I think, before we next see them out on circuit. And, of course, the next time we do see them out on circuit, you will be happy to know, is on the 12th of July for a double header at Croft, a 1 hour sprint race in the morning and a longer race in the afternoon. I forget now. Yes, 3 hours in the afternoon. So another double header heading your way. Then we head to Silverstone on the 16th of August, to Donington Park on the 13th of September, then another double header at the end of the season at Alton Park.
Indeed. Yeah, all the double headers apart from Anglesey being 1 and 3. So we had 2 3-hour races today, but at Croft it's a 1 hour, then a 3 hour, then we go to the 4 hours at Silverstone, another 4 hours at Donington, and then another 1 hour and 3 hour at Alton Park to close out the season. But like we said, it often goes down to a handful of points at the championship finale. Well, Olympian are trying their very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
But all it takes is 2 bad races for Olympian. You only get 1 drop score in Fun Cup, which I'm absolutely I advocate for no drop scores, quite frankly. But if we're going to have them, just the 1 race dropped. So if they have a bad race, okay, that becomes their drop. They then have another.
Yuvio nearly took off. Sorry there. I looked up the final corner. Yuvio, I think, were all 4 wheels off the ground there over the exit curve. Apologies to cut you off there. I thought they were about to fire off across into the pit wall there. That was a bit of a scary one for Yuvio. Exciting. Trying to excite us for the last part of the race, I think.
We've had enough of that. Thank you very much. Burt followed them off as well, by the way. So 2 of them with some acrobatics out of the final corner. But yeah, point I was making is that the Olympian GLD, they can't relax yet because they have got other teams who are capable of consistently notching up the points. And if they were to have 2 races, we've seen this before from teams actually who have dominated the first part of the season and not gone on to win the championship because all it takes is those 2 bad races, like I said, and it can absolutely cost you. So yeah, it's not a done deal, that's for sure. We are only about halfway through the season, not even halfway through the season, actually, when you look at the amount of races left. And also, it doesn't matter whether it's a 1 hour race, a 4 hour race, a 6 hour race, it's worth the same amount of points. So those 1 hour sprints, of which we have 2 still to go, so easy, throwing my pen at you in excitement, so easy to fall foul of stuff in those races. And it's still worth 70 championship points. So if you have a bad race, your rivals have a win, it turns around in a heartbeat.
Haven't been that bad today, Andy. You're throwing things at me.
I think people will be throwing things at me on my way out of the commentary box this evening. Don't you worry.
Someone's waiting outside the door with some extra fuel and a lighter, ready for you to leave. No, I'm only messing. And we've all done it in the commentary box. Every commentator has their day where they just can't seem to get out of the commentator's curse. And sadly, mate, today has been your day. Right then, we're nearly into the final 10 minutes of action. That gap between the leading 2 continuing to increase. Over 20 seconds now. A 21.2 the last lap for the 109. A 20.2 for Team Olympian GRD, which is a second off of their ultimate pace. Still really good pace out there for Riley Phillips. But you know he could go a bit faster if he wanted to. He's just coaching that thing round, ready to set a new Fun Cup record.
I think, though, and I do say this hesitantly, but I do think Morpheus should have done enough for second here. There's 17 seconds up on Greenheath, and they're not dropping even half a second a lap at the moment. So, to be fair to him, good pace for Steve Walton in this particular stint, and he's consolidating that second place quite nicely. The battle for third, or the second to third place gap, is coming down, but coming down slowly. Third to fourth is actually sort of staying static. If anything, it's grown since I last checked it. So, maybe not building to quite the grandstand finish that we saw earlier on today, but 2.5 seconds, that's 1 stumble in traffic, it's 1 missed apex, 1 lock-up, 1 run wide over the curbs, and suddenly Axiometrics will be right there. So it may yet bubble into life, that, I think, before the checkered flag comes out.
I was going to say that's one lost splitter, but Greenheath have already done that a long time ago. So
how are they in third place?
I don't understand. I don't know. How have they gotten so lucky to remain on the leading lap? Well, a bit of luck and also a bit of a slick pit stop as well
Yes,
from Greenheath.
exactly.
Really has benefited them here. They put themselves in with a shout, being on that leading lap, and they've made the most of it. Fair play to Paul Turner and Gary Bates. And it's Gary behind the wheel at the moment, putting in some decent pace considering that there is no splitter on that car. I will say though, another half a second lost on that last lap, so it's 2 seconds back to Axiometrics from Greenheath, and then a further just over 4 back to Race Logic. Race Logic not quite finding the pace they need to close in here after that little splash and dash.
That's a moment that I think Angus Goff is going to want to replay a few times. That was Burt overtaking Uvio, not for position, but on genuine pace. So the Burt car, they've had some good speed on occasion, haven't they, throughout this race? They deserve to be in that 8th place, and they're only, look, a second behind Team Disruptive. So a 7th place battle is brewing here. There is the Team Disruptive car, the orange and grey car, and the blue and flushed orange behind is Burt. So 7th position could still go to the British Endurance Racing team, and they've got plenty of time to do it, haven't they? The pace they've got, I wouldn't bet against it.
No, certainly not. They've been super, super impressive. As look at that. The other side of the engine cover looking to disconnect as well. They're going to have no engine covers by the end of this race if that continues. Huge lock-up for Uvio, but again, that's that lost front right on the splitter for you, providing no downforce and struggling with those high pressures in terms of those front tyres. And yeah, a difficult one today for Uvio Hoffmans for sure, down there in 17th place at the moment. Gap between Greenheath and Axiometrics, though, 1 singular second.
Yes, which means I reckon Axiometrics are within slipstreaming range now. They're just heading on to the school straight now, out of church, and this is for 3rd position then, so might have to turn our attention away from, admittedly, an entertaining battle that's going on for 7th, and instead focus on the podium places. It is going to be a grandstand finish then, and if they really start knocking lumps out of each other, Race Logic are only 5 seconds back. They don't seem to have the ultimate pace in this stint, Race Logic, but they might still inherit something if it all kicks off ahead of them. We've got just under 8 minutes to go. The top 2 positions look reasonably settled, but 3rd place is very much still up for grabs.
It's David Denyer behind the wheel of the Race Logic car at the moment. I mean, he'll realistically, he can see those other 2 drivers ahead. They're only about a corner ahead of him. He'll just be watching them thinking, please start fighting, please start fighting, please start fighting. If they start fighting, they'll be losing that time and they'll hopefully be able to chase them down. I think crucially for him as well, the 249 Demon Tweaks car in 10th place is in between them as well. Right. You can try and hook up onto the back and use their slipstream, and they start battling ahead. I know it's a lot to happen for them, but crazier things have happened. They still might have a chance here at a podium with just over 7 minutes to go.
Crazier things have happened this evening, I think, is the ending of that sentence, isn't it? So yeah, don't count them out at all. Up towards Church Corner, meanwhile, are going the 3rd place cars. They're nose to tail now. So Axiometrics have caught Greenheath. They're well within slipstreaming range, and I think we might be about to see a change here. So through goes Burt as they continue to chase after Team Disruptive. It's side by side for 3rd though, and Axiometrics are going through. So Axiometrics, as they go up the back straight, they've gone through already ahead of Greenheath, and we didn't see it on the stream, but Axiometrics into 3rd place, and we sort of saw that coming for a few laps, didn't we, really? They've got through Rocket already, out of sight. There they are, and Axiometrics into 3rd spot, and well, it sort of didn't look like it was going to happen, and then suddenly, over about 3 laps, it happened.
It did, yeah, they chased them down, reeled them in, did Axiometrics, but now this is Gary Bates' opportunity, because I feel like he'll realise, okay, they chased me down and got past me. If I just sit in behind here and try and race properly, they're just going to drive away. So I'm just going to go for it, the next possible opportunity, would be my thinking. Anyway, with my broken front splitter, do they go around the final corner to start a new lap of this race? And I think Gary has got to be all over him like a cheap suit as they head there into the 1st corner. Down towards the banking is the first possible opportunity for the number 14. They might go for it, or they might wait to head back up to Rocket yet again.
Yeah, I think he's got to wait, hasn't he? If he has a go somewhere like the banking, like Church, it's probably not going to work, and you're going to lose so much momentum. So stay in that slipstream. He knows that he'll then have the run up the hill, and I think he'll be able to make another go at this into the braking zone at Rocket. He's as close to Axiometrics as Axiometrics were to him a lap ago, so reason suggests that he should be able to have a go at least at the braking zone. He's closing in. The lack of front splitter possibly not helping the straight line speed, but he's almost within striking range. Of course, the lack of front splitter also means He can't brake as late as he might like, though. And so Axiometrics hang on for now. Greg Evans, though, is going to have to defend a few more times, I think, before he sees that checkered flag.
He is. He definitely is indeed. Greenheath are going to be chomping at the bit, trying to get that re-overtake done and get that overall podium. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, they're both in quite a nice spot here where whoever finishes ahead gets an overall podium, whoever finishes behind gets a Masters win. So they're both going to be on the podium somewhat, unless they both take each other out, and then neither of them will be, and we'll see more drivers jumping up the order, but I wouldn't possibly want to put that out into the universe here with less than 5 minutes to go. Like you were saying, though, really, really difficult for Gary Bate to overtake in that car without that front splitter, not providing the downforce up the straight, not providing the downforce into the braking zones as well. This is going to be a really, really tough one for him. Now the gap back to race logic has gone down, but nowhere near fast enough.
No, 0.3 of a second gain, but only 0.3 of a second gain. So third place they battle with for second in the Masters category. It's easy to think it's for the Masters lead because I always forget Olympian and Masters. It's only because they've got Chris Devell in the car, of course, but they have probably one of the youngest average ages of teams out there, but they are technically a Masters competitor. This for second place in the class and the bottom step of the overall podium. Now, Gary Bates a bit closer this time as he may be, but the inside line is always going to be covered by Greg Evans, as indeed it is, so he stays in front for now, and as he defends, he's backing Gary Bates up into that Demon Tweaks car of Jack Minshaw, who's very rapid, and we know that car's not afraid to get stuck into the lead lap battles, is it? So, although it's not for position, if Axiometrics keep on backing up the Greenheath car, that could relieve the pressure slightly from the third place machine and make it harder for Gary ultimately to make the decisive move. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. The leader is already came to about half a minute or so ago to start this lap, and this third place battle bounces over the exit curbs. It's exactly the same as we had in race 1. It's the battle for the bottom step of the podium that attracts our attention. Two different teams involved, but it's every bit as competitive.
It is indeed. Still waiting for that perfect moment to strike then our Greenheath, and potential. They're sitting in the wheel tracks, sitting in the slipstream nicely. They might even think, if we start to battle here, we've got Race Logic closing in behind. We battle, we lose time, they close in and join the party as well. Whereas, if we just sit in behind, use the toe, continue to press on, it leaves us, just us two, to battle on the final lap. We leave it for that final time around the circuit, and then Gary just sends it, goes for it, dives for a move late on, and we just see him late on the brakes as he can, as his front splitter will allow. Only 2.5 minutes left to go, though, so the opportunities to be sending a move are quickly dwindling for the number 14. As Olympian GRD, they've just gone across the line already. We're watching this battle slightly further behind, but not that much further, and they're still in sector number 2.
Yes, so 2 more laps to go then, that tells us, at the end of this one. 2 laps for Olympian GRD there at Church Corner, and these two are about to come through to begin their penultimate lap of the race, and they're absolutely together now as they head through the corkscrew. I wonder whether we just saw a bit of a dress rehearsal that time from Gary Bate into Rocket. He feinted to the inside and looked to be testing how late can he brake into that corner if it comes down to it. He's really close now as they head through Target Corner. There is Riley Phillips, though. He's a lap and a half away from home, and a record-breaking 5th consecutive win in the championship. I don't think it's ever been done. It certainly hasn't been done in championship history. My records, I should clarify, only begin in 2011, because that's when the Fun Cup became a championship. It had been racing for 9 years before that in the UK, since 2002. But in championship history, certainly we haven't had 5 winners in a row. And I'll need someone with much better access to the record books than I have to figure out whether it happened before then. But I find that hard to believe, to be honest, because Fun Cup racing has always been unpredictable. It's always been competitive, even since those early days in 2002. What we're witnessing from Olympian GRD now is really, really special.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. They've always been impressive, but they've just somehow made another step on this year and somehow got even better. Fair play to the number 1. They're really showing why they've got that number 1 on their car, aren't they? And they're looking to do it yet again this year in 2025. Olympian GRD storming towards a Fun Cup victory here at Anglesey. Their second one of the day, potentially their 5th one in a row to set the record up towards the top top section they go once again, does Riley Phillips. And he'll be enjoying this final lap here in the dusk as he just guides his car home.
He's backed right off, and I have a moment of concern there as he turned into Rocket. I think he's just coaxing it home. I don't think this is an issue. But that, coupled with the fading light and the flame spitting from the back of the car, did make me take a step back there. But no, he's just sort of coasting home. Oh, changed, yes, sorry, well spotted. Change for third place. Greenheath have gone through before we get to the school straight. That's interesting. So Axiometrics are back alongside, I can tell you. Olympian are heading into the final corner for the checkered flag, and it's been another change for third. So Axiometrics have gone back through. I'll let John watch that. Olympian across the line. It's a record-breaking 5th consecutive victory here at Anglesey for Simon Rudd, Christabel and Riley Phillips. What a fabulous effort that is. It's their 4th win of the season, their 5th in a row if you count the final race last year, which they very much are, and that is a record that they will cherish and look to improve upon heading to Croft next time out. Morpheus's 109 car will be second. This, though, is for third place, and they're side by side heading towards the corkscrew for the final time. Can Gary make around the outside? The answer is no. The Axiometrics car slams the door in his face. Is he going to have a last-minute lunge at the last corner? He thought about it, but didn't quite have the overlap turning in. So it's Axiometrics back on the podium in third position. A really well-deserved podium finish as well. By 0.3 of a second, they hang on from Greenheath, and Race Logic make a top 5 return after what's been a solid day for the returning former champions, and they'll be pretty satisfied, I think, with 5th position. Well, John, that was one of the most topsy-turvy Fun Cup races we've seen. It does say something about the championship, then I'm only confident enough to say it's one of the most topsy-turvy. It's certainly the most topsy-turvy race I've seen for quite some time, but through it all, it's Olympian GRD back on the top step of the podium.
What a ridiculous race, and very much a day of two halves, wasn't it? The first race being a little bit more of a simmered down version of Fun Cup. All drivers making their way through. No safety cars. Again, to be fair, no rain even in this second race. We didn't even have rain, and it was that insane out there on circuit. But it doesn't matter whether it's a slightly more relaxed race or whether it's what we just had out there, whatever word you want to use to describe that 3-hour race that we just enjoyed. Either way, whatever happens, Olympian GRD seem to make it back to the 4. And yet again, another race win out there for team number 1. Impressive stuff. And what an honour it's been to join you in the commentary box of this. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Absolutely delighted to have you. We'll be hearing more from you, I think. You're back at Croft, I believe, aren't you?
I am indeed.
Yes, not sure whether I'm there for that one yet, but although it is almost a full moon, in fairness, I'll take that. So maybe there was something in the air tonight here at Anglesey that led to absolute madness. The good news is we go to Croft next, where a couple of years ago we had probably the craziest Fun Cup race I've ever seen. So it could well be another absolute thriller when we reconvene in the northeast, and that will be on the 12th of July. So we've got just over a month to go before we're back with the Fun Cup. Team Olympian will head there as 5-time consecutive race winners, and that one they dominated. Nearly 27 seconds was their winning margin over Morpheus Motorsport from the 109 second. Axiometrics came home in third position with Greenheath 4th and Race Logic completing the top 5. 6th place for Red River Sport, 7th Team Disruptive, 8th for Rare Vinyl TLR, 9th for number 98, that was the Burt team, and the top 10 completed then by Demon Tweaks number 249 machine. PLR Racing, they have a few stories to tell after that one. 2 separate accidents, and they still nearly finished in the top 10. Team Pacific were 12th, ahead of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, a lowly 13th after gearbox issues. Morpheus Motorsport were 14th in the 110 car. Then it was Race Ventura, Renault Racing, UVO 17th. That could prove to be significant in the context of the championship, couldn't it? Demon Tweaks 18th, FFS 19th, and 20th ahead of Signature RV, Team Data. Paradise UK crashed out sensationally on the opening lap of the race. That seems like it was a whole day ago, John. But yeah, that was lap 1 of what turned into a cracking race.
Yeah, that was the team that I think everyone was sort of pipping to take the win in that one. Out on the first lap. It couldn't have gone much worse for them out there. And I just wanted to point out the fact 18th place Demon Tweaks 2, 19th place Team FFS, and 21st place of Signature RV all led the race at some point during that, and none of them made it to the finish.
Yeah. Absolutely wild stuff from the Fun Cup. We should expect nothing less, I suppose. Right, let's head down to Jamie Peters-Ennis, who's got the unenviable task of trying to summarise what we've just seen. He's also going to catch up with our record-breaking winners, Olympian GRD.
Yeah, another crazy race down here from the pit lane. And Si, you've broken another record. 5 wins in a row if you include the final round from last year. Perfect.
Yeah, it's a good weekend for us, I think, in the end. Yeah, I don't know.
You're lost for words.
No, do you know what I am? Do you know, it's because it's turned out really well for us. So, you know, it's a shame that there was a crash and everything that's taken out a couple of the other contenders. But we had an in-depth conversation about tyres last night, and, you know, we weren't sure if the new tyres were the right way to go because they wouldn't warm up. And so, yeah, it worked out well for us. And, yeah, we've made it difficult for Croft in the 1 hour now, but we'll give it a go.
Absolutely, Chris. And again, your first stint was hectic because you had to avoid what was going on at turn 2. Obviously, nursing the difficulties you've personally been having as well today. But again, another epic weekend, as Simon said.
Totally. And to achieve what we've achieved with the great drivers around, as Simon said, I would just like to say that it was a real shame that so many top runners went out at the beginning. It would have been nice to battle and win again against them, but I'm sure they will be back at Croft and be making our life almost impossible, I'm thinking, on the 1 hour, but we'll give it a go.
Absolutely right.
Can I just say that Chris absolutely such a trooper this weekend. He was in so much pain last night, and then he came in this morning walking like a stick man, and then he's done 2 stints. We really wanted to get him out there today, so yeah, I'm really proud of him. Well done, mate.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Oh, don't, you'll set me off now. Right, go and celebrate with Riley, because I think he's feeling a bit lonely down in Parc Ferme, and we'll all have a beer later.
Yep, enjoy it.
Cheers, Jamie.
Thank you. Right, that's Chris Devell and Simon Rudd from your double winners this weekend here at Anglesey Team Olympian GRD. We will be streaming the podium in the Fun Cup awning, so those that are at the circuit, feel free to come down and celebrate. Obviously, Andy and John as well. But from down here in the pit lane, interview duties are all complete for me. I'll be passing the baton over tomorrow to John Ratcliffe. I will see you later on, and then we'll be back at Croft for a 1 hour sprint and a 3 hour endurance.